station.
From our highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hump day.
Right, it's not a hump day. But this whole 2-day on, 2-day off thing is kind of cool. It is...
Have you come around to that as the structure for a 4-day work week?
I mean, I wouldn't, despise it.
But you'd still prefer Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Or Monday.
Monday, we for our job, though, Monday's always such an easy reaction day.
Right, but if everybody else in the world chooses Monday off on the 4-day work week.
Yeah, you're not going to decline it.
Right, so that's what you do, right? Because if nobody's working, what's the point in doing a radio show?
Sure.
So that's the... But yeah, I could if they tell me it's Monday, Tuesday on, Wednesday off, Thursday, Friday on, I'm like, okay, I'll say no.
Yeah, it's just you basically get 2 weekends.
Essentially, yeah, you get two weekends. But so there you go. That's the one I would just prefer the 3 in a row. But we've got a big show today. Mike McCarthy coming up at 6:30. We got the junk drawer, of course, and then we'll have Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com to preview the game against Philadelphia, which has a lot of missing pieces this week.
It does, and including one big one for the Cowboys for the remainder of the season with 2 games left to play, as the Cowboys announced yesterday that they are shutting down CeeDee Lamb for the remainder of the season. And this is something that, this is the statement exactly from the Cowboys. Additional examinations and scans this week on CeeDee Lamb's shoulder have determined that his injury has now progressed to a point that he will be listed as out for the remaining 2 games of the season. He will undergo a process of treatment and rehabilitation for his shoulder, is not currently expected to require surgery, and is projected to make a full recovery. The question that stands out to me is, did putting him out there, was any of that reckless? But what did he end up making it worse? Or is it just a strategic decision now of what, this hasn't gotten better yet, let's just go ahead and from everything they've said, it does not sound like it was made worse. It just sounds like it's not going to get better until he stops, so let's just start getting him better.
Probably. We
We asked Jerry about this on Tuesday, actually. The idea of, would you shut him down? Or are you going to leave it up to the player? In fact, I think specifically it was, hey, is this a situation where you guys feel like you need to get him some rest, or do you just say, we're going to leave this up to CD, and this is what Jerry said?
We'll leave it up to the player. He'll certainly be advised by our medical people, but absolutely in this particular case, leave it up to the player, and we'll be monitoring that carefully.
You know what, Chop? You know what this seems to guarantee?
What?
They win their last 2 games. Because if there's one thing we've learned from this season, it's that the more that guys seem to go out of this lineup, the more they just seem to play better football. It's the most bizarre thing.
It really is. It really is. Maybe the starters are very good.
Point?
We were talking about this yesterday, and we'll talk about this a little bit later. I think we have it scheduled for 8 this morning, but we'll talk about it a little bit later. Just the idea of, hey, they've shown themselves really good at evaluating talent and acquiring talent, as evidenced by all the Pro Bowlers and All Pros and top tier contracts they hand out and everything else. But have they figured out how to put that into a team? Have they actually figured out roster building? Because I think roster building and talent acquisition are 2 different things.
I totally agree. I think they're really good at talent acquisition. I think they're piss poor. I've said this before. We've done segments on this before. They don't believe in positional value in terms of the draft. They're looking at just the best player available. They're obsessed.
They do seem to value offensive line.
They do,
high.
But they are obsessed with just, we got to get a good player, regardless of whether the position matters.
Sure, and like I said, we'll jump into all that at 8:00 today. I think that'll be a good conversation that we have. But
nothing
in
pisses
general,
me off more than we need a defensive tackle. No, we don't.
We were talking about this yesterday, Choppy and I, when we were just on the phone and getting the show structured and figuring out what we want to do. If you take the last 4 games of 2020, when they had played really poorly overall in 2020, but they finished strong to get to 6-10. When you look at the last 4 games of 2020 and then all the different times that Cooper Rush has had to play since then, that's 17 games that they've had to play with a backup quarterback. Their record is 12-5.
Cowboys are 12-5 with a backup quarterback.
And that's over the course of, it was 2020, 21, 22, and 24, because Dak played every game in 23. But you're talking about Cooper Rush being...
If Sean Payton did that, they would genuflect at his altar. But McCarthy does it, and nobody wants to give him credit for it.
It is, look, you do have to look at some of this through the lens of who are you playing. Like, that absolutely matters. But
when you have a backup,
but you cannot say over the course of 17 games, I don't care how poor your opposition is, you can't say that that's not impressive.
And when you have a backup quarterback, I really don't care who you're playing.
I'll say what this does show me is that if I'm going to give a really strong check in Mike McCarthy's favor of just like, hey, you can't take that away from him, what it does show is, and I want to ask him about this at 6:30, it does show that he has a scheme or a system that everybody at every level of the roster is comfortable coming in and executing. And this is something that I've heard him give this discussion before. This is back all the way when he was in Green Bay. I saw him at a coach's clinic where he had mentioned that Marty Schottenheimer had told him once upon a time that something to the effect of, hey, you got to make sure that think of play or players, not plays, or plays, not plays. It was one of those. In fact, the exact quote, as I have it here in front of me, he said that Marty Schottenheimer told him, don't think of plays, think of players. And the idea of just make sure that your scheme fits everybody.
Yeah.
Make sure that this isn't about, I'm committed to this concept. Make sure that you're committed to these players and seeing them succeed and then building an offense around that. And going 12-5 with a backup quarterback over your last 17 games seems to say he's succeeded in that.
Yeah, that's smart. I just, like, when you have a backup quarterback in, I don't really look at who you're playing and worry about. Like, I would worry about it if you had the starter, because to me, the moment that you no longer have a quarterback advantage, you no longer have a game advantage.
Oh, and look,
and it's just it's a toss up.
And look, when I say they played some poor teams at the end of 2020 and different things like that, that's not. I'm just saying that as context.
Plus, I couldn't even tell you. You go back year to year, who was bad that year? Well, that's why I assume it's the same crap teams that are always picking the top 10.
That's why I say it's just for context of the idea of just this is where they're at. You won a road game in Minnesota with Cooper Rush. That was a big deal. You won a game against Cincinnati here at AT&T Stadium in 2022 with Cooper Rush. You were competitive throughout that stretch in 22 when he was out. You won on the road against Washington, who's a playoff team this year. You just beat Tampa Bay, who is right there in contention for a playoff spot this year. Cincinnati, you were competitive in those games. So it's not anything to take away at all. But I think that's as Jerry evaluates futures and different things like that, that's a big one that he's got to consider is, the steady hand of how do we play when everybody goes down?
Yeah.
The bigger question then is just, can we get that same sort of playing above expectation when the starters are in there? Because the problem oftentimes has been when the starters are in there, they've fallen short.
Well, yeah, and then you wonder, how much, what role is players? To me, I always, regardless of whether it's starters or backups, I generally put most of it on the players.
He might be. I think there's an argument to be made that Mike McCarthy's a top 5 coach in the NFL when you're talking about weathering a storm. When you're talking about getting through a mess, and it makes sense. He's a guy who's been in the NFL for 30 years. There's not much he hasn't seen.
Right. Garrett was good with that too, though. Garrett was good the day after the Josh Brent
stable, no doubt about it. I don't know that he was as good at just weathering personnel dropping like flies. That usually.
Oh, no. Personnel, absolutely not. You're totally right. The moment they had one guy missing, it was.
I mean, they had a record there for a while where when Sean Lee was out, they lost like 10 games in a row.
Yeah, it was crazy. Look at the Atlanta game in 2017.
Yeah, they were missing a tackle and they couldn't block anybody.
Right. So yeah, injuries for sure. Just specifically the Josh Brent game in Cincinnati.
It's a big deal. Yeah, that was a masterful job to keep guys focused.
But Mike has done a good job with the injuries. At least the injuries was quarterback.
And Nick Sirianni's going to have to show he can do it this week because it looks like there will be no Jalen Hurts, who missed practice again yesterday. And Thursday's usually a big practice for getting guys ready. So this looks like it will be Kenny Pickett which you wonder how much does that legitimately matter versus if they're just going to lean into Saquon Barkley running the ball 40 times.
Well, they might, but look at this. I mean, last week, just go back to last week, right? Now, I know that Ertz got hurt on the second drive, in the middle of the second drive, but it was still 7. They still only had 7 points on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you just take that drive away from Pickett and you just say that, Ertz got them to the 30-yard line, the plus 30. So let's say Jalen Hurts was responsible for 10 points. He still scored 23 in the final 3 quarters. That's not terrible. Pickett wasn't awful in that game.
No, he wasn't awful. He wasn't
Jalen Hurts.
He wasn't great. Is just the thing. But I mean, he's had to step in and do a couple different things and perform at a high level before for Pittsburgh, and he's not anybody that is a franchise quarterback, but you look at, man, he's remarkably average with it.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you're talking about a guy 14 touchdowns to 14 interceptions in 3 years in the NFL.
Yep. I mean, he's not great.
Also, a history of being able to, come through with the drive when it matters most. He has 6 fourth-quarter comebacks in his career. And that matters when you're talking about a guy who's had to step in and play in the fourth quarter of 24, 25 games. For 6 of those to be fourth-quarter comeback wins, that's significant.
That's interesting. All right, very good. So, looks like Hurts is hurt for this week. Will not
Did you just
play.
think of that?
No. Oh. I did. Yes, I did. The NBA still won Christmas Day, though. And Pat Riley says the Mavs are not getting Jimmy Butler. We'll dive into that next. Mike McCarthy at 6:30 on The Fan.
to remember that Uber Eats has roasted it.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ciroc Vodka, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Williams, shotgun snap, blitz is coming. Williams throws the ball up for grabs. The ball is intercepted. It's Wallen, comes near side, knocked out of bounds. The first takeaway of the game by the Seahawks could not have come at a better time. The fans head for the exits, and the Seahawks are going to win this ball game by a score of 6-3.
That was Seahawks radio. What an awful
job by Peyton.
football game.
Peyton,
What?
look, when we pull highlights for these games, you need to pull a touchdown call.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my bad. I didn't watch the game.
Why
so
would
I
you
didn't-
pull an
I didn't know-
interception?
Oh, into the game, so I thought it was a good one, but I'll go back and find a touchdown.
I mean,
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, wait, they
Good
didn't.
luck.
They didn't score any touchdowns.
They did
this
not.
week.
They did
Never
not
mind.
score.
Sorry, Peyton.
What an awful. Isn't that like the second straight Thursday night game without a touchdown? Didn't Rams Niners last week?
Oh, was that one? That was no touchdowns a couple weeks ago, wasn't
Couple
it?
weeks ago.
That was a couple weeks back.
What an awful game. The last 4 primetime games that we have had in the NFL. Green Bay beat Chicago, or beat New Orleans, 34-zip. And then you had Chiefs 29-10 over the Steelers, Ravens 31-2 over the Texans, and then this abomination of football.
It's pretty gross. It's
and I was driving in, and I don't remember what show it was, but they were saying, oh, and this is what Caleb Williams made some nice throws yesterday. Like, what? They scored 3 points. Like, is that how? Tell me how much you want to prop up Caleb Williams' career to say that he made some nice throws in a 3-point game.
if you combine what the Steelers, Texans, Seahawks, and Bears scored, and the Seahawks won, if you combine what those 4 teams score, they lose by more than a possession to the Ravens and the Chiefs.
And the Packers.
Yes. Now the Chiefs it's technically only a possession because it's a possession and a 2-point conversion. But a touchdown and a field or a touchdown and extra point, don't get it because you lose 29-21 to the Chiefs and 31-21 to the Ravens.
Gosh.
Awful football.
Good gosh. That's awful. Yeah, that's terrible. Wow.
Do we really want to expand this to an 18-game season?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's. I'll ask Mike how difficult these random day games are. You know, like at this time of year, the schedule gets all wonky, and you're playing Saturday, Wednesday. It's just throwing you off. It's got to throw you off. Next year they'll do Friday, Tuesday, or whatever. Or I guess next year will be regular Thursday because that's when Christmas is. But it just throws everything off. I don't know. But what is the Luka news we have?
Luka Doncic, who we were waiting for a report on that calf strain, and it is a significant one. Last night, Shams Charania had the news. Mike Curtis from Dallas Morning News, friend of the show, confirmed it afterwards that Luka Doncic will be out at least 30 days. They're going to reevaluate him in a month on that left calf strain. And as Mike Curtis points out, Luka has already missed 8 games this season, so missing a month's worth of games means he will not be eligible for MVP or All-NBA honors due to the NBA's 65-game requirement. So
no one's dying.
That's it for Luka Doncic on the awards front for this season. Not that he was playing at a level that was MVP, but I mean he was right at the top as one of the MVP favorites entering this year.
I gotta tell you, I don't care about postseason awards.
No, now if you're an NBA player,
if you're an NBA player, you do because that's
the
what
All NBA and the Supermax that matters. And so it's you're talking about money at that point. But I mean, Luka's already in position to where he's
already got enough of that.
Got his deal, so he's good. But you're going to be without Luka for a month, which is not great. But I mean, they played really well earlier this season without him, so you hope they just carry that over for the next month or so.
Yep. Pat Riley says they are not trading Jimmy Butler. So the Mavericks had any inclination of trying to get him, which I like Jimmy, but I wouldn't have done that. I don't want to ruin their depth. Even though you're getting a star player, I don't want to ruin their depth either way. I think that's their calling card. They say he ain't going anywhere.
Yeah, and I love the actual statement from Pat Riley. We usually don't comment on rumors, but all this speculation has become a distraction to the team. It's not fair to the players and the coaches. Therefore, we will make it clear we are not trading Jimmy Butler. Well, if he wants out bad enough, you might.
Yeah, I think if there's anybody who's not going to give in to the player, it might be Pat. He's old enough with enough skins on the wall. He'll be like, whatever, dude. I do what I want. I'm Pat Riley.
He seemed a little frustrated with Jimmy Butler.
Yeah, he does.
So I don't know why he would want him around, other than just that seems like digging in for no reason.
I think it's something that you would absolutely love because you dig in.
I dig in for no reason all the time. I'm not directing a team, though. If I was, that'd probably be, I'd be very detrimental to a team.
Yes, you would. But I don't know. I don't know that Pat actually cares.
Which team do you think you could effectively run as a general manager or come closest? Because obviously neither one of us is qualified to do it. But NBA, MLB,
just as
or
NFL
NFL.
85% of the general managers out there.
Stop it. Which do you think you could?
I mean, the
Mavs
effectively? Literally hired a shoe salesman, and he's like the top 5 GM.
But he's a recruiter.
Yeah, but he's like a top 5 GM in the league, and he's just like a shoe
salesman.
salesman.
So which one do you think you think NBA could run most effectively?
Well, NBA, all you need to do is get one guy.
MLB's so hard because you got to have all the minor league stuff under control, and I know that they've got different people throughout the organization that kind of oversee different parts, but man, that's a lot to have on your plate.
The NBA and the NFL are the easiest if you hit on one guy. If you hit on the quarterback or you hit on a superstar player in the NBA or the NFL, that's the easiest because then you're just set. Baseball is the most difficult, but I know baseball the best, so I would say that one.
All right, fair enough.
I just followed the most closely. And then real quick before we get to Mike McCarthy here. Actually, no, we'll save that. We'll save the NBA race because they dominate. I'm going to pair this with the NFL because the NFL numbers on Netflix are out.
Ooh.
And they did better than they thought they were going to do, to be honest with you. All right, Mike McCarthy, Cowboys head coach, next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Good morning, DFW. To Sean and RJ here on 105 through the fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Paitlin, and Caitlin alongside. Sean is, what did I do?
Paitlin.
I didn't say that.
You said Paitlin and Caitlin.
I think I said Peyton.
Okay, we'll check it. We'll check it back.
We'll go to the replay.
Yes.
Sean is back next week, and it is time, as we do every Friday here on the Fan, to be joined by the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Morning, Mike. How you doing? Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. I hope everybody had a great week. You know, obviously Sean's having a great 2 weeks.
I know, right? Yeah, we had to worry about me last week, and then this week he's off. How did you handle Christmas at the McCarthy household?
Just family time. Just hung out with Jess and the girls, and got a little extra sleep. So it was a good day.
Nice.
Very, very family oriented.
So I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you saw last night's Thursday night game, and the schedule is so crazy this time of year. You had Wednesday games, and we don't have Wednesday games very often in this league. Like how difficult is this time of year to manage for a football coach?
Oh, it's a challenge. I mean, you have to, everybody has to go through it, but I think it's just like anything. It's it's what you believe in, and because. I think doing schedules now for almost 2 decades, you have to get the work done. I mean that's your responsibility to make sure the team is prepared and trained to win the next game, particularly on Christmas week. But I've tried it different ways earlier in my career, and frankly, I was never comfortable with the players and coaches working on Christmas. So we worked ahead, moved up everything as far as what we needed to do earlier in the week. So we worked Monday, Tuesday. Everybody was home for Christmas on Wednesday, and then we had a longer day yesterday, and we'll have a little longer day today. So we're still getting all the work done. But you could just see the appreciation and actually their energy, and that's been very consistent over my time, both in Green Bay and here in Dallas. That when you do give them that day off, the energy is incredible the next day.
Coach, we got the news yesterday that CeeDee Lamb is done for the remainder of the season. He's obviously been dealing with that shoulder issue and played a couple of really good games even with it. Just talk about his resilience and his toughness in the 5 years that you guys have spent together, because he's not a guy that is frequently talked about as being banged up or hurt, but obviously guys get banged up at the end of the season. So just talk about his toughness and the way that he's played through that.
Well, Bobby, you didn't even give me a follow-up on my Christmas schedule.
It was a great point. I thought you laid it all out there. I thought it was a great point.
I didn't get the memo. Are we on a script this morning or something? Or we got a bunch of things we got to knock out. But no, just kidding. CeeDee, obviously, well, we all know what he means to our football team, and he's been playing, with this shoulder for some time, and when they had the scans and the examination, it just it was clearly worse than it's been. So, and the risk is too high. To play this week, even if this was if we were in week 3, this would probably be the same decision. So it's important for him to shut it down and start rehabbing.
Coach, you talk about that Christmas schedule and just the positive energy.
You don't have to go back.
No. I'm tying it into my next question.
Bobby's got a conscience.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know better than that.
Coach, no, but when you talk about guys who need to step up over these last 2 weeks, because obviously you guys are playing now without the playoffs in sight, but guys who you would like to see really step up and take advantage of this opportunity with CeeDee down. Is this something, a good opportunity for Jonathan Mingo or Ryan Flournoy? Or how do you look at the guys who need to step up and show you something here in these final 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think clearly you can start with the young players, and I know the veteran players, they want to finish, and you can start on offense. It's some of the things that we've been doing well over the last month, starting with the offensive line. We didn't run the ball, this past week against the Buccaneers, the way we've been running it the 3 weeks prior. So I know that as a unit, the offensive line really wants to have a good day there in Philadelphia, and it'll be a key to the victory too, going into that place too. So, but yeah, you could go right down the line with the rookies. I want to see Tyler Guyton, take a step, Cooper Beebe, all those guys. But this is such valuable, work for all these players. I mean, you talk about the preseason being short, and there's nothing like game reps. There's nothing like game reps on the road. So, and there's nothing like game reps that lead to winning. So, I look at all of our guys that just have an opportunity to continue to play and keep playing to win, and it's something that we can build off in the off season.
Mike McCarthy joining us here at 105 through the Fan. Just curious, when you're deciding to let a guy play or not when he's got an injury, and it doesn't matter if it's as a head coach or when you were part of other programs early in your career, how much of player input goes into that versus just the training staff?
Well, I think at the end of the day, every player is control of it. It's his body, and no one knows your body better than you do. So, and it's not just a conversation for when an injury occurs. It's because this time of year, every player in this league is dealing with things that have accumulated over the course of a season. So, it's an ongoing conversation. There's a reason why they do prehab. They don't wait till they get hurt to go into rehab. So they're always working on their bodies. I mean, that's why we invest the time in that we do on the stay program on Fridays. It's the reason why these guys spend so much time on their own investing in it. So, yeah, so that conversation, frankly, is ongoing. It's really the state of where they are, and if they can, perform and go out and give us a chance to win as a team, and then they're part of that conversation to play that week.
Coach, I went back and tried to look at how many games you've coached where the team was officially eliminated, and it's less than 10. How different has this week felt?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's different. It really hit me, driving home after the Buccaneers game because it was such a punch in the gut. Because I was in the locker room when the Philadelphia and Washington game concluded, and so yeah, it's different. I've been fortunate. You're always playing, for a playoff spot this time of year, but I think it's like anything. It's a time of adversity. It's a time where you're always preparing for change, adjustment, and emphasis, and that's always been the filter for growth that I believe in, and it's kind of put me into that mindset, earlier than normal.
How's Cooper Rush played differently that you've seen since the first time you all played Philly?
Oh, I think Cooper's just more into a rhythm. Clearly, I mean, Philadelphia was the first start, then, and just the way the game started for him, it just, he never really truly got into a rhythm. You could see it in his feet, and but I think he's played really good football for us here. Especially, I thought, the Buccaneers game was it was a game that was going to be a lot of uphill running because just the way they set their defensive front and the way they commit to stopping a run. And I thought he did a great job of just really staying on his back foot, getting through his progressions, and and getting the completions that we needed.
So, Coach, the last 17 games, full season worth that you've had to play with a backup quarterback here, you guys are 12-5. I know you've said before that Marty Schottenheimer taught you the philosophy of don't think of plays, think of players, in terms of making sure the system fits your players rather than players having to fit your scheme or your system or whatever you want to do. Do you think that that's been the overriding philosophy that has gotten you guys to that 12-5 record over those last 17? Is the fact that, hey, this is a system and an offense that anybody can feel comfortable in regardless of when they step in?
Yeah, definitely, Bobby. I think clearly, it's a starting point philosophically. I don't think there's a question about that. But I mean, there are so many factors and elements involved in dealing with the adversity of injuries, and just the credit really ultimately goes to the locker room. I mean, because the locker room has to accept the next man up mentality, and they have to stick. They got to keep the belief high, and because that's where the confidence comes. Because you win with confidence in the National Football League. You have no chance to be successful in this league if you don't have real confidence. And I think our guys have done a really, really good job of that.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. He is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Saquon's having a tremendous year. I mean, he's always been a great player, but does he look any different than what he did when he was with the Giants?
Oh, I would say, physically, he's always been, a gifted player without a doubt. So I would say physically, I wouldn't say he looks any different, but he's more mature. He looks very comfortable in this offense. This offense is built around the run, and he's the featured player, and he's having a great year. I think what I appreciate about the way he plays is the way he hammers it up in there for the 4, 5, 6, 7 yard consistent runs, but you tend to forget this guy can go the distance. He has great breakaway speed, and it's been a huge part of their success. You look at these performances that he has, but it's almost weekly where he's banging a run for 30, 40, 50 yards. So, but yes, this is clearly the best that I've seen him play. But he's always. There's a reason why he was a top draft pick. He's very, very gifted player.
He's closing in on the NFL single-season rushing record, Eric Dickerson's record that's stood for 40 years. Is that a point of competitive pride at all for your defense? You think of just hey, we're not going to help contribute to letting this guy break a record. We're not going to be part of this.
We're really not about the record. We're really just about keeping him in check and winning the game. We're not thinking about that. And you talk about a great Hall of Fame running back in Eric Dickerson. It's a tribute to any running back to even be in part of that conversation, because that's definitely a record that has stood for quite some time.
What is the mode of preparation, or how do you guys look at things when you've got a primary quarterback in Jalen Hurts who is dealing with an injury and you're trying to figure out who you're getting ready for? How do you split up that time preparing for two different quarterbacks who are very different stylistically?
Well, the good thing is you've played a lot against Jalen, so you feel like you have an understanding of how he plays, and obviously he had a big game against us in the first game. Particularly getting out of the pocket. So, you really have to spend your time on Kenny Pickett, and just to make sure we're in tune. How we feel about him as a quarterback and how we feel they're going to use him. And there's a lot of tape in the Washington game because Jalen's injury was obviously very early in the game. So, yeah, that's just it's just part of preparation. And and then it's not against the law for them to go play with two quarterbacks this week too. So you got to be ready for the whole crew.
I guess you don't have to worry about the tush push though, right?
I don't know about that. Yeah, I hope not.
It's a tough play. Hey, Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck on Sunday, and then don't party too hard on New Year's.
Oh, you bet. Happy New Year, everyone.
All right, good. Mike McCarthy, brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys.
It was good. He was in a nice jovial mood. They're playing loose.
Yeah,
and they're still playing committed and ready to attack this thing. That is, I'm sitting here trying to figure it out. I was telling you during the break, I'm trying to figure out what other head coaching records are with backup quarterbacks in that same time span, because it's not anywhere close, I don't think, in terms of now obviously they lost the first several with Andy Dalton in 2020. So it's just over the last 17, because you're taking the back end of 2020. But still, I mean, you look at Nick Seriani, and since in his time in Philadelphia, 1-3 with a backup quarterback. Dayball 5-12. Dan Campbell 0-3. Kevin O'Connell 3-6. Matt LaFleur 2-1. Raheem Morris 1-0. Dave Canales 1-4. So I mean, you know, you're not seeing a lot of similar success in terms of being able to win games consistently with the backup quarterback, because there's 13 victories over the course of 5 years with a backup quarterback. That's pretty significant. It's a compelling argument.
Yeah, it's interesting because I don't know how much it says about Cooper Rush in general that he can execute a game plan really well.
Yeah, I think it's a blend. They complement each other. Mm-hmm. They work hand in hand.
Because a lot of quarterback play, like, you know, unless you have the guy that is like calling his own plays, a lot of it is, are you executing the game plan?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, Cooper seems to be able to execute the game plan pretty well. I mean, and look, it's also, you know, the coaching staff on not just Mike, but the entire staff, like, to get the team ready to play with a backup quarterback, you know, shouldn't go unnoticed.
No, absolutely. I think it's definitely a check in his favor and one that needs to be acknowledged and considered when you're talking about where things are at. Like I said, my biggest thing is just I would like to see that carry over, obviously, into where they're playing at a more consistent level in big moments with their normal set of guys, their normal roster, which, again, we'll get into that 8 o'clock about the roster construction. Would you like to downplay this Philadelphia story? Because you didn't seem to be too worked up about the Nick Seriani Zach Ertz issue.
Look, so this is the deal, and I didn't really care about this. So after the game, well, here we'll let Jeff McClain explain it. He was on Uncovering the Birds podcast.
Yeah, this is their podcast where it's kind of like a deep dive 30 for 30 weekly thing that they do for the Philadelphia Inquirer. But this was a story told, and this blew up yesterday.
The bad blood was on display during the game and after. Oddly enough, between Serrianni and former Eagles tight end Zach Ertz. The two had to be separated during post-game handshake. Sirianni didn't have much to say about it after the game.
What was the nature of the interaction with Zach Ertz after the game? It looked like he was pretty...
Just say, congrats, both of us say congrats to each other.
Ertz told an Inquirer reporter, "I'll let him comment on what was said. To me, we just exchanged holiday pleasantries and kept it moving. But according to sources close to the incident, here's what really happened." Ertz went to shake Sirianni's hand, could tell the coach was agitated, so instead gave him a high five. Sirianni didn't like the intensity of Ertz's hand slap and mocked him because he had only one catch, and told him he essentially did nothing to contribute to the Commanders' win. Ertz took exception and got in Sirianni's face, but the coach's escort, as always, Dom DeSandro, jumped in and held Ertz back and ushered a defeated Sirianni to the tunnel. Sirianni later called Ertz and apologized over a Zoom conference call, sources said. The former Eagles tight end played for the coach in his first year in Philadelphia before getting traded to the Cardinals mid-season. Publicly, Ertz and Sirianni were complimentary of each other after their short stint together in 2021.
And you think this is a big nothing burger?
It's not that I think it's a nothing burger. I don't hate this, but like athletes shaking hands at the end of a football game is one of the great and dumbest things about the NFL. Like, you want to do that at fine. But you get to the NFL level and you get a couple of overly competitive idiots like these two morons, and you're going to get something like this that happens. And then you got to get Big Dom out here to be the hero again. You know who should be shaking hands? Golfers, tennis players. Gladiators, man. Gladiators shouldn't be. I don't know. Not for me.
Fair enough. But
QBs and head coaches, because they have to be measured.
Yeah, but former players and head coaches, maybe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, sure.
I mean,
fine.
that
I get it.
That matters a little more, I think.
Like, do I want to see the left tackle and the defensive end edge rusher, or the corner and the wide receiver who are, chirping the entire game? Like, you're asking for it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, like when we're talking about Serrianni kind of blowing off a former player, especially a guy who was a leader in Philadelphia and is widely considered one of the more respectable individuals in the NFL, and then to take a high five and start
we surprised that Nick Sirianni.
How'd you contribute to that victory? Yeah, but I mean, come on, dude,
we surprised.
Grow up. Dude needs to grow up.
This shouldn't be surprising. This shouldn't be surprising.
I mean, I'm trying to think. Imagine if this would have happened with, and I think more people would have probably defended it because of how they, in general, view Dalton Schultz as being a little moody. But imagine if this happened with McCarthy and Schultz. I think we'd be talking about McCarthy can't do that, and I don't think McCarthy ever would do that.
No,
it's just a bad look.
So. I don't envision Mike. I don't see Mike getting mad.
Not at somebody who's been in the foxhole with. I don't think. I think somebody that he's been in there with and gone to war with, I think there's a respect level there that you'd think Sirianni would have, but I guess not.
Sirianni's got, I mean, Nick's Nick, man. He's like, that's the way he is.
All
He's just a loose cannon.
I want to power rank these issues here.
All right.
Okay? Because I think if you look at areas of concern among NFL contenders and, different variables, there's several of them that exist, and Philly's is clearly this combustibility and chemistry question with Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown, Sirianni being a little unhinged. How much does Big Dom have a steady hand over things there? But I wanted to look at other contenders and see where you would rank these. Number 1, Philly's chemistry and combustibility. Number 2, the mounting injuries for Detroit. Number 3, for Minnesota, the waiting for that shoe to drop of potential Sam Darnold regression.
All right.
Number 4, Kansas City being 10-0 in one-score games, which is historically been unsustainable.
Okay.
Number 5, Baltimore's issues with consistency with Justin Tucker. So a close game, you're talking about you don't necessarily feel comfortable with Tucker late. And then Buffalo, a 1-3 road record against current playoff teams and, potentially having to go on the road for a playoff game. Which of those variables, would you consider any of those serious concerns if you're trying to figure out their contender status?
Detroit's for sure. I mean, you just can't do anything about injuries.
I think the easy ones here are Detroit and Philly.
Yeah.
The chemistry issue killed them last year.
It did. It hasn't reared its head yet.
It started too recently though, and it makes it. And they lose. Obviously, Jalen Hurts was out, but not long after that, they lose a game finally. Then they have that issue. So,
right. Yeah. Now they lost the game because he was out.
It could always go sideways though.
No, absolutely. Buffalo, they're going to have to go on the road against a good team in the AFC.
Yeah,
they're going to have to go play Kansas City.
Yes, if you've got an instance where if Kansas City is like Kansas City wins like we would expect, or like you guys would expect, not me. If Kansas City would win and then get to the AFC title game, Buffalo has to go on the road for the AFC title, and that has proven to be a massive challenge for Josh Allen.
No doubt. He doesn't win there.
Which matters the least here? Are you confident Darnold is Darnold at this point? Or would you say, look, if Baltimore's biggest question is Justin Tucker, then that's not much of a question?
That it's either Baltimore or Kansas City.
Which is a bigger issue for Baltimore? Justin Tucker's inconsistency or just the can't get it done narrative about Lamar Jackson? And similarly with Buffalo and Josh Allen. Just the
I think those are
narrative.
bigger because it may not even get to Tucker.
I've often, I wonder how much teams feel that. Do you think there are guys on the team who go, I don't know that Josh Allen can get it done in January. I don't know that Lamar can get it done in January. Or do you think that's just media stuff? I think it feels realer with Josh Allen.
Let me ask, do you think people felt it with, that was the narrative with Peyton and Indy?
Oh, I think people absolutely felt it with
on
Peyton.
The team?
Yeah, especially against New England. I think everybody just kind of Brian's told the story before that when they finally got to the NFC title game in Green Bay and they were all excited, that he was in the locker room and he saw Reggie White was not celebrating. And he went over there and he's like, Rev, what's wrong? We're going to the NFC title game. And he said, I got to play Eric Williams next week. And Brian was immediately like, we're done. Like, we're not going to beat them.
Yeah.
If Reggie can't even enjoy this, if Reggie's already in his head about having to go again. And so that mentality does, sure. I think that thought will creep into guys' heads of just like, okay, is he with us? Is he all the way here? And I think that definitely existed for Peyton at one point.
Yeah. I mean, maybe in 06, then they had to finally beat him.
And I think it definitely exists for Josh Allen to an extent.
Yeah, I don't think it exists for Lamar. I don't think the players think of Lamar like that.
I think people have felt like, I think it definitely is a bigger factor for Buffalo and Allen than it is for Lamar, because I think most people felt like Lamar's shortcomings have been around. You haven't put enough around.
No, nothing around. Right. Absolutely. All right. Very good. It's the 6 a.m. club here on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get a little college football kegger. Another coach says,
baby.
Hell no to the new landscape of college sports, and props to Oklahoma for what they're doing with their bowl game next.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Props to the University of Oklahoma.
Oklahoma.
They, first of all, they had a good day with the transfer portal getting John Mateer as their quarterback for next year. But they have a bowl game. I do believe it's today. It is called the Armed Forces Bowl, right here at Amon G. Carter Stadium in Fort Worth. It's going to be at 11 o'clock this morning against Navy on ESPN. Well, Oklahoma is playing this game, Bobby Belt, with 30% of its team in the portal.
Significant.
It's even more significant when you factor in that Marshall decided they were not going to play in their bowl game when they had their similar exodus of talent when their coach left.
How much money are you missing when you skip out on a bowl game? Like, how much is Oklahoma making by being in this bowl game?
I can find out. Let me find out.
Because I'd imagine that's going to factor into it as well, which is surprising that, like, did Marshall have a lot of money to potentially gain and they passed on it?
Let's see. I mean, it's not a lot. It's not getting a ton of cash. It's not like the college playoff where you're getting
right.
$4 million.
Right.
But yeah, you're getting a travel subsidy and you're getting decent amount. Let's see. I think they have it here. Armed Forces Bowl.
$1.3 million was the 2022 Armed Forces Bowl payout.
All right, this is 1.35.
Okay.
All right, 1.35 million. That's the payout. So like, it's not a lot of money. That's not game changing.
No,
for these schools. It's game changing to Marshall.
Sure, which is surprising why they wouldn't just say we'll roll out.
And that's
there
why
and
I think
it.
Marshall should have had a 2-year bowl ban.
Come on,
it's a joke. It's a joke. Like play your. You have 100 kids in this roster. You have 100 people in this roster, and you lose 25 of them or 30 of them. Those kids don't want to get some run.
Yeah, but if you're talking about you lose significant contributors, that when you're a program like Marshall, it's not like at Oklahoma. I would imagine you still have plenty of 4 stars.
You probably do, but I'm sure that those 2 stars at Marshall would love to play.
I'm sure they would, but I mean, if you're just talking about getting waxed and embarrassed, then
I'm right, you're wrong.
And I don't know, did Mike Green so he had following the championship game, Mike Green, their edge rusher, had declared for the draft. And so I can't imagine that he was going to play. He was one of their better players. He had 17 sacks this season. Yeah. So, I mean, I get it. I understand. But, no, yeah, good for Oklahoma. I didn't realize their bowl game was today. You know why? Because I only care about relevant bowl games. Like, just kidding. The Armed Forces Bowl is relevant. I think they're actually really good people that run that over there because I've been over to it a couple times. But I'm just saying, CFP.
So yeah, I agree.
Step your game up, Oklahoma.
I haven't paid attention to the to any of the bowl games, and I will not bet on them. I did bet on the Florida game against Tulane, but that was we knew.
Why do they even have that on the board? In a lot of instances, Vegas, some of these bowl games where there's so many people missing.
I mean, they have preseason NFL games. They have preseason NBA.
It's true,
right?
I'm surprised that they would be willing to
the action.
I'm just surprised they'd be willing to take on, potential risk of just not knowing who's going out there, what it's going to look like.
They have so much intel. OU gets their swag bag, retro dunks, Nike sweatsuit, Mamba hoodie. That's the swag bag for this. They have these Normatec recovery boots, are about $700 each, and they get a sword. That's cool. Yeah,
good for them.
That's pretty cool. So I love looking at the bowl game gift bags. So like the Las Vegas Bowl, you're getting like the Vegas Bowl is giving you Oakley sunglasses, scented candles, and branded beanies.
Oh, you love the candles. You love a good candle review.
I do. If you go to the Sugar Bowl and the Rose Bowl, you get a Fossil watch and a New Era cap, and Oakley Works backpack, and a $500 MasterCard gift card if you play in the Cotton Bowl, along with a Mercury duffel bag, an autographed football. I mean, you got Sony's on the Sony extra bass noise canceling headphones if you're in the Foster's Farm Bowl. It says like you're giving like Bitcoins out to people in these games. It's kind of cool. So I always like to look at that and see what they're giving out for some of these bowl games. Another head coach has said, "I've had enough."
This is not college football kegger, but this is college kegger.
This is college kegger. This is Jim Larrañaga, who is the head coach of Miami basketball, saying, I am done.
I loved the game and I loved the university that much. I felt like, okay, there's one thing you got to constantly ask yourself. Are you going to give everything you have, the commitment that it deserves, 100% of yourself, physically, mentally, emotionally? But I'm exhausted. I've tried every which way to keep this going. And I know I'm going to be asked a lot of questions, but I want to answer them before I'm even asked. What shocked me beyond belief was after we made it to the Final Four, just 18 months ago, the very first time I met with the players, 8 of them decided they were going to put their name in the portal and leave. I said, don't you like it yet? No, I love it. I love Miami. It's great. But the opportunity to make money someplace else created a situation that you have to begin to ask yourself as a coach, what is this all about? And the answer is it's become professional.
And that's what it is. That's what it is. And like you either embrace it or you don't. Like that's what the reality is for a lot of these coaches and college coaches generally are like, they're not coaching professionally because they don't want to deal with the money.
Right.
They don't want to deal with that. So, I mean, I have no problem with Jim. Like, I'd rather him just quit than complain about it.
Yeah, but I understand the feeling of like, I need to explain myself and I need to talk about why I'm walking away and how that matters to him. Because I think I think it is important to contribute and to answer for like, okay, why are you walking away? Well, why are you leaving? And to lay that out there for this reminds me so much of, I know we've obviously got the Saban comparison because Saban walking away and just being like, as soon as I got in my meetings, people are talking about transfer portal and getting more NIL money and different things like that. This reminds me more of what we had seen a couple months ago where Southern Miss's at the time head football coach Will Hall had talked to Ross Dellinger and complained about being a farm system. That he's like, we develop these players just to have them snatched from underneath us, and so much of my job hasn't even become about football anymore. My job is fundraising and going to boosters and trying to pitch them on, hey, this is where we need the money because this player needs it here. We're going to lose this guy. We got to do this. And that's a real factor that exists in basketball. It exists in the football realm, obviously, just in college athletics in general. The struggle of what the NIL era means. And I continue to say, I said it last week with Sean while you were out, this is still ultimately the fault of the NCAA. They dug in for so long against what was an obviously fast-coming storm, and they just tried to dig in and stop it legally. And when they got told no, it just opened it up and it was the Wild West. And they had an opportunity, if they would have just seen what was coming and said, we're going to build NIL up to look like the way we want it. And we're going to do it from a position of power where we're giving them something. And then there won't be this need for legislation or for, taking this to the courts. There won't need to be anything litigious about this. We can just say, all right, we're giving you this. We're being a benevolent leader and handing this to you. And you could have built this up to look like the way you wanted it to. Now you have no say. And now you get the mess that is the NIL era.
Yeah.
But I love it because they deserve it.
Yeah, but the problem is that, now they're going to have to figure something out in terms of, because the last thing a coach should be doing in the middle of the season is recruiting his own players
100%,
in the middle of the year.
But it is the fault of the NCAA.
It is the fault of the NCAA, and they're going to have to come up with they're going to have to unionize this thing. The only way out of that is to unionize this thing, and you have contracts.
I mean, look, the reality is the last of amateur athletes exist in middle school.
Well, high school, I guess.
I mean, not really. Doesn't feel like it in a lot of ways. I mean, individually, yes, there are a lot of but high school athletics has definitely been overrun with under the table work.
Oh, I mean, look, when I was a kid, the private schools, I went to high school in New Jersey, the private schools were like better athletic programs than the public schools. And here's the reverse, right? The public schools
it's definitely different.
But up there, because the private schools could recruit, and they would just recruit you, and they would give you scholarship money or whatever. So like all the good basketball players played at private schools, and all the good football players played at private schools. You know what I mean? Like, and that's how it worked. And because the high school players there had more say so in where they were going than college athletes did. It was crazy. And that's what the NCAA is now. And I don't blame Jim Larrañaga. Like, if you're not going to embrace it, then just get out. Do what
which he is.
Which he is, and I don't fault him for that.
But this is also why so many people think Belichick will succeed at North Carolina. Is because Belichick looks at it now and goes, "Well, this is the NFL. This is professional. This is no longer amateur."
Yeah, but at least he had contracts at the NFL. They don't have contracts here.
Right, but
you
if
can have a player not happy with their performance, their playing time in one game, and just say in the middle of the game, "I'm leaving. I'm entering the portal."
Oh yeah, I still don't think he's going to have success, or I think he's going to have no more success than Bill Walsh did going back to Stanford.
Yeah,
but still.
The Pac-12 has filed a trademark for every pack between 8 and 14. Pac 8, Pac 9, Pac 10.
What are we doing?
They are
What about
preparing.
2-pack?
There you go. They are preparing. What about 6?
2-pack, actually.
And what about 6-pack?
That's good, too.
Yeah.
They probably can't trademark that, though.
Probably not.
Imagine.
But they are preparing to get a bunch of teams in and potentially regain their status as a Power 5 team. So they have Washington State and Oregon State. At the end of September, it pillaged the Mountain West for Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Utah State, San Diego State, and Gonzaga. That'll officially be welcomed in 2026. And that means they will meet the 8-school threshold that the NCAA requires to be a conference. Now, it's going to need to recruit another school for football because Gonzaga does not have a football program.
Start one from scratch. It's no problem.
Do it. Now, what they're saying is they might also be called just the Pacific Athletic Conference, the PAC. It's called the PAC Conference, but the Pacific Athletic Conference, the PAC. Right? They could be that. Or they could just go with the number system, which it did start as the PAC 8 years ago.
Yep.
And then they added the Arizona schools. So it was the PAC 8 back in like Bill Walton's day.
Yep.
And then it became the PAC 10, PAC 12. So the PAC has, they're trying to get more.
That's fine. I'm not romantic about what used to be PAC 8, PAC 12. It's not anything where it's like, oh, I lament that this is gone now. If it comes back, fine. I don't necessarily care about a conference that used to finish their games at 2 o'clock in the morning. So
I like their logo.
It's cool.
The PAC, I think it's one of the better logos.
They've had a story, really historically significant teams within the Pac-12, but it's just I don't care so much about the conference itself. I care that the Big 12 is dead, essentially,
right,
or is not what it once was. And the Big 12 is still relatively new. That's what, 30 years old?
96.
Yeah, so almost 30 years old. I care more about that.
I think it was formed in 94 maybe, but the first one, James Brown, right? James Brown of Texas won that game.
I feel good.
Yeah, there you go. All right, that is a little college football kegger here on 105 through the fan. It's Sean and RJ. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. K&C Masterpiece today. Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. 629 Staten Street, just off 7th by Montgomery Plaza, from 10 to 2. You and I will make an appearance out there.
I will head straight over after I'm done here on the air. Hopefully my voice is still there because I can feel over the course of this hour.
Everybody sick.
It's going, dude.
Yeah.
This is the same thing happened last year. I lost my voice right at the end of the year. And so, no, but I will be out there and saying what's up to everybody. Would you prefer I mask up? Is that what you're telling me?
Mask up. I'll be there later. I got a funeral to go to, and then I will head out there after
Condolences.
that is over. Yeah, so I will be doing that. But we'll both be out there, 629 Staten Street, just by Montgomery Plaza in Fort Worth. Can you afford these Cowboys contracts and the junk drawer? It's the commercial-free expressway next on the...
product? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Get to the junk drawer in about 20 minutes. You have made it to the commercial-free Expressway here on Sean and RJ on The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt next to me.
Got you down.
Peyton and Caitlin alongside. And let's get you a little Cowboys update. Can we afford these contracts, Bobby Belt?
Yeah, if the Cowboys' budget continues to tighten, which is something that Stephen Jones has insinuated at best, has announced at worst, I guess, depending on how you view it. But if they're going to continue to tighten their budget, who can you afford? Because you have several free agents that you're facing, and several different players that you're trying to figure out. All right, can I keep this guy under contract, or can I afford to pay this, or should I just look at it and say, you know what, I've got to figure out a cheaper alternative for this, and I've got to figure out another way to approach this. And so we're going to take a look at some of the big free agents that the Cowboys have coming up here and see if you can afford them. Because Brian recently said this, and I've talked about this. Brian was talking about specifically on Love of the Star, which we'll record later today at 12:30. Brian was talking on Love of the Star about Chauncey Golston and said something to the effect of, I'm tired of doing the heavy lifting of developing players for somebody else. I'm sick of it. I don't want to develop players so that they go somewhere else and have success. And it's frustrating when you invest 4 or 5 years in somebody.
Yeah.
You patiently help them grow, bring them along, and then you pass on re-signing them when they finally mature and they're ready to contribute at a meaningful level. And I'm worried that we could be looking at that as a reality for Rico Dowdle, Chauncey Golston, Osa Odigizua. And it would feel like just a colossal waste of time if you were to let them walk right now. But you also might be looking at, hey, things are so tight and you're trying to cut corners and trim your budget to the point that these prices are too high. So what do you do, especially when these guys are playing well? So let's take a look, first off, at Rico Dowdle.
Okay.
Chop, I'm going to give you this contract, and let's just assume this is what it costs you. It's 3 years, $18 million, and it's $14 million guaranteed, which means it's a 2-year contract, essentially, for $6 million a year.
No. 3 years, $18 million is the same contract the Lions gave David Montgomery.
Couple off seasons ago, yep.
Yep. That came with just $8 million guaranteed, I think.
Yes, now we have entered a new era of paying running backs again. It's not up to the level that it was when you're giving Todd Gurley and Ezekiel Elliott $15 million, but just this offseason, and I know, different discussion, but just this offseason, you got Saquon Barkley gets 3 years at $12 million annually, $12.5 million annually. You get Josh Jacobs, got 4 years at $12 million annually. DeAndre Swift, 3 years, $8 million annually. Derrick Henry, 2 for $8 million. Tony Pollard, who a lot of people thought was washed here, 3 for $7 million annually. The guy that I look at and I zero in on, Zach Moss, who was not a productive...
Randy's brother.
Yep, that's the one. Yeah. Zach Moss, who was not a productive running back, was 27 years old entering this offseason, had a lengthy injury history, got 2 years for $8 million. Not annually, but 2 years for $8 million, so it's 4 million. I think it's very reasonable to look at Zach Moss's deal and say, we're worth a couple million more than that. And with the cap inflation, give us a third year. Doesn't have to be guaranteed, but go ahead and give us a third year. And so essentially it's a 2-year deal at $6 million a year. Would you rather just go find somebody else, or are you saying Rico Dowdle's shown enough in the last 6 weeks that I'll pay it?
I would rather do anything than pay a running back a second contract.
But let's look at it reasonably from the idea of just what is a second contract with Rico Dowdle. Rico Dowdle, for his career, Chop, has, 339 touches in 5 years.
That's basically a year for Derrick Henry.
Yeah. I mean, less than a year for a lot of times for Derrick Henry. Is that not something that you look at and go, tread is not nearly worn off those tires the way other running backs are? Or do you say, is 27 about wear and tear? Or is 27 about that's just when guys start slipping at that position?
I don't know. It's chicken and egg, right?
Yeah. And I mean, Dowdle might be an interesting test case for it. Who, by the way, Dowdle is 97 yards away from 1,000.
Let me ask you this: you could sign Rico to that deal, or you just draft Ashton Genty in the first round.
They are picking 17th right now. Let's see what that money is.
I don't know that he'll be there.
Just assume, let's say, maybe he gets there.
Maybe he's there. Let's see.
Or whatever it would be. So if you were to look at just last year, the NFL draft slot amount at 17, for instance, where they're currently picking, that was Dallas Turner. Doesn't have the number there. I think that what you're looking at is, here, Detroit Free Press had this last year. So this was just 2024. If you're looking at number, let's say you have to trade up to 12. You want to say, regardless where you are, you trade up to 12 to go get him. If you go pick him at number 12, that is an $18 million contract over 4 years. Would you rather do that? Just say, I'll pay $4.5 million a year for 4 years?
Yeah.
For Genty, who's not proven, but you anticipate will be really good.
Yeah, I would rather do that. So, yeah, you're getting... Right, I would do that.
Okay.
And at 17, it's $16 million. Dallas Turner was 15.8.
Okay. And so if you can get him there, great. Otherwise, you may have to trade up. So you're talking about sacrificing maybe a third or a fourth to go up there. And then...
I mean, we've given up fourths for less.
That's true. That is...
So I don't care about that. And I don't like a running back in the first round, but I think when you're a team that is When you're trying to build a team, I wouldn't do it. But if you're a win now team, I'd rather do that than sign a guy to a second contract.
I'm with you. I don't disagree that Ashton Genty, I think, is worth it given where this team is. I wonder if you're rolling too much of the dice. I like Dowdle. I think Dowdle's good. Obviously, you're just factoring in the injury history, but you're saying you're going to go ahead and pass on 3 years for 18.
Yes.
Okay, we're passing on 3 years for $18 million. Osa Odigizua. Now, when you look at what it has cost to sign big-time defensive tackles, big-time pass-rushing, 3-technique defensive tackles, look at in recent years, you have Sheldon Rankins went for 2 years, $24.5 million. That's 12.25. DJ Reader went to Detroit for 2 years, $11 million annually. These were older players, dude. They're in their 30s. Grover Stewart was re-signed in Indianapolis for 3 years, $39 million. Dorrance Armstrong left here and got 3 years for essentially $11 million a year. He's an edge rusher, though.
Right.
I'm going to say that's what we're throwing at Osa. So 3 years, $33 million, $25 million guaranteed. Are you in or out on that deal for Osa Odigizua?
I could be in on that. They can't lose any more depth on the defense.
No, because that was the problem last year. They got ravaged in their depth, and that's one of the things that really hurt them early on.
Yeah, they can't lose any more depth, man. They just can't do it. Their defense is going to be really cooked if they don't.
So you're saying you would pay that $11 million annually. You're locking in at $25 million guaranteed for the next 3 years.
I assume they're going to lose Tank.
Yeah, lose or more just release.
Walk away
but
from.
Yeah. By the way, Osa Odigizua, no defensive tackle has more quarterback hits than him since week 8. And the only player in the NFL who has more quarterback hits than him since week 8 is Myles Garrett, has one more.
Yeah, pressure from the middle is big if you can get it,
and he's quick.
Yeah, I don't want a run stopping tackle.
So we're paying.
That's a waste of money.
We're paying Osa Odigizua then. 3 years, $33 million.
Let's do it.
Okay, we're putting that on the books then and resetting it running back. Okay, so we're evaluating here.
Well, real quick. I went and looked at the best defensive players. This was going into the year at defensive tackle.
Mm-hmm.
Interior. Let's say it's interior defenders. Chris Jones, Kansas City. Dexter Lawrence, the Giants. Quinnen Williams, the Jets. Derek Brown, Carolina. Cam Hayward, Pittsburgh.
Mm-hmm.
DeForest Butler, Colts. Hargrave, San Fran. Simmons, Titans. Jalen Carter, Philly. Christian Wilkins, Raiders. I mean, you've got 7 teams that stink in there, and they've got 10 of the best defensive tackles, interior defenders in the game. That's kind of the point, right?
Yeah, but if we're just talking about, and he definitely contributes in a big way, I think. And the way that the Giants game was a great example of that. I don't think he got a single quarterback hit in the Giants game. Osa didn't, but he was consistently double teamed and opened things up to where you were able to generate more consistent pressure. So I think it's at least worth looking at. But we're going to go ahead and we're going to add Osa then to the books for next year, and then we'll see how that kind of impacts things as we move forward. But we're taking a look at Cowboys contracts here, what it might cost to bring them back, and if you'd be willing to pay it. Chauncey Golston, who is largely a run stopper. He is a poor man's DeMarcus Lawrence. And that sounds offensive, but he's a good player. He's a really good player. He's not going to give you a ton pass rush-wise. You've already got Marshawn Nealon behind him, who you hope will kind of fill that role, but he's a solid defensive line rotation guy. Looking at the market from the last couple of years and what he's given you this year, 2 years, $10 million total, $5 million annually, and that's $7 guaranteed. So you're in it for those 2 years. Are you sticking with Chauncey Golston, or are you saying, nope, I can move on and find somebody else to do that? Or I'll ask Nealon to step up.
You got to ask Nealon.
Okay, so you're just saying, cross that off, I don't need that. And we'll get to the end of this, and when you've made all your decisions, you may say, all right, I've only kept one of these. I feel like I can afford another. So, all right, next one. Kevontae Turpin.
Yeah.
Who has been a valuable asset for you in the return game and has shown recently that he can be a valuable asset as a receiver as well. I think what you're looking at there is he's an exclusive rights free agent, which means
you can match.
They've got all the control here. Or he's not. He's a restricted free agent. Exclusive rights free agent is Brock Hoffman. That's the one that's all the control. What they can do is they can put a tender on him. Either right of first refusal, which costs like $3.5 million, a second round tender, which is $5.2 million. And basically what that means is if you sign him to that and another team signs him to a contract and you don't match the contract offer, you get a second round pick.
Okay.
Or a first round tender, which is more like $7 million. I don't know that a right of first refusal tender at $3.5 million will do it for you. I think somebody could come along and say, I'll pay him $6 million a year to be a return guy and a receiver for me in the slot.
I like Turpin.
So Turpin, if I give you the second
How old
round,
is he?
Turpin it's a good question. Let's look it up. If you give Turpin the second round tender, I don't think anybody signed him away. He's 28. He'll be 29 next August. If you just sign, but this is just the tender. If you sign him to the second round tender, that's 1 year, $5.2 million, fully guaranteed. So just one more year you're committing yourself to. Because nobody's coming in to give a second round pick for Kevontae Turpin, even if they might pay him more than $5.2 million.
Let's do it.
Okay, so you're in on Kevontae Turpin. We're bringing him back at 1 year, $5.2 million.
He's a valuable weapon.
Absolutely, totally agree with that. Next one here, and really the last one, because Brock Hoffman, Wanye Thomas, guys like that, they're exclusive rights free agents. They've got a ton of control of them. Last one I'm going to throw at you here is, actually, I'll throw one more after this.
Oh.
Carl Lawson. 1 year, $5 million, 3.5 guaranteed. He's been a really good pass rusher for them off the edge.
It's cheap.
Overall, I mean, in reality, that's cheap if you expect he's going to be able to do it again next year for you.
That's cheap, especially if you're going to sign Micah, you're going to need to fill out 50 more players on $130 million.
He has 5 sacks this season, 15 quarterback hits. This is, by the way, his fifth NFL season with at least 5 sacks.
All right, yeah.
Staying healthy has just been the biggest thing for him. And he will be 30 next year.
That's cheap enough.
Okay, so you're on board with keeping Carl Lawson at that price. And then we go to the one that is probably the most difficult for Cowboys fans to potentially say goodbye to, depending on how much money he costs you here. Jordan Lewis. If I say Jordan Lewis, given the season that he's had, is worth 3 years, $24 million. It's $8 million annually. And we're going to say that $15 million of that is fully guaranteed. So you're in for 2 years. For an aging, undersized corner who has bounced back in a big way, though.
He'll be 30 when the season starts. I would... You know what? The only saving grace... Diggs will be back next year? For sure?
I don't know. I don't know that even if he's healthy, he's back next year. They have financial questions at corner.
So the issue is, like, if he's your third corner, I could deal with a 30-year-old third corner.
Yeah, and he'll be third corner, meaning that's
corner.
A starter.
Right.
So, yeah.
But still, you're theoretically, if you're playing star coverage, theoretically you're on the third wide receiver, which is the worst.
Although he's played really well this year, and he's been on the top guy a lot.
But let's just say if they were putting him on the depth chart, he's third. He's against the third wide receiver.
Kalen Carson did not play as well as you hoped.
No. But 30-year-old corners, man, you're asking for it.
You might be. Now, we have seen some success. For instance, what Stephon Gilmore gave you at 33 was solid for what he gave you at 33.
Yeah.
And he ended up being a $7 million corner this offseason for Minnesota. So if somebody says, I'll pay him essentially a 2-year deal for $8 million a year, are you willing to jump in on that? Or do you say, there's just too many questions about him breaking down? He's had injury issues recently.
He has.
He's smaller.
It's not going to get any easier.
He's not super fast.
But the thing is, like, he's playing with brains. He's at the point of his career. He's playing with brains.
Does the locker room aspect matter at all for you when you're considering this? Because he is arguably the leader on defense. Guys look up to him.
Yeah, I think that matters to an extent.
So 3 for 24, you're basically in for 50. You're in for $15 million guaranteed, which would be 2 seasons.
It's a 2-year deal. I get away with that.
All right. So you're bringing back on this list Oso Odigizua, Kevontae Turpin, Carl Lawson, Jordan Lewis. You are saying goodbye to Chauncey Golston and Rico Dowdle. Yeah. Which, in reality, you've got to say goodbye to roughly...
You got to say goodbye to somebody.
I think the average... I got to go back and look at what it's been in the past. I think on average, the Cowboys let 60% of their free agents go every offseason. So, I mean, reasonable right there. And you've got other guys who are free agents, but those are your big-time contributors. So you're bringing back Lawson, Lewis, Turpin, Odigizua, and then figuring out depth at defensive line with Golston gone, and then finding a new starting running back.
From the 817, Chop worries too much about age. I do.
I mean, that's why you went young.
Did 10 years younger, 9.5. But you
it's
got
10. No, don't 9.5. That's 10. That's 10.
9.5. Yeah, I mean, but
what is she? We figured out she's a month older than me, or I'm a month older than her. What month was she born?
May.
She was born in May, so she's a month older than me.
Oh man.
You want to date me, Chuck?
Yeah, sure. It's. I mean, look. I when you hit 30, like history shows, that it's just you fall off a cliff. Yeah. And you can't,
especially undersized corners.
You can never know who's not going to. You can never know who's going to be the outlier.
Yep.
So you don't even bother. You just say, look, this is a hardline stance. This is what we're doing. We don't know who's going to be the outlier, so we're done at this age.
Yeah,
it's tough. It sucks because sometimes you're going to be wrong, but it's going to even out with sometimes you're going to be right. So I mean, you can do it either way you want, and just say I don't care about age, and then you'll be right half the time and wrong half the time. But it's easier. I think it's easier to be wrong and not sign them.
Sure,
at that age.
Yeah, so. No doubt about it.
All right, there's a little bit of Cowboy contracts. Let's get you set up for your weekend with the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin! I think I said drunk drawer.
I think you did say drunk drawer.
What you drinking? What you thinking, baby?
There you go.
What are you drinking? What are you thinking?
All right, so this is our final junk drawer of 2024, right?
Yeah, this year flew by, dude.
I did.
I was looking back at some of the. I'm trying to get some different clips ready for next week of just like year in review clips that we can play as bumper returns or whatever, just funny clips from throughout the year. And I was looking back at it and I would see something. I was like, that was February? Like that was just barely into 24. And here we are. We've already reset things.
Yeah. So I was like, let's just do like let's see if we can figure out our favorite junk drawer stories of the year. Or like our favorite chopping it up type stories of the year.
Sure.
And like a year in review kind of thing.
It's exactly what it is.
Kind of, yeah. So, I shouldn't say this is my favorite, but this is the one that was like the most, like, you've got to be kidding me, right? This happened. And this takes us to Algeria. Now, Peyton, Algeria is where?
Europe.
No.
Oh.
No. North Africa.
Oh.
I think you could see.
He didn't know Rod Stewart or Mikhail Gorbachev. He's not going to know where Algeria is.
I think Algeria is like right next to. It's on at the south side of Gibraltar. I think it's right there. It's very far north.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah. So back in, I guess this was back in May of this year. This guy named Omar Amran, one of 9 children, vanished 27 years ago. 27 years ago, he vanished as a 17-year-old. They thought he had died in a civil war between the government and various rebel groups that raged for 10 years in the early 90s and the 2000s.
You are part of a rebel alliance.
Yeah. So early 90s and into the 2000s. So they thought that this guy, Omar Omran, disappeared and died in that civil war 27 years ago. That turned out to not be the case, Bobby.
How did he die?
He didn't die.
What?
He was, let's see, 2 football fields away.
2 fields.
2 football fields away at a neighbor's house, kidnapped. In a hole in the house.
All praise to Allah.
Good God. Good God, Peyton. Jeez.
Bobby set it up. You know,
we pulled that clip from Sean a couple weeks ago when he was reading the Aziz Al-Shire statement.
Aziz, from Houston?
Yep.
So this poor guy was kidnapped living in a sheep's hole in the guy's house in his living room covered by a cage and hay.
Why? What was the reason?
According to the news, a dog basically sat there and like pinned him to the spot. But what happened was the guy's brother, the guy who's kidnapped him's brother, got into a fight over inheritance with the guy and tipped off the police that, hey, he's holding somebody captive in the house.
Oh, that was a long play.
It's a long play. It was a long play. So they got this anonymous person claiming that his brother had been missing for about 30 years, is in the house of one of his neighbors. Wow.
That is wild.
Unbelievable.
So what, did he end up getting reunited with his family?
He's fine. Cool? He's reunited. And then the other guy is like a 61-year-old, that he just decided he wanted to kidnap somebody and go full on Buffalo Bill. This is insane. Insane.
That is a nutty story. My favorite story from this year, Chop. My favorite junk drawer story from this year.
Oh, by the way, real quick. He would have called out for help and yelled, but he said the guy had put a spell on him.
Wow.
And he said he didn't want bad things to happen to his family.
I think I'm seeing why it took so long for him to break out. Doesn't sound like the brightest.
I like it, Poppy.
All right, my favorite story from this year, favorite junk drawer story, was how Elon Musk just sullied the minds and morals of a remote Amazon tribe. You remember this story? This is from June.
Go ahead.
A remote Amazon tribe finally connected to the internet back in, I believe it was May is when they got set up with this. But they got Starlink, the very popular Elon Musk internet, where it's just stable internet in the middle of nowhere. You can use it. So they hooked up this Amazon tribe with internet. Researchers did. And had given this remote Amazon tribe Starlink internet in Brazil.
Oh, I do remember the story now.
And boy, they were angry with Elon Musk about 12 weeks later.
Yeah.
It took 12 weeks, Chop, before these people got hooked on social media and pornography. And to a ridiculous extent, to the point that they said, hey, all the men in this tribe that were doing all the hunting and the fishing and the providing for our families, we can't get them off the internet anymore. They're refusing to go out there and like hunter-gatherer because they're too worried about, posting their latest photo up on Instagram. And the adult websites were of particular issue for the women because they were like, these guys are watching things in these videos that now they're like, why don't we try it?
Why don't we try
Why don't we try this? And there's no telling with their primitive spears and everything else how problematic this became. But there were a lot of people in the tribe that were like, can you get this the hell away from us? Can you take it out? Like, we don't want the internet anymore because our providers are no longer providing. They're doing duck face Instagram selfies and
this was amazing.
Liberally applying lubricant.
Yeah, this was amazing. I've gone down so you're talking about these are in parts of the world that are just completely undocumented by man. And a lot of these people, I went down a Amazon River undocumented tribe or uncontacted tribe.
Dude, some of those uncontacted tribe stories and videos and stuff like that, they make me glad that I'm not there. Because they don't play around when you show up.
No, they don't.
They're ready for war.
They want you. They don't like to be called undocumented tribes anymore. They like to be called voluntary isolated persons or whatever.
Sure.
I'm serious. But anyway, I went down this rabbit hole and could you imagine going from we live in 2024 here. And they live in BC. Could you imagine going from that and not gradually getting, computers and cordless phones and then cable TV and then the internet? Could you go from going from that to the internet? You would have no idea how to react.
I mean, whenever the city of Jacksonville comes into modern society from 1995, we'll have a test case in that.
Sure.
Like we'll see what is it like
that.
when they get rid of their cigarette machines and they're playing Color Me Bad in their bars and everything else. I mean, that'll be just a different era completely.
You know about like North Sentinel Island? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
I think it's off the coast of
Let's stop with the geography. The fan text is getting really mad at us with our geography takes.
Are they?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's but it's North Sentinel Island. Like they have nobody's been there for like 100 years because the last group that got there just got slaughtered. Like don't come here, don't come here. Like this, we want to be left alone, so leave them alone. It's kind of how it works.
214. Hey Bobby, my 6-year-old nephew just asked me what's pornography. Can you answer him, please?
It's videos.
Yeah, it's videos. Ask about it at your local shady bodega.
One of the other stories is I wanted to do this just for you, Bobby. The story of Dove Kleiman.
Gosh, this guy sucks.
The question of whether or not he sold his Twitter account, and then the subsequent outing of Dove as a bad person that came right after that. That they were
which I told you all along he was a bad person.
But we didn't know. Like nobody knows who he is still. They think they have uncovered who he is, but they don't fully know. But the fact that this guy created a Twitter profile and then sold it, maybe. Again,
he's a loser.
We still
dude.
don't know.
I've known this dude for.
Do you actually know who he is?
Yeah, I do.
Does he flush every single time?
They are loving the Shaw drops right now.
Man, there's so many in here.
Dude, they absolutely love the Shaw drops right now. I absolutely know old Billy Spikes, as he was referred to in internet message boards 20 years ago. And
Billy Spikes?
That's what his username was, Billy Spikes, and he was a total loser back then and an irritant back then. And I was 16, and I was like, "Yeah, you're irritating."
Yeah. So I guess the question was, I didn't even think this was possible that you're a Twitter profile and then you just sell your Twitter.
Oh, dude, that happens a lot, especially with these ones when you get like a. Have you ever seen a Twitter account that's like best fights or bleep around and find it, and it's all these just insane videos or whatever? They will oftentimes they will either sell posts like promo ads of like, wow, listen to this band, or subscribe to this girl's OnlyFans, or they will then sell it to a band or an OnlyFans bot, and then you just have the built-in audience.
I'm thrown. Like this is, but again, people have the amount of people who have the ability just to find ways to make money. Create a Twitter profile and sell it. Never would have even dawned on me to do that. But I'm not very smart.
I think you're smart. You're intelligent. 116. I still believe in
116. That's right, baby.
I've memorized that one. All right. So this was a Chop. Was it white and gold or black and blue?
White and gold.
It was white and gold. Now the lady who posted the image, apparently she was black and blue after her husband this year was convicted of strangling her and attempted murder. So you remember the viral dress? That was it white and gold or black and blue? And that whole discussion that had occurred back in 2015, almost a decade ago. The wild turn that story took was the people who first published that image and made it go viral and appeared on Ellen and all these different talk shows. The husband was convicted in Scottish court this year for strangling his wife, the woman who had posted that beautiful dress. He ended up going to jail. He ended up spending 2 years in jail, or was sentenced to 2 years in jail back in June after being convicted of strangling his wife, admitting to it on the internet. Just a total POS. But it is something where I had been reminded of that, and then it reminded me of the Yanni and Laurel and everything else. Was it Yanni or Laurel? Which one did you
Yanni,
say?
right? Yanni or Laurel?
No, it was Yanni.
Was it Yanni?
Was it Yanni or Laurel?
I heard Yanni.
I heard Laurel.
I don't remember.
Laurel.
I think I heard Green Needle.
Well, that one is that's a different one where whatever you listen for, you can hear Brainstorm or Green Needle. People only heard Laurel or Yanni. People only saw white and gold or blue and black. Or the other one was the shoe. Is it mint and gray or pink and white? And apparently I was wrong on the dress and the shoe when it was discovered what the colors actually were. I was right on Laurel.
I think I heard Yanni. I can't remember.
Well, you were wrong.
I don't remember. I know I saw white and gold on the dress.
Yeah, 100%. That was white and gold, and they will not be able to convince. You're lying to me if you say it was black and blue. You've doctored it.
Now, they say the dress actually is black and blue.
No, but they lied. I'm saying they lied. There's no way.
Oh, no, because we've seen photos of the dress.
They lied. That's a different dress they showed me a photo of. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't see how there's possible that this dress was anything but white and gold.
Yeah, it's not even a question.
Right. And what year was that, by the way, Peyton?
Oh, gosh. I was in 8th grade, I think, when that came out. That was 2009, 2010.
The dress?
The dress.
I literally just told you. I was 2015.
That's right. I was seeing Peyton.
That's a smooth way to make it seem like you were seeing
No. I was trying to see.
I was finding other Sean drops. A lot of FCC violations in here.
Yeah, 2015. I thought it was way longer than that. I thought it was like
10 years ago. To me, anyway.
Oh, God, it's like 15 to me. All right, good stuff. That is a little end of the year in review, junk drawer here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt. Join K&C Masterpiece at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, right next to Montgomery Plaza, 629 Staten Street today from 10 to 2. And Bobby and I will both make an appearance out there. The Cowboys, good at talent acquisition and bad at roster building. It's Sean and RJ, 8 o'clock hour coming up next on 105 through the...
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are they? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. This is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Caitlin alongside. Halfway through the show today, getting you to that weekend. And perhaps more vacation time for you if you've got it. Because next week is New Year's Eve, New Year's Day.
Oh, I got my vacation time all lined up. Super Bowl week, draft week.
Super Bowl week.
Oh, yeah, draft week.
You're taking off Super Bowl
opening
week?
Game of the season next year.
Oh,
I'm lining it up. Thanksgiving games.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good stuff, Bob.
Because, Peyton, he had to take off because of night games.
Yeah, he did. So,
well, I proposed Monday, so that's why I took off.
Again, what did she say? What did she say?
Well, it was the fourth time she said yes. So
the fourth time.
The first 3 times she said no. Finally, she said yes.
Oh, okay.
Did she really say no?
No.
Oh.
Was it a thought in your mind ever when you did it, when you proposed?
Oh, no.
No.
Look at me.
Look at you.
Come on.
Kristen saw the bank account.
Yeah, look, she knew she was getting rescued. All right.
Yeah, she was getting rescued.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. From a life of mediocrity.
Oh, you're the white knight. You're the white from a life of mediocrity.
Sounds about white.
Yeah, you are the.
Boy,
white
it's just
knight.
gonna be Shaw drops all day.
Yeah, people are loving it. People are loving it. Peyton, keep them coming. Let's say before we get to Cowboys roster building, let's pick the game this week. They do play Philadelphia this weekend.
Likely without Jalen Hurts.
So that throws a wrench into the whole thing.
It does.
To me, if Jalen Hurts plays, I'm picking Philadelphia. If Kenny Pickett plays, I'm picking the Dallas Cowboys. So as of right now,
No
I'm
fence
assuming that Hurts does not play. So I'm going to say the Cowboys win this one 20-13.
Okay. I think that. Boy, this is. By the way, and you'll hear Mike McCarthy again here at 8:40. Do you think he sounded like a guy without a lot of pressure? Didn't he sound
McCarthy?
Loose? Yeah, didn't he sound loose? And
he did sound loose. He sounded. Let me say, he sounded at peace.
I think he thinks he's coming back. I don't know if he's been told that, but I think he believes he is.
I think he believes he is.
Yes.
He may not have been told that, but
I think that's what he is reading.
And you know what may have happened is
because that was as loose as we've heard him all year.
Perhaps without Jerry telling him, maybe Jerry or somebody has contacted his agent asking for a meeting.
He's just
they want to schedule a meeting.
It struck me that he felt confident. Now look, I still think that Philadelphia does a lot of things really well. I don't think Philly wants to lose to Dallas under any scenario. I think they're going to try hard, especially after Micah talked about how much he hates them recently. And so I think that this is a game where they just lean into Saquon Barkley and take advantage of that. And Philly's defense is really, really strong. They can pose a lot of challenges for Dallas's offense. So I'm going to pick Philadelphia in this game. I'm going with a low-scoring game. I'm going to go 2017 Philadelphia. But again, if Philly doesn't feel like they have much to play for or they're a little lackadaisical, it would not surprise me at all if Dallas won this game, just like we were talking about last week with Tampa Bay. But I'm going to pick Philadelphia.
All right. Peyton, what do you think?
It all comes down to, like you said, RJ, if Hurts plays. If Hurts does not play, I really like how the Cowboys have been playing lately. Cooper Rush gets another crack at Philadelphia. Remember last year he played on the road. I think Eagles got out to like a 24-0 lead. Then the Cowboys came back, almost won that game. But I have the Cowboys winning 24-20 if Hurts does not play.
Wow, you like the over.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And by the way, this is going to be a rain game.
It is?
This is a rain game.
I love the under here.
14-10 now.
I love the under in this one, baby.
So they were practicing wet ball drills and everything else. This strikes me as a running game here.
Okay. Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, I like the under in this one. The over-under is 39. 39 change. It's a low one. There's a couple this week that are low totals. So I picked the Cowboys 20-13.
I got 2017 Eagles.
And Peyton
24-20 Cowboys.
24-20 Cowboys. Okay.
And also I need to make sure that we don't get the 8th victory of the season for the Cowboys.
I have the audio clip ready, baby.
Why?
Because I'm supposed to shave my head bald if they win 8 games.
Oh, that's right. Well, they're going to be.
I just said it very flippantly on the air. I was like, yeah, this is all shave my head bald. And now I'm committed to it.
All right.
So are we supposed to do that on the air?
Yeah, I think so. I got a barber come up and do it for us.
Walt?
No.
Oh,
somebody else.
Oh, okay. All right. So we've got and get your picks in on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Over on the YouTube, Kid Cowboy 66 says 33-23 Dallas. William Burney says Philly 30, Cowboys 20, no CD is a killer. That's the other thing we got to remember here. There is no CeeDee Lamb in the next 2 games, and that's significant. All right, so get those in on the fan text, and we'll read those out as we get to the end of the segment. Chop, we were talking about this earlier this week, and we previewed it a little bit earlier today, too. Is the fact that Dallas is playing better with injuries and worse players, quote unquote, is this evidence that the Cowboys are good at acquiring talent, but they're bad at team building?
Well, I've always thought that they were good at acquiring talent. I don't think, though, that the team has ever, at least recently, cared about positional value. And they worry more about whether a player is good versus the position of importance. And that's why they drafted, like, linebackers an awful lot and running backs during the Garrett era. And, like, it doesn't.
I don't think it's the worst philosophy in the world to say, get me a good player.
It's
not
not
a bad philosophy.
Yeah, it's not the worst philosophy. What it does is it gives you really good, balanced rosters. You know, really good. I'm sorry, it gives you really good top end talent. What sometimes it does, though, is it leaves you open at areas of vulnerability and weakness. And, you know, am I a need drafter? In a way. If you have a quarterback, you're taking the quarterback in the first round. Right? If you have a running back, you're not taking a running back in the first round. You know what I mean? So, like, there's certain situations where need is okay. But, you know, I mean, if the Cowboys put more emphasis on positional value, I think that they would be a better built roster. I think they're a good talent. They're a talented team. It doesn't always play well together. But they're good enough to win games. I think everybody talks about why they don't ever make the conference championship game. Like, I think you can look at how they're constructed and draw kind of some comparisons there.
Yeah, look, here's the thing is that they clearly, and I've got to get the exact number that we're looking at here. But if you were to just look at over the last, decade, Dallas is going to be way at the top in terms of number of Pro Bowl players.
They've done a tremendous job.
They are way up near the top in terms of all of that. But the question does, I think, present itself that says, why did things come together so much better after you got ravaged with injuries?
Mm-hmm.
Why, when you were missing so many big-time players on defense, when you were Tyler Guyton got taken out of the lineup, Zach Martin got taken out of the lineup, Dak Prescott got taken out of the lineup, why did you play better football? Jake Ferguson out.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you play better football?
Mm-hmm.
That's a concern, I think. Like there's two ways you can look at this. This is either great for your football team, and you look at it and say, well, this is evidence right here that they're a team that can step up, next man up, do that, and that's the positive outlook on it. The negative outlook on it is, are you not properly evaluating what your team is if they play better when they've got worse players in there? And Tyler Guyton is a great talent, I think. Do you know how to make him fit? Chauncey Golston is really playing well right now.
Mm-hmm.
Took 4 or 5 years for you to figure out how to play Chauncey Golston.
Right.
It took you 5 years and 10 weeks to realize Rico Dowdle should be starting. It took you an extended period of time to realize Byron Jones should be a cornerback, not a safety. And so when you look at that and go, their talent evaluation is dead on. Their ability to turn that into a cogent contender and a strong contender and a legitimate team, the old Scott Pioli line, it's not the best 53 players, it's the right 53 players. The inability to do that consistently is problematic. And who does that then fall on? Does that fall on coaches making it fit? Does that fall on front office finding the right way to have people fit in?
Well, I think the job of the front office is to find players that fit the coaching staff.
Or just in general.
Or, it's got to be a give and take because you also need to have the coach find a system that fits the players.
Is Dak Prescott more talented than Cooper Rush?
Yeah, he's more talented.
Is Tyler Guyton more talented than Chuma Edoga?
I would assume so.
Is Zach Martin more talented than Brock Hoffman?
Yeah. Well, no, at this stage of his career,
even still, I think skill set he's better. I think his skills are better. Is Luke Schoonmaker better than Jake Ferguson?
No.
You can go down the list here. Is Chauncey Golston better than DeMarcus Lawrence?
Oh no.
So why, when those factors, all these better players, why don't they play well with each other? Is that a player issue? Is that a personnel department issue, or is that a coaching issue?
I think it's all of the above. I think it's you have to put some on all of the above.
Then do you think that in their drafting process they're not doing enough to figure out how do you fit? Because people routinely complained about the idea of scheme fit and other things. Mm-hmm. But are they doing enough to figure out culture fit? Culture fit or chemistry? Does chemistry matter?
I don't know during the draft process that you can figure that out, right?
No, but for instance, they've always done one of their big rules consistently, and it bit them, it seems like, on Jalen Tolbert. One of their big rules consistently has been, I need big name programs. I need players from big name programs.
That was the Parcells thing. Parcells brought that here.
It's a thing for this team.
Yeah,
right
I know, but he brought that here with him.
Well, and a lot of people look at it and go, okay, is it because I need to see what they are against level of competition? That's part of it. Another big factor is, are you ready for this? Are you ready for Dallas?
It's a big part of it.
Because if you played it in big-time SEC games at LSU against Alabama and different things
you're ready.
That's a better indicator that you're ready than South Alabama.
All right, here, I'm going to give you. So this is an example. Parcells brought this, but they had it here before too. They did, but most teams draft a lot of guys from smaller schools. But if you go back to the Campo era, they had West Texas A&M and Southern Miss,
right? But
Central
not
Missouri
generally
State.
Not at the top of the draft, though.
No, Virginia Union, Sacred Heart. I didn't even know Sacred Heart had a team.
How's the hospital in Scrubs?
Right, absolutely. But then you get the Parcells. First year, 6th round took Zuriel Smith from Hampton.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get to 2004, 7th round took Patrick Creighton from Northwest Oklahoma State. Other than that, it was almost all SEC or Big Ten. And then you get to 2005, and the only one was a 6th rounder. It was Justin Barrio from Ball State. Oh, I'm sorry, Demarcus Ware from Troy.
You're a man who covered those teams.
Yeah.
The fact that you knew how to say Justin Barrio's name.
Right. And then you get to the following year in 2006. That was Parcells' last draft. They did buck the trend. Hatcher from Grambling in the 3rd round. That was really, obviously DeMarcus, but DeMarcus Ware was clearly everyone in America had him as a highly touted player.
Yeah.
In the 1st round, period.
Yeah.
So, McQuiston at Weber State. But it was, Parcells had he brought that, hey, we're going to go for big school guys. We're not going to be we don't want to take a kid from North Alabama in the 2nd round all too often.
Yeah.
It's just not a smart way to go.
No, and I do think it's an interesting discussion or an interesting thought process of, you've clearly figured out the players and the talent. Have you figured out how to put it all together? Because right now we would say no, that they don't know how to put that all together to a complete team. Some of the thoughts on the Franklin Frankel injury attorneys fan text. 214 says the problem with the Cowboys doing better with second string players is simply put, as the second string trust the play calling and are willing to run the plays as they are designed. When you have talent on the field, it's easier for talented players to trust their talent as opposed to trusting the play calling. It's really that simple. 520, I love this take, Bobby. You're welcome. And I think this falls on Jerry. It is the only thing that hasn't changed. Jerry is the problem. 405, Cowboys need to get younger and a new coaching staff. Quit trying to develop players over a period of years. Playing free agency a little more, I guess.
Free agency. There you go. All right. That's a little bit of talent acquisition from Bobby Belt here. on 105.3 The Fan. We started the Rangers off season as we switched to baseball, wondering, boy, they got no money to spend. And we are going to end this on track for another every other year Bruce Bochy World Series run. Okay, we'll talk about that coming up next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Texas Rangers have a top 5 lineup in Major League Baseball right now. I was listening to a podcast called the Just Baseball Podcast. I think they do generally a pretty good job. They're generally on top of things. And they were talking about the lineup. When you factor in, you got Simeon and Seager and Berger and Jock Peterson and Young and hopefully Evan Carter returns to what he was at the end of 23. And obviously Wyatt Langford and Adolis and who we missed? You got Heim and Higgy as the backup catcher, good backup catcher. And they went down the list. They said the only ones they could definitively say were better than the Rangers were the Dodgers, Phillies, and Braves.
Top blank lineup in Major League Baseball. Catching tandem is Heim and Higgy, Berger at first, Semien at second, Seager at short, Young at third with Josh Smith filling in. The outfield left to right could be Langford, Evan Carter, Adolis Garcia. Jock is the DH, and then that bench is Josh Smith, Ezekiel Duran, Higgy, and Leody Taveras.
I mean, what lineups are you taking over that?
Dodgers, Atlanta, a healthy Atlanta I'm taking.
Phillies?
Close.
With Kepler now, and I know that's not like a major needle mover, but it is. Yeah, again, the Castellanos Kepler platoon, I'm on board with here. I would go Rangers over Yankees, but I think it's a conversation to be had for sure.
San Diego, I'd probably side with Texas's lineup over San Diego's.
It's top 5 or right on the fringe of top 5.
Ooh. Now that puts them, if they're top 5, that puts them top 2 in the AL.
Yes.
The National League is the much better league right now.
Yep.
And that's why, Soto going to the Mets was like, all right, you get the more money, but like your road to the World Series is much more difficult in the National League today. Now, 5 years from now, that would completely change. But today, if they're healthy, if they get a healthy DeGrom, right? Let's say they have a healthy DeGrom this year. They're not only in the playoffs with ease, but I mean, who wants to face that rotation in the playoffs too? You want to face DeGrom and Eovaldi?
I love the confidence in the Rangers lineup here. I do. I think it's great. It's a lot of confidence to put into a lineup that was very disappointing last year, even when they were healthy.
It was terrible.
And there's still the question that we've got to ask, and you had asked this before last season. The idea of how many of these guys maybe had career years in 23?
Several of them did.
And that's the thing, is that it was like, well, I mean, how can you comfortably say that? Adolis Garcia is still relative, like he's not young, but he's young in his career in terms of time put in at the major league level. Evan Carter was young. Josh Young was young. Jonah Heim is somebody that's developing. There was no reason to think that it was just going to be stunted there. And so you had all these reasons for optimism, but you correctly asked the question, is it possible these were career years? And last year made it look more and more like, oh, yeah, a lot of this was.
Nobody wants to talk about the fact that
they were 24th last year in OPS. And you're just going to say, top 5 lineup because they added Berger and Jock Peterson.
This is the issue is, here's like the thing with Adolis that nobody wants to talk because he's the guy that I'm trying to think of how many players in DFW you just can't say anything negative about without getting fan backlash.
Is he one, you think?
Absolutely.
Ooh, I think there's a lot of people who are critical of him.
Not the Ranger blue blood fan.
A lot of times it's not even for performance. A lot of times it's for who they are. Like, for instance, you could never say anything. I used to get killed all the time for being critical of JJ Barea. People get so mad when you say anything negative about Barea.
When I first started doing the Mavs radio, it was Marquise Daniels.
Oh, dude, Marquise
Couldn't
Daniels.
say anything bad about him.
The original Linsanity.
Yes, you could not say a single thing bad about him. I was like, guys, But Adolis has had 1 year where his OPS was higher than 756.
It's not great for a corner outfielder.
That is not a power guy.
I mean, there's definitely power there, but that's
not. But a power guy has an OPS over that.
Yeah, he is
an OPS on base plus slugging. It's a very easy stat to figure out, and it's one of the more important ones that are not getting too deep into the weeds. Like, you want to get deep in the weeds with ex-WOBA, go ahead. It's I'm with you on that. I love it, but or there's a million of them. But OPS is a simple one that's very easy for the average fan to figure out.
I mean, he makes more consistent contact.
He does.
He makes more consistent contact. He doesn't draw as many walks. But there are some similarities. I don't want Jared or somebody else screaming at me for what I'm about to say. I recognize these are different players. But there's some similarities to style of play, him and Gallo. Ton of strikeouts, a lot of pop, not consistent enough. Adolis makes better contact more consistently. It's not even close.
Yeah, his batting average is 40 points higher.
But he also doesn't walk as consistently as Gallo does. It's closer than like the gap between plate patience between Adolis and Gallo is closer than the contact discrepancy between Adolis and Gallo. But I'm just saying, in general, you're talking about a guy who, with the power that he has, he should be consistently like an 800 OPS.
He should be. So
he'll be
needs to figure that
32
out
next year.
And last year was, it was way worse. Batting average was, 20 points below the previous year. On base percentage was 40 points below the previous year. Slugging percentage was 100 points below. OPS was 150 points below. OPS plus, which is your number, the 100 is league average.
That's baseline, yeah.
Yeah, 100 is league average. OPS plus. In 2023, he was a 127. That was a career high. Last year, he was a 94, so he was below league average. 6% ish below league average. So he's got to get better. There's no doubt about that. They scored as a team how many fewer runs last year?
Than the year before?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Probably 150.
200. 198 to be exact.
Yeah.
So basically everyone declined. They could have brought back everyone. This is a write-up from ESPN. They could have brought back everyone, but they probably did the right thing, shaking things up. Obviously, Berger trading, getting here, and then trading away Nate Lowe. Basically, you're swapping those two.
Which, by the way, Nate Lowe was, relative to OPS Plus, was one of your better hitters last year.
Look, I think Nate Lowe got a lot of undeserved hate. I think Nate was a good player. We are going to look back. Nate came up with some big hits late in games. We're going to look back on this and say, man, having a guy who can just make contact with the baseball is a very valuable thing that is undervalued in the current analytics era. Jock Peterson and Higgy, and the common theme is power. Those three combined for 70 home runs last year. Right? Now,
by the way, over the last 40 games of the season last year, so the last quarter of the season, Wyatt Langford had a 911 OPS.
It's great.
With 10 home runs. So you're talking about
how many games?
40. So the last quarter of the season.
Okay, so that's so that's a 40. It's a 40 home run year.
The 162 game average for Wyatt Langford with the last quarter of the season projected out would be 40 home runs, 32 doubles, 122 RBIs, and a 911 OPS.
I mean, sign me up. Sign me up. Now the problem with Berger and Higgy is they don't get on base. 301 OBP for Berger, Higgy at 263, but Peterson at nearly 400.
Yeah,
really, really helps. He's
a big clubhouse guy too.
Yeah. Now, last year Peterson's on base was 50 points higher than his career average, so that's probably not going to hit.
But he's consistently 100 points higher than his batting average.
Right.
He's patient.
Yeah. So you're going to have to get better production from Adolis, Simeon, and Leote, and then health from Young and Carter. But the other thing is that they don't need to score the extra 200 runs. Let's say they just score 125 extra runs.
Yeah, and reduce the runs allowed. But meet in the middle.
But you reduce your runs allowed by 50 or 60, and you're essentially recreating that year's offensive output because the pitching staff, with a healthy Jake for the whole year, theoretically would be better.
Yeah, here's what I'll say. They just need to make sure, and this is final thought for me, they need to make sure that they are not below league average in every hitting category like they were last year.
Absolutely.
Just be league average at the very least.
Very, very good. Just be league average. So there you go. Little Rangers talk here on Sean and RJ at 105 to the Fan. Mike McCarthy, Cowboys head coach, joins the show next to the Fan.
Coming up on the next K.
Uber Eats has frozen.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Singing Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Good morning, DFW, to Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt, Paitlin, and Caitlin alongside. Sean is, what did I do?
Paitlin.
I didn't say that.
You said Paitlin and Caitlin.
I think I said Peyton.
Okay, we'll check it. We'll check it back.
We'll go to the replay.
Yes.
Sean is back next week, and it is time, as we do every Friday here on the Fan, to be joined by the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, Mike McCarthy. Morning, Mike. How you doing, pal? Merry Christmas to you.
Merry Christmas. I hope everybody had a great week. You know, obviously Sean's having a great 2 weeks.
I know, right? Yeah, we had to worry about me last week, and then this week he's off. How did you handle Christmas at the McCarthy household?
Just family time. Just hung out with Jess and the girls, and got a little extra sleep. So it was a good day.
Nice.
Very, very family oriented.
So I wanted to ask you, I don't know if you saw last night's Thursday night game, and you know the schedule is so crazy this time of year. You had Wednesday games, and we don't have Wednesday games very often in this league. How difficult is this time of year to manage for a football coach?
Oh, it's a challenge. I mean, you have to, everybody has to go through it, but I think it's just like anything. It's it's what you believe in, and because I think doing schedules now for almost 2 decades, you have to get the work done. I mean, that's your responsibility to make sure the team is prepared and trained to win the next game, particularly on Christmas week. But I've tried it different ways earlier in my career, and frankly, I was never comfortable with the players and coaches working on Christmas. So we worked ahead, moved up everything as far as what we needed to do earlier in the week. So we worked Monday, Tuesday. Everybody was home for Christmas on Wednesday, and then we had a longer day yesterday, and we'll have a little longer day today. So we're still getting all the work done. But you could just see the appreciation and actually their energy, and that's been very consistent over my time, both in Green Bay and here in Dallas. That when you do give them that day off, the energy is incredible the next day.
Coach, we got the news yesterday that CeeDee Lamb is done for the remainder of the season. He's obviously been dealing with that shoulder issue and played a couple of really good games even with it. Just talk about his resilience and his toughness in the 5 years that you guys have spent together, because he's not a guy that is frequently talked about as being banged up or hurt, but obviously guys get banged up at the end of the season. So just talk about his toughness and the way that he's played through that.
Well, Bobby, you didn't even give me a follow-up on my Christmas schedule.
It was a great point. I thought you laid it all out there. I thought it was a great point.
I didn't get the memo. Are we on a script this morning or something? We got a bunch of things we got to knock out. But no, just kidding. CeeDee, obviously, well, we all know what he means to our football team, and he's been playing, with this shoulder for some time, and when they had the scans and the examination, it just it was clearly worse than it's been. So, and the risk is too high to play this week. Even if this was if we were in week 3, this would probably be the same decision. So it's important for him to shut it down and start rehabbing.
Coach, you talk about that Christmas schedule and just the positive energy.
You don't have to go back.
No. I'm tying it into my next question.
Bobby's got a conscience.
Yeah. There you go.
You know better than that.
Coach, no, but when you talk about guys who need to step up over these last 2 weeks, because obviously you guys are playing now without the playoffs in sight, but guys who you would like to see really step up and take advantage of this opportunity with CeeDee down. Is this something, a good opportunity for Jonathan Mingo or Ryan Flournoy? Or how do you look at the guys who need to step up and show you something here in these final 2 weeks?
Yeah, I think clearly you can start with the young players, and I know the veteran players, they want to finish, and you can start on offense. It's some of the things that we've been doing well over the last month, starting with the offensive line. We didn't run the ball, this past week against the Buccaneers, the way we've been running it the 3 weeks prior. So I know that as a unit, the offensive line really wants to, have a good day there in Philadelphia, and it'll be a key to the victory too, going into that place too. So, but yeah, you could go right down the line with the rookies. I want to see Tyler Guyton, take a step, Cooper Beebe, all those guys. But this is such valuable, work for all these players. I mean, you talk about the preseason being short, and there's nothing like game reps. There's nothing like game reps on the road. So, and there's nothing like game reps that lead to winning. So, I look at all of our guys that just have an opportunity to continue to play and keep playing to win, and it's something that we can build off in the off season.
Mike McCarthy joining us here at 105 through the Fan. Just curious, when you're deciding to let a guy play or not when he's got an injury, and it doesn't matter if it's as a head coach or when you were part of other programs early in your career, how much of player input goes into that versus just the training staff?
Well, I think at the end of the day, every player is control of it. It's his body, and no one knows your body better than you do. So, and it's not just a conversation for when an injury occurs. It's because this time of year, every player in this league is dealing with things that have accumulated over the course of a season. So, it's an ongoing conversation. There's a reason why they do prehab. They don't wait till they get hurt to go into rehab. So they're always working on their bodies. I mean, that's why we invest the time in that we do on the stay program on Fridays. It's the reason why these guys spend so much time on their own investing in it. So, yeah, so that conversation, frankly, is ongoing. It's really the state of where they are, and if they can, perform and go out and give us a chance to win as a team, and then they're part of that conversation to play that week.
Coach, I went back and tried to look at how many games you've coached where the team was officially eliminated, and it's less than 10. How different has this week felt?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's different. It really hit me, driving home after the Buccaneers game because it was such a punch in the gut. Because I was in the locker room when the Philadelphia and Washington game concluded, and so yeah, it's different. I've been fortunate. You're always playing, for a playoff spot this time of year, but I think it's like anything. It's a time of adversity. It's a time where you're always preparing for change, adjustment, and emphasis, and that's always been the filter for growth that I believe in, and it's kind of put me into that mindset, earlier than normal.
How's Cooper Rush played differently that you've seen since the first time you all played Philly?
Oh, I think Cooper's just more into a rhythm. Clearly, I mean, Philadelphia was the first start, then and just the way the game started for him, it just, he never really truly got into a rhythm. You could see it in his feet, and but I think he's played really good football for us here. Especially, I thought, the Buccaneers game was it was a game that was going to be a lot of uphill running because just the way they set their defensive front and the way they commit to stopping a run. And I thought he did a great job of just really staying on his back foot, getting through his progressions, and and getting the completions that we needed.
So, Coach, the last 17 games, full season worth that you've had to play with a backup quarterback here, you guys are 12-5. I know you've said before that Marty Schottenheimer taught you the philosophy of don't think of plays, think of players, in terms of making sure the system fits your players rather than players having to fit your scheme or your system or whatever you want to do. Do you think that that's been the overriding philosophy that has gotten you guys to that 12-5 record over those last 17? Is the fact that, hey, this is a system and an offense that anybody can feel comfortable in regardless of when they step in?
Yeah, definitely, Bobby. I think clearly, it's a starting point philosophically. I don't think there's a question about that. But I mean, there are so many factors and elements involved in dealing with the adversity of injuries, and just the credit really ultimately goes to the locker room. I mean, because the locker room has to accept the next man up mentality, and they have to stick. They got to keep the belief high, and because that's where the confidence comes. Because you win with confidence in the National Football League. You have no chance to be successful in this league if you don't have real confidence. And I think our guys have done a really, really good job of that.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105 through the Fan. He is brought to you by Black Rifle Coffee Company, the official coffee of the Dallas Cowboys. Saquon's having a tremendous year. I mean, he's always been a great player, but does he look any different than what he did when he was with the Giants?
Oh, I would say, physically, he's always been, a gifted player without a doubt. So I would say physically, I wouldn't say he looks any different, but he's more mature. He looks very comfortable in this offense. This offense is built around the run, and he's the featured player, and he's having a great year. I think what I appreciate about the way he plays is the way he hammers it up in there for the 4, 5, 6, 7 yard consistent runs, but you tend to forget this guy can go the distance. He has great breakaway speed, and it's been a huge part of their success. You look at these performances that he has, but it's almost weekly where he's banging a run for 30, 40, 50 yards. So, but yes, this is clearly the best that I've seen him play. But he's always. There's a reason why he was a top draft pick. He's very, very gifted player.
He's closing in on the NFL single-season rushing record, Eric Dickerson's record that's stood for 40 years. Is that a point of competitive pride at all for your defense? You think of just hey, we're not going to help contribute to letting this guy break a record. We're not going to be part of this.
We're really not about the record. We're really just about keeping him in check and winning the game. We're not thinking about that. And you talk about a great Hall of Fame running back in Eric Dickerson. It's a tribute to any running back to even be in part of that conversation, because that's definitely a record that has stood for quite some time.
What is the mode of preparation, or how do you guys look at things when you've got a primary quarterback in Jalen Hurts who is dealing with an injury, and you're trying to figure out who you're getting ready for? How do you split up that time preparing for two different quarterbacks who are very different stylistically?
Well, the good thing is you've played a lot against Jalen, so you feel like you have an understanding of how he plays, and obviously he had a big game against us in the first game. Particularly getting out of the pocket. So, you really have to spend your time on Kenny Pickett, and just to make sure we're in tune, how we feel about him as a quarterback and how we feel they're going to use him. And, there's a lot of tape in the Washington game because Jalen's injury was obviously very early in the game. So, yeah, that's just, it's just part of preparation. And, and then it's not against the law for them to go, play with two quarterbacks this week too, so you got to be ready for the whole crew.
I guess you don't have to worry about the tush push though, right?
I don't know about that. Yeah, I hope not.
It's a tough play. Hey, Coach, we appreciate it. Good luck on Sunday, and then don't party too hard on New Year's.
Oh, you bet. Happy New Year, everyone.
Mike McCarthy joining us here on 105.3 The Fan on Sean and RJ. Has the portal in college football worked out exactly as it should? And you're degenerate. We're going to make you some cash, as we have been doing all year long. We've been dominating. That's all coming up next, 9 o'clock hour on 105.3 The Fan.
Has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. 9 o'clock hour. Football Friday. I'm RJ Choppy. He's Bobby Belt. Peyton and Caitlin alongside. People are resounding saying I did say Peyton earlier.
I told you did.
Well, you know what? That's their new name.
Nobody listens to me. Nobody listens to me.
That's just Phillip and Preston and all the names in the book.
He needs Peyton is better than Pepe.
When you said when you proposed to Mackenzie and you were like, "Would you do the honor of taking my name?" Did she go, "Which one?"
Yeah,
because you guys call her.
Would you prefer to be called Pepe or Preston?
Pepe. A lot of Tolos call me Pepe. I'm fine with it. I've been
Preston Russell.
I'm going with Peyton. Your name is now Peyton.
Okay. I do like
Peyton. You guys
Peyton.
just combined.
Like Brangelina or something like that.
Sarah and I were Sarjay.
No, you're not.
Yes.
No, you're
Sarjay.
you're trying. But
no, we that's what we go by. We go by Sarjay.
I do like the idea of Choppyman. Are you actually going to consider that?
Not a chance.
Why not?
I'm famous.
Oh, that's
why.
true. Yeah.
I can't change my
She
name.
has lemonade, though. Oh, no, that's country time.
Yeah.
I forgot that.
Well done. Well done. All right, let's hook you up with some money, boys and girls. All right, so we are dominating this year. We were 3-2 in the NFL last week, 2-1 in college. And that puts us, Bobby Belt, at 87-56 on the year.
Woo!
That
pretty good.
I have to say that is an unsustainable mark that we will not hit next year.
Very Chiefs-like.
It's just a number that we have we've really done well. We've really done well this year. Lately, I've and it's okay not to bet these games, right? If you see a line that you don't like, it's okay to say no. I'm not betting.
That is what Twolo Andy did when he won his parlay, thanks to you, and then he brought you the Tennessee cutting board.
Yeah,
Twolo Andy removed one of your picks that was in there, where he was just like, I'm not feeling that one, but he hit with the rest.
Even if you don't use my picks and you use your own, like if you're going through a game, it's okay not to bet the game. It's totally like you don't have to bet every game. There are some people out there like if it's a game on TV, I've got to bet it. Okay, you don't have to.
That's what Vegas is thinking with why they're allowing even Oklahoma to be on the board with none of their roster.
There you go. Okay, so I got 3 college selections for you. I like Georgia minus the 1.5. They have been downgraded 4 points from Carson Beck. Here's the thing. Carson Beck was never Tom Brady.
No. Carson Beck actually in some big games had some trouble this year.
I don't think this is going to be as big of a drop-off as people think. I mean, Carson Beck is a stable player, but Georgia's quarterbacks in general have never been like the dominant driving force.
Hey, that's the line I've been using about Georgia is they're the only team in the country who their quarterback's a role player.
They're the only team, at least in this thing, right?
Like in terms of like big time contender.
Right.
Other teams have it, but in terms of big time contender, their quarterback is a role player.
Like Arizona, I don't consider Arizona State and Boise State a big time contender.
No,
but
everybody else
certainly is a role player.
Oregon, Dylan Gabriel is a big part.
Will Howard was great the other day. Jennings with SMU was great all year. Drew Aller's not a role player. Nico's not a role player. Quinn is not a role player. You go on and on and on.
But Carson Beck is, in essence, kind of like that's icing on top.
Yep, kind of a role player. I like Texas minus the 13.5 against Arizona State. Arizona State is going to rely on Cam Scatterbo, and I don't think that's going to work out well for them.
Hasn't that line's come down though? Some hasn't it? That started at I thought 14.5.
It did. I think it did start at 14.5. I think you can get it. Let me look at it real quick because I saw it last night at 13.5. That's when I took it. But Right now,
so there's some action. Look, and Texas has had some issues this year covering in games where they're heavily favored. So that wouldn't surprise me if they didn't cover, but they're clearly better than Arizona State.
I hope you got Ohio State at -1 when it opened. It's -2.5. The money is coming in on Ohio State. I like Ohio State -2.5.
I will, if I could bet, I would bet every single thing I had on Oregon.
Really? Okay.
Yep.
Now, the reason Oregon's been downgraded, their defensive metrics have been terrible. You can run on them right now.
And look, I understand when you're talking about what you do in terms of with gambling and different things like that, you can't just you can't just basically say, oh well, I'm going off of a gut feeling necessarily. Right. Like it's deeper than that. When you look at the way Dillon Gabriel plays in big games, that's one of the reasons why I stay away from Penn State and Drew Aller.
Yeah,
Drew Aller consistently has not performed well in big games.
Right.
Dillon Gabriel's the opposite. Dillon Gabriel elevates in a way that none of these other quarterbacks do. His best games this year have always been in the big games, and Ohio State routinely, Oregon and Michigan, they lose. Those are the teams Ryan Day loses to.
Yeah, you're right. That's
so
true.
that's a little bit. I know it's not something that you can extrapolate necessarily and say, oh, that's a hard and fast rule, but it just feels like too consistent an issue for me to just ignore.
I'll tell you this. I don't care what the Penn State numbers say. I'm not betting on James Franklin in a big game.
Yeah.
Period.
Sure.
I had Buffalo on here in the NFL originally. I took that off. I don't know that I trust the Bills -8.5, 9 points right now.
Yeah, they played some close games.
And the Jets have, in their last 5 games, have been decided by a grand total of like 15 points, too. It's kind of crazy.
Rodgers is playing better.
I like the Dallas Philly under 39.
Did you have that initially, or did you add it when you realized it was a rain game?
I had over initially, but then when the Hurts news kind of came in, I was like, all right, rain game, backup quarterbacks, give me the under 39. I like Cleveland, Miami under 39.5.
It's good.
And I like Detroit -3.5 at San Francisco. This is you remember how when we came in with Detroit thinking that they are going to pull every trick play out and they are going to try to embarrass the Cowboys? They are going to do the same thing to San Francisco. They are going to try to embarrass the hell out of San Fran.
Yeah.
After what happened last year in the playoffs. So
100%.
There you go. There's your degenerates on my Twitter at RJ Choppy.
Look at that. Very, very good, RJ Choppy. All right. We got a couple of minutes left here in this segment. I wanted to talk about something here with Chop. And this is something we've been saving for a little bit. But I figured this was a good time to do it now as we're talking about the CFP and looking ahead to some different things. But Sports Business Journal had a really interesting piece up a couple weeks ago where they were studying just different things with the transfer portal. And specifically, there was a group, AD Advisors is what it's called. It's a collegiate consulting firm headed up by former Auburn AD Jay Jacobs. Ari Fleischer is in there. Peyton Russell. Who's Ari Fleischer?
He is a head coach or former head coach.
Almost.
For Alabama.
Nailed it. Bring yourself up.
Oh, let's go.
Former Alabama head coach Ari Fleischer, Carlette Patterson, and Jeff Holbrook.
Hang on. Wait, you have no idea? You really don't?
No, I don't.
He was George W. Bush's press secretary.
Yes, he was the initial one.
2000-ish.
Yeah, the original one. But Ari Fleischer's in there, Carlette Patterson, Jeff Holbrook. I was going to let it go if you were going to let it go.
I didn't want people to think that we thought Ari Fleischer was an Alabama head coach.
I think they caught on. They studied 800 portal entrants going back to 2020 to 2021, that season.
So what is Ari Fleischer doing now? He's just doing this study?
I guess he does. I'm guessing this is just related to research, but he may be a big football guy. Condoleezza Rice is. There's a lot of football people that was in that 2000 to 2008
the George
Bush
W. Bush office.
They loved football.
Who's into Texas high school football?
I guess that's what it is. But what they found was that 60% of portal entrants transferred down, and 10% were not picked up at all.
Okay, so you're at Alabama, you transfer, and you don't go necessarily to Auburn, you go to Ball State.
Yeah, or potentially even still something like maybe you go from Alabama to something like Arizona State.
They consider that transferring down?
I believe they do in this. But even if it's not that, if it's just transferred down, that's an even more insane number. Here's the question.
Yeah, because I would think transfer down would be like power forward to group of 5.
When you look at those numbers, and it revealing that it's not just for top tier programs, 60% of it must be, because it says FBS football players actually transfer to smaller schools. When you look at that and the fact that they go down towards a lower level, and we're talking about big time college football programs, is this proof that the transfer portal is actually working exactly as it should? Or does it show the exact opposite? So when you see these numbers, does that say, okay, players are recruited to big time programs, they're ending up at smaller programs when they transfer? That's a win for the portal. That's showing that smaller programs are getting access to these players that they wouldn't get normally. Or is it the flip where big programs are finding out who can play, who can't? You can't. You're not getting an opportunity here. You can't. You're not getting up to. You can. Okay, you're going to play here. Do they figure out which ones can't play, cast off the ones that can't, and smaller programs get the scraps behind, and then these bigger programs walk in and they pluck the real talent from the portal? And you go pick a small school's lone legit talent, and you get traded off 3 cast-offs who were not, were once big high school recruits, but didn't turn out to be that.
So what I think is happening is a couple of things. One, you're going to get some schools and some players that have players that they say, hey, you're not cutting it, you need to change. You need to go move somewhere else. And then you have players that are unhappy where they are genuinely good because of whatever reason. It's a bad fit. They transfer and they go to a school that is on the same level. And then you have the other kids. I think this is where a lot of it's coming in. My assumption is a lot of these kids are being told by their friends and family or by themselves, you're better than this. You need to leave. You need to go get some more money. You're worth X. They go into the portal and nothing is there for them.
Yeah.
They don't know. They don't recognize what they really are. And I think if let's say you're at Texas A&M and you're not getting playing time, and you're like, man, I'm so much better than this. I go anywhere I want. And you put yourself in the portal and you end up at Rice. Nothing wrong with Rice.
Sure.
But you're not a Power 5 school anymore, right?
Yep.
You're a group of 5 now. Or you end up at Tulane or Memphis. Again, nothing wrong, but you're going down a notch. Whereas A&M might not have told you got to leave. They might have been totally fine with you playing again. They liked you. They just didn't have a spot for you at that moment. But you couldn't wait. And I think a lot of that is the problem. I think a lot of that's happening. That's a lot of the 60%.
No, I think that's a good point. I look at it and I go, okay, let's take for example, and these are not the smallest schools, but let's just take a look at, for instance, I'm looking at the portal rankings right now, and individual players, not just team rankings. The number 1 team ranked in the portal right now, which, by the way, there's still time for other people to go in there and commit and change this up. But do you know who is ranked number 1 in the portal rankings right now for teams?
In terms of improvement?
In terms of, according to 24/7 Sports points tally, based on is it a 4-star transfer, a 5, not from high school, what they're grading them as now.
Oklahoma?
Nope.
Okay.
Close geographically.
Oklahoma State?
No. It's in the state of Texas.
Texas Tech.
SMU.
It's Peyton Russell's Texas Tech Red Raiders. Like, the fact that Tech right now has collected 7 of the 4-star recruits.
Wow.
In the portal. Is that something where it's like, okay, that shows that it's working? Or
yeah, what it shows is like, it's like if you're a program, now all these programs have money. And you have spots open, and you could sell to a player. Let's say you sell to a quarter. Hey, look, we got a quarterback spot open for you here, man. That's what Oklahoma did with Mateer.
Yeah,
they're like, hey, we got we don't have Arnold's gone. He's transferring. We don't have a spot, and we don't have a starter that's like set in stone. Come on.
Well, and look, you take a Connor Wegman, who there's obviously discussion about. Well, and he's going to Houston. So, like, that's an example of it working. But then you look at other things here, Chop. Look in the top 25, for instance, of the recruiting rankings. One of these players that Tech collected was the 8th ranked portal transfer, according to 24/7 Sports, and that's an offensive lineman, Hunter Zambrano. Hunter Zambrano's leaving Illinois State. So Illinois State, do they look at it and they say, okay, well, that's not working out for us, though, because we found somebody.
Yeah.
We identified a guy who could play. And what we got back was nothing. We lose Hunter Zambrano, who's our top guy, one of the top portal transfer guys, and he goes to Tech. He leaves us. That doesn't benefit us. Meanwhile, what do we have incoming? Okay, we've got a tight end, Caleb Schmitz from Cincinnati.
Saw my guy Dalton Connect at Tennessee last year in basketball. He was at Northern Colorado transfers, and he finished second in the Player of the Year.
I'm just
like how does that happen?
Let's run through the actual
small
let's run through the list of just players real quick as we wrap up this segment. I'm just curious if you say this player is transferring to a bigger program or not. Mateer going Washington State to OU. It's a bigger program.
Bigger program.
The number 2 and these are 24/7's rankings. Edge rusher Patrick Payton going from Florida State to LSU.
On the level,
similar, but LSU I think is
they're
Florida
better
State's
suited. Yeah.
Florida State's spiraling.
Yeah.
Eric Singleton, wide receiver, 3rd ranked recruit. He's going from Georgia Tech to Auburn.
Yep. Up.
Zachariah Branch from SC has not announced yet. Deuce Robinson, wide receiver, 5th ranked recruit, SC to Florida State.
That's down.
6, quarterback from Florida State, Luke Kromenhoek. He's going from Florida State to Mississippi State.
That's down.
And then Prince Will, man, I'm not even going to try on that last name. Edge rusher, Nebraska to Ole Miss.
That's up.
So this is still a lot of SEC collection. So when they're trying to point to, look, it's working. We're getting smaller programs loaded up with this talent they wouldn't normally have. It's like on the surface, it kind of looks like that. But is it really that you just figured out who can't play?
Yeah, so these kids are
and
trying
they're casting them off.
These players their goal is to get to the SEC or the Big Ten probably. And that's what they're looking to do. And not even just to they're looking to go from, in tiers of the SEC or tiers of the Big Ten. Like,
yeah,
you're leaving Nebraska to go to Ole Miss. All right, you're switching conferences. The conference on the same tier, but you're going up in a chance to make the college football playoff.
100%.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joins the show next on The Fan.
You can either go to Bob.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
Freaking me out a little bit.
It's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
It is time for Nick Eatman of DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. To join us here on 105.3 The Fan. On Sean and RJ, I'm RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt, Peyton and Caitlin, or Paitlin, if you want to call it that, bothly together alongside here on The Fan. Good morning, Nick. How we doing?
Doing good. How you guys doing?
Wonderful. Never better.
Wonderful.
Did you enjoy the last four primetime NFL games that were decided by a total of 85 points?
I don't think I enjoyed them because I don't know if honestly, two of them I forgot were on. Third one I said no thanks. Yeah, and then I just kind of kept seeing the score. Are you counting last night's game?
Yeah, so it was Green Bay, New Orleans was 34-zip, and then the two Christmas Day games were a total of 60-12, and then last night was very high scoring 6-3 game. You took the over 9.5. You lost.
Well, yeah. You mentioned right there the 34-0, and then a couple weeks ago we had Rams 49ers where nobody scored a touchdown. So it's been great games, great set of games. We're gonna get a better game this weekend, right, Nick? We'll get a better game there in Philly.
I think you'll get a better game. Yeah, you'll get a better game. I don't think it'll be a 34-0, and I think there'll be a touchdown. So I think it'll be somewhere in between the Packers and the Saints game and then last night's game.
Perfect.
But we'll see how the weather might affect this. I know the Cowboys were working on, the tight ends were working on, the wet ball drill, in practice yesterday. So we'll see. We'll see if the rain kind of makes it a sloppy game.
Are they expecting it to be like just wet or a downpour?
From what I've seen, it's just like it's in the forecast, like all day. So I don't know if it's going to be thunderstorm or anything like that. The last thing we need is lightning delays here for this game. I mean, they've already moved it to noon. We all appreciate that, but we don't need to be sitting there waiting, hour and a half, 2 hours to get the game in.
Nick, CeeDee Lamb is now shut down for the season. His year is complete, and I think overall, solid year just with all the things that have gone on around him and being banged up and playing as well as he did late. With him down these last two games and them out of the playoffs, who's stepping in and taking the majority of that work, or who do you really want to see? Is this a Flournoy opportunity? Is this something where you want to see what Mingo can do? Or is this, we're doing Tolbert and Cooks and rolling with that?
Well, I think that's the thing about receivers. You can do all of that. I mean, you can stay in there with Tolbert and Cooks as well to provide a little bit of I don't know about downfield threat because they don't really use them down the field like they should, but maybe across the field is kind of his play. But Flournoy and Mingo, I mean, those are the two you mentioned them, and those are the two that I think they want to see. I think we all want to see, and if you're gonna get anything out of this trade for Mingo, then you need to give him some reps here early and try to work with rapport. It's kind of hard to say that because he's probably not working with the quarterback that you would expect next year with Dak and all that, but still he needs more reps. He needs some confidence, and he needs a pass kind of in his direction where he can actually catch it. I mean, nobody gets worse balls thrown to him than him, especially here in Dallas. He hasn't gotten one, that he could really catch.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, how much of these final 2 games for you are about evaluations for certain guys in terms of are you back here next year, whether it be pending free agents like Osa and Dowdle and Golston, or just, hey, show us something here at the end, Jalen Tolbert? How much of these final 2 games is evaluation for 2025?
I think a lot of it, the hay's in the barn for the most part, I mean, just because it does kind of, you do kind of get the feel that hey, I don't know about white flag, but it's like, all right, with the CD news and just like, you just kind of get the feeling that, all right, it's been a good run. And maybe this is what McCarthy likes. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, I've got some success. Things are going kind of, looking upward here. And now, hey, we're shutting it down for Philly, and who knows about Washington and all that. I mean, I'm not saying they're not trying to win, but I think the evaluation part is just, it's individual, but I still don't think that 1 or 2 guys is going to do something one way or another that would change their mind. The only thing that could happen is, guys like, a guy like Golston goes out and gets 2.5 sacks, or maybe a huge rushing day for Dowdle. That raises the price tag a little bit. But I think the Cowboys probably know what they like, who they want to bring back, and at this point, those guys can kind of raise their own tag.
Nick Eatman joining us here, 105 through the Fan. Bobby had given the stat to McCarthy that they're 12-5 in their last 17 games with a backup quarterback. How are they, like, seriously, that doesn't happen around the rest of the league. How are they able to do this?
Well, I think they have a good backup quarterback. I think, and he understands the play caller. Play caller understands him, so it's good continuity there. And he understands the receivers. He's just been here. He's been here, and so that's part of it. But I do think that they play. I think it's worked out well when the defense has been pretty good to really good when Cooper Rush has been in there. Now, the first couple of weeks after Dak's injury, Micah was slowly kind of getting back into it. He didn't have his conditioning right. The defense wasn't humming like it is now. And obviously they struggled, but I think that Cooper Rush has benefited from a defense that's been able to kind of pick him up at times. But he picks his spots. He's not too greedy. He makes solid plays, and they can win some complimentary football because when he's been in there, the defense has been really good. Special teams has always been, better than good. And I think that's what's helped. But I'm not trying to take anything away from Cooper Rush. I mean, he is a good, solid backup quarterback. He plays within himself, and it's just kind of worked.
Nick, when you look at the fact that they did start playing better when it seems like the worst of these injuries hit, and that they started to kind of coalesce around this patchwork offensive line and, Rico Dowdle being named the starter and different things like that, is the number one job this offseason or the number one agenda item potentially this offseason, if Mike McCarthy's back, for them to say, all right, we got to figure out why when these investments we had and these more talented players, quote unquote, that we had out there, why we couldn't put together a team like we did at the back half with patchwork players?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be one of those questions that you ask, and this whole season is a head scratcher. I mean, when you look at just what they've done, and I think they have tied for the 5th best record on the road in the league. I mean, they're 5-2 on the road. I mean, like, what does that make sense at all? I mean, I think the Bills are 5-3, and they're going to, they're one of the top teams in the league. So I just think it's hard to put your finger on all this. But one thing I think that needs to happen here is everybody knows the price tag that Dak has. Everyone knows that, and yes, you got to try to build around him. But it's okay to give him help in the running game. It's okay to say, hey, we can run the football. We're a better team if we do that. And I think with Cooper Rush, they're totally fine doing it. But for some reason with Dak, it's like, no, 3rd and 4, or 3rd and 3, you've got to throw this. So you've got to pass on every down here, and instead of saying let's play smart football, let's run out the clock. And I think that it's okay to do that with Dak, and I'd like for them to kind of give them a little bit more help and a little bit more of a mindset change to say it's okay to run the football, even though your quarterback makes $60 million a year.
Nick, I saw on ESPN Bill Barnwell ranked the potential head coaching vacancies, and he did not have the Cowboys on here, which, I mean, I'm much higher than 50% now that Mike returns.
Right.
Where are you on that?
Yeah, I think I'm in that, I'm 65%, coming back. And that's why I think that I'm not saying that McCarthy did this or it's his decision or anything like that, but I think now we've seen, that they played well last few games. Yes. And then we're going to see, I think, some players not play in this game, CeeDee included, of course. We'll see some others that I think it'll kind of like, all right, Eagles, Washington, these games don't really count. You know what I mean? Like, I have a feeling that that's going to be the narrative here, that, all right, we did well, now we're done. So I think that all that being said, like the evaluation part should be kind of over from that standpoint, and I think that he's coming back. That's just what I believe. And you know what? That doesn't even make sense coming out of my mouth. I hope that makes sense to you guys. But you know what I'm trying to say?
No, I totally get what you're saying. So you're leaning, because the idea of being, if you're going to rest players, Mike McCarthy's not necessarily resting players if he's still trying to try out for his job, essentially.
Right.
So here's I guess the follow up then. If you're at 65% McCarthy returns, what is your percentage right now that McCarthy returns as the play caller?
Yeah, no, that one I think this isn't just an injury season. Okay, this isn't a season just because of injury. There's been problems. We know that. I'm not trying to spark a debate with Bobby again or anything like that. But I actually called you the other day, Bobby, because they played the highlights on the later show. Called it the Belt Down.
Oh, the Belt Down. Yeah. Sean gave me that nickname for whenever I lose my mind.
Yeah, and so I kind of wanted to get a little bit more context about it because it was like interesting, but anyway, we don't have to do that now. But basically, I mean, I think what I'm saying is that they need to have some tweaks to this. Yes, there's been injuries, but the Saints game still sits there. Yep. There was a problem with the Saints game. Everybody was there, everyone was healthy, and they got torched by a team that's not good at all. So what are the problems here, and how do you fix it? And I think the play caller, I'd like to see a change there, at least a change in the structure of the offense and how that's all done. Something's got to change here. You can't just keep coming back and saying, all right, we'll be good once we're healthy, because injuries happen, players get older. It's going to happen. You've got to be able to fix that. And so I'm probably less than 50% on that.
Nick, we appreciate it, man. Enjoy the game.
All right, guys. See you later.
Yeah, and I'll call and explain on my drive to Fort Worth, Nick, about my belt down.
I'd like to hear about it. Thank you.
Nick Eatman joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, it is Crosstalk with the K&C Masterpiece. They are at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, right near Montgomery Plaza off 7th. That is coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, after we get you over to Platinum Ford.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
What does this button do?
Good morning, guys. Just want to give a shout out to Peyton Russell. He can take great calls, unlike Alex Medford.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It is not Thursday for the payload. It is a Friday payload crosstalk edition. No Mike Bassick here, but I have Chris Arnold and the zero-time Hall of Famer Alec Medford. No point majors today, but guys,
Hey, but the two of us combined for 3. That's all that matters.
Where are
The
you
two
guys
of us
today?
combined for 3.
That's a good one.
Where are you guys today?
Where are you guys?
We are out here in Fort Worth, Left Bank, 629 Staten Street at Buffalo Wild Wings for the Friday football feast.
And for those who don't know, this is 7th Street area.
It is.
West Fort Worth, right across the Trinity River. This is where the party people hang out.
Right by Montgomery Plaza, baby.
Here you go.
I think West 7th might be the area of DFW where I've gotten myself into the most trouble in my life.
A lot of trouble happens.
Like over time, like just cumulatively. If you were just to say what geographically would we say is where you've gotten into the most trouble, it'd be right around there.
It's a fair bet.
I could say the same for myself too.
Yeah, Alex, this is his spot.
Yeah, I passed by some of the bars and they started talking to me like the Green Goblin mask, but I was able to make it here in one piece, and we're gonna have some fun with some $4 Miller and Coors Lights out here at Buffalo Wild Wings.
Oh baby,
Alec, what do you have coming up on the program today?
We do have the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, at 10:30 today. Plus everybody's favorite segment, AM on the FM at 1 o'clock.
Oh. Is that everybody's favorite? I mean, it's my favorite.
Mine.
But
I love it. I think it's great.
Really?
Yeah.
Thanks, Chop.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I think it's very good. Especially when you bring up Gorbachev.
You're gonna make Alec kill you. That's what you're gonna have.
He's not the most. Alec is not the most likely to set the building on fire up here.
I feel like I would be the least likely.
No,
Yeah.
it's another redhead.
It's Carter for sure.
Oh,
It is definitely Carter.
I mean, it is. Let's be honest. Carter would probably tell you
That's
that.
only after an Oklahoma game.
Yeah, if OU loses, he's off.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think. Now you've got me wondering about that hierarchy of most likely to do that.
Ooh.
Because who's after that?
Bassick.
Ooh, yeah. Mike is up there.
Yeah, because he would just sit there and watch it burn.
Yeah, he's running out of time though.
No, you know who's number one on this? It would be Blake. Because Blake would be like playing with a lighter and not have any clue that like,
he'd be like,
yes,
fire,
it would be by total
like,
accident.
fire's
Is that dangerous?
flammable?
Is that dangerous?
Wait,
That's what he would say.
I can't pour gasoline across the whole studio and then set it on fire. You're telling me I can't do that. There's no way. I've never heard that in my life.
I've never known that to fire to burn somebody.
Never heard of that.
Bobby, back to you. I'll let you take over here.
Okay, that's
That is Peyton saying he is out of material.
What a
10 minutes left.
What a give up. That's so pathetic.
Wow.
All right, so guys, we were kicking around a topic earlier today as I go ahead and take over Crosstalk because Peyton just couldn't fill a whole segment.
What a mail-in.
Unlike AM on the FM at what time today, Alec?
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. All right, that'll be a full 15 minutes, I think, there. All right, so, no, we were kicking around this topic of the Cowboys clearly have gotten to a point where they're really good at talent acquisition. So if you look at since 2015, I've been kind of researching this during the breaks today. They have the second most Pro Bowl selections in the NFL behind only Baltimore. Baltimore's got 58, and Dallas has 56. So they're right there with them in terms of the most Pro Bowl selections over the last decade. But we're talking about why with all this talent, Dak, CD, DeMarcus Lawrence, Micah Parsons, Jake Ferguson, Tyler Guyton, Zach Martin, like all these different guys that were playing, that when they went out, you started to play better with lesser talent. And it brought up the idea of, is Dallas just good at talent acquisition and doesn't actually know how to build a team?
No, I think because there's no payoff of a Super Bowl, that's what a lot of people feel like. You know, it's like you got all this talent, but where are the results? How come you can't get out of the first round? I think what did them in this season, and you saw what they somewhat can do when the players that were Pro Bowlers got hurt, was this. To start the season, you had a new defensive coordinator. They were learning the new defense with guys who were acquired at the end of spring or at the end of training camps.
Sure.
On top, so you had to learn this defense. In other words, what shocked the system of everybody was how bad the defense was after winning all these 16 games in a row at home. It's like, wait a minute, this is not the way the Cowboys play. They don't give these kind of points like that. And guess what it affected? It affected Mike McCarthy's play calling because he's used to, what do they would always do? They would defer first, and then they come down and march on up and down the field. You follow where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
So Mike McCarthy, who last year, not this season right here, but the year before, led the Cowboys offense to a top 5 offensive rating, led the Dak Prescott to second to MVP in voting, number 1 in touchdowns. This is Mike McCarthy's offense with him calling the plays, including all the bad calls that he makes, right? And all the mismanagement of the game clock and the whole 9 yards. They overcame all of that last year with a 12-5 record with him calling them plays instead of Kellen Moore. But guess what he didn't do? He didn't do an adjustment where the offense was going to have to carry the defense for a little while. What had happened, and people forget about this, and I bring it up all the time, Dan Quinn's takeaway defense shortened the field for the offense.
Yeah.
They were stealing points. And not only that, the defense was also getting pick six. Remember a couple of years ago, Bobby and RJ, when Dak and Tank had a bet in the end of December, which team's going to score the most touchdowns, the defense or the offense? That's how potent the defense used to be. Instead, we had to watch Mike McCarthy's defense learn his system. And then the injuries happened, and guess what? The backups learned the system.
I think there is a little bit of Brooklyn Nets there, a little Phoenix Suns, to where you know how to find the right pieces, you know how to get the talent, but when you get the talent, like, what does it matter if you don't know what to do with it? I think there is a little bit to that, but to CA's point, some of the turnover with the staff hasn't necessarily helped the personnel, and then I think in general they have whiffed on some of the personnel too. So I think there is a fair balance of both, but yeah, it's an interesting point, and I kind of do get some like NBA super team vibes where it's like, well, you got the pieces, now what? I kind of see it.
Did you guys hear the Zach Ertz, Nick Sirianni story?
Yes.
No. Okay, let's play this. Let's play this for CA really quick. This is a little bit of a longer cut, but I want to get y'all's thoughts on if this matters or if this is another example of just how easily things could fall apart with Philadelphia, or if this is a no big deal. This is Jeff McClain from the Philadelphia Inquirer this week, and this blew up yesterday, talking about an interaction that Nick Sirianni had with former Eagles tight end and current Commanders tight end Zach Ertz after the game this weekend.
The bad blood was on display during the game and after. Oddly enough, between Serrianni and former Eagles tight end Zach Ertz. The two had to be separated during post-game handshake. Sirianni didn't have much to say about it after the game.
What was the nature of the interaction with Zach Ertz after the game? It looked like he was pretty...
Just say, congrats. Both of us say congrats to each other.
Ertz told an Inquirer reporter, "I'll let him comment on what was said. To me, we just exchanged holiday pleasantries and kept it moving. But according to sources close to the incident, here's what really happened. Ertz went to shake Sirianni's hand, could tell the coach was agitated, so instead gave him a high five. Sirianni didn't like the intensity of Ertz's hand slap and mocked him because he had only one catch, and told him he essentially did nothing to contribute to the Commanders' win. Ertz took exception and got in Sirianni's face, but the coach's escort, as always, Dom DeSandro, jumped in and held Ertz back and ushered a defeated Serrianni to the tunnel.
Sirianni later called Ertz and apologized over a Zoom conference call, sources said. The former Eagles tight end played for the coach in his first year in Philadelphia before getting traded to the Cardinals midseason. Publicly, Ertz and Sirianni were complimentary of each other after their short stint together in 2021.
Why is this guy so insane?
Zach Ertz, I know.
No. You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about your boy, Nick Sirianni. This dude is the potential biggest detriment to them winning the Super Bowl.
He's insane because he has Big Dom and he can be.
I guess it's Big Dom, which, by the way, the whole clip, if you go back, and there's not a great shot of the clip itself of them interacting, but when you go look at it, Big Dom's only in the vicinity because he's getting in FaceTime for a hug and a handshake with Dan Quinn. Like, Big Dom is this cult personality.
People seem to love him. Everybody seems to love him.
They really do. Which and look, I mean, as soon as he was off the sideline last year, it really did fall apart. He must be Nick Sirianni's.
He has to be
sane handler.
He has to be, because he was like, apparently he was there in a heartbeat, and he got in the middle. He's like, dude, get out, and he walked him away.
Is that the biggest threat potentially to the Eagles' title? Is just Nick Sirianni's and Philadelphia in general, their combustibility with the locker room?
Yes, 1,000%. Because their head coach, the man that is supposed to be keeping some sort of resemblance of professionalism and like competitive nature in a respectable way, he's the biggest loser on the team. He thinks he is the face of the team. No, the face of the team is the guys that go out there and do all the scoring for you. And at this point, I don't even know what he really does that benefits the team, because I feel like Kellen Moore has done more for that offense. I feel like his defense has really stepped up for him because his GM is so damn good at drafting that he just said, let's take every Georgia Bulldog that we can get our hands on and make that work.
Facts.
It feels like everybody else is carrying the water for him while he's just a glorified cheerleader, and he doesn't know how to get out of his own way and out of his team's own way. And that's the reason why people can't respect that franchise even outside of the NFC East fandoms. He's such a loser, and he's going to get himself in so much trouble if he doesn't stop.
I'll tell you this. The only city it works is Philadelphia. And the reason why is because that's the population of Philadelphia. And that's why when he got into it with the fans, it was like, he would not survive any other city in the NFL.
He'd survive, maybe New York. He'd survive in New York.
Maybe.
But but maybe not with the Giants. They're too buttoned up. The Jets are just enough of a train wreck. But I mean, that's like, you're right, Chris. I mean, like, he takes on he is perfect for the city.
He's perfect for that city.
He takes on the emotions and the personality of the fans.
I mean, he was getting into it with Jalen Hurts to start the season. Remember that? They weren't speaking in the summer.
All right, y'all are at Buffalo Wild Wings just off of by Montgomery Plaza, 629 Staten Street. Bobby's going to make his way out there.
I am.
And I'll be out there a little bit later. I got a funeral to go to. I'll be out there after that, though. And, we'll come say hi.
Condolences.
We'll come say hi. All right, it is the K&C Masterpiece without K or C. Next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
in the morning.
And you should come on out here and take a load off with us. My name is Alec Medford of the K&C Masterpiece. I've got the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
Alongside me and you, the Turn It On, Leave It On listener. We appreciate you being and doing just that. And we've already got Cronuts on hand.
Yes, we do. We have Cronuts on hand. Thanks, Dan. Appreciate you. We got some Tolos in the house, and we're inviting everybody to come on out to Fort Worth again. You were here for the holiday party, I'm sure. Well, guess what? Come on back again. again. This time we're off of 7th, West 7th. Everybody knows the party people area. This is where we are. Come on out, represent. And as you said before, if you go on the GPS, they'll say, well, it's not open yet. It opens at 11. No, it's open now all the way till 1 o'clock in the morning. According to the sign out the front door, it's a special occasion because it's a Tolo takeover.
And just picture this: juicy wings and $4 ice cold Miller Lights and Coors Light. You are going to have a blast.
Yeah, 877-881-1053. That's the Franklin & Frankel Injuries Attorneys text line. We shout out all the Tolos, let you know we're so grateful and thankful that you let us ride shotgun while you do what you do. A lot of people are off today, but a whole lot of people are not. It's a gig economy. We ride shotgun with you while you get all the stuff done. Some people are trying to get out of the airport. Some people are going there. But let me tell you this right now. It's a special occasion. I don't know if everybody knows this or not, but there's $1 billion at stake tonight. 10 o'clock, the Mega Millions, the Powerball.
I totally forgot about that.
I'm going to tell you this. Somebody's going to win it one of these days. And I don't know if you saw Mark Cuban's advice on what to do if you win. This is a man who's already got several $1 billion, okay? He says this is real simple. First thing you do, first of all, you got to go incognito for a while. You don't need to let anybody know that you won it yet. Don't lose the ticket. This is just what you got to know. First thing you got to do, get your tax attorney. Tax attorney. He said, second thing you need to do is not get it all at once. You don't want to blow through it accidentally, even though it's $1 billion before taxes. He said the other thing you need to do is if you're not an investor, don't try to start. The smartest thing you can do is just keep it in the bank. It'll take care of you and your kids and your grandkids if it's just sitting in the bank if you're not an investor. Also, speaking of family, if somebody in your family asks you for $1 million, you say no. You don't need $1 million. You ain't never asked me for $1 million before. If they ask for $100,000, you say no. And the reason why, you know your family. You know who needs it. You can still take care of them. But if they're asking and begging and pleading, no. Now, this is what Mark Cuban did not say. Hollywood Henderson, who won the lottery twice in the state of Texas. I don't know if y'all heard about this. Hollywood won it twice. The second time, and he said, you know what? This is the kind of money I should have made when I was playing football. You know what I mean? Nowadays, everybody's making these millions. Back in the 70s and all that, he was not making that kind of money. So guess what he did? He gave all the people in his family that he liked $25,000. He said, don't you ask me for S again. And that's it. You run out, you run out. So that's some tips for whoever wins tonight, and I'm taking that advice myself because I'm planning on winning. He also said, don't spend more than $2 because the odds are astronomical. The more tickets you get, that does not increase your odds. So just know that. Don't say, I'm going to get $100 worth tonight. No. $2 is all you need. The other $98 ain't going. It ain't helping you out one bit.
That's great advice for somebody not named Alec Medford because I will not be winning that.
But you're not participating?
I might get a $2 ticket.
Oh, don't block your blessing then.
I might try there. You can't win if you don't try, right?
Exactly.
But, it's going to be hard to win for the Cowboys because they're without their number one weapon the last two games.
CeeDee Lamb.
CeeDee Lamb has been shut down by the team. They announced Thursday as he has that AC joint sprain in his shoulder. He's had it since the November 3rd loss to the Falcons, and he's aggravated it pretty much every week. You can see him at some point visibly upset because of the way he gets taken down to the turf and needs a minute to kind of recuperate himself, but he's done for the rest of the season, which you say that. It's only 2 games. But it's 2 division games starting this Sunday with the Philadelphia Eagles. If you forgot, that game has been flexed. It was the America's Game of the Week, but now it is going to be a noon kickoff right here on 105.3 The Fan. But that just takes away from any kind of intrigue that was left because, you even saw it in the last few games. He absolutely went off against some of these teams, bad shoulder and all. And I bet a team like the Buccaneers is so mad right now. Like,
oh, yeah.
Why did he play against us? Y'all shut him down after you harm our playoff chances. Why?
Because that's what competitors do. They don't give you anything. So props to CeeDee Lamb because after the game I was talking to him in the locker room and he was talking about he's competitive and he wanted to let his teammates know he's there for them. even though the shoulder, they said it can't get worse. It's just painful. And so the bottom line in this, it was getting a little bit worse. And they said, you know what, these last 2 games, we know what you can do. You're a dog, a D-A-W-G, or a D-O-double-G, you see, like Snoop. Put some respect on his name. CeeDee Lamb was doing these things without a training camp. He was doing these things while people were like wondering about his money. And, how's he going to – he was doing this with a backup quarterback. Micah Parsons was talking in the locker room, and he said, CeeDee Lamb is the best player I've ever seen with my own 2 eyes. And he explained about being a dog and about how he's doing this with all kinds of quarterbacks. He said some of these wide receivers, their excuse is, well, I don't have my guy. I don't have the same stats because I'm working with a backup. He said CeeDee Lamb's got another 1,000 yards like clockwork. It doesn't matter who's throwing it to him. It doesn't matter if it's Dak. It doesn't matter if it's Cooper Rush. It doesn't matter if it's Andy Dalton. He's still getting 1,000 yards, and he's not just catching the ball. He's running the ball. He did punt returns when he first got here. So the bottom line is CeeDee Lamb is for real, and for those fans who were, looking at him pouting on the sidelines, that was him being competitive. Tom Brady was doing the same damn thing, but guess what? Tom Brady's out was he had Super Bowl rings. But you saw the same footage on the sidelines. Tom Brady being mad. You want competitors, and you're glad you got CD.
You are, and it sucks to hear because that he wanted to be out there in the worst way. But that was the team saying, look, we got to do the right thing here, and that's the point I'm making is they did the absolute right thing, even though it is the boring move, and it's like, well, you already got the backup quarterback. Now he's your 5th Pro Bowl player that is going to be on injured reserve.
Yep.
So that's a big hit, and that's a big hit to my interest in watching these 2 games and listening to these 2 games. I'm still going to, but, man, I do want to ask Jerry what he thinks because everybody keeps asking about it. Could we see more Jonathan Mingo since he loved him so much in the draft?
Yeah, Will McClay loved him a whole lot.
And we'll have Jerry Jones at 10:30 right here on 105 through the Fan, so we can ask him then. The other big injury update that we got this morning in the Metroplex.
It happened late last night.
But that everybody woke up to and was distraught pretty much immediately right off the wake up. Luka Doncic is going to be out at least 1 month after suffering that calf strain on Christmas Day's loss to the Minnesota Timberwolves. He got the MRI yesterday. He has a history of injuries, as you mentioned yesterday, that left calf.
Yep.
So there was a lot there, and we kind of expected it off the jump. They're going to slow play this, make sure they do it the right way. They don't want to rush him back. And so he will be reevaluated in 1 month.
This is what's so great about this particular injury. They've dealt with it before. In other words, the trainers and the doctors with the Mavericks are familiar with it. So is Luka. With that being said, the other good part about it is it happened right now instead of in April or May, where you really, really need him. And the third thing that's great about it is this is not 2021 where it's Luka dominant ball. And if Luka doesn't play, the Mavericks don't win. Oh my, what are they going to do? Clutch the pearls. No, this team's got depth. They are 6-2 when Luka doesn't play. It's really 6-1. The game against the Clippers a week ago Thursday, when it was Luka and Kyrie both out, I don't count that because both of them were out. You know what I'm saying? When Kyrie is in there, the defenses have to account for him, and they have gone 6-1 with Kyrie leading the charge. So with that being said, you got a team that's better able to handle significant injury to whether it's Luka or Kyrie. Last year at this time, there's a lot of people do not remember. This year at this time in December, Kyrie missed about 20 games. People forget that. They're like, oh yeah, what happened? Remember he fell on Dwight Powell's ankle. Or Dwight Powell fell on his ankle, excuse me. Dwight Powell got flipped up in the air, and he fell on Kyrie's ankle. It could have been worse, but it wasn't. But it still cost him most of December. And guess what? The Mavericks still went to the Western Conference Finals. I'm not saying they're going to do it again. I'm just saying this team is built even better than that to handle this kind of a loss.
So there you have it, the 2 big injury updates coming across in the last 24 hours for your favorite DFW superstars. It is the K&C.
Oh, by the way, the Mavericks are playing tonight against the Phoenix Suns, and Suns have already beaten them twice this year, just so you'll know, in Phoenix. Game time is at 8 o'clock.
It's the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings Left Bank in Fort Worth. And we're already packing this place in, so come and get your spot while there are still some open. 629 Staten Street. We've got 4 shirts, a jersey, 4 hats, 2 minifigures, 2 mini helmets, and 3 salute to service footballs to give away for you, including the Cowboys ticket giveaway. So coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, we have some NFL overreaction or reality next on the K&C Masterpiece.
Commercial-free K&C? Delicious! Spend your lunchtime commercial-free. Afternoons beginning at 12:20 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Mike Bassick here for Men's Tea Clinic. Guys, I've been with Men's Tea Clinic for over a decade, so you've heard me talk about how great they've been for me. But they've been so great for our Metroplex that they have 5 DFW locations. When they started, they had 1 location. They have 5 locations now. The best way to find the location nearest you is to go to mensteaclinic.com. Find the location nearest you. See all the therapies that they have. It's not just testosterone replacement therapy. Yes, that's their bread and butter, but they have so many other therapies. I'm taking Lipo B shots. I'm taking B12 shots. I'm taking my testosterone replacement therapy with Men's Tea Clinic. They want to be a one-stop shop.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
yours, we wish you a very Merry Christmas and a blessed and prosperous New Year.
It's the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Cars for Kids. Donate today at Cars for Kids. And it's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on 105.3 The Fan, it is the K&C Masterpiece. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth's Left Bank. And you can hear it already. 629 Staten Street. Come hang out with us. Take a load off, if you will. Right here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We are going to have a ton of fun here today, including talking with Jerry Jones here at 10:30. Here in about 13 minutes. Going to ask him about CeeDee Lamb and maybe some hypotheticals of if he would still be playing if Cowboys were still in the playoff hunt.
Good question.
Interested to see what he has to say there, but that is coming up here in just a little bit. Right now, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality. And CA, I do want to start out with yesterday's teams involved in Thursday Night Football. An absolute barn burner of a game.
The ugliest game of the season.
That was not fun. I will say it was a lot more competitive than the box score said. I'll give it that. I thought that there was some really fun back and forth, but it didn't result in any points.
What was the final score again? 6-3?
6-3.
Yeah, it was a barn burner.
So, NFL overreaction or reality. If the Seahawks make the playoffs, because they would need to win against the Cardinals and they would need the Rams to lose. If they were to make the playoffs, nobody should be scared of the Seattle Seahawks in the playoffs.
That's a fact, Jack. I'm serious. This is a team that's, I'm not saying they're backing their way in, because sometimes teams start out strong and then they start losing and they're like, okay, they were hanging on for dear life. No, this team is not serious. And I wish they were. Geno's a really good quarterback, but guess what? He hadn't been around all season. To me, they've been doing this with Band-Aids, and glue and stuff like that. So no one should be afraid of. This is not the team that nobody wants to play. Put it like this: if the Cincinnati Bengals were to somehow theoretically were to be in the playoffs, and they're not, that would be the team you'd be afraid of. Not this team.
I'm not afraid. If I'm any NFC team that has to match up with them right now, they're just too inconsistent. Geno Smith even said in his post-game interview on Prime yesterday that the knee is still very much an issue for him. Mm-hmm. And he said you just got to battle through it for the guys, and he didn't even try to hide the fact that it's still definitely bothering him. You talk about some of the theatrics that are going on with DK Metcalf too. It doesn't seem like he's super focused right now. Seems like he's thinking about some other things, and he's been dinged up too. You saw him exit the game a couple times to kind of catch his breath, and looked like maybe a shoulder was bothering him or something. Some trainers were checking him out, so it's just not a healthy team overall. Kenneth Walker just went on injured reserve. They're starting running back, even though I think Charbonnet has been arguably better, but that's a conversation for another day. So I think that's reality. I do not think that you should be scared of the Seahawks in the playoffs.
The craziest thing, or the most interesting thing about that game last night was, in the game, you heard about this, former Seattle coach Pete Carroll wanted to coach the Bears. And that's who was losing their 10th straight game. The Bears have lost 10 in a row. They need a new coach. And isn't he a year older than Belichick?
Yes, he's not getting any younger. And that segues right into the next question I have for you. NFL overreaction or reality. The Chicago Bears are more than just a head coach away.
Here's what's wild. I think they're not more than a head coach away, because the NFL is such a parity league, and they've always had the talent, and they've had cap space for years. It's not like, well, we can't acquire anybody. They've always had a mismanaged coaching situation, and so much so that and general manager and coach, so much so where the fans started yelling, "Sell the team, sell the team," all during the game. And they got a new stadium coming, too.
Yeah, so it seems like there's a lot of good things that could propel towards maybe a little more buy-in by the fan base outside of the actual product that they're putting on the field. I mean, they've got the potential generational quarterback already on the roster. They've got some good skill position players, Keenan Allen, and so on and so forth. DeAndre Swift, I bashed that signing, but he's been playing pretty good for them. It seems like they're making some of the right decisions. But what really got me was when they failed to take a timeout late in the game, and the crowd just started booing as the clock was running down.
Man.
They're on offense, not taking a timeout. I think it was like 40-something seconds left in the game, and they let it wind all the way down into the 30s and just snap the ball. And they had 2 timeouts in their back pocket, and the crowd starts booing them.
That's what happened with Eberflus.
Yeah, because they know, even the crowd in the stadium knows, you got 2, use them, please.
Right. The crazy thing about it, the Bears were 4-2 to start the season. They've lost 10 straight. They're 4-12.
They're
crazy.
They are abysmal. NFL overreaction or reality, CA. The Las Vegas Raiders will regret losing out on their top 2 draft pick. With their win this past week, they have moved outside of the top 2 in the NFL draft order. And there's a lot of question marks on that roster, that one of them being quarterback. And there was a lot of, noise surrounding Shedeur Sanders, reportedly, infatuated with the idea of playing for the Vegas Raiders. So, overreaction or reality? They're going to regret that.
I'm pausing because I have to look over their history of drafting. I don't know if they're a great drafting team. Some teams know how to draft, some teams don't. They screw it up some kind of way all the time.
So I can tell you Henry Ruggs.
It's almost like giving...
That'll give you a good idea.
Yeah, thank you. So I can give you an example. It's like giving somebody the lottery money tonight.
Sure.
And they just blow through it. I'm not even talking about $1 billion. I'm not saying you just won $2 million. There are people that do not know how to handle it. So give somebody a first-round pick, a top 5 pick. They don't know how to handle it. I'm just saying, pick the wrong guy. Taco Truck. I'm sorry.
Jeez.
Everybody knew it should have been T.J. Watt.
This is true, and it's unfortunate, but, revisionist history, it's always 2020.
The Cowboys, on the whole, though, do know how to draft. They're very good at drafting, on the whole.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Lions might end up being the number 5 seed. I got this from Ruben because the way that the top of the NFC is shaking out, you've been talking about it all week.
Yeah,
this race between the Vikings and the Lions.
Mm-hmm.
There's a tie atop the NFC right now for that number 1 seed, but all it's going to take is a loss, and it's going to propel them in a way that they don't want to go.
All the way to 5?
It could happen.
How? Ruben's nodding his head, but do you know the details?
Because if they lose, they have a tie in record with the Vikings,
right.
and there's already...
So they become a wild
because
card?
They already played each other.
Got it? So they're still a wild card for sure. In other words, they're not one of the division winners.
Exactly. So they would fall to a wild card spot.
That's all it is to it. And again, that's why it makes that game. And, they're flexing all these games next weekend. Not this weekend, but the following weekend. We don't even know if the Cowboys are going to play Washington at AT&T Stadium on Saturday or Sunday.
Yeah, we have
because
no clue.
the NFL's flexing everything. Because guess what? The game of the weekend, arguably the game of the last 2 months, if not the year, is Vikings, Detroit Lions. And I know the NFL is like rubbing their hands like, yes!
My eyes will be glued to the TV for that game because especially whenever your own team is out of it, like I find a lot of intrigue in some of those battles because the NFC, you talk about the parity league, talk about the parity conference. The NFC is the most unpredictable thing right now because I'll tell you right now, I can punch the ticket for the Kansas City Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl. Like that, I think that's inevitable at this point. But for the NFC, I could give you probably 4 teams that would make sense.
Yeah, it's wide open.
You can paint the path throughout the bracket for probably 4 different teams, and it's kind of wild. And I love it, but it's also a product of some overall mediocre football in the NFC. So it's a product of not great product, but at the same time, the top is definitely the cream of the crop of the NFL.
And injuries, too. I mean, look at Detroit. They're overcoming some of their injuries, but it's just a shame that team is in full force where they could meet Kansas City Chiefs in a showdown in the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? That would be so if they were completely healthy. I think a completely healthy Detroit could stop the Kansas City three-peat. But they're not healthy, so I don't know.
It's a Shout-Out Friday here on the K&C Masterpiece, 877-881-1053. If you've got any shout-outs to get in today, we will get those out in the world for you. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth's Left Bank, 629 Satan Street. Come take a load off with us. And coming up next on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, we talk with the Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike Bassick here with a touchdown deal. Need new windows? Dax Kirks, co-owner of Best Buy Windows and Siding, has the perfect play.
Thanks, Mike. Tolos. Get 10 single-hung windows for just $59.50. You won't find a better deal.
Beat the summer heat and start saving today with Best Buy Windows and Siding.
And don't forget, a lifetime warranty is included on all our windows for peace of mind.
Call 469-WINDOWS or visit bestbuywindowsandsiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding. Increase the look and value of your home or business by applying long-lasting Rhino Shield ceramic paint coating. Rhino Shield can be applied to brick, wood, stucco, metal, or virtually any exterior surface. It's backed by a 25-year transferable warranty. Right now, save 20% off the regular price. Unique financing options with simple interest loans up to 20 years. Schedule a free estimate by calling 844-744-6628 or visit rhinoshieldtx.com.
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
At Verizon, anyone can trade in their old phone for a new one on us with Unlimited Ultimate, which means everyone in your family could get a new phone and stay on your family plan, keeping you close.
Hey, Mom, you seen my toothbrush? Yeah, I'm almost done with it.
Oh, maybe too close. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Guy Fieri called Palmer's Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich a destination dish. Make Palmer's your destination. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp in the Lakewood area, Mockingbird and Abrams in Hillside Village. Open 7 days a week with catering and live music. Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp.
It's LeVar Arrington here, and listen, the best offense is a great defense. Crime is a reality we all face, and how are you preparing to protect yourself and your family from these threats? You need a plan that doesn't carry the legal or mental burden of using a firearm. Meet the Byrna Less Lethal Launcher, your safe, effective defense solution. BYRNA, the Byrna Launcher.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Street, come hang out with us and come get all of your entries for some of our Cowboys merchandise giveaways. But right now, brought to you by Ford and the North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We welcome in Dallas Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones. Good morning and belated Merry Christmas, sir. How's it going?
Hey, Jerry.
Going great. And Chris, both of you, Merry Christmas. But Chris, it's great to be on with you, man.
It's been a while.
So far back, and I can just think of all the good times that we've spent enjoying these last 30-something years. So good to be on with you, Chris. And
you too.
And both of you.
Oh, yeah, and Jerry, hadn't talked to you since the pandemic on the radio, but again, it's great talking to you. We got some stories to tell, on and off the air.
Woo-wee! It's good.
There we go. He does it unlike any others. Jerry, I do have to start off, though, with the announcement that we got from the team yesterday. CeeDee Lamb is going to be shut down for the last 2 games of the season. Can you tell us a little bit about what went into that decision?
Well, he's been playing hurt for at least the last couple of ball games, and everybody knew that he was how much he were fighting through the pain. And it's a separation that more damage up there would require surgery, and we don't want him. He didn't want to have surgery, and it's very healable without the surgery at this level. But if it kept getting injured, which it was, continuing to be injured almost every play, then you would have had to have surgery. Surgery could go over into next year, as we well know, and impact next year. Now, the point is that had we been playing for the marbles and been playing for the playoffs, then you couldn't have kept him out of there. But it is the right decision for best interest of the team, really now and in the future. So it was a decision he made and would always make that. The player ultimately makes the decision. But we know from what he's done the last 4 or 5 games that he was going to go until he just couldn't go anymore. But this is the right thing to do.
So just to clarify there, if the team was still in the playoff hunt, you do think that CeeDee Lamb would have still been active?
Still think he would have. We might not have played him if now if we had that playoff wrapped up, you'd be resting him. And should have, because he frankly was very, very limited, and he needed to diminish the hits that he was taking on that shoulder, because apparently every time that he had a game, he was making the damage worse. And so the way to handle that is, of course, to surgery, and we didn't want that.
Jerry, I was in the locker room after the game, and all the players were talking about, how competitive they've been in, this season for all of this adversity. And I think a lot of people weren't expecting the adversity, the injuries, the slow start to the season, the entire the way the thing was going. But Micah and CD in particular were talking about they learned some things from this. And I'm looking at the bigger picture, and I want to get your opinion on this. I'm looking at the bigger picture of around the league. You see teams going through adversity, but they have maybe some infighting in the locker room or finger pointing or just some discord or turmoil going on in the different organizations. And it seems like, surprisingly for a lot of people, the Cowboys seem to be on the same page with each other and the coaching staff. Can you talk about what that has meant on, if you had to find something bright on this season?
Yeah. Well, first of all, any team, any season, you look for it when you don't have the players pushing and pulling in the same direction. This team unquestionably is well fixed relative to everybody's got the same thing in mind and how to do it in mind. You got to give Mike McCarthy huge amounts of credit for establishing that, creating a forum for that to happen. But then you got to give your player leadership a huge pat on the back as well, and that's where it comes in. And obviously for CD, who's obviously a leader in the clubhouse, but he has that skill. He has had that kind of season. But then for him to be showing the way with the way he was playing through that injury, that's the ultimate in leadership. And that was happening, and that was helping the dynamic you're talking about. We've got that. Dak Prescott, if there's a player, or has ever been a player, that can lead when he's not playing, Dak is one of them that can. He's a leader of men. And, he's the original Pied Piper. So the point is they follow his leads. He's very involved around the team, considering the fact he's not playing. All of that gives us a lot to look forward to as far as the leadership factor going forward.
Jerry, I've been knowing you since you got here back in 1989, and you have always been a wildcatter. You've been never afraid to take a chance or a risk that's calculated because you know you can do it again. And I've wondered how over the years, like you traded for Charles Haley, you brought in T.O., you made Deion Sanders, brought in Deion Sanders, you made all these different moves, and then this offseason, it was kind of quiet. And I was wondering about, is there a strategy to that, or is there a different way the Cowboys are going to approach things in the offseason? Because you normally make a splash, like a splash play.
Yeah. Well, the thing that might not have been apparent or as attention-getting as the splashes was the fact that since I walked through the door, you had to also be doing the thing within the rules or within the parameters of what you can afford. You have to. I always have had to. And I've gone beyond the logic so many times in terms of the financial end. Well, the financial cap is not a financial thing with me at all. It is a part of the rules. It's like you can't have guys off the line before the play is snapped. And so it is a real determining thing. I'm talking about the cap. And a very determining thing on winning and losing. And so there's no question that if you look, Mike McCarthy said when he got here that this was the best talent he had ever coached. Talking about our talent when he got here. And number one. Number two, if you look at, let's just take Dak. If you look at his career, he's been surrounded by some of the best talent there is in the NFL. And that's in the offensive line. That's, frankly, I'd say across the board. A lot of people might take issue with that, but it's been top all the way through. That comes at a price. You have to have had to pay outside your cap. And you can do that in the NFL. It's like paying on the credit card. And then you have to pay up in ensuing years. So we have to not only have the dollars to go forward to basically fit these players on the cap, but we have to also be paying for a lot of things we've paid for in the past. We're not the only team that's ever done that, and there's been teams do it and win more than we're winning right now. We've got to do that, and that's the way it is where we are, and that's the way it was going into this year. All in, frankly, was all in signing for the future Dak Prescott. That's all in, brother. That's the highest paid player in the NFL, and I'm glad we got him. All in was signing Lamb. When I talked about Lamb and I wasn't that concerned about him not being there, I knew that he and Dak had played their together in the offseason and really were well coordinated. But I didn't need to see Lamb out there in preseason games and having those kinds of issues. Well, I mean, have needed to play well. Well, he's played well, played really well. And so we didn't pay any price for Lamb's ability or our ability working with Lamb not being there during the time that we were negotiating his contract. So if I sound defensive, I guess I am there because that's all in stuff, Lamb, and that's all in stuff, Dak. And the reason that we got that is because we had to take away other places to be able to get those. We'll do that next year, and we'll do that as we go forward. We've got the basis of having a team that I think can contend, but it's just the problem you're dealing with. So, yeah, I'll take a risk with the best of them. As a matter of fact, I've taken a bigger risk than Lamar. Lamar Hunt stood up in an NFL meeting 20 years ago and said the biggest risk he'd ever seen in sports was when I bought the Dallas Cowboys, and he was very familiar with it because he knew what the situation was. So, yeah, you have to take risks, by the way. It doesn't come just by sitting there with formulas and sitting there with ratios and sitting there with certain types of studies. It doesn't come that way because the player is not wired that way. You go in a classroom today, you try to find the people that are going to be, say, who are going to be the most successful financially. You can't find them. You couldn't pick that person out in a classroom. As a matter of fact, he may not even be in the classroom. He may have dropped out, the one that's going to be there financially. So I'm giving you a long answer, always do, but frankly, I think that's where we are, and I'll take a chance, and you'll see it. I'll never forget when I signed Deion. I had to go back home. I went back over to Little Rock where I was raised because Deion's check, $12 million, was as much as I had put up cash a few years earlier to buy the team at that time, that much cash. And basically I went back over there to see if I'd lost my bearing, lost my base, because I was going to give him that much cash up front, Deion Sanders, to come here. That's still here, Chris. It's not over doing those kinds of things. I went over there and walked around the neighborhood, saw trees that I'd knocked the bark off on when I was a kid. Then I looked down and said, well, I remember when a quarter was everything. And then, by golly, I looked at that, and I looked at that old house I lived in. I said, that was then. This is now. I'm going for it. And that's exactly the way I am today about the Dallas Cowboys.
All right.
Jerry Jones joining us here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. With CeeDee Lamb's absence the last two games of the season, what would you like to see from a couple of guys like Jalen Tolbert, who's had an up-and-down season, and your trade deadline acquisition, Jonathan Mingo? What could you see from a couple of those guys?
Well, I think this gives them a great Fournette as well. Mingo certainly will get opportunities out there. We're excited about him. We're excited about his future here. So that's what happens. These guys get a chance. I don't mind telling you, I'm really excited about the way Rush is playing. If Rush has really gotten better, it just shows you give somebody a chance to play and stay with them, they will get better in the NFL.
Jerry, is this a season where they can build off of? I bring this up because that's what Micah Parsons was adamant about in the locker room. He was saying through all this adversity and what you did right and what you did wrong. And by the way, he's all in on Mike Zimmer. He loves Mike Zimmer. Can you talk about how that could carry over? Is that what you're expecting? And also, you guys have to make some decisions on who you want to keep around. Who are the dogs and who are the guys that are just out there?
Well, I think it's easy for me to see why they're buying into Mike Zimmer. And by the way, that took some buying into.
Yep.
They just technically how to do it the way that Zimmer was trying to coach it. It's one of the issues in the NFL. Certain player types fit certain scheme types. And so when you start changing what you're asking the player to do, you could get a little compromised on why you had that player to begin with. That has to do with size, that has to do with length in the size, or it can have to do with just something. Are they a good tackler in the secondary, and is that their biggest skill? Are there a lot of coverage, and we'll drag them down? What you got here? All of that comes in to the picture. So yes, I'm very rewarded when I see the team get better and better each game, and even with the compromising of the injuries. And we're getting better and better, like you said, Chris, with some younger and younger players. That's great stuff there, because that allows you to work the cap better, and that allows you to, frankly, have a little better feeling about availability, because obviously the older you get in a career, the compromising place, one of them is availability. You get hurt more.
Jerry, you mentioned availability, and it's been sparse across the offensive line this season. And you've got some decisions to make with some of those guys, with Zach Martin going down and, at probably the back end of his career, to put it politely. What have you seen from some of those guys like Tyler Guyton, your first-round pick, Cooper Beebe, and what do you want to see from them going forward, since they're going to be your anchor pieces moving forward?
Well, I probably got a little out over my skis, thinking that just plug those guys in. Guyton, I know better than that, and BB, they're rookies, and they've had the acclimation period for rookies, but really they've done well. And when you add a couple of rookies to a five-man crew, and then all of the nuances of coming from college to the NFL, that can compromise you. And we did, and it has to do with a lot of the mental. It's not just physical, but it's mental, and it has to do with being sure of yourself. And a lot of times you get those pre-snap penalties, that movement, or you've got to have discipline when that ball breaks outside. The back takes it outside, and you thought he might be coming inside. You got to watch that holding out there. That's going to get called. Having said all of that, they have paid the price, and we've paid some price to some degree. And we're blocking it up a little differently, and that's good than we did when we started. And that's good stuff, too. And that's just an evolving process that has to do with, frankly, the fact we're playing the younger guys. We're putting a little different fronts out there that we're getting to take advantage of, because Rush is so good at pre-snap work. And so we're getting into run situations with a better front to run it than we were early when we had Dak. All of that's encouraging to see how we're doing that and the success we're having with it.
Hey, Jerry, before we let you get out of here, Cowboys taking on Philadelphia. It's a division rival. People in Philadelphia, they got their thoughts about the Cowboys. Cowboy fans have their thoughts about the Eagles. What's going to be the mentality for these guys? Is it going to be revenge, spoiler? What do you think McCarthy's going to tell these guys to try to do what they can to stop those Eagles?
Well, I think that you get it the minute you go out to warm up as a player in Philadelphia, and that is the pride that they have, and are they proud of those Eagles? And rightfully should be. I'm not for sure the status of the quarterback at this point. I'm not. And so but I do know this, that it would be a big win for us. And our guys do know that. And that's where we are. And to go up there and come out of there with a win, I'll never forget the first year, Chris, that we were involved and we hadn't won a game, and we go to Washington, and they were undefeated, Washington Redskins, and they ended up winning the Super Bowl. And they had a really outstanding team. And we won that game. And it was a cornerstone, if you will, has been, and here I'm talking about it 35 years later. And that's the only game we won. Yet that game showed that it can happen to you. You can take on a team, may I say, better or more accomplished and win. You can do that in this NFL. And that would be very constructive to the Cowboys to go up there and beat this Philadelphia team at home.
Hey, Jared, last week you started talking about some squirrel brains that you used to eat when you were growing up. And I remember back in the day, you used to have a Tuesday luncheon, and you served up some food to the media. It was some calf fries, and people didn't know what that was. Can you talk about what instigated that and tell those who don't know what calf fries are what they are?
Well, you and I both know what they are, so you've set me up for this. That's the male organ of the
bull.
They're a little bull until you take those away from them, and then they're a steer.
Yep.
And so that's what you have. They're a staple of. I can remember politicians, people having big calf fry banquets during political times, and grew up around that. And then, of course, there's turkey fries. Same thing, turkey fries, and that is something that I've hunted 15, 20 people every morning. I've done that for 30-something years, 40 years, really. And one of the staple are turkey fries, and they're really very popular. So
you know what, Jerry? Yeah, Jerry,
all that
I'm
stuff is pretty good. But what that is that separates when you separate all that, you don't have a gobbler anymore. You don't have a bull. You got a steer.
Yep. I just remember you didn't tell anybody what it was till they got through eating them.
Well, hey, this. Too much information has ruined a lot of good things in life.
Jerry, you have a happy New Year if I don't talk to you before then.
Fair quote.
Oh, man. Thank you so much for the time,
Good
Jerry. Glad that the team still has their fries.
Mm-hmm.
And there he goes, Jerry Jones, right here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Too much information. You should have seen the look on his face when he told everybody what the calf fries were.
That is amazing.
Some of those writers started about the.
I mean, hey, what's the problem? If they didn't know and they enjoyed it, that shouldn't change anything, right?
Right.
Yeah,
theoretically.
Yeah. Like Jerry said, too much information can ruin a lot of good things. That's an all-timer right there. Good job getting that one out of him. So there you go, Jerry Jones, brought to you by the North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Got a little bit of information out of there. I was kind of happy to hear him say that he got out in front of his skates on the rookie offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Because we've been saying
Tyler Smith, they thought he'd be like Tyler Smith right out the gate.
Exactly. And that one was just an ace by Will McClay and his staff.
Yeah.
But, you know, you don't get those every time. And he said, look, they're rookies. We shouldn't have expected as much. CeeDee Lamb, it sounds like he would have tried to keep going if they were still in the playoff hunt. And he said they would have rested him instead of putting him on injured reserve if they had a playoff spot locked in. So interesting stuff there. And, of course, wrapped it up in the only way that Jerry Jones can with audio gold.
Fries.
It's the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. We are at Buffalo Wild Wings, Fort Worth Left Bank. Come get your spot. Come take a load off with us. 629 Staten Street out here in Fort Worth. And if you don't know where that is, it is right over by 7th Street. You'll find it pretty quickly. Montgomery Plaza as well. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, let's talk to our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on the K&C Masterpiece.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Carl Dukes with an Infinity Sports Minute. I know the NBA has traditionally played on Christmas Day for a long time, but excuse me, LeBron, you've just been bodied. The NFL played 2 games, both blowouts, but people cared. And oh, don't forget about Beyonce.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
That way, I think I remember that.
Yeah, I was looking at guys wanting to throw up.
You know, the first time I ever had those, I was so this goes way back, right? It was on the Big 8 Skyriders tour.
Okay.
So, and we were in Colorado.
Yeah, because they call them Rocky Mountain
and
oysters,
they called them
too.
Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah.
Yep.
And I tried them and actually liked them too.
Uh-huh.
So
Yeah, Alec, have you
it's a
ever had
delicacy. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
It's a delicacy that I have yet to try, and I don't know if that'll ever get crossed off of the bucket list. I don't know if it's on the bucket list at all.
It
It probably tastes like chicken. Who knows?
I swear, every time I hear someone say that about any kind of food, I instantly think, you are wrong. You are baiting me. You are trying to get me to try something that I'm not going to like.
All I can tell you is, they always say if it's not chicken, beef, or pork, it's gamey.
Yeah.
So it is a little gamey.
Yeah.
But it's very, oily, greasy.
Oh, that doesn't
Because they
help.
fry them, right?
Yeah, exactly, because they fry them.
That doesn't help. Well, before I get that image in my head any further, Mickey, I asked Jerry about CeeDee Lamb, the process going into that, and it was just, he said it was a collaborative effort between CeeDee and the team, but also followed up and asked if they were still in the playoff hunt, would he have been put on injured reserve and would his season still be over? And it sounded like CeeDee still would have been out there playing if they were in the hunt, and that just feels on brand for the kind of competitor that CeeDee is, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's probably pretty accurate. I think we could tell what he was going through. I think, I don't know if I mentioned it here or where, but it was like, well, the only way to decrease the pain is not get tackled.
Right.
Go score a touchdown every time.
Mm-hmm.
You may not get tackled in the end zone, but every time he got tackled, you could see the grimace on his face, and he needed to take a minute or so to kind of recover. But the fact that this last game, he have 7 catches for, I think it was 103 yards, just rather remarkable, playing with one good shoulder, right? And yeah, as Brian Schottenheimer said, he said the guy's just an absolute warrior, and he was giving it up for the team. And and he's not the only one. If you think about some of the other guys that hadn't been practicing and still playing, it's rather amazing. Nick Vigil, I don't think he's practiced since. He told me he hurt his foot at Pittsburgh. Right?
Yeah.
And for the majority of the rest of the weeks, he was not practicing other than maybe doing the kind of, it's kind of a fast walkthrough on Saturday they do. And then he's playing special teams. And then this past week, he starts the game at linebacker because Kendricks, who had been playing through some things, finally was like 90 minutes before the game. It's like, I don't think I can go. And so they told Vigil right when they announced the inactives that, hey, you're starting. And he hadn't practiced all week. And then he goes out and leads the team in tackles. There's a lot of guys right now that playing through things. And even, Micah missed those 4 games. And I asked him yesterday, I said, but you came back, but how many games did it take you to be yourself? Like you feel like you're really back from that high ankle sprain? He said probably 2 games. And we see what he did and the defense has done since he returned. Brandon Cooks could have called it quits. He missed 7 games and then came back and played. Deron Bland spent 11 games on injured reserve. We forget all this stuff when we sit there and try to assess what happened this season.
Yeah.
A lot of bad things happened. and a lot of it due to a lot of the injuries that they suffered. CD now is the 6th Pro Bowl guy that landed at some point on injured reserve, either for the rest of the season or part of the season. That's a lot of talent missing, and a lot of talent taking up salary cap room too, by the way.
Hey, Mick, you talking about this season being so strange, and it has been strange because the assignment, and I've been talking about this for a little while, the assignment for the core group of veterans and the coaching staff, basically since Jason Garrett's been here, is get out of the first round. Everybody wants to see the Cowboys at least get out of the first round. It'd be nice if you got to the NFC Championship game or Super Bowl. That'd be great, but at least get out of the first round. So going into this season, I think everybody was having that same expectation, and then the season happens, and you start off slow, and then the injuries started piling up. And yet, this is what I brought up to Jerry, you look at these other organizations that are struggling around the NFL, and there's infighting, there's finger pointing, there's coaching staff disarray, or general managers and front office, whatever. It's all this drama, and that's not what has been happening here. In fact, I think there's a lot of fans who want to skip the season are mad that they're winning some games. In fact, Mickey, you probably saw this. I think the Cowboys have the second best road record in the entire NFL, 5-2.
Well, you know what? And this is kind of ridiculous, and I know it's mathematical, right? I don't know if it's practical. That if they win the last 2 games and finish with a winning record, they would be 5-1 in the division. They would have the best record in the NFC East division record, right?
Right.
5-1, and you're sitting there going, okay. And then they finished 9-8. It's a winning season, and I
6
think
Pro Bowlers out.
Yeah, and I pointed it out the other day that 4 consecutive winning seasons. To find more, you got to go back to 2005 through 2009. Yeah. So it's
bizarre.
I know, and it's not what everybody expected. And after 3 12-5s, you're figuring, well, now it's going to be 13-4. Well,
get out of the first round.
Yeah.
That's the assignment.
Yeah, I know.
In fact,
that's what they were planning on, right?
Yeah.
Until you lose, we can start with Sam Williams, who was supposed to be a starting defensive end, and then you lose DeMarcus Lawrence. Then you lose Marshawn Nealon, and then you lose Micah Parsons, and it just went on and on and on at all the positions. So now think about this. So you don't have CeeDee Lamb for Sunday against Philadelphia. So who are your top 3 wide receivers? We can start with Brandon Cooks, right? I don't know that now. He's saying he can play, but Jalen Tolbert sitting there practicing with his pinky finger that got compound dislocation. And so just so everybody understands that, what it means is when the finger dislocated, part of the bone that dislocated busted through the skin. And he had to have 4 stitches to close the wound. Well, now he's practicing with his pinky finger and his ring finger next to it wrapped up in a big bandage. And I said, you practice that way? And he goes, I did everything but catch the ball because I didn't want to break the stitches. I said, you think you can play on Sunday? He goes, I'm going to try. So now that would be your next receiver, and then who's up after that? Well, top Turpin, Flournoy. Brooks missed a game last week, but he's back on the practice field. So that's
the kid from
receiver.
Carolina?
Yeah, and Mingo, yeah. And so those are the receivers you're going into the game with, and it's like, okay, Cooper Rush, go at it.
Mickey Spagnola joining us right here on 105.3 The Fan. It was almost tongue-in-cheek when I asked Jerry about it, but I did throw out Jonathan Mingo out there, and he did say that he expects him to get more work, and he's excited to see him. As of right now, we've really only seen him as a blocker on the outside. Do you think that you would at least entertain the idea of giving him some downfield work and seeing what could happen?
Well, I think out of necessity, you just might have to, right?
Sure.
He had 15 snaps in the previous game against Tampa Bay. I don't remember them targeting him, and that means what? Either the play was, like you said, maybe it was running plays, maybe the play call didn't, bring the ball his way, or he wasn't open. One of those three things, right? But yeah, now you got to go out there, and they're going to need somebody to step up if they're going to create enough offense to be able to score points. Because I would imagine Philadelphia is going to do what Tampa Bay did. Tampa Bay made the bet that you are not going to run the ball against us. We're going to stop the run, and if you beat us, you're going to have to throw the ball. Well, they stopped the run, but they didn't stop Cooper Rush, believe it or not, or CeeDee Lamb, and the Cowboys were able to score enough points to win, and they lost the bet. Now, will Philadelphia do the same thing? Now, Philadelphia's defense might be good enough to do, stop whatever, everything without selling out to stop one thing. I'll be interested to see how they play it, but I'm thinking when you're short on wide receivers, they're thinking, okay, we can stop the pass. Now, we're going to make sure that, Rico Dottle doesn't get his necessary yards to go to 1,000 for the season.
Hey, Mick, this game was flexed to 12 noon. Next weekend, when the Cowboys take on Washington down at AT&T Stadium, they have no idea what day it's going to be on, let alone flexed at what time. How does that affect anything, or have you talked to anybody out there at the Star on how they're preparing for, the end of the season and, the schedules and workouts and whatnot?
Like if they have to play on a short week? I don't know. I would think it has to be, unless Washington, and remember now, if Philadelphia should get beat and Washington wins, then that last game is going to be about who clinches the NFC East. And the way the NFL does it is the two teams that are in contention, if they're not playing each other, they got to play at the same time.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So they won't know.
I don't know that they would move both of those games to Saturday. I would imagine they both would be on Sunday at noon, you would think. Or they start at 3 and one of them, not the 3:25 game. And that all depends on how many West Coast teams you got playing at home on that final day.
Mickey, I know Kevin and Corey aren't here, but I'm still going to do it to you. It is time for your official...
Very important pick, huh?
Yeah, very.
I'll tell you what, until 3 o'clock yesterday, I was going to pick the Cowboys to win. I just don't know that they create enough offense to be able to do it. I'll take the Eagles 23-17, which beats did I see? The Eagles were 9.5-point favorites.
Mm-hmm.
But think about it. I'm guessing right now they're not playing with Jalen Hurts.
No, that's what they said.
So you got two backup quarterbacks going at each other, and I think it's going to come down to which defense plays the best. And the Cowboys better be ready because they're going to get a full load of Saquon Barkley, who right now needs 268 yards to break Dickerson's record.
Yep.
And you would not like that to happen against you. And even though, and by the way, I saw a story where Eric Dickerson is saying, yeah, but I did mine in 16 games. He might need 17, and there better be an asterisk there. But guess what? He broke O.J. Simpson's record. O.J. set it in 14 games, and he didn't get over 2,000 until the 15th game because he was playing 16. So, touche, Eric.
Yeah, hold that, Eric. Thanks, Mickey. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, good deal.
Thanks, man.
See you.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the K&C Masterpiece. We are live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Select Bank
Bobby Belt's in the house.
We do have Bobby Belt in the house. Maybe we can drag him into some Forgiveness Friday, because coming up next, NIU football, sports fans on Twitter, some dude named Alec Medford. Do any of these deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We will answer all of those next here on The Fan.
You've made us number one in DFW.
Don't care what they say.
Thank you for laughing and enjoying some quality sports content.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else, to remember that Uber Eats has grocery.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
I mean, you do talk about her a lot.
That was more of a weekend show thing.
You still do.
No.
You still talk about her a lot.
No.
You're
That's
obsessed.
your favorite artist that you have a crush on?
I mean, there's some others up there.
Sexy Red.
That's Ruben's. That's Ruben.
Is it?
Ruben is a huge Sexy Red guy.
Ruben won't let me take him out to like Red River or anywhere like that. I want a wingman for him, and he refuses.
Oh, you never offered that for me.
I
so
thought
that
Ruben
hurts.
liked that rose girl.
Because you've always had things, like you've always had irons in the fire. Several of them.
I like options.
Yeah, sounds like it.
What about
sounds
that
like you like options the same way Travis Hunter's girlfriend does.
Shots fired. What about that that rose girl that did the app song with Bruno Mars?
Huh?
That rose girl from South Korea.
I have
That
no
app
idea.
song.
I don't know what you're referencing, but it sounds like we're
referencing.
getting dangerously close to something that might get us canceled.
No.
I don't know what you're saying, though.
Bruno, look it up.
But I
Bruno
trust you. I
Mars,
trust
Rose.
Chris whenever he's talking about music. I know that.
Yeah, he did put me on to Teddy Swims before anybody had ever heard of him.
Teddy's the man.
So
My daughter's obsessed with Teddy Swims right now.
he's a good dude.
That was like one of her reactions. We got her. She wanted just tickets to any concert.
Yeah.
So we got her Tommy Richmond tickets at Christmas, and she
that
was
was a
like
choice.
excited. But then she was like, "Why not Teddy Swims?" I was like, "Cause Teddy Swims is
He
like
can
$900 a ticket right now."
He can sing.
Not doing that.
He's a hot commodity.
You got a cell phone. Quit crying.
Let's see. But we're going to go to cut number 4 here. Do broadcasters that are just like dangerously on social media deserve forgiveness? Because this is during the Atlanta Hawks and Chicago Bulls game the other day. But they call this on social media, especially like in the gaming world and stuff, clip farming, where they're just trying to go viral. Just listen to this broadcaster on a deep shot.
Spot to seam baseline. Whips it out. Carter. Wide open.
Oh, my goodness.
Just for
Going full choppy.
for no reason other than just trying to go viral. And it did. It already has like 100,000 likes on TikTok. So, I mean, I guess he succeeded, but do broadcasters who are just chronically online deserve forgiveness?
Like, I mean, you're trying to diversify your platform, right? Like, you're trying to make sure that you've got a presence everywhere that you need to. Blue Sky, whatever else. Has Blue Sky already died? Has that gone the way of Google Plus?
I did
Threads
not
yet?
pay attention to it at all. I have no idea.
I started an account, but I don't actually like message anything from there because it's just like, if this pops off, I need to have an account here already.
It's not MySpace yet. It's not MySpace.
No, it's
yet.
not MySpace. It hasn't reached MySpace status of like fame either.
I mean, it's all adding up. The color of the hoodie and everything's making sense.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's the I want the classic Twitter back. That's what it is.
I love that.
What happened to Twitter? X doesn't do anything for me. Right?
I still call it Twitter.
I do too.
I can't
I'm
call
defiant.
it X. Every time I hear X, I'm just like, what are we talking about?
From the 940, we got
My
to check.
favorite thing is tweeting a video though now because I can say it's an X video.
All right. Where's Peyton with the intro jingle when you need it?
No, that was the hub. That was
I know. I'm just saying, very topical, very topical.
Bobby calls it videos.
We can still access X
I heard
videos.
you just called it videos.
Stop.
Right?
The hub is the one that makes you submit your license now.
What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
18 and up.
You should know
Huh.
this. Yeah, that's a great job pretending like you didn't know that.
No, I actually didn't know this. You got to use your license now.
Okay, Alec.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm just saying, Twitter's free. From the 940, they said J-Met in the 940 says we got to check Ruben's eyes. Sexy Red looks like a roach.
Oh my gosh.
That's rough. I think the 940 deserves forgiveness. Yeah. He says no. Ruben says no. You don't.
Let's stop granting forgiveness to people who don't ask for it, though.
Let's see from the
'Cause that's a problem in society.
from another. From another 940, do I deserve forgiveness? I went out to the deer lease with my dad and brother, left the wife and kid at home, now heading back home empty-handed. Nothing to show for it, and you left the family behind the week of Christmas. I'll give you forgiveness, but I don't think the wifey is gonna give you forgiveness.
Yeah,
Nope, you're in a hole now.
In a deep one.
Stop.
Just come take a load off with us instead, and then
I do love. By the way, that's the merch I want. I want that take a load off shirt. That's what I.
We have
want.
the QR code you can scan to get one on the K&C Twitter page.
Okay, I'm gonna
It's
get
a table full of take a load offs.
And you should come do that with us here at Buffalo Wild Wings in Left Bend, Fort Worth,
Look at all the
629
loads on that
Staten
table.
Street. There's a lot of loads. But come hang out with us. We do have Cowboys merchandise giveaways as well. We would love for you to come get involved with those, courtesy of Miller Lite. Coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan, it's time to dip into some gridiron gravy. We're going to talk all things that was the best game of the year yesterday, Thursday Night Football. I don't want to talk about this. Next on The Fan.
Since 1993, Thomas J. Henry dedicated himself to building a firm that injured clients can trust and respect. A firm backed by a track record of success and commitment to our clients. If you've been injured, trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Dallas, Texas.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joy Wilhort. Joy, how you doing?
I'm fantastic, Babe. These are the final days of us finishing the year as the #1 dealer in America again.
What's that mean for buyers?
It's your last chance to upgrade with our biggest year-end savings before it's too late.
Okay, you're inside the 2-minute warning. You have no timeouts. The clock is ticking. Sounds like it's a perfect time to upgrade before the end of the year.
It sure is. We've got too many Silverados. To help sell them, we're offering $14,000 off MSRP. That's a new Chevy Silverado 1500 for $14,000 off.
Time is running out. Hurry in for their biggest year-end savings before it's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com now. Together, let's drive.
Relax, enjoy the difference.
Based on new Chevy registrations 2023, stock number SG144598. 13 grand classic discount, 1 grand GM bonus cash, plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee expires 1/2/25.
What a memory and what a last-minute drive. Congratulations to the Munster Hornets, Texas Class 2A Division II high school football champions from Whataburger and DFW Sports Station. 105.3 The Fan.
We are here in Fort Worth, Buffalo Wild Wings Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. Join us right now until 2 p.m. as we bring you a live broadcast from this Buffalo Wild Wings in Left Bank. They have the best wings in town with 26 mouth-watering sauces and rubs to choose from at Buffalo Wild Wings. It is not just a sports bar, it is the sports bar. They've got you covered with wall-to-wall TVs so you don't miss a second of the action. Just picture this. Juicy wings and a $4 ice-cold Miller Lite and Coors Light. Buffalo Wild Wings is where you want to be. We do have merchandise giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. So come on down, take a load off with us. Join us right now at Buffalo Wild Wings, 629 Staten Street, Left Bank. We will see you here.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-242-1551. That's 800-242-1551. 800-242-1551. Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, and this segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Back here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are live in Fort Worth. Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. You can hear it. We're having a great time taking a load off out here with all the Tolos until 2 o'clock. Today we'll give way to the G-Bag Nation to end your sports week here as we get ready for the Cowboys and Eagles. Reminder, this Sunday, you can listen to it right here on 105.3 The Fan. The pregame starting at 9 a.m. because that game got flexed, and probably a good thing because it's 2 backup quarterbacks now. But it's going to be at noon, a noon kickoff right here on the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Now, let's see if we can channel the power of Buffalo Wild Wings here, because it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
There we go.
So what kind of gravy is this? Is this cream gravy or is it brown gravy? Because some of these people out here are eating cat fries. What would you?
I think it's the it's the gravy that Rhino Shield brings you. Why paint your house when you can shield your home with Rhino Shield? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Thank you for presenting Gridiron Gravy. Well, the game of the year happened yesterday, and you can tell how excited I am about it.
In
Thursday,
the words of the late great Chris Farley, whoop de freaking do.
Yeah, Thursday night football was not great. The Seattle Seahawks defeat the Chicago Bears by the whopping score in a league driven by offense of 6-3.
Sell the team. Sell the Bears have now lost 10 straight. And Seattle.
Is that good?
Not too good.
Not great. And you could hear, Chris is doing the sell the team chants. You could hear it in the post-game show on Prime. There was a whole contingent of Bears fans sitting out there in the rain just yelling sell the team throughout the entire post-game show. And that's kind of what I was alluding to in NFL Overreaction or Reality earlier in the program, is that, you know, maybe they are more than a head coach away from getting things figured out, because it seems like nobody's really happy with anything that's going on out there. I mean,
they got the talent.
Even on the NFL on Netflix on Christmas Day, WWE's Monday Night Raw is going to Netflix. They had CM Punk, the wrestler, on to promote it. And he's a huge Chicago Bears fan. He's from Chicago, born and raised. And they asked him about his Bears, and he said nothing is going to change until they sell the team. There is all kinds of people with powerful voices. The fans are wearing the brown paper bags that just say "Make it stop" across the top of their forehead. Nobody is happy. But the reason they're not happy in this one, they manufactured a way to lose that game, because they had the ball last pretty much. And with 2 timeouts in their back pocket at the end of the game, inside of 1 minute, they decided to just let the clock keep rolling.
Are you saying they Eberflused it?
Well, you know, he couldn't mess that one up because he's unemployed. But
that's what he did the last time he was working there.
Exactly. So
that's why I said it.
The ghost of Eberflus past is haunting them the week of Christmas. But
you know what? Those fans, there's only one coach that they like. And again, they've got cap space. They've got talent. The front office is messed up. The ownership, nobody's satisfied with it. There's only one coach that they want in the city of Chicago to save them. But he ain't going to do it.
Who is that?
Ditka. But he's dead, so he can't do it. I'm just saying that's the only one that's going to satisfy them.
I thought you were going to go with Ben Johnson. I was going to say, why not? But no, that makes a lot more sense. You know, if you are dead, you cannot coach football.
Nope.
But basically,
Ben Johnson, I bet he gets the job, though.
Yeah, the reports last offseason was he wanted that job, but they kept Matt Eberflus. So that's why he ultimately stays in Detroit, and now it looks like they're primed for a potential Super Bowl run. But if you missed yesterday's game, the end of the game, here's a little bit of how it went. By the way,
Dick is not really dead. He just won't do it.
All right. See, that's good to know. We're out here pronouncing people dead on the radio. I was just going with the bit.
I was just seeing if you were aware.
The interim head coach Thomas Brown, he sent the punt team onto the field.
I did a Bobby Belt for you.
Only to change his mind. He burned a timeout with the clock stopped. with the clock stopped, he burns a timeout, put the offense back out there, watched Caleb Williams pull a rabbit out of his hat with a desperation throw to DJ Moore. First down Bears. Everything's looking okay now, right? No, there was more nonsense to come. A fumbled snap, a sack, a quick pass for nothing, another ridiculous Williams completion to Roma Dunze. 45 seconds come off the clock because no one realized that Williams had been hit in the throat and was slow to get up. 3 consecutive incomplete passes, then Williams' first interception since October 13th will end the game 6-3. Seattle wins. Barn burner. Absolute barn burner.
Burned it down. And again, that's why it's a mess. Sell the team.
I just hate that I'm such a football sicko that I actually watched this entire game.
Wait a minute. You say, I thought you, what? You watched it?
I
thought you were just updating it.
No, I watched every single second.
You are a sick person.
If there's NFL football on my TV, I'm going to watch it. And I hate that for myself. I really do.
Well, you know what? That's why the NFL is the number one sport in the world, because guess what?
Because of people like me.
Yes. You're sucked in 24/7, 365, and guess what? Here's the deal. They know this, and that's why they schedule these games all during, like Wednesdays, Thursdays, Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, all through the holidays, because you'll watch it, and they know you will. And again, I think Mark Cuban said this best. The NFL is the perfect sports to watch or have on because you can multitask. If you don't if you don't see the play exactly, you just look up and they'll do the replay, and you can get other things done while you're watching football.
So there you have it, the game of the century, 6-3. Seahawks over the Chicago Bears as the Bears continue to spiral and the Seahawks do nothing impressive but get the win.
The subplot is former Seattle coach Pete Carroll says he would like to coach the Chicago Bears. He's been unemployed for a year, and he said if Belichick could come back, I can come back. And he's a year older than Belichick. Better shape, too. I don't think he has the beautiful girlfriend like Belichick, though.
I'm glad you mentioned the Pete Carroll thing because there's actually a great story that goes along with that reporting. So Adam Schefter was the one who put that out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Mike Florio, friend of the morning show, very polarizing media figure, Pro Football Talk on NBC, of course, he puts out a piece a little bit after saying Pete Carroll wants another NFL head coaching job, and his agent is wisely pulling the strings of a prominent media member for full effort. So he puts out that piece basically saying Pete Carroll's agent went to Adam Schefter and said, help me get this guy a head coaching job.
Put his name in the mix.
Put his name in the mix for me. To which Adam Schefter replied to the tweet and said, everything you say here is 100% wrong. Keep up the guesswork and Merry Christmas.
Wow. I see a fight. I see a fight. Put it on World Star. I see a fight.
Yeah. So this is right after, days later, after Adam Schefter absolutely dunked on Doug Gottlieb, who, he's coaching college basketball right now, and he's in dead last in his conference.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's doing media stuff too.
Yeah, and he Schefter dunked on him for taking a shot at Schefter saying, at least fact check what the agents tell you or whatever. And he was like, you should worry about getting in the gym. And he posted ESPN's rankings of his conference, and they were dead last. So not great. Not great. Adam Schefter is not in a great mood lately. Not in the Christmas spirit, Not in the Christmas spirit. I think he needs to take a load off. Jalen Hurts probably will be unavailable against the Cowboys this Sunday. So it looks like, by all accounts, Kenny Pickett is going to get the start for the Eagles against Cooper Rush and the Cowboys. You can hear that game right here on The Fan, of course. But he suffered a concussion against the Washington Commanders last week. The Eagles totally tried to cheat the concussion protocol system. They tried to put him back in the game. You could definitely tell Hurts had no idea where he was. And smartly, the independent neurologist takes him back into the tent and says, we're checking you again because you look like you can't see straight. They take him back to the tent, and then he goes straight to the locker room after, and that's all she wrote for Jalen Hurts. But usually, with the NFL's emphasis on the concussion protocol here in the last probably 2 or 3 years, you've started to see a lot more often where if a player gets concussed, they're not back the next week. That's been more of a recent thing. You've seen it. It was a little bit more common for guys to recover and get through maybe like that Saturday practice, they get cleared. It's not as common anymore. You're starting to realize that, and everybody out in Philly is saying don't expect Jalen Hurts. I did hear Albert Breer on the Amazon broadcast yesterday say it's not impossible that he plays, but it is highly unlikely. So they're prepared for Kenny Pickett to get the start against the Cowboys.
They ask him, who do you play for? And he still keeps saying Alabama. I mean, that's...
Or Oklahoma, as they're playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
They're up 14-0 on Navy.
Here in town, here in Fort Worth.
Yeah, here in town in Fort Worth and here at Buffalo Wild Wings. You can watch it on the big screens here. So you get some live football here. You get some live 105 through the fan because we're live and local all the time.
Armed Forces Bowl.
How about that? Did want to talk a little bit before we get out of here real quick about the NFL on Netflix game day, Christmas game day stuff. The NFL debut for Netflix broke the record for a U.S. streaming audience for an NFL game, for any streaming platform. As an average of more than 24 million domestic viewers tuned in to Kansas City's win over the Pittsburgh Steelers, Kevin Hagelin's favorite team, and the Baltimore Ravens win over the Houston Texans on Christmas Day. Ravens-Texans averaged 24.3 million. Chiefs-Steelers averaged 24.1 million, according to Nielsen Fast Data. So it did a lot of heavy lifting there, and it surpasses the 23 million average for a streaming-only wildcard playoff game that happened on Peacock last January.
This is what's like. We were talking about this yesterday to a degree. We didn't have the exact numbers, but it was a win-win-win for the NFL. Win for the NFL because, hey, everybody loves the NFL, and now they feel like they can do more on Christmas Day and have some numbers to prove it. And this will be on Netflix forever on Christmas Day. At the same time, it was a win for Netflix. Jerry's talked about this before. The trial run on Netflix, getting it right, was the Mike Tyson debacle, but that was a trial run. They said, this is what we got wrong. So now we can handle these games. The third winner was Beyonce, the Beyonce Bowl. She pulled off a Super Bowl halftime performance, and guess what? From now on, when they have a halftime, and by the way, her ratings, that was when the ratings peaked during her Super Bowl, Beyonce Bowl performance, Christmas Day in home city of Houston. What's going to happen now is that's going to be the bar. She has set the bar for any performer, not Super Bowl performance. We're talking about Christmas Day performance. It's not going to be just average Joe. You got to follow Beyonce, and it's going to be worth it because all those artists who like to sell their music or get their concert started right or whatever, they know the ratings are going to be through the roof, and the word will get out. And if you're smart like Rihanna, you can put some product placement out there. Fenty.
That's some gridiron gravy right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're live at Buffalo Wild Wings out here in Fort Worth Left Bank. You can hear it. There's Tolos everywhere. 629 Staten Street. Come hang out with us. We got Cowboys giveaways courtesy of Miller Lite. Please come enter your name for those. And we still got a couple hours of the program left to go.
Sir.
So coming up next, as per tradition, leading in to a Cowboys weekend, we're going to do some Cowboys win because, Cowboys lose because. 877-881-1053, the Franco and Franco Injury Attorney text line. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well. We'll do all of that and more coming up next here on The Fan.
The North Texas Baseball Show of Record, giving you baseball nuggets you won't find anywhere else. Get your fix with Kevin Hageland, Corey Majors, and Southpaw Mike Bassett. Weekdays at 10.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has a low fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Safety again that we saw under Dan Quinn.
Exactly.
And it's a bit more consistent now. Outside of that, still really inconsistent with Malik Hooker. I haven't been a fan of his this year, but Donovan Wilson has definitely figured things out, and he's making plays at big moments too, which is what we were used to. We were used to that from a Dan Quinn defense. Pretty much anybody that stepped on the field had a chance to make a play, but it felt like Donovan Wilson was that guy when you needed a turnover. Like you said, helmet to football.
Right.
He's just launching himself with no care to his own health and safety. He says, I'm going to get that football out one way or another.
That or a sack. And again, the defense, I was saying this a little bit earlier in the show, the defense had to learn how to play the Mike Zimmer style of football. And I truly believe that's what led to the slow start with the starters. I'm talking about with the guys who were not injured at that time. I really do believe that because the defense, people forget, they were shortening the field. The offense didn't have to go all the way down the field. They're getting pick sixes and scooping scores. And I mean, the defense was huge. And when Cooper Rush filled in for Dak a couple of years ago and went 4-1, it was the defense that was carrying the Cowboys, not Cooper.
I saw this from the 469. I think Bassick is texting in on his day off. Cowboys win because Jonathan Mingo proves us all wrong.
Sounds like some Bassick stuff.
Yeah, and I will say that I am at least intrigued at minimum to see what happens with him in terms of his snap count going up, and maybe you see him go downfield. Maybe you see him attack
if he
the
catches
sidelines.
The ball, it's going to be by default because there ain't nobody else left.
And it goes into what you were saying earlier when we talked with Jerry Jones. If you missed that conversation, you can hit the rewind button 10:30 this morning. And you asked about carrying over to next season. I don't care about trying to win the football game. I care about, is he going to show me something that they can work on in training camp, because you gave up a 4th-round pick for him when you really didn't have to. So I want to see if I can at least take something from this 2-game stretch, get him down the field.
Exactly.
Get some, aggressive downfield stuff, which is already a tough ask because Cooper Rush is your quarterback, and he doesn't like to do that. But if you give him time, I mean, just give it a couple shots.
Who knows? The one thing you've got to do, though, if you love to team build, and team building is a sport, if you love to look at tape of college kids who could possibly be drafted, you've got to figure out who on this team you want to have back for next year. Some of these guys are going to be free agents. You want to know who's a dog out there and who's making business decisions. Which guys are getting even better. You've got to be able to evaluate. And the reason why? You're not cutting 40 guys. You're not cutting 40. You got to have a squad, and you're going to augment that squad with more than just a draft, hopefully. You know they're going to draft, but you got to augment it with trades and free agency. But the number one thing is you got to, even though it might be hard for your heart, or maybe you don't care about who's on the team, you just want them to win, period. That's all you care about. Well, guess what? They're not going to the playoffs. So you might as well do some homework and say, guess what? I can name drop too, as opposed to name dropping college guys from North Dakota, and they might be good.
Sure.
Because that's what a lot of people do when they get caught up in the combine and the draft. Anthony Richardson won the combine. Is he a great quarterback? No. Will he be? We don't even know. But guess what? People love to name drop. Anthony Richardson, you better watch out. How about watch out for Leah Fowl? Who you got right now?
And he can sing.
Yeah, exactly. He can sing. How about watching what you got now and say, wait a minute, we better keep up with so-and-so. I got tape on him from the end of December and the first week in January.
Cowboys lose because I think it's pretty obvious. Saquon Barkley has himself a day because Kenny Pickett is his quarterback.
They hand the ball to Saquon.
If he goes,
and the Cowboys are not a great run-stopping team yet.
They've gotten better, but they're still not great.
Exactly.
They're still, I wouldn't even say relatively good. But if he goes for anything more than $1.15, $1.20, then I think you're gonna put a loss in that column. I'm not looking forward to playing him. I never really have, even when he was with the Giants. I don't think he even surpassed like 90 yards against the Cowboys with the Giants.
He never does a great game against Cowboys.
But I still always feared him, and I still do to this day, especially because Kellen Moore. We kind of picked on him here in Dallas a little bit and picked on him when he was in Los Angeles with the Chargers, but he's got that Eagles offense rolling. So
he does, but the thing about Kellen, I've always said this, I think he's a brilliant mind. I think he's a great offensive coordinator. One day, he just needs seasoning because he's situationally unaware. He was always calling the wrong play in the biggest moment. With that being said, I think the Cowboys, we're talking about Cowboys lose because, Saquon Barkley or, some of their defense makes a big play. You follow where I'm going with this? I just think their defense might be big play. But I really think the Cowboys might win because this one little nugget that I brought up to Mickey. The Cowboys have the second best road record in the NFL right now. They're 5-2.
Weird.
This is such a bizarre season, which is why it's hard to just kick McCarthy out the door.
So there you have it. Some Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because right here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Woo! Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. Come hang out with us here.
And guess what? If you come out and hang out, Chelsea tells us we could give away some Cowboy stuff.
How about we do that during this commercial break? Yeah, we get that started right here. But coming up next, it is time for the Expressway. We go commercial free up until the top. We got the Combo Platter, National Chocolate Candy Day. Give us a sports opinion, then your favorite chocolate candy, plus CA Stories Confidential. That's coming up next here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free K&C Masterpiece?
Yes, of course.
It's happening next, all the way until 1, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Life insurance. What?
forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
But the combo platter, you know the rules. You give us a sports opinion, and then tomorrow is National Chocolate Candy Day. So you're going to give us your favorite chocolate candy of all time. Again, 877-881-1053. But before we get to any of that, just to reset some of your headlines that have come across here in the last 24 hours, CeeDee Lamb shut down for the final 2 games of the season. You will not see him. We talked to Jerry Jones earlier this morning. If you missed that, 10:30, hit the rewind button on the Odyssey app, and he said that should the Cowboys have been in a playoff position, you would have seen him just getting rest rather than getting shut down, and he would have been out there for a playoff run. But that is not happening, so they shut him down to avoid further damage. Jerry did say that had it got injured further, it would need surgery.
Correct.
And right now, it doesn't need surgery. It just needs rest. So a little bit of rest, a little bit of rehab, and he is going to be A-OK, it sounds like. And then on top of that, on the hardwood, the Dallas Mavericks lost to Luka Doncic during the Christmas Day game against the Timberwolves. He had a calf strain, the same left calf that he had injured before, and he's going to miss at least a month. He will be reevaluated in 1 month. So it kind of brings back up that question that I had about the trade deadline, because what is here in just over a month? The NBA trade deadline.
Correct.
So it's
February.
First week of February. I think February 6th is what I want to say.
Sounds about
And a month from now puts you right at the end of January. I wonder if that changes Nico Harrison's thinking. Maybe we can dive into that here in a little bit. But for the combo platter, CA, do you want to start us off? Have the honor, or do you want me to start us off?
You start us off.
All right, sports opinion. Man, I am probably more excited for the Texas Rangers season to start than I have been in a really long time, even after coming off of the World Series title, just because you didn't do too much thereafter. You know, after you won it in terms of personnel decisions, you didn't do too much. But now I feel like the way that Chris Young is able to identify issues before they come up and solve them with ease. And the reason I say that is most recently the Nathaniel Lowe situation. He's coming up for arbitration. He was set to make somewhere around $10 million this season, I believe, if I have my math right. And he says that's a guy that's going to need a long-term deal. He's a guy that's been very streaky as a hitter, but he's shown us Silver Slugger stuff. He's shown us really good defense as a Gold Glove recipient. But that's a lot of money for a team that's trying to get back under the luxury tax threshold. So how can I fix that? I can trade him for a bullpen piece that I'm a big fan of. A lot of people kind of knocked it just because people like to ERA watch and see that he has a 4-something ERA in 2023. They're like, oh, he sucks. Well, he played on one of the worst teams in baseball, so he didn't really get run support or anything. And he was a leverage guy, so he came into some sticky situations where inherited runners sometimes, obviously, he doesn't get charged to his ERA, but that can mess with you. You know, if you give up soft contact and, you know, a run scores, then you have new property on base that's yours. And then if you give up a home run to the next guy, then your ERA is shooting up. So you look at the FIP with him. He's really, really good when you take his bad defense out from behind him. So you do that. Jake Berger is probably going to get the bulk of the work at first base. I love that move for many reasons, but the main one being we have a dude on the team named Berger, and I think that's awesome. So, which B-Dubs has a great burger here too. If you didn't know, you should try it.
Buffalo Wild Wings got a burger.
Yeah, if you're not in the wings mood, if you're not in the chicken mood, try out the burger.
Everybody.
That burger is awesome. Mike and Corey both swear by it.
Okay.
So that's something you need to check out. But we got a dude named Berger, and he's a power hitter too. That's just perfect.
And I think his personality is supposed to be like Lowe's, so you know.
Yes, and something that a lot of people don't know, his best friend is on the team, Dane Dunning.
Look out. There you go. Wait a minute. Dunning also took a pay cut, didn't he?
Yeah, there's some
or less money that he could have gotten.
Yeah, there's some situations there where, you know, I could have easily seen him not being on the team this year either. But, you know, if he's committed to getting better, committed to being a bullpen piece, because he's probably not going to be a starter unless it's a spot start situation. If he's okay with being that mid-range to long guy out of the bullpen, then sure, I think he's going to be okay. I think he's going to be useful for this team. But, yeah, for a while it looked like Dane was going to be a lot more sought after and a lot higher compensated because he was on a really good run. Things kind of slowed down for him. Don't really know how to put a finger on it either. Just kind of like a steady decline. But the way that they make that move with Jake Berger, like I'm really excited. I don't think they're done. I mean, Jared told us on Monday. He said, look, might not be until a little bit after Christmas, but they're not done. They really want Kirby Yates back, their closer from last year who made an all-star team.
And they're flirting with a certain Japanese pitcher, too.
Roki Sasaki, they met with him, like a week ago. They met in person, and Chris Young, you know, being the genius that he is with the media, said, I have no further comment. Going to respect his process. So
mess it up.
We don't know anything about what that presentation was like to Sasaki. Like, we have no clue. We just know that it happened, and they put their offer on the table of here's the vision, here's what we're trying to sell to you. Come and join us and win another World Series. That would be awesome. But stuff like that, the fact that I think you actually have a chance at him is kind of crazy, because if you would have told me, maybe 4 years ago that the Rangers might be in line for the next, you know, what everybody's touting as the next great starting pitcher in baseball, I would tell you you're crazy.
But this is why you believe. Because CY got DeGrom, and nobody saw that in pitcher either, did they? They did not see that coming.
That was one of the most fun nights working here because I was with the Get Right producing their show, and right when the open hits,
KG.
but right when the open hits, we get the news just out of nowhere. There was no whispers about it. There was nothing. You just get the notification from Jeff Passan, and it wasn't even like a sources say. The team just put out a PR statement. Guess what? We signed Jacob DeGrom. Nobody knew.
Saw that coming. Yep,
nobody knew. That was really
so
fun.
That's why you got to say, you know what? CY is always upgrading. He's always got stuff done. Don't ever think he's sitting on his laurels. He'll be working on Christmas Eve, so you got to like that.
And the best chocolate candy in the mind of Alec Medford. It's got to be, this is like super specific too, because I could just go with the overarching brand. The holiday editions of Reese's Peanut Butter Cups. And I'm specifically talking about the ones that are shaped like bells. Those, I don't know what it is. The ratio is just perfect. It is amazing. I love it. I heard that, and I disagree strongly. I think the ratio is perfect. I think they're amazing. I hate that they're only around during the holiday season because that is just perfection in sugary form. And I'm not even like a sweets guy anymore. Everything I consume for the most part is sugar-free, the energy drinks, everything. Like, I try to stay away from that. But the holiday season is where I don't mind putting on a few extra pounds because the carbs are coming in the form of Reese's Bells. So there you have it. Combo Platter, 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion and then your favorite chocolate candy for National Chocolate Candy Day. We will go to the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line and see what we have there. The 945 says Hershey Kisses are elite. From the 832, sports opinion, Jerry Jones would rather be number one in jersey sales than win another Super Bowl. My favorite chocolate candy is chocolate-covered Oh, I think they're talking about the Whoppers. That's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
The Whoppers. Those I haven't had those in forever. Those were a hit for Halloween when I was growing up because they always came in the variety bag. So it was like you inevitably got a bunch of them. So it was kind of like I just associate those with Halloween at this point, and I never really have them outside of that. So I don't disagree there. Let's see, your favorite chocolate candy and sports opinions. Keep those coming in, 877-881-1053. Easter Reese's from the 214 are better. From the 972, no sir, it's the Christmas tree. And from the 817, holy cow, Sasaki is 6'4", 203 pounds. Yeah, that's a big dude. That's a big dude. All right, CA, it's your turn. Sports opinion and your favorite chocolate candy.
Here's a sports opinion. Since next week, the next round of the college football playoffs is about to happen. I always love some college football. And there's a lot of people who are like, man, because the first round was just blowouts, man. They don't know what they're doing. Now, let me tell you something. They may have been blowouts, but the matchups that everybody thought were going to happen are going to happen New Year's Eve and on New Year's Day. And then you'll have the quote-unquote Final Four, the semifinals, which will be at the Cotton Bowl and at the Orange Bowl. And my opinion is this, because it was such a fun entire season. Remember the prognosticators were saying, oh, this is going to be the worst thing to happen in college football, expanding the playoffs to 12 teams. It's just going to be the worst. It's going to devalue the games. It didn't. It made them more exciting and more important. You weren't automatically out of it if you lost one game. You weren't out of it automatically if you lost 2 games. I'm thinking that what's going to happen is you will see the conference championship games disappear. Ooh. And the reason why is because as schools and coaching staffs try to strategize what to do, they want to make sure that they're not hurt, or they're going to make sure that, well, what's in it for us if we go to the conference championship game and they might not pick us? What if it turns out that we lose in a certain way? What if we get blown out? And we were ahead. I kind of look at the Miami Hurricane this year like, you messed up yourself losing to Syracuse because you and SMU were both going to the playoff. They both were going.
Yeah.
And then they lose to Syracuse, and all of a sudden it opened the door for Clemson. Clemson beats SMU on the field goal to send it to overtime. It was like, look, that's how Clemson got in. If Miami got in, maybe they had a closer game against Texas. With that being said, I think these conference championship games, because the attendance are low, it's almost like random bowl games, even though there's consequences. I think once they go to 16 games, 16 teams in this playoff, you will not see conference championships. Just watch what happens. The example I want to use is a few years ago, TCU here in Fort Worth. A few years ago, TCU, not the year they went to the finals, went to the championship game, and they beat Michigan to get to Georgia. I'm talking about a few years before that. Big 12 did not have a playoff. They didn't have a championship game. They did not have it. And in all, everybody said, you know what? If TCU had played in a championship game, they would have gotten in over Ohio State.
Sure.
Zeke's team. They would have gotten in. Maybe, maybe not. But that's when they said, we better institute it. Because way back then, Big 12, I thought foolishly was like, we're not going to have a championship game because, we don't want that the better team to lose.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that's what's the reality that's going to be happening right now. Teams and schools are going to be strategizing. And so my combo platter is, I'm like you. I like chocolate and I like peanut butter. My favorite dessert is apple pie, but I don't eat that much desserts. But I absolutely love dark chocolate. And I don't want just Ghirardelli, 90% cocoa.
Sure.
I want Justin's peanut butter cup.
Huh.
Look it up. Go to one of the
I've
Whole
had those
Food stores.
before. Yep.
Justin's, because they got dark chocolate.
I'm familiar
and
with
the
your game.
Peanut butter. And it's actually good for you. The antioxidants are good for you. And I might have some blueberries with that, ironically, because dark chocolate and blueberries are delicious.
I do have a question about your sports opinion when it comes to the expanded college football playoff format and the conference championships. I totally agree with you. Do you think that's purely an oversight by the NCAA, not expecting people to want to get out of that and maintain health, or do you think they are prepared for that and a further expansion, they will kind of address that?
I knew they were going to have a further expansion, and I think it's kind of like you just got to work these things out to find out.
Yeah.
They did not know about the opening the door, Pandora's box of strategy, and they did not know that the attendance would suffer, because if you think about it, college football games are hard to attend anyway. It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's like how much money you got to go to these games. But the TV revenue, well, guess what? Those conference championship TV revenues, that's going to be made up with 16 teams as opposed to 12. That's for the TV money. You always got to follow the money.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And college football, they have been no stranger to doing that. So over the past few years,
it's just
especially.
taking them a long time. All that NCAA March Madness.
Yeah.
Man, that money was always there for college football because there's greater interest. Well, guess what? They finally said, you know what, let's do this. And guess what they found out? This year's regular season didn't get hurt, and the big bowl games didn't get hurt. Smaller bowls are going to still do what they already do because the TV need content. And they'll just put those games on right now. Like right now, Oklahoma's playing Navy here in Fort Worth. And last I saw, you was winning. I think they're still winning. So the bottom line is everybody eats.
Yep, 14-7 at half.
Everybody eats.
Everybody eats, and it's going to be fun to see how it looks 5 to 10 years from now when teams can actually catch up. You know, because if you were expecting that first round to be any more competitive than it was, then I think you were hoping for the wrong things. Like that I didn't expect them to be relatively competitive. I did think like SMU's game, I thought that would be closer than it was.
You know what? I did some deep thoughts and deep dive and looking at all these different articles. I think why those games were all blowouts. Every single one was a blowout. None of them, all of them were double-digit wins. And here's the wild part about it. The favorite won those games, and people weren't thinking, you know, college football, you're talking about 18 to 25-year-old kids, and they get all emotional. And if you're playing in the biggest game on the road into an insane stadium, there are some people who foolishly think that momentum doesn't exist. College football proves you wrong. College football is pure emotion and roller coasters. It's kind of like Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Super Bowls used to be blowouts every year because the emotion was so high. Imagine these college kids going on the road to this new 12-team playoff. First time there's ever a playoff game in a campus location as opposed to a bowl game. All those home teams had to be favored. And they were favored by double digits, and they all covered.
And to the people that, you know, try to compare it to some of the pro playoff formats and stuff, you hinted at it. Like, the Super Bowls used to be blowouts.
Yep.
I mean, even now, like in the 21st century, the wild card round sometimes can be really ugly in the NFL.
Yeah.
But you still got 30 million people watching it. You know, it doesn't matter. People don't care. They act like they climb up on this hill and they scream from the rooftops that they want fair competition. They want parity. But when they know that it's a 17-point spread, they're still going to watch it every single time. And it just goes to your point that college football, it's always been there for them.
Always.
They were just a little bit late to the party. Just a little bit late. Like I think there was, I was looking this up, biggest blowouts in the wild card round. There was a New York Jets win over the Colts in the AFC wild card round back in 2003, I think, 41-0. Like, we've seen these before happen, and people still watch that. I guarantee you that the ratings were sky high because it's playoff football. People just want it. From the 469, Dak may or may not be a top 10 quarterback, but he still deserves better than the Cowboys. He has class. And the best chocolate candy, Ferrero Rocher. Very fancy. I love saying the name. I can't tell you how many times I've actually consumed it, but it's fun to say. It's definitely fun to say. From the 214, I think this might be my buddy Chandler over there in the burnt orange texting this in. Texas will win the Cotton Bowl, and Mr. Goodbar.
And Mr. Goodbar is your favorite bar?
That's what the 214 says. So, from the 682.
If they play, if Texas, talking about the Cotton Bowl, like the playoffs, the semifinals, is that what you're talking about?
That's what they said, yep.
Okay, so that means you're going to beat Oregon if Oregon gets by Ohio State, which I think they will.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
That's
as much
gotta
as
be
I
great
hate to say, a purebred and raised TCU fan, it pains me to say there's no reason that Texas shouldn't at this point. And I pray on their downfall constantly. I really do. Just because of
a lot of schools.
You know, I went
to OU.
I was raised
A&M.
around a lot of Texas fans. I mean,
there's Texas right in front of me.
My favorite thing, and you can appreciate this, is, you know, growing up, my parents were big like PTA parents, and so they were involved with the teachers. And we had 2 gym coaches in elementary school. One of them Coach Phillips was a OU fan, and then the other one, Coach Smith, was a Texas fan. And for Christmas one year, each of them got me a jersey. I'm like 8 years old at best, if that, for their respective schools. So growing up, I had both an OU and a Texas jersey, but I was a TCU fan, so I never wore either.
That's true to your school?
Yep. So they were trying to convert me, but, my grandma worked at TCU forever, so I was kind of forced into that lifestyle.
By the way, I've always said this. I don't wish terribleness on UT. I want them to win. Let me tell you why. I've said this a million times, though. I want Texas to be great. So when we beat y'all, it means something.
I can respect that.
Why? In other words, I don't want people to say, well, you should have beat them because they suck. Texas doesn't need to suck. I want them to be great so their heart would get broken.
And you know what else I respect? I just got a text from Lord Choppy, RJ Choppy. He texted me and said that he's going to be here in the 1 o'clock hour.
That'll work.
So we'll have RJ Choppy in the house.
From the RJ and
well.
Choppy show.
Oh, yes, from the RJ and Choppy show. And, Crosstalk was great whenever him and Bobby actually took over it, in place of Peyton. That was great. But we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. Come hang out with us here. We still got plenty of giveaways to do courtesy of Miller Lite. We got those $4 ice cold Coors and Miller Lights as well. I'm going to have to partake in that before I get out of here. But before any of that, it's time for another Hall of Fame edition of CA's Stories Confidential.
All right. I always thank all the Cholos. Thank you, Alec. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, everybody. Ruben, everybody, for allowing me to share some of these stories. The Mavericks are taking on the Suns in Phoenix tonight at 8 o'clock. No Luka. He's got that left calf. He's going to be out for about 30 days. Suns have beaten the Mavericks twice this year already. In the playoffs, Booker versus Luka, that's always much-watched television. And it got me thinking about that game being on tonight. Got me thinking about something because somebody sent me a tweet, and it was showing that the Mavericks podcast, Studio 41, they put out a little snippet thing, and our buddy Skin Wade was narrating it, and he was talking about Michael Finley and how Michael Finley, Michael Finley came to the Dallas Mavericks. This is a crazy story. Some people don't realize this, but Michael Finley and Jason Kidd were traded for each other. And some people don't realize this, but Michael Finley used to play for the Phoenix Suns. And some people may not even remember this. Jason Kidd used to play for the Phoenix Suns. Everybody, oh yeah, New Jersey Nets, and oh yeah, the Mavericks. And he played for the Phoenix Suns. He was the Mavericks' first-round pick, part of the 3 Js. And he got traded for Michael Finley, Sam Cassell, and A.C. Green. The crazy part about it was how this all transpired. And I had to announce the trade on television on Fox Sports Southwest. Nobody knew it. As soon as it came down, I had to announce it. So what had happened was this. Jason Kidd, part of the 3 Js, the coach for the Mavericks at the time was Jim Clemens. Jim Clemens was trying to create an offense that Phil Jackson and Tex Winter was running, called the triangle offense that nobody else in the league was doing besides the Chicago Bulls. Lakers did it when Phil went to the Lakers for a minute. It's a really different kind of an offense. And he was just adamant about this thing. And Jason Kidd's agent at the time was hinting that if Jim Clemens doesn't do something different, Jason might have to ask for a trade. We might have to ask for a trade. And at the time, the general manager was a guy named Frank Zaccanelli. Ross Perot had hired Frank Zaccanelli to be the GM, who really wasn't he's a nice guy, but he wasn't an NBA guy. Didn't really know that much about it. And to stay ahead of what would have been a fire sale, out of nowhere, he traded away Jason Kidd. So the crazy part about it was Don Nelson came in, right after that and replaced Frank Zaccanelli. And Nelly said, I would have never traded Jason Kidd. He's going to be a Hall of Famer. I'm coaching the Golden State Warriors, in the 1990s. Jason Kidd, we used to have him come in and do high school. He's in high school. He would have him work out with us. Jason Kidd's got a high basketball IQ. He's a genius. I'd have never done it. So here's what happened. Mavericks are playing at Reunion Arena. I'm working for Fox Sports Southwest. Ironically, Mavs TV is now, went from Fox Sports Southwest to Bally's to just now it's whatever it is, and the Mavericks went on there on the Mavs TV. Skin Wade is doing what I used to do. I was the first ever Mavericks courtside analyst. And so during this, it was the day after Christmas in 1996. It's like almost 28 years ago. Everybody's doing what they normally do. Jason Kidd's not playing in that particular game because he had a minor fender bender. And they said, Jason, just take this game off. Team that's not that good. So he's sitting on the bench. He had no idea he was traded either. Kevin Sullivan, the PR director at the time, he tapped me on my shoulder in the second period, or maybe it was third period. It was third period because Jason didn't come out of the locker room when the team came out for the second half. He said, Chris, you see this piece of paper? Need you to read this. And I'm reading it. It said, the Mavericks have traded away Jason Kidd. I'm like, what? And me and Jason are like tight friends. I'm like, what? Because I knew he did not know he was going to be traded. And he said, I said, where do you want me to do this? He says, stand behind the PA announcer, Kevin McCarthy, and just announce it on TV. That's how the word came out. There was no internet back then. It wasn't like, oh, there was a hint that no. It was like, what? And Sam Cassell and A.C. Green were famous NBA players, but they're kind of past their prime. Michael Finley was young. Nobody knew what he could do. So that day, I announced it, or that night, and as soon as I announced it, all the beat writers, all the media that's covering that game in the building, they still running back into the locker room area. And then Jason Kidd, he's come. He didn't even have a press conference or nothing. It was like he's walking and talking, trying to get to his car. He had, he was in shock. And, I talked to him a little bit about it later. And then when Michael Finley comes to town, and by the way, Jason has a nice, run with the Phoenix Suns. They trade him to the New Jersey Nets. And he takes them to the NBA Finals. And Shaq even said one of those years, it should have been Jason Kidd the MVP of the year this year. So here's the irony of it all. Michael Finley, as you know by now, still works for the Dallas Mavericks. He won a championship. He took a hit for the team when they found out it was a salary cap situation. If Michael were to sign or if they just let him be released, it would save the Mavericks some money, give him cap space or whatever. So he signed. Everybody thought he was going to sign with Miami. He signed with Spurs. They won a ring. Once he was retired, he comes back to work in the Mavericks front office, where he still is working with Nico Harrison. And the guys who have done a fantastic job. And, of course, working with Jason Kidd. So him and Jason Kidd are still great friends to this day. Both of those guys are really good friends of mine. But here's a small irony. Before Jason Kidd came back to be the Mavericks head coach, he had gotten fired by the Milwaukee Bucks as the head coach. And he was on a tour of visiting with head coaches to pick their brains on how to be a better head coach. He talked to Rick Carlisle. He was talking to Popovich. He was just, that particular season, he was saying, I'm just not going to coach. I'm going to figure out what I need to do to be better. The crazy thing about it, he got traded in the middle of a game. Years later, Harrison Barnes famously got traded in the middle of a game, in the middle of a Maverick. He's playing with Luka. They knew they weren't going to be able to max him out in summer, and people found out about it in the middle of the game that he got traded to Sacramento. And it was like, oh my God, look at Harrison Barnes. The Mavericks traded him in the middle of a game. This is unheard of. And I'm thinking, no, this is not unheard of. I had to announce Jason Kidd getting traded for Michael Finley about 15 years earlier. And so all the camera shots kept showing Harrison Barnes sitting on the bench. And they're like, he doesn't even know he's traded. Here's the behind the scenes on that. Harrison Barnes was told before the game, we're not going to be able to max you out. We want to try to get a roster that's more Luka friendly. And they loved Harrison Barnes, did everything in the community, great guy, great leader. So they said, out of these teams, where would you like to go? Donnie Nelson said, pick a team. Harrison Barnes picked the Sacramento Kings. And they said, you don't have to play, even though it's a game now, He said, no. I want to play one last time in a Maverick uniform. And so Harrison Barnes knew he was traded. But, people watching it on the internet, he didn't even know. That's cruel. Here's where it gets wild. After the game, he's run off the court. Crowds cheering for him, getting him standing up because they know he's traded. He was never announced in the building, but everybody knew. He takes his jersey off and he gives it to me. He said, Chris, you can have my jersey. I said, thank you. I go out into the tunnel area where the locker rooms are. Jason Kidd is there. And the first thing Jason says to me, I said, this has been a crazy game. He goes, yeah, but we've been through this before, haven't we, man? I said, yes. So Jason Kidd was in the building at the American Airlines Center when Harrison Barnes also got traded in the middle of a game. There's some irony there. And again, the better irony is the Dallas Mavericks have Michael Finley and Jason Kidd on the same team as a front office assistant general manager. I don't know exactly Finn's title right now, but he's basically right there with Nico, hand in hand with AB. And I mean, they're just getting it done. And then Jason Kidd's your head coach. And they went to the finals together. So there you go.
I still think one of my finest radio moments was when you, me, and Blake had Finn on a weekend to promote his charity event. And we got something out of him that went nuclear on NBA Twitter.
It went viral all over social media.
The whole story about Grant Williams poking Luka at practice, and he proceeds to go on like a 20-something to nothing run by himself.
Barbecued him. He cooked him.
That was the funniest thing.
That was just part of the second part that Finn had on. We talked about the very next day. He did it again with Kyrie, and Kyrie roasted him too.
Mm-hmm. Don't poke the bear.
Don't poke the bear. Don't poke the bear.
Do not poke the bear. I loved his setup too. He was like, there was a certain player, Grant Williams, that because it was right after the Mavericks had just traded him. So he's like, I'm probably out of the statute of limitations. Yeah, so may as well go ahead and throw it out there. So there you go. That is the Expressway presented by the On Time Experts right here on 105.3 The Fan. But we are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. We want to see you here. We got more Cowboys giveaways to give to you, courtesy of Miller Lite. We'll do that here in the following breaks. But coming up next here on the K&C Masterpiece, it is time for AM on the FM. Not used to that. We got the question of the day, plus maybe Earl Thomas needed a little bit of grace. We'll talk about that next here on the K&C Masterpiece.
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is proud to sponsor Texas Rangers Fan Fest, Saturday, January 18th at Globe Life Field. Meet your favorite current and former Texas Rangers with autograph sessions, Q&As, a baseball card show.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Grapes?
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
We are live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth, Left Bank, 629 Staten Street. You can hear it. It's a party out here. It's a Friday football feast on 105.3 The Fan. My name is Alec Medford of the K&C Masterpiece. His name is the three-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
We got Ruben Portillo on site making us sound beautiful, and Kevin Walker back in the studios making us sound beautiful there too. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line is 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. To get involved in the conversation for the final hour of the program, we are expecting Lord R.J. Choppy to join us here in the next segment, so he'll be here for Masterpiece of the Week.
Look out, R.J. Choppy, Lord R.J. Choppy from the R.J. and Choppy show?
He will be here in a matter of moments.
Now?
Nope, nap time's over. He's going to come take a load off with us. That's what we do here on a Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well because, you know, Corey couldn't make it today, so the C-Block is no more for one day only. So I thought about it. I was like, I have something that could help us take a load off here. I think it's time for some AM on the FM.
Hey, gotta have that.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. I hope you're right here in front of me at Buffalo Wild Wings. That would be amazing because then you have no other choice. You can't touch the dial. That's Ruben's job. 877-881-1053. We've got the question of the day coming up here in just a moment. You know how it goes. And then maybe we should give a little bit of grace to Earl Thomas for just a second. Just a brief second.
Yeah, let's do that. And I got a question for the Tolos for you. Is this the debut of the A&M Masterpiece?
I guess so, because it's my beautiful face, my face for radio on the fan cam now, and that's about it.
That's right.
So,
fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube.
So I guess it is.
Alec Medford Show.
You know, we've got that golden drop of Corey saying it's the Corey Major Show on 105 through the Fan during a live Mike McCarthy press conference.
Oh, no.
So we may as well make it the Alec Medford Show on 105 through the Fan, I guess. Don't cheer for that. That's not a good idea.
Medford on the beat.
So we're going to start with the question of the day before I get into Earl Thomas's wild love life. I didn't think I was going to be talking about that today.
Boy.
But the question of the day, because we're out here, it's beautiful outside. We got college football on the big screens here at B-Dubs. It's a great environment, and I've probably asked this before during the NFL season in years past, but how do you football? What is your go-to game day routine? What do you like to do? Where do you like to be? And how do you like to consume your sports, especially right now since it's football season? I want to know how you do it because a lot of people do it with us out here on during the Friday football feast, and it's really fun and it's a great idea because you got those $4 Miller and Coors Lights that you should be pouring up right now as we speak. But outside of that, I mean, I know it's different for you because you're at the Cowboy games when they're at home, but
when I'm at home, I'm isolated. I want to be able to focus and see what's going on. Every now and then, I might be at somebody's house or somebody's football party, but I'm trying to watch the game actually just so I have some insight. You know what I mean?
Sure.
It's just kind of what we've been doing all these years. But everybody does it different ways. In fact, there are some people, Will Chambers like to talk about, he'll watch all kinds of stuff in the crowd.
Yeah.
But when Kentucky basketball comes on, he's got to be isolated.
Man, I saw this, and I hope he runs it this weekend if he's on the air with the Fan Jam, is a Chicago Bears fan made like a Christmas, like the 12 Days of Christmas song,
right?
But it was all the bad things that have happened to the Bears this year instead of the 12 Days of Christmas. So like,
oh gosh,
like instead of a partridge in a pear tree, and a Jaden Daniels Hail Mary. Like it's just amazing. I was like, I didn't know Will Chambers could sing. This is great. So I hope he runs that. But it's funny. I don't have a linear answer for my own question because it's different. Like I go to some of these games, but then there's a good amount of times that I'll invite people over to the house, and I like being immersed with people who have the differing opinions and whatnot, and are fans of different teams, just so we have that camaraderie.
You create your own sports bar at home.
Pretty much, yeah. Like if I'm not here like I am now at a B-Dubs, then I'm at home usually with a group of friends, just pouring up our own Miller Lights and watching the game at home. But I like that because we can kind of control our own environment, and we've got the big screen in front of us, but then we can be as loud as we want, we can be as obnoxious as we want, or we can get into bitter sports debates, which usually happens because the weird thing is, like, none of my friends are Cowboy fans, so I end up getting into debates somehow, some way with people whenever I get together with the group. So that's probably my go-to way. But I mean, even for the last Cowboy game against Tampa Bay, I was at a bar, like just because everybody is back home from school and or work. I've got some friends here that pulled up to come see us and take a load off. So it's different for me pretty much every week. But I would say my preferred method is peace and quiet of my own home, surrounded by people I care about.
877-881-1053. That's the Franklin Injury Attorneys text line. How do you consume your sports? That's the theme question of this particular edition of AM on the FM. And a lot of people, like I said, they either like to. In fact, there are some guys I know, they will separate their house. There are people who don't really care. They're just there to party and drink and eat. They'll be in this one. And in this other part of the house, that's where the guys who are seriously focused and maybe have something on the game. I got to be, So
sure.
it mix and match. Or then there's some guys like, I don't want to be around anybody. I just got to see it by myself. Depends on the sport, too.
It does depend on the sport. And from the 817 straight up, just on the couch.
On the couch, yeah.
On the couch. That is all they need to enjoy their sports. And
if it was a game last night, TV was watching you.
This is true. And you mentioned that. I actually do have something great here that I do want to run from the broadcast yesterday. Al Michaels was talking about that 6-3 score late in the game and cut number 2.
Poor Al.
He had this to say, because I'm going to quote Ruben Portillo. History doesn't repeat itself. It rhymes. Take it away, Al.
So it's 4th down. Kirk, you realized earlier this season, my men, George Hill and Malibu Kelly Hayes, telling me Seattle beat Chicago earlier this year, 6-3.
In a soccer game? Or?
No, Mariners beat the White Sox in Chicago on July 29th. There you go. History repeats.
History repeats. It rhymes in this case because Ruben's here, but
Different sports, but the same cities.
And it's always so fun in these games listening to the broadcasters trying to make it interesting and trying to not just outwardly say this game sucks, and that was Al Michaels' way of, taking a jab at this is a boring game. It's so boring that you could have been more entertained watching a baseball game.
A subplot to how your question about how you consume your sport. Nowadays, a lot of people like to watch the quote-unquote Manning cast, or they watch something.
The alt broadcast,
Yeah, or it kind of like, turn it on, leave it on. You might have the volume down on the Cowboys game because you don't want to hear the national announcers, but you keep it up because you want to hear Brad Sham and Babe Laufenberg. There's different ways to consume it.
Let's see, from the 817, I'm a very passionate Cowboy fan. I have to watch it at home just so I don't show my ass in front of the public when I get upset. Self-awareness. That is key, and I respect that.
Yes,
and
you know what you can do in public or not.
Yeah, I'm not like full Mike Bassick, just not a fan of the team anymore, but I've removed a lot of the emotion from following the team, so I can be in public. It's fine. Like, I can sit up in the press box, and I won't say a word. I'm like Troy Hughes used to call me a library mouse. Like whenever I, probably should be quiet. I'm definitely quiet when I need to be, and I used to be, before any of the radio stuff, I was very much a speak when spoken to person, kept my head down and just kind of lived my life. But I don't need to hide myself in my sports fandom.
I got to ask you this question because I think I was around you for a little while. I wasn't there for the whole time. A couple of years ago, TCU played Kansas State. This is when Deuce Vaughn was playing for K-State.
Oh,
and
God.
we had a fan event. And you were there.
Yep.
And Reg Atatula went to Kansas State. And so he was just commanding the room.
Yeah.
And you were like, when you said the mouse story, I'm like, Alex, you just kind of disappeared that night. That day.
Because I knew Reggie would find me, and trust me, he did. He did find me, and he made sure that I felt that. He made sure that I held that L, and I wore it with pride right on the forehead. Man. Yeah, he definitely let me hear it, and he is a vociferous sports fan because he likes SAT words.
Big words.
Yeah, and trust me, him and Bobby didn't help either because I was kind of hanging around Bobby. I was still only, this was years ago.
Like I said, I was there. This Deuce Vaughn's big year, and TCU lost that championship game, but they did go to the lost that Big 12 championship game, but they went to the national championship game.
And I was relatively new to on-air stuff at the station, so I was just kind of hanging with Bobby because he would make sure that I get introduced to people and start networking and whatnot. But of course, as soon as we realize, oh dang, that score is not looking good, and then the game ends, Bobby literally just shoves me in front of Reggie. And it's and Reggie was a couple probably tequila sprites in, and he was a very happy man that day. I was not. So
a lot of people in Fort Party Worth are not.
Yeah, I was just happy when I watched Sean arm wrestle Bobby. That was fun. I still have that video buried somewhere. That was one of my favorite moments of any fan remote. But we do have a napkin shout out. This is my favorite part of these B-dubs. We have the napkin shout-out. It is a shout-out Friday, 877-881-1053. We need to get your shout-outs in as well. We'll get to your answers to the question of the day here in just a second. But this is from Tolo Ricardo. He's out here all the time, and his grandma Sharon. Yeah, make some noise, make some noise. We got the napkin. You can see it on the fan cam. Shout out Friday, an amazing Friday. Alex, CA, both of you gentlemen hold a spot in the top 5 segments of all-time radio. I appreciate that. That's more for him because he's in 3 Hall of Fames. My grandma Sharon and I have been to the utmost respect for you guys, and it is an honor to meet y'all. To Dan, Steve, and all of our Tolo friends, we're happy to spend time with you. Happy New Year to everyone. I love the napkin shout-out. That's elite.
We got a text from right here out of this bar from the 254 says, I consume football butt naked in bed. From a guy here at the bar, B-dubs is football.
I don't know if I want to know who that is, but I'm gonna act like I can't hear it. I can't see evil. I can't hear evil. None of that.
We got another one from the 817. I can't watch the game with low IQ fans. Always safest to watch at home, even though I now hate them now.
Butt naked.
Naked.
That's something else. Let's talk about this Earl Thomas thing before I imagine people butt naked watching football. So Earl Thomas obviously kind of had a fall from grace in terms of his NFL career. Lots of weird off-the-field stuff, on-the-field stuff.
He's from Austin, isn't he?
Yes, but his estranged wife, Nina, has had a bit of a tumultuous relationship with him, and that's putting it lightly. I had no idea that this was going on. So in 2020, she allegedly pulled a gun on Earl during intercourse with another woman.
Yeah, that made some news on sports.
Yeah, so that happened. She was charged with burglary of a residence with intent to commit aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Legal jargon is way too long. And then in 2023, he found himself at the center of a $1.9 million identity theft scheme.
Oh, wow.
Allegedly orchestrated by his ex-wife's boyfriend, Kevin J. Thompson. Now, we go to last week. Thompson and Nina Thomas were indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice for conspiracy to commit wire fraud, actually committing wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, and money laundering. Thompson was also charged with possession with intent to distribute 500 grams or more of cocaine and possession of a firearm. According to a DOJ press release, according to the indictment in 2020, Thomas filed a petition for divorce from her husband, Earl Thomas, in 2021. They entered a romantic relationship again, and Thomas and Thompson obtained money and property from said victim by fraudulently transferring funds from victim one, their bank account, to bank accounts created by Thomas and Thompson. Victim one in this case is Earl Thomas. So his wife committed fraud against him
with her boyfriend.
And he is now at the center of this lawsuit where she is charged with swindling him out of over $2.7 million.
That is so much messed up. Remember, he was with the Seattle Seahawks. He was awesome. And at one point, I'll never forget this because I was standing outside the Cowboys locker room with the other media. Cowboys had just beaten Seattle, and he comes running over to the Cowboys locker room and tells Jason Garrett, "Pick me up."
Yeah, he said, come and get me.
Come and get me.
Man,
that's what everybody wanted Earl Thomas.
That was the wildest story, and that came back up the other day on Christmas after the Chiefs and Steelers game when George Pickens, just in the middle of Travis Kelce and Patrick Mahomes' post-game interview with Netflix, he just walks up and daps him up. And everyone was like, what was he doing here? And someone quote tweeted, and they said, come get me, in air quotes.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, it's giving me Earl Thomas vibes. No idea what he said there, but hey, I mean, George Pickens is one of the most interesting characters in the NFL.
Now that AB's out of there.
I enjoy following his story, and I enjoy following the Pittsburgh Steelers wide receivers in general just because they never seem to have any sane ones on the roster.
The crazy part about it is Mike Tomlin keeps them in check.
Yeah.
As soon as they leave, you're like, damn, how did we not know about this guy? Mike Tomlin is a hell of a coach because he gets the best out of them.
He puts up with some real weirdos, man.
Yeah, they're scared to do it in front of him.
Some real weirdos. That is AM on the FM. Appreciate everybody getting involved with the question of the day. I promise it's not that good of radio. I promise. Coming up next here on the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Besides Cowboys, Eagles, what game are you most looking forward to this weekend? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. We'll do it next right here on the K&C Masterpiece.
Commercial-free K&C. Delicious. Spend your lunchtime commercial.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, great.
It away?
Yeah, I would have made that bet with
You
him,
sure?
but I would have made that bet for sure. I just totally forgot to ask him, and he got out of here in a hurry.
In
after,
other words, you can
Forgiveness
handle the
Friday.
hot. You can handle the heat.
No, I can't.
But
It would just be for the content and for the money. I mean, hey, like $50 is $50.
And you would have survived hosting this show.
Yeah, and like, I mean, I would have tried. I would have tried. It wouldn't have been fun, but
Right.
And I need to catch up to Peyton Russell at some point. You know, after he did his chicken tender challenge. So one day I will, just not today.
Got
Not
it.
today.
Got it. And there's a rumor that the RJ and Choppy share, he's on his way.
Yeah, he should be here at any moment, but we will start with, besides Cowboys-Eagles, what game are you looking forward to most this weekend?
Oh, yeah.
And there are a couple of games this weekend in the NFL that do have playoff implications. So for me, something that I'm kind of intrigued to watch, and because they've been a lot more fun to watch than I expected them to be this year, Rams and Cardinals.
Yeah, the Rams are feisty.
So the reason that one's interesting to me is because Seattle wins yesterday in the most boring game in NFL history, but that keeps them alive in the playoff hunt, and they need the Rams to lose this game.
Mm-hmm.
They need the Rams to lose in the NFC West because the Seahawks' only path to a playoff spot is the division. They can't get a wild card spot. They got to win the
What's
division.
their record right now?
The Seahawks?
Is it a winning record?
Let's see. The Rams right now have 9-6. The Seahawks are 9-7. So they both have winning records, but the Rams right now have the tiebreaker. So, and obviously they've played one less game, so their win percentage is higher. So the NFC West always ends up being really interesting each year, usually because of the 49ers. But they've been awful this year.
Yep.
So it's kind of fun to see the Rams back up in the mix again and actually getting a fair shot. The Seahawks, again, I'll tip my cap if they make the playoffs, but I don't expect them to do anything.
I'll give you one I'm keeping an eye on as well. The Washington versus Atlanta. Michael Penix. Can he do it again? Can he help the Atlanta Falcons try to get into the playoff situation? You know, they got the tiebreaker over Tampa Bay. I just want to see if they're even capable of pulling it off. At the same time, look at Washington and their roller coaster. You know, Chop's here.
Oh, there's RJ. Look at that. RJ Choppy is here with us now, just in time to answer our question right now. Choppy, welcome on in. And how's it going, man?
You know how when they say you die and you get reincarnated, you come back as what you hate or fear?
Oh, no.
I'm going to come back as a stupid person.
What happened?
I hate – there's nothing I hate more than stupid, slow people.
What?
I mean, everybody's in my way. I came from Garland. I was a funeral, and I'm driving, and I got all these.
Oh, that's why he's in black. Okay.
Yeah, well, and I stop at a gas station. I'm on E. Not gonna make it.
So you got to get some gas.
Stop over here, and got to pay inside.
Oh no!
All the things. First of all the pumps are taken.
Right.
And everyone's inside.
Oh,
and there's a line of about 20 people.
Oh, no.
And there are 3 people working.
Oh, no.
And only 1 register.
No.
Because the other 2 are on a break, just looking. And they're just watching. And they're just watching the fire.
Man.
And, of course, every old person in front of me putting their card down, they don't know to tap. They don't know to slide. They don't know to swipe. They don't know their PIN number. There's one guy in there.
They probably want to sign the receipt.
There's just one guy in there. I mean, he's got 4 of the tall boy Bud Ices. And his hands, and I can hear him in front of me. And his hand, he's going, because his hands are frozen because we're waiting in line so long.
Oh, no.
I am going to come back as a slow person. That's what I'm going to do in my reincarnated life.
That is so messed up, but people can relate. People can relate. That's the
when you're in a hurry.
Thing. Yes, always when you're in a hurry.
If I had time on my hands, those pumps are fixed.
Yes.
They're not broke.
Oh, you slide
They're
on
not
in.
broke.
Yeah.
But I got places to be, and, of course, they were all broke.
Well, you know what? You come to the right place because you can take a load off.
Yeah, that's right.
Look at this. You don't need Bassett to be here to take a load off. We've been taking one since 10 this morning. It almost feels criminal, but it feels so right at the same time. Before we get to Masterpiece of the Week, which you're going to be a part of, what is the one football game you are looking forward to this weekend that is not Cowboys-Eagles?
NFL.
I want to see. It's easy. Detroit, right? Detroit, San Fran.
There we go.
Detroit, San Fran, because I have a feeling because the last time that Detroit's kind of on this angry at the world mission.
Yeah.
And we saw what they did to the Cowboys earlier, and they pulled out. They wanted to embarrass the Cowboys. And I have a feeling that they're going to want to do the same thing to San Fran. That they beat them in the playoffs last year.
Exactly.
I want to see what Dan Campbell's got up his sleeve.
Mm-hmm. Because seriously, San Francisco's down. The 49ers, they came back in that second half of that game in the playoffs. It broke everybody's hearts. Yep, that's revenge.
I didn't even see what the line is on that game.
It's only 3.5.
Only 3.5?
Yeah.
Huh. Okay. Because I could totally see this. You mentioned Dan Campbell. I could totally
San Fran.
I could totally see this being one of those games where Dan Campbell throws it away. He just gets too cute, gets too overconfident. And look, he proves me wrong every time I say that it's going to cost him sometime. Yeah. He proves me wrong every single time. But I feel like I'm due. to be right. I don't watch as much football as you or Sean.
That's right.
So I feel like one of these days I'm going to be due. And hopefully it's this week. I want the Lions to go all the way. I have nothing against them, but it just feels like the football gods have to get mad at Dan Campbell at some point for being so ballsy in some of those end-of-game situations. And I respect it. I wish the Dallas head coach was like that sometimes, but he does it all the wrong times, it feels like. So we got Choppy here. We got myself, Alec Medford. We got the 3-time Hall of Famer, Chris Arnold.
Got one more for you.
What's up?
How about that Green Bay Packers-Minnesota game?
That's got big implications, too.
Major implications. And again, there's so much going on for this weekend. It sets up the last weekend, Week 18, which is why the NFL is not telling anybody who's playing what day and what time.
Yeah.
It's
Nobody
crazy.
knows.
Nobody knows.
Which is awful for my planning purposes of trying to attempt to have a social life. So
Well, there's no Monday game, right, next week? There's no.
No.
This is the last Monday night game coming up.
Yeah.
Mickey gave us a clue of what, not the matchups, but what could happen. He said if there's two teams vying for a division, they will not, and they're playing against different teams, they will not have one of them play earlier and one of them
they'll play
the same time. So that'll give you a clue after, while we're waiting around on Monday for the smoke to come out of the Vatican, who's playing who and what day. You can say, wait a minute, so-and-so's thinking on so-and-so, but they got to play them at the exact same time, 3 o'clock.
Yeah, so if you got like a team taking on a team on the West Coast,
yes,
but you're an Eastern Coast team, you're not playing at noon, you're going to be playing a late game.
Exactly. Okay. It's a little hint.
It's the K&C Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan, live at Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. Left bank, 629 Staten Street. Taking a load off here, and it's only going to get crazier because it is time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Kevin?
Y'all doing good over there in B-dubs?
We're just taking a load off.
Y'all over there.
That's what we do best.
Yeah, y'all over there in my neck of the woods in Fort Worth. So
yeah, West 7.
Yeah, this is my old stomping grounds where
Chop,
I've
you
made.
come here all the time, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I live north of town, though. I don't come down here as much as I used to, but yeah, I do. Yeah.
Did you run into Johnny Manziel out here?
At the Varsity?
Yeah.
I don't think it's there anymore. In fact, I know it's not. In fact, I know it's not there anymore.
Got shut down.
Yeah.
Well, I got some clips to play here. Even a late submission from Bobby Belt himself, courtesy of Alex. So we got Alex, CA, and one from James, and then we do have 2 from Corey. So who do we want to start out with, guys?
I want to start with Corey because we pick on people who are not here.
All right, here we go with Corey.
Oh, they couldn't just pull the string out of his butt?
They tried that.
Okay.
Talking about my dog.
Starting off strong. Yeah, starting off strong.
Yeah, the context is my little French dog, French bulldog, ate a thing of dental floss. And we had to take him to the vet, and they had to have surgery on her stomach. They couldn't just pull it.
They couldn't?
No. They tried, but it was wrapped around the intestines.
Oh, man.
Could have killed the dog.
Yeah. Every now and then you get a dog. We'll get a dog that's our dog will have a hair coming out.
Yeah.
And I just call Sarah. I'm like, come on. Take care of that. You take care of this one.
Yeah, you got this one.
Oh, my gosh.
Take care of this.
Yeah, that's always the weirdest situation is whenever you realize that there's something there that needs to be fixed, and you're like, well, I don't want to be the one to do it.
You see the video of the bear with tapeworm coming out?
No.
Oh, man. He's just walking down the street, and the tapeworm just flaps back and forth.
Oh, no. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, please save us, Kevin. Please save us.
I was waiting for sort of taking over. Well, CA, I do have quite a few clips from you this week, and I'm curious.
That's right.
I'm game.
What exactly were you trying to see here?
I tell you what, it means a lot to a lot of people who look at teams elsewhere and see some dysfunction.
Whoa.
Yes, they do.
Dysfunction.
Just like when Choppy saw, he said he hadn't seen Dickie V in a while. Yeah.
Right. I was talking about Dick Vitale. You
hadn't seen him in a while? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just called him Dick. That's his first name.
Yep, Richard.
And Alec, let's go ahead and get over to you.
No.
You call yourself a sports sicko, and I think that also falls in line with this one right here.
I swear, I'm like get a little turned on by it. You're just like sports horny.
It does happen. It does happen. I get sports horny very often.
I feel like you're the only one that's admitting it, but it's definitely other people.
I'm probably sports horny right now. You could ask me right now, just because I'm watching football here on the big screens. Like there's highlight packages going on NFL Network. Yeah, man. Anything that gets the blood going.
Is that why you won't stand up and go to the board?
Yeah, that's why I've been sitting ever since I got up till I go wash my hands, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, yeah.
In courtesy of James doing a stellar job all week this week, let's go ahead and get to his lone clip this week. I'll pull out just quick and simple.
Jeez.
Yep.
Yeah.
Quick and simple.
Wow.
Quick and simple, James. James is here, by the
He's
way.
here.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, that's James Stritely over there.
With
and,
Alec.
And if you listen on the weekends, Alec 2.0 is also over there.
Unbelievable.
But yeah, so James, the good thing is you don't have a mic, so you can't defend yourself. So I just want to know that quick and simple is always the way to go. I just want you to know that.
And Alec, I know you kind of this week has been real Gotham City. You've mentioned that many times.
Yeah.
And I'm also curious what we were talking about right here.
I don't like it cold and I don't like it wet, okay?
This is true. This is true. When it's cold and wet outside, you got to choose your battles, man.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
You got to choose your battles, man.
Yeah.
Like make up your mind, Mother Nature. Are you going to be cold or I'm not going to say that last part. But are you going to I hate that because if it's cold and raining outside, it's like it's already like a fight for my life because I live in Grand Prairie driving to the studio. So 67 through Cedar Hill is like a slip and slide. But then I get out of the car and it's freezing cold. I'm like, okay, now it's cold and wet. I'm not happy.
Ideally, it's cold and snowing. If it's going to be cold, I want to get something out of it.
Okay.
At least if it's snowing, I could say, can't come into work today.
So if it's not snowing, you're not going.
True.
Okay. Good to know.
All right, and CA, you were giving high praise to a rookie quarterback earlier this week as well.
Vince Giraldi album for Christmas.
The Peanuts game.
That was so. I never buy myself a gift.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Run it one more time. He was saying Peanuts gang, but it doesn't sound like it.
Vince Giraldi album for Christmas.
The Peanuts game.
That was so. I never buy myself a gift.
No, that was not Peanut. No.
That did not sound like
Lucy.
Peanuts.
Nope. No, sir. No, sir.
That was not Peanuts.
No, sir.
That was not.
You hear what you want to hear.
I heard exactly what I heard, and it was not Peanuts.
So what did I say?
Whatever Jerry was talking about feeding the media earlier this morning.
Yeah, no, sir. You did not say that.
Alec, this one, like I said, courtesy of Bobby Belt, he sent me this, so I think you'll recall this one.
Dancing on other men at parties and so on and so forth. They started spreading them. He edited that. You can tell that he chopped that up.
That's okay. If that's what the party is, that's what the party is.
You say he chopped it up?
Hold
on. You say he chopped it up?
Yes.
Did he?
He did.
Did he?
I just used what was sent to me. Okay?
Chopped and screwed. That's what happened.
Did he? You got to do what the party is.
Stop the count. This is not okay. This is not okay. That was altered. That was altered. The context is I was talking about Travis Hunter's girlfriend dancing on other dudes at parties while she's in a relationship. He altered that audio. That is not fair.
Oh, man.
He is out for my name. He's trying to get me to deactivate like Travis Hunter.
Baby oil?
No, none of that.
Baby oil.
No.
Did he? I don't think that was just
I don't
baby
go
oil.
to the all-white parties. No, I only go to birthday parties, not the all-white parties like Michael Rubin. No.
All right, boys. Well, I think that's a good selection of clips. Who are we voting for?
Oh, that's tough.
I like the last one.
I'm not voting for myself. So, Chop, you're voting for the digitally altered clip of me dancing on other men at parties and so on and so forth. They started spreading them. There's a noticeable jump.
It sounded normal to me. I don't know.
He is out for my name.
I think it sounded normal. Ruben votes normal.
No, you have no say in this. No, you're not allowed here. No. I'm going to vote for... This is tough. I'm going to vote for CA talking about a certain gang.
Snoopy?
Yeah, I'm going to go with that.
Charlie
album.
Lucy?
The Peanuts game.
That was so. I never buy myself a gift.
Why did no one stop him either? He just kept going.
No, I instantly, James can vouch for this. As soon as he said that, my eyes dart up to James. I'm like, he did not say Peanuts. He did not. And I talked back to
did. Definitely
Mark.
What'd I say?
All right, CA, who's your vote for?
Gonads.
Alex, did he?
Why?
Why not?
Dancing on other men at parties and so on and so forth. They started spreading them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It all sounds like one to me. I don't know. And your winner for Masterpiece of the Week is Alec and his quote for dancing on other men.
No, did he? No, did he? There we go.
I don't like any of you. Why are we cheering this? It's the K&C Masterpiece, sadly, here on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you guys for putting up with that. Thank you, RJ Choppy, for stopping in as well and voting against me and shaming my name. Coming up next here on the K&C Masterpiece, it is time to chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation, live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is the final shows of 2020.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
us here today on a Football Friday. Appreciate everybody who has made their way out to Buffalo Wild Wings out here in Fort Worth as we are wrapping up shop and getting ready to give way to the G-Bag Nation, who we will now crosstalk with courtesy of D&M Leasing. Boys, how we doing today?
Fantastic, fellas. Happy Friday. Sounding great today. Nice work with Jerry. Outstanding. 10 out of 10. And it's actually a sunshiny Football Friday here, so you guys are barreling into the weekend feeling fantastic right now.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm planning on winning the lottery tonight.
I know, dude.
Is that thing at $1 billion now? Is that where we're at?
$1 billion. Yes, it's $1 billion.
How hard are you going to go with the tickets?
No, just $2. That's it. No, because you know what? It's like correctly picking the right grain of sand on the beach. Even if you got $100 worth, it does not increase your odds. It really doesn't.
Yeah, very, very, very little.
But you got to play to win.
Got to play.
Oh, what are you eating right now?
Lemon pepper.
Oh, that's good. Gosh,
we both went with the lemon pepper boneless. That's our go-to right now because it's easy to work around the headset, and in between breaks. But if I was here just on my own free time, there would probably be about double the amount of wings, and they would be bone-in.
Yes. Okay. Good. I'm happy to hear that, Medford. I know you're trying to keep it professional. You're trying to do a radio show. I get that you got to go boneless.
All right, so I'm going to act like that in Masterpiece of the Week. We didn't just have an active smear campaign against my name, and we're going to talk some real sports here. But we did finally get the update on Luka Doncic. It's going to be about a month before they reevaluate that left calf strain. We talked about it a little bit with y'all yesterday, but now that we have a timetable, I was floating this out to CA. Does this change your mind or your philosophy as a Mavericks fan heading into the trade deadline? Because that's literally like a week before the NBA's trade deadline is the earliest that he would even be reevaluated, and he could be out longer than that. So I'm not saying it has to be Jimmy Butler or some big blockbuster trade, but does this change your mind on what the Mavericks need to do ahead of the February 6th deadline?
Not necessarily. I still think you know what you need in terms of, if there ends up being other injuries or whatever. But with the Luka injury, you know what you're getting with him when he comes back. This team is still going to need point of attack defenders. Losing Derek Jones last year or in the offseason it's been tough. I thought Najee Marshall would be a little bit better at the point of attack. I know he's going through trying to still recover from that crazy illness he's been dealing with, so I know he's not still quite himself, but they need one more kind of like the Herb Jones stuff with the Pelicans. Whether Luka gets hurt or not, that's a perfect piece. Now, it seems like they're making him untouchable, but is there somebody out there that can be a perimeter defender for you? Because that's what this team needs, and whether Luka was injured or not, that need is going to be there.
Yeah, I just I was just looking at the games coming up all the way until like February 6th. A couple of Bostons mixed in there, some Oklahoma Cities.
It's a gauntlet.
Man.
Yeah, this is a real tough stretch coming up here.
And I'm thinking, what a terrible time not to have your best player or one of your best players. And I think if you're the Mavs, you do your best just to try and keep this thing 500 if you can. And just if you could steal a night, a rest or two for Kyrie, so you're just not completely wearing him out. But man, there are just so many games that it's going to be you're going to need him in order to even have a chance to win. So I'm a little bit worried about what we're about to experience.
I hear you, and I'm agreeing with you on the gauntlet. What's good, and this is cup half full, is this team has played without Luka. They're basically 6-1 without Luka. That's six. That other loss is Luka and Kyrie both out against the Clippers last week. But I look at the fact that they know how to play without Luka. But more importantly, when they were on the road for 40 days, all over America, we're talking about Miami, Toronto, Portland, Denver, San Francisco, everywhere. They basically lost only 2 games. They went 12 out of 14. So to me, they're capable of holding it down because some of the teams they played were very good teams, including Denver. So with all those things and Golden State, with all those things being said, I'm not concerned. I'm just curious about how they handle it.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you on that, and hopefully, that's that's the good thing of what Nico and these guys have done, building a sturdy team from a depth standpoint. But I mean, Bobby Carella made a great point yesterday with us that I hadn't really considered, because you're going, hey, you got Kyrie, you know what he's bringing to the table, and he's playing out of his mind right now. And you saw it just the other day. As soon as Luka goes out, Kyrie understands what the job is now. And you know, PJ Washington can get going, but Kyrie, Clay at that age having to really do some heavy lifting here, what does that do to them as you start inching closer to postseason time? What is their fatigue looking like there, especially on Kyrie's side of things? So that's something to also consider here. The whole thing's just a total bummer. And hopefully they can, just like Brada said, if you go 500, can you just keep this thing afloat here? I still think you're going to want to make a move for a defender, perimeter defender at some point before the deadline, if you can swing that. And then you just cross your fingers that Kyrie and Luka don't get banged up before postseason time.
You know what else is good about this? Nico has proven he's just like CY. He does not sit on his hands.
Right.
He has never not made a move at the trade deadline, even if a lot of people didn't know who the names were. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's not like, oh, well, they're stuck. Oh, what are they going to do? It's like, Nico's going to do something. We just don't know how sly it's going to be.
Yeah, and I loved last year, too, with the Grant Williams one. Like that, Grant Williams was your priority free agent. It was your big splash move in the offseason, and then you get to the deadline, and you're willing to cut your losses and understanding, having the self-awareness to say, no, we made a mistake here, didn't fit, okay, no problem, let's pivot. And I mean, of course, they got a great haul in return. That trade's proven to be huge. But just the idea,
Washington, Daniel Gafford,
yeah, but the idea that Nico has sort of the humility to be like, yeah, I did this big thing in the offseason, and then boom, we get to the trade deadline, and I'm already willing to just move on from it. He's not going to be married to a bad decision, and I love that.
And real quickly, because you guys will have the Cowboys pregame show this weekend starting at 9 a.m. Here on 105.3 The Fan, you're going to have Pam Oliver from Fox, Merrill Reese, the legendary play-by-play voice of the Eagles, CA. I love Merrill Reese. He's great. Giving me some good advice in the past. CA's player profile, Maris Taliafoul. There's going to be all kinds of good stuff on the pregame, but most of your content comes in the form of bad news. CeeDee Lamb is going to be out the remainder of the season. Just general disinterest going forward, I imagine, for most fans. But is there anything that you're going to try to look for without him in the offense?
Yeah, it's going to be really difficult. I would anticipate that both teams are going to try and run this football. And I think it's difficult to throw the ball in Philadelphia just because they play four-man rush, but they're really, really good in the secondary. And I think that's going to be a problem with no CeeDee Lamb. Can Cooper Rush find some air yards in this game? And the last time these two teams met was his first start since after Dak got hurt, and they just did not get the ball down the field. And I think it's going to be really difficult to do that. So I would anticipate that they're going to try and get in some 12 personnel stuff, load this thing up, and see if they can run the ball and maybe keep this game as close as they can. They might have the better quarterback when it turns down to if it's Cooper Rush versus Kenny Pickett in this football game.
What a battle. What a headliner matchup, dude.
Stop it. You don't believe anything you're saying right now. What's coming up on
Medford? Seriously, do you think Fox is kicking themselves for moving this game away from America's Game of the Week, kicking it to the noon slot?
Yes, yeah. As soon as they saw Jalen Hurts seeing stars, and he probably thought he was in a Chuck E. Cheese or something on the sidelines, they were like, "Oh man, we need this game. We need the Kenny Pickett experience." But no, this game is going to be an absolute barn burner. The good thing is we know it will be better than Thursday Night Football. There's no way that they combine for as much or fewer than 9 points. There's got to be something going there. But what's coming up on the program today, boys?
Pure Gold as always. Medford, thanks so much for asking. A Football Friday with Stephen Jones at 2:20, a little bit earlier than usual, leading into G-Bag of the Day. Biggest L, Biggest Dub at 2:40 as well. And then we'll get the Bobby Belt Power Hour going down, and he'll be hanging out with us for much of the 3 o'clock as well. So looking forward to that in a big way. And then, of course, Expressway, commercial-free, 5:20, quitting time. What you drinking, what you thinking?
Looking forward to it. Thanks for the conversation, boys. We'll be listening. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the K&C Masterpiece live at Buffalo Wild Wings. One more time for yourselves. Thank you all for coming out here today. It was wonderful, even though y'all tried to smear my name in public. We've been the K&C Masterpiece. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation and come back on Monday right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If you're laughing, we're happy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get Masterpieced anytime you want on our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Linnell Willingham with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL versus NBA on Christmas Day numbers are out, and the score not very close. On average, 24.2 million people tuned in to the NFL's doubleheader on Netflix, while 5.25 million viewers tuned in to the NBA's 5-game Christmas slate. Sorry, LeBron.
Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
to move you.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
That's right. Happy Football Friday here in the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. Broadus might be a half step slow today. He just buried himself in some of my mom's homemade baked ziti.
It's outstanding. Seriously.
That'll really give you that itis.
I've been like working out like really, really hard.
I can tell, dude. You're getting more vascular. You're lean, your neckline. You're buttoning your shirts all the way up now.
I'm trying my best to slim down. Maybe by the time we get to maybe baseball, Ranger spring training, so the vodka intake can be at a high level.
I knew that's what this was all about. Just prepping your
it's about
body
getting ready for spring training, baseball.
Spring training where you're just going to get hammered.
But your mom's food, the Italian bread that she made last night.
Yeah, I've just been carb loading you since last night.
I had a bite of that, and I'm like, this is incredible. And thank you. Thank you so much to your mom, your family, for sharing. And is that what you had for Christmas?
Yeah, that was Christmas.
Oh, geez, I see what you're like. You never got out of your clothes.
Never got out of my clothes. Never really left the couch, dude. I was just parked watching bad football for a long time.
I liked how she uses, and just with a compliment to the meatballs, like the Italian little sausages. My gosh.
It's a nice touch.
Yeah, very nice touch there. So just thank you very much, the Chiafalo family, for sharing a little of their Christmas with me.
Oh, it's our pleasure, man. My parents can't get enough of you. They're always like, how's Broadus doing?
We're all about the same age.
We love listening to Broadus. I'm like, I know.
Except
Broadus
when he stands up and MFs you about running backs in the league.
I think they missed that one. I think they missed that one. Based on how glowingly they talk about you, I'm like, I don't think they must have missed our Ashton Genty fight.
Your mom would not be serving me food if that happened.
No,
for sure.
she loves you, man. I'll tell you what. I'm wondering if the Oklahoma Sooners got a little. Did they have a little big ziti before they took the field today in Fort Worth?
I'll tell you what.
They're getting embarrassed right now. They're about to lose. Brett Venables, what is happening to you,
They
man?
just got to stop. We'll see if they can drive. They're down 7 here with about under 2 minutes, I believe, to left to play, and we'll see how it all plays out. But I'm just going to go on record and say Navy has the best uniforms going in the bowl game so far.
I'll tell you, the helmets for sure.
White helmets with the Jolly Rogers pirate flags on them is
looks great,
glorious.
Dude.
And they got, Navy's got some good colors with the gold, the blue, and the white. And they're wearing they're wearing white. But see, that's the thing about the military schools. They will throw down some like okay, we're going to honor a certain class, or we're going to honor a certain branch of the military. We're going to honor a certain group.
They love having a good aesthetic to honor.
Yeah, they do. Did you see Illinois? Illinois played. I want to say they played Michigan, and they designed uniforms that they wore in the 20s, like the helmet. Go on and look at uniforms. It's like the Red Grange kind of uniforms that they went with. It was Michigan versus Illinois, and each individual helmet took 3 hours to paint.
They made it look like a leather helmet?
They made their helmets look like leather helmets. Each helmet took 3 hours to paint to get it to look that way.
Wow. Okay, yeah, I see this. It's it actually does look pretty cool. At least the photos do. I didn't see it how it looked like.
I was watching on film. I was watching on film the other day, and I'm like going, this is awesome,
dude.
But usually, some of these teams will throw down a seriously good look. Okay, Oklahoma's trying to fight now. They're trying to get their players are all over in the Navy bench. I think that's the last crew I would go. I don't think I'd be fighting with a bunch of Navy dudes.
Yeah, you don't stand a chance. You don't stand a chance.
No, but we'll see what happens here. But yeah, there's 1:47 left, and Navy's up 21-14. This is the Armed Forces Bowl over in Fort Worth. But what a beautiful day for a bowl game, by the way.
Beautiful
day for a bowl game.
Thank God it wasn't yesterday.
Yeah.
It's fantastic outside right now, and we'll see if Navy can take this one home. Sooners fans, Carter Freeman not here today.
You think he's at the game?
I bet he is. Oh, yeah, I bet he's at the game. Just hate watching it right now. He may have already rage quit and left shortly after halftime. It wouldn't totally shock me, but
you think he pulled one of my numbers?
Yeah.
I've had enough.
Yeah, he's going to listen to the game in the car now.
Yeah.
So tough sledding right now. Over 90 seconds. We'll see if Oklahoma can try and go tie this thing
Got
up.
the ball in the 35.
Yeah, they have a chance here. But I mean, hey, Navy 9-3, Oklahoma 6-6. So I mean, Navy's been better this year.
Yeah.
And now it is all happening in real time.
Zach.
Stephen Jones is going to join us here in about 15 minutes, and we'll chat with him about all things Cowboys, getting you ready for Sunday's outing versus the Eagles. And Nick Sirianni saying, it's going to be tough to imagine Jalen Hurts playing on Sunday. So
there you go.
We're getting Pickett versus Rush, and
it's going to be hard for you to imagine that CeeDee Lamb's going to be playing for.
Yeah, that's true. CeeDee Lamb has been kaput. That news came down in the middle of our show yesterday, and
MRIs just never got better. The MRIs just never improved. Every time they did one.
Sounds like Jerry was saying it was getting a little bit worse each time.
That's exactly what was happening.
In a world and we thought we were living in a world where it couldn't get any worse. It was just a pain tolerance thing.
Next time somebody tells you it's not going to get any worse, it's already to the worst is what it is. But no, CeeDee's a tough guy. The medical staff over there does a great job. But yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, it would be nice to be able to match up against the Eagles. You might have the advantage at quarterback, and they have the advantage at running back, but we'll see. Maybe Dallas can surprise us with a little run defense this week. Last time they held Barkley in check. It was Ertz that was running that really kind of hurt them in that football game.
Yeah. I mean, I have decent amount of faith in the Cowboys defense, but the Cowboys offense, especially with the Eagles having that bad taste in their mouth defensively after what they just let happen to them in the fourth quarter versus the Commanders, just totally letting the bottom fall out on them there, and they give up 22 points and lose the game in the fourth quarter. So I'm sure Dick Fangio and company defensively are going to be coming in there ready to do some damage. And without CeeDee Lamb, it's going to be tough. I do wonder, and we'll ask Steven, who steps up in this scenario? Are we going to see, I guess, who's wide receiver one here? I guess it's obviously it's going to be Brandon Cooks.
Well, Tolbert and Cooks will probably be the guys, and then you
want to see the young dudes do a little something here. You really want to see Tolbert. You want to see Mingo.
Bro.
No, I know we've been seeing it, but now it's officially.
No. What have we been talking about since my big ass was in Oxnard? We need somebody to step up at this receiver room. We need to. If you had to go through,
you are what you are at this point.
Yeah. You are who you are, and that's the thing about it is that we all felt like that there was going to be an elevation. Okay, if you take the wide receiver room, give me your level from 1 being the lowest of dissatisfied to 10 being satisfied. Give me your level of what you think this wide receiver room is this year, or what has it been this year.
Outside of CeeDee Lamb? Including him, the whole room? On a scale of 1 to 10?
1 being just, you know what, you need to change them all out, to 10, we're going to the Super Bowl.
I would give it probably a 3. And that's CeeDee Lamb giving you 2.9 of those.
Exactly.
It's been really bad.
That's been the problem is that, we all went to Oxnard with the idea that hey, Tolbert's going to step up and Brooks another year, and then you throw a 4th round pick, or a trade in there for Mingo, and I keep making a joke that if you put a 70 number on him, you'd be really happy with the trade right now.
Yeah, he's just here to block.
He's done a good job, but but like I said, he hadn't had a good pass thrown to him since he's been at Ole Miss.
It's been bad for him.
Been a tough go at it, but they're going to need. And this secondary, we'll get into this. This secondary is hard to deal with.
The Eagles.
Yeah, they play so much. They play nickel, and they've got 2 rookies that are really, really good, and they don't give you any completions, and they don't. When they get their nickel, they don't give any yards on the per play. You're less than 5 yards a play. It's best in the league. Man, this is going to be some tough sledding.
How about some tough sledding here as of late for these NFL games, these primetime games since Monday night? We need something. We need a palate cleanser here of a good football game.
I'm not gonna lie.
You didn't watch a single second last night, and I don't blame you.
I watched 4 episodes of Day of the Jackal.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Well, I know you were studying dudes as well.
I took a night off of studying dudes.
Wow. I asked you when you went in the car. When we were closing it down last night, I was like, "You watching some guys?"
I went on a 4-mile walk last night.
You needed every one of those miles. After
and
that
I tell you what,
bread.
I'm digging it because my neighborhood's still got the Christmas lights going. So I'm walking down different streets, just checking out holiday lights, and got back, sat down, and I'm like, okay, I'm not going to watch film tonight. And I didn't even bother. I didn't even bother with that Bears game. I'm like bad sports guy. I could tell you what I think what's going to happen in Day of the Jackal, though.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty good.
It's
been good.
It's been good. Yeah, I liked the Jackal. I mean, Penguin was better because the Penguin is like.
Have you seen all the episodes of the Jackal?
Yeah. And
okay, so I've got episode 10, the final one I've got left. I've got the last episode left.
Okay.
So it's only one season, right?
Yes, I think they're going to end up doing a second one.
Are they?
I think they will.
Well, that tells me what's about to happen then.
Well, it's just like, unless they just want to sort of leave things open
wide
to
open.
some extent.
Yeah.
But it was definitely a good
how
show.
about the shots that guy was hitting?
Oh, dude. He's legendary, man.
Yeah.
I mean, the shots that he's able to take,
it's like,
and just calculating all the wind and all the distance.
But I'm not trying to spoil anything, but there's snipers that could hit something from 1,500 yards away, and you're like, they pull the trigger, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and you're waiting, and then boom.
Yeah, that was pretty special to watch.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's a good show.
It is a very good show. Check it out.
I'm glad you're on that. But that game last night was absolutely brutal. I had to turn it off shortly after turning it on.
I saw the score this morning,
beating,
and I'm glad I didn't participate in that.
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about Caleb Williams not completing a single pass beyond 6 yards down the field until the final drive of regulation.
Then the typical Bears, I heard that they fall apart, like bad use of timeouts and all that. Like they just completely couldn't blame this one on Matt Eberflus, could they?
No. Thomas Brown, the interim coach, pulled an Eberflus.
Did he coach like an interim coach last night?
Yeah, like he had never been there before.
Yeah.
And so it was very, very sad to watch. I can't imagine being a Bears fan. I can't imagine any one of these.
Another sack for Oklahoma.
Oklahoma now with 30 seconds and counting.
And counting.
One timeout left.
I think they had to use it.
Okay, they burned it.
Yeah.
Oklahoma's 28 seconds away from losing
They're on
to
the Navy 25-yard line here, and it's just like it's been what Oklahoma. I know Oklahoma and LSU played at the very end, and it just appears that Oklahoma's offensive line just cannot get the job done. I mean, LSU got a lot of pressure. And it looks like the midshipmen are just doing the exact same thing. These guys that are trained to be on submarines and destroyers and aircraft carriers are just pass rushing their ass off right now.
Yeah, and that's what teams are doing to the Bears this year. Caleb Williams is now he is
60-something sacks.
Yeah, 67 sacks. Yeah. And that is, I mean, only David Carr. David Carr
his rookie year.
David Carr has 2 of the top 3 most sacked seasons by a quarterback.
His first year,
His first year, all time, 76 sacks.
Yeah.
Then Randall Cunningham is second all time. He was sacked 72 times in 1986. And then it's David Carr once again with the Texans, and he was sacked 68 times. And then there's Caleb Williams with one more game to go, and he's just getting hit so bad, and nothing seems like it is where you want it to be from a Bears standpoint.
They have to hire an offensive coach.
You have to. You have to hire an offensive coach. I know Mike Vrabel is getting a lot of love in places, and he's not going to probably cost you as much financially, but you got to put some semblance of competent offense around your quarterback here before he's broken forever. Yeah. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on a Football Friday. Stephen Jones joins us next right here on The Nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your home or business has roof damage, be sure to call Blue Nail Roofing for a free inspection. Blue Nail's trained and certified inspectors will find all the damage to your property, the damage that insurance adjusters and other roofing companies often miss. Finding and documenting all the damage can mean a larger payment for your insurance claim. Call Blue Nail Roofing today, 85...
was it Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
In the cool, Sunday night overtimes, Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, G-Bag of the day in 10 minutes. Right now, we welcome in Stephen Jones to the program via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Stephen, how you doing, man? Happy Friday to you.
Happy Friday, Merry Christmas, and hopefully a big New Year's coming up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Looking forward to that. We were on the air yesterday when we got the news about our guy CeeDee Lamb. What a monster year he's had fighting through the injuries. What sort of went into that decision to keep him out the rest of the way?
Well, it was not getting any better, and as probably anyone could see watching the games, he was. Anytime he got hit on it or fell on it, it was just, serious pain for him. And regardless of what we were doing to try to help him. So, it was progressively, getting worse. And we felt, so he didn't, not only hurt that worse, but protecting it, he could hurt something else. It was the right thing to do for him because you got to protect him from himself. He's a competitor. That we're up to him, he'd be out there playing Sunday. But we just felt like it was the best thing to do.
No surgery, though, will be required, so he should be good to go for springtime activities and training camp and whatnot?
Yeah, at this point, it doesn't look like we'll need surgery. We'll monitor it and see how it progresses, with him being able to, not have any collisions and not having any contact on it. Let's see how it goes, and we'll make a final decision on it, but right now it looks like it's not going to require surgery.
So what's the plan for Sunday then, wide receiver-wise? Who do you see stepping up? Might we get some more Jonathan Mingo targets?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we gave a fourth-round pick for Jonathan. It's tough to get in the mix when you hadn't been working with the quarterbacks and that type of thing. But, between him and Flournoy and the rest of the crew, the regulars out there, we'll have a good group out there, and this will be a great chance, for these guys to step up and do something. I thought Flournoy did an outstanding job last Sunday making some plays, and I think the more opportunities he gets along with Mingo and, our regulars out there should be good. One thing we'll have to monitor, too, is Tolbert's finger. He had a serious dislocation. Had to be careful with it all week. But, he's very tough and wants to play with it, and we'll see how he does. But we like our receiving group, and be great to see these guys get the opportunity to step up and make plays.
Steven, when we had the chance to work the draft there at the Star last year, we got to interview several of the coaches, some scouts along the way. We always appreciate that opportunity. To a man, they were so complimentary of Maris Leofau. And it was like just gushing about the player and what he could bring and all that. Is there? I want to say there's probably more to his game, but you have to be pleased what you saw with that start the other night.
Oh, well, he's been outstanding. I mean, he's a guy who makes plays on the ball. He's got a real knack for getting the ball out. He's got a great way of punching the ball out when he gets there, and on top of that, he's very physical when he gets there. And we just think he's got tremendous upside for us, and been great to see him flourish. In Overshown's absence, and to look at Overshown and him as our future linebacker, that Mike and Will spot is so key and critical to what we do. And obviously that Sam guy kind of can come in a lot of different shapes, whether it's a pass rusher, whether it's a safety type, whatever that is. That'll be interesting. But obviously to have Maris and Overshown, looking to our future, really makes everybody around the building smile.
Steven, when I was looking at Cooper Beebe last year, I was watching him play guard, and I know that he's been playing center for you. Is there ever been a thought with maybe the 2 weeks to go to maybe put Hoffman at center and see how he would play at guard? Or is it just, hey, let's ride with what we got and try and finish this thing out and win football games?
Well, I think BB's, we want to win games, as you know, Brian. And that's been our battle cry, ever since people wrote us off, which was, obviously we were, at the time we weren't playing that well, but, we're playing good football right now. And I think BB's really zoned in, but in the future, that's one of the great things if you're an offensive lineman is to have versatility and to be able to swing from center guard, guard center, or guard tackle, tackle guard. All those things make you all the more valuable to a team this day and time. And certainly we've got guys, who are having some versatility for us. Awesome Richards has some of that. We'll be getting him back. We started the clock on him this week. It'll be great to get him back. And, we've got a good young group of linemen. And I just think, between guys like him and Guyton and Let's-Go and Awesome Richards and Hoffman and BB, it's a good core group of guys that we really feel good about in terms of, our depth and what we may need in the future. Between that and that tight end room, we feel really good offensively about those groups.
Well, and Steven, you mentioned your tight end room. Yes, the metrics say that you guys are playing more 12 personnel. Is that due in fact that maybe I know that maybe it's some some game planning stuff you do, but with Schoonmaker and then also with Spanford, is that kind of like, hey, listen, we've got a couple of kids that can play behind Ferguson and give us what we need?
No question, and both of them, all of them, can do the Y job to a degree that you feel comfortable with them in there, and that allows you, as you well know, to run the football, and that's what we want to do. We've done a good job of that over the last 5 or 6 games, and feel like that's our DNA going forward, is to use that tight end room, and you throw in some more guys like a Fant who has got a lot to him, and you throw in a John Stevens who unfortunately has had 2 tough years injury-wise, and he's a very talented tight end for us. So, feel very good about that group. And then you throw in a Lupke at fullback, and, we really like our personnel group there. So, feel good about the future there. Obviously, we got some things offensively we'll need to continue to improve upon, but we really like our offensive personnel as we start to see this thing come together and what we may look like in the future.
Steven, Osa has played really, really well for you guys, and every week you could see that on the tape. Has Osa played better because Mozzie Smith's played better?
I think that's a big part of it, Brian. I think you're hitting it good, and certainly Osa is really getting his hands around, why we drafted him. You draft a big one technique like that. That's what he did. He was outstanding at Michigan, and obviously came here, and Dan's a la Rod Marinelli, a little bit up the field type, and he felt like, well, maybe I should lose some weight and be better at getting up the field. But, Mozzie's just so strong and can obviously play that two gap in a really good way. And I think he is playing well, and I think Osa does feed off that.
Steven, we mentioned Osa there. There's Chauncey Golston, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Lewis, guys who have played really well for you during this stretch and are also pending free agents. Are these final two games part of your evaluation in terms of if you want to bring those guys back, or do you say, no, look, we want those guys regardless, it's just a matter of making the money work?
Yeah, we want them back. I mean, they've shown that they're Dallas Cowboy football players, and there's certainly guys that we want to have back. It's just making all the calculus work when it comes to, fitting everybody in, underneath the salary cap. But they're all guys who play their ass off. They play hard. They play the way we want a Dallas Cowboy football player to play, and they're competitive as hell, and, guys that we want to have back on our football team.
Stephen Jones with us here on The Fan. Where have you seen growth from Micah Parsons this year, on and off the field?
Yeah, I think, like any player who plays in this league over time, usually they just get better. And certainly Micah's one of those guys. Sometimes it's hard to fathom Micah getting better, but, I don't think it's happen chance that our football team started playing better when we got Micah back. And, I think he's understanding more and more. He tells me he's a big student of the game. He tells me, has had conversations with me about, the football knowledge he's gained from playing under Mike Zimmer and what Mike's trying to do. And he's taught him a lot. And, I think Micah's arc's still up. And as we all see, when he's in there playing, and boy, we had Overshone in there. It was fun to watch those guys move, and throwing a guy like Marist into the mix as well. Mixing him in with those two makes you smile. And as you said, you throw in a Mozzie and an Osa and get a guy like Sam Williams back, and, some of those guys, and the Nealon continues to mature, then, you can start to feel really good. I think we could still use help in our front seven, but, that'll be something, that we'll all take a look at after after the season's over. But we still got 2 football games left to play, and we want to start out by beating the Eagles.
How much more Tyler Guyton can we expect to see over these next 2 games?
I think we'll see a lot of Tyler as we move forward, and that's just a deal where it's just maturing, and Tyler's got all the skill set that you could ask for. He's athletic as hell. He's long as hell. He's got everything you look for in a left tackle, and I think he'll just continue to get better. He hadn't played a lot of football. I mean, obviously moved around a little bit between TCU and Oklahoma, and but he's only going to get better, and we feel really good about his future.
Hey, Stephen, when you look at, like you say, this, we were listening to Jerry talk this morning, and and he was kind of made a reference about plug and play. And I think that we've all kind of throw that moniker on you guys because you've done a great job with it. Is it one of those things when you talk about Guyton that maybe that the learning curve was a little bit steeper? And you just mentioned because maybe going to a couple different programs, was the learning curve a little bit steeper there than what you guys thought when you did your evaluation?
Not necessarily. I mean, you look around the league and see offensive tackles, that didn't necessarily play well their first year. I mean, Tyler Smith, had his ups and downs his rookie year. I remember sitting in personnel meetings week after week. Mm-hmm. He was having his share of holding penalties and, having things that you wanted to be better. But when you're, obviously pugging and playing, a couple rookies and, on the same offensive line, then the challenge gets a little more and don't get as much help. But, I just think all these guys are going to be mainstays in our offensive line. And, you look across the board at what we got coming for our future. I feel good about not only our offensive line, but our depth in our offensive line. And, those big guys are hard to find. So you got to, wouldn't surprise me a bit if we draft another one. So, don't know where that'll be because we feel so good about our group, but we'll continue to bolt on there and add on and continue to try to build because obviously, any quarterback's best friend's a good running game. And, as we move forward, you get a good running game and get these guys to where they continue to improve protecting Dak going forward in the future, then it should all be good.
Steven, what do you like to eat when you go to Philadelphia? You a cheesesteak guy? I mean, do you make it a point to enjoy the culinary experience in each city you go to?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we rarely do we go through Philadelphia that we don't get good cheesesteaks. So have to admit, there's not a lot I like about Philadelphia because of the Eagles. But it's hard to smile when you look around Philly. But, going to those Pats and some of those great places, those Philly steak cheeses are outstanding. And in all seriousness, there's wonderful people in Philly, and we've moved around the city there before. And great folks. And other than the Eagles, there's a lot to like about Philadelphia.
Well, hey, if you say so, Steven, I'll take your word for it. We appreciate the time, man, and have a safe trip and enjoy the game.
All right, guys. Happy New Year.
Yes, sir. Happy New Year. There you go. Steven Jones with us here. Jones right here. Steven, that gets me every time. Steven Jones joins. The very first time I ever brought him on to a show, I hit that.
You did that wrong?
And then I asked him the mile-long question.
Yeah.
So
was that the first time you ever interviewed when you asked him that question?
Yeah. I brought him on by misspeaking, and then I asked him the longest question in the world. So I guess it was a little bit better this time. Bobby Belt's in studio, by the way.
Yeah, what's up?
This is fantastic, dude. So you were here this morning. You boogied over to B-Dubs, hanging out with the K&C Masterpiece. Now you're back here partying it up because you heard about my mom's baked ziti being up here.
That was why.
That's what drew you in.
I can't get mom cooked food anymore, so I have to rush up here to get it whenever I can.
It's incredible, man.
It's been a good 20 years almost since I've had mom cooked food, so I'm all about it. Yeah, Eric, that's what I'm here. And you left out in between there. I rushed back from B-Dubs to do Love the Star, which is out now.
Yeah,
with Brian Bronson.
Oh, that's an Odyssey podcast. You can find it wherever you get your podcast.
It is.
All right, Bobby Belt is going to be hanging out for the next hour plus. We'll get you some NFL news of the day. Some good Cowboys conversation is on the horizon as well. But let's go ahead and do G-Bag of the day with Chris Strong in for Lucius next right here on The Fan.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is the final shows of 2024. Sean Sharif is back. We'll recap Cowboys and Eagles, and we'll have best and worst of the weekend. It's a football Monday on The Fan.
Here at Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical, we know heating.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
2019 after holding off Oklahoma in what was a thriller there at the end of the Lockheed Martin Armed Forces Bowl. 21-20, OU goes down. I can't believe we lived in a world where the Sooners were able to just smash Alabama and then they completely fall apart this way. What a weird season for them. And I'm sure Sooners fans are hoping the John Mateer addition in the transfer portal and the Wazoo OC are going to fix some things. But Brett Venables, man, things are down right now. Things are down in a bad way.
Is it a weird year for Oklahoma, or is just Alabama not that good?
Well, there's also that.
Here comes the Alabama hatred.
Hell yeah, baby. Got to balance it on this show.
Yes, Bobby is in the mix here in the G-Bag Nation. Probably going to stick around until about 4 o'clock, and then we'll welcome in Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. But right now, in for Lucius Alexander, it's time for Chris Strong to bring us today's G-Bag of the day.
Yeah, this desk has to have a warning right now. Carter's going to slam the desk a little bit more tomorrow back here after that Oklahoma loss.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he's gonna rage right now.
He'll be
reasonable. Yeah, we know Carter's being reasonable. I guarantee you he was at that game and probably stormed out.
You think halftime?
I mean, sometime in the second half, he was out of there.
He just starts screaming about the TriCaster and stuff. It's just like a flood of words that are related to work, because that's usually why he's melting down.
Yeah, he started spazzing out, and then they just kicked him out of the stadium is what happened. He didn't necessarily want to leave, but he was in endangerment.
Guys, this is G-Bag of the Day for this sunny Friday, December 27th, 2024. I'm Chris Strong, blessed and grateful to fill in for the great Lucius Alexander. He'll be back on Monday. We have a 2-time winner looking for 3-time. This was on the Disney Channel. Not the Disney Channel, but a Disney Channel. Pat McAfee joined the broadcast, and I can't believe this got through on air.
You boys are down there in front of the Tennessee fans. There has to be a lot of regret coming from down there.
Oh, yeah. It's terrible. I honestly am starting to feel bad for some of them, and the worst part is Thick Nut, a.k.a. Slim Nut, is busting his all over their face because he is partying in front of them right now.
Yeah, anytime a nut goes wild, things get crazy.
Things do get crazy, Pat. I love that Pat, no matter what, when one of his guys decides to venture into whatever waters, he's always there to go with them. Yeah. Wherever it is you want to take me, he's down. He's not going to highlight and sink into just how ridiculous they are.
If you're going to get in trouble, I'm going to get in trouble too.
That's right. He's got his teammates back. We appreciate that.
My favorite is the AO on the broadcast, just a loud, audible AO from the color commentator there. That was fantastic.
Be nice if he knew not to pick up the ball.
Let's look at today's nominees. Okay, talk about the Thursday night game last night while Brian Broaddus was on Peacock. The Bears fumbled. 6-3 loss, and this inspired a Bears fan to create this song to the tune of 12 Days of Christmas.
On the first loss of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me a heartbreaking Hail Mary. On the second week of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me stomped by the Cards and a heartbreaking Hail Mary. On the third week of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me 3 lousy points stomped by the Cards and a heartbreaking Hail Mary. On the fourth week of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me blocked field goal 3 lousy points stomped by the Cards and a heartbreaking Hail Mary. On the fifth week of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me overtime tees. Block field goal, 3 lousy points stomped by the Cards and a heartbreaking Hail Mary. On the ninth week of this streak, the Bears, they gave to me blowout loss at home. Monday night melt on new head coach not winning, no time out by Flukes. Overtime teams. Block field goal, 3 lousy points stomped by the Cards and a heartbreaking Hail Mary. The Bears.
Solid.
That's a pretty good little ditty right there. The Bears, they deserve all the hate and vitriol, man. They are, what a sad franchise that is right now. Down completely bad. Have they broken Caleb Williams? Everywhere they turn, they just put the biggest schmo in the world on the sidelines and say, try and figure this out, and they have no idea what they're doing. Since that infamous Hail Mary disaster versus the Commanders, they're 0-10. They have a minus 109 point differential. Caleb Williams has been sacked 47 times. And the hope is all gone.
This was incredible. The production design on this was 10 out of 10. This man knows how to work Adobe Audition. And
that's a true music producer right there.
Yeah, that took some skill, and it was even longer than that. If you couldn't tell, I skipped some days in there because I wanted to get through it.
But a lot of days. A lot of days of sadness in Bears country right now.
Let's check out our second nominee for today. This is actor and comedian Cam Patterson.
Oh.
He went to a Colorado game, wanted to check out Prime, I guess, and he was on the field just because he's a celebrity. He was mistaken for a recruit.
You know, it's crazy. I went to a Colorado Buffalo game recently, and I had on the uniform. I had like a jacket on, and a bunch of white people just thought I was a recruit, and that was the funniest shit ever. They're like, he can't be here to read. It's not a reader. It's a running back. This is crazy. And it was cool because I was in line the whole time. Like, one lady was like, "Are you going to go here? You going to come here?" I was like, "I might. I'm thinking about it a little bit." I got 3 schools lined up right now. It's Florida, Georgia, and here. You feel me? And then she was like, "But you can't beat these views." And I wanted to be funny, so I was like, "You can't beat the white bitch." And I walked off, and she was very confused.
Oh, my God.
Cam's hilarious.
Dude. He's a legend. Thanks to me discovering Kill Tony in the last year, I've discovered him, and he's pretty special, man. He's hilarious.
That was special, and you can't beat them white blank right there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Shout out to Lucius Alexander. He'll be back here on Monday. He always has a huge stock of G-Bag of the Day that he just doesn't use one day, another day. I picked this one from the ones he didn't use this week. And this is a street preacher out trying to save lives. He's trying his best.
You're gonna need him. Keep on living. Keep on living. Keep on. Lord have mercy. That's what they do. They run around. They run to the motel. Sex. And Chinese food. Then they smoke the weed. Oh, God. They smoke the weed. Lord have mercy. Jesus.
Boy, he's got some, that's some Pentecostal to him right there.
He's got some strong takes.
Oh, yeah. That's the, you ever heard, you remember Sam Kinison?
Yes.
Did you ever see Sam Kinison do, because he wanted to be a preacher before he was a comedian.
No.
And, like Big Tent revival stuff.
Wow.
And when Sam Kinison launches into that, whenever he would do the whole thing where he's like, they ask me if I still have it in me, if I could testify. And he just starts launching. That's what it reminded me of. Sounded like Sam Kinison there.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I'm just discovering who this guy is.
Sam Kinison? You don't know Sam Kinison?
I didn't know who this was.
Is he
was
back
born
to
in the
school?
50s.
Yeah,
he died before I even was born.
Car accident. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Really sad because he cleaned up too. He was had a lot of issues with drugs and alcohol, cleaned up, and then ended up getting a car accident.
Wow. All right. Well, at least he's getting a little love here in the G-Bag
Sorry
Nation.
to bring you down,
Thanks to Bobby Belt. No, that was good. That was a fun fact.
It's okay. You brought things down a little bit, but it's a sunny day. We had Jerry Jones earlier today, and Chris Arnold had a rare opportunity to talk with him on air, and they harkened back to some of the days of the past. Plus, Jerry finished this off with CA's slogan.
Chris, it's great to be on with you, man.
It's been a while.
So far back, and I can just think of all the good times that we've spent enjoying these last 30-something years. So good to be on with you, Chris, and
you too,
and both of you.
Oh, yeah, and Jerry, hadn't talked to you since the pandemic on the radio, but again, it's great talking to you. We got some stories to tell, on and off the air.
Woo-wee! It's good.
He loves hitting that ooh-wee, man. Oh, that's great. Yeah, him and CA, the amount of special moments those two guys have shared together.
I remember Jerry and I sitting with Michael Dukakis. We were having cocktails. we were talking about how long it had been since we had seen Faye Dunaway.
Limited fake Chris Arnold in the building. That is strong. We usually get one of those every couple of years. We get a Jerry ooh-wee, just as strong as ever. CA brings the best out of people. The calf rise conversation was pretty good.
It was beautiful. Yeah, that calf conversation at the end as well kind of continued the Xavier Leggett conversation that's been going on, and the squirrel brains and all that. So we might have to play that next week on G-Bag of the Day as well.
Yeah, that would be worth it. CA tried to set him up. And Jerry he navigated those waters pretty nicely, I would say. Live from Beato's with Bobby Belt in attendance, and now he's in studio with us right now. All right, is that it?
That's all
Chris
we got
Strong,
today.
that's what we got. All right, those are the nominees here. Is it your two-time champ looking for 3? Maccabee's Crew is nuts. Is it the Bears Christmas song diss track? Is it comedian Cam Patterson ball-sacking the Buffs fan base? We have the Street Pastor or Jerry and CA. Just a couple of Hall of Famers cutting it up,
Cutting
man.
it up, yeah.
Oh, what are we going to do here? I actually like that Cam Patterson joke. I think that's pretty strong right there. That's going to be my vote.
I always enjoy a good Chris Arnold interaction with one of his famous friends, so I'm going Jerry.
Okay, 1-1, Chris.
I'm rocking with that Cam Patterson clip as well.
2-1, and Broadus finally has a vote that matters this week.
Yeah, how about that? Let's go with Cam Patterson. I put a star by it, and we'll vote for that today.
There it is, Cam Patterson, your new G-Bag of the Day champion right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, on a Football Friday, let's get you some NFL news of the day. And I think Bobby's got some good Cowboys questions for us as well. He's with us all hour. Let's football it up next year in the nation.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
I'm Rich Roy with this Infinity Sports Minute.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Bobby Belt Power Hour here in the G-Bag Nation. Myself, Eric Chiafalo. We got the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, and Chris Strong is in for Lucius. Lucius will be back on Monday. Dawson and Walchuk after the new year. Great to have you in. 877-881-1053. NFL news of the day. Bobby's got some Cowboys stuff for us, and we're off and running here. Bobby, how many seconds of that trash football game did you watch last night?
Not very much. A couple seconds, then I was just like, this is awful football. I mean, that's 2 and 3 weeks? Thursday night football where we didn't get a touchdown?
Yeah. Oh, dude. Yeah, you're right. And then you had the Monday night football disaster where the Saints get shut out.
Texans put up a sweet 2 spot the other day on Christmas.
That was so fun. That's funnier than getting blown out.
You know what's...
I firmly believe that.
You know what's funniest about that? I was like, 31-2. Surely that was scoregami. Nope. Happened 3 other times.
The last time, September 19th of 1965, though. So it had been
14 NFL teams playing that day.
Yeah, that's a little different. It's a little bit different.
What a disgusting score, though. We're going to need a football palate cleanser. Hopefully the games that are on tomorrow, we get a couple of good ones, because the stretch that they're on right now for Monday Night Football, the Christmas Day games, and then last night, those are some bad ones. Now, from a Cowboys standpoint, did you guys see what Eric Dickerson had to say about Saquon Barkley approaching his rushing record?
Is he giving him?
He doesn't want him breaking it.
He does not.
He never does.
No, and I mean, why would he? I don't understand why anybody would, especially now that you add that extra game and it feels like you're kind of cheating a little bit. Eric Dickerson said, I don't think he'll break it, but if he breaks it, he breaks it. Do I want him to break it? Absolutely not. I don't pull no punches on that, but I'm not whining about it. He had 17 games to do it. Hey, football is football.
Boy, that would be 3 pretty big losses for SMU in the course of about 3 weeks.
That'd be a lot to handle.
They can't drop that one too.
Yeah, do it for Dickerson tomorrow. Mike Zimmer and company. You know, just load up. It's going to be, Pickett versus Rush. That's not necessarily going to be an air it out kind of football game. They're going to try and do everything they can to get as close as possible for Barkley to end up having that record within striking distance versus his former team.
What are the odds that Dallas has a better rushing attack in final stats than Philadelphia? What would the odds be of that?
It's possible. Dallas has been running the ball better lately. If they just load up and decide we're gonna put 9 defenders in the box or something like that, maybe they just make it too tempting to make Kenny Pickett throw the ball. But I wouldn't say it's likely, but it's possible.
That's how I think you have to win this game, is that you're going to have to make Kenny Pickett to be a passer.
Yeah. That's honestly what you're going to have to lean into. We just got the final Cowboys practice report, if you'd like game statuses for
please.
this weekend. In this very critical game that the Cowboys are about to play. Keeman Hall, Keeman Hall, CeeDee Lamb, Amani Oruwariye, all three of them are out. TJ Bass is doubtful with a thigh issue. And then plenty of questionables. Jalen Brooks.
AO's out.
Okay. Jalen Brooks, Chuma Edoga, Eric Kendricks, Awesome Richards, Jalen Tolbert, Nick Vigil, Donovan Wilson, all questionable.
Okay, what's going to happen then, we're going to get to the game, and Eric Kendricks is going to warm up. And we'll see if in fact that he can go.
Hurts has been officially ruled out too, by the way.
Yeah.
That hurts.
That is now official. Yeah. It certainly does. Also seeing as well that the Browns and Deshaun Watson have agreed to terms on a contract restructure, easing the salary cap burden for years to come.
Like, I'm going to give you back $100 million.
I don't think it's that.
Boy, it's a lot to. It's really hard to restructure something fully guaranteed. I mean, you can do it, but you're gonna take a bath at some point.
Yeah, that's.
What did they do? Can you give me some insight?
I don't know. I just see from Ian Rappaport that's the tweet that he just had. So I don't know the details of it yet.
Typically, they would when you do one of those, you're gonna take for instance, if his salary is $46 million, which I think it is.
Yeah.
You would roll over. All right, we're going to make $40 million of your salary. We're going to convert it into signing bonus, and then we're going to spread it out. So this would just be, I imagine, that. But if they had to agree to it, because you can restructure without them agreeing to it. So if they had to come to some sort of an agreement, I'm guessing they're trying to put void years on the back.
Yeah, Pelissero says the adjustment to Watson's contract doesn't impact his $73 million cap number in 2025, which I guess can happen later. They can move some stuff around for that, but it lets the Browns spread the cap hit at the end of the contract, which expires after 2026, which Pelissero says is a strong sign that Watson will be in Cleveland for 2 more years at least. So, I mean, geez.
Who do you think is more unhappy? The Browns that they're stuck with him for 2 years, or Watson that he has to live in Cleveland for 2 more years?
Oh, it has to be the Browns. Because Watson is made in the shade, dude. Every time I see a clip of him from social media, he's on some yacht somewhere. He's not even in Cleveland. He's like, it's fine. I'll get hurt again very quickly.
Yeah, that girlfriend he broke up with, too,
I'll just
right?
be out and about doing whatever I want.
Are we calling those girlfriends that he had?
No. I think he was dating a girl that was
probably dating
TikToker.
Travis Hunter's chick.
Yeah, TikToker.
Sounds like everybody.
A lot of people are. All right, Bobby, you got some Cowboys stuff for us?
Yeah, and actually this is inspired by one Brian brought us. And Choppy and I kicked this around this morning, but Choppy's going to be Mr. Take a hatchet and let's chop off the budget. He's like, replace him. So he's not going to be as giving, I don't think, as you two will be. So if the Cowboys continue to tighten their budget, can they afford these players who are really stepping up from late in the season? And Brian brought this up in particular on Love the Star recently about Chauncey Golston.
Yeah.
And had mentioned, I'm tired of doing the heavy lifting for developing players so that somebody else can reap the rewards of it. And how irritating that is. And that's very frustrating. So you've got several unrestricted free agents coming up and one pretty large restricted free agent that I think will actually take some sort of evaluation.
That's going to be Turpin, right? I believe.
Yep.
Okay.
In fact, we'll just lead off with Turpin and then we'll get to the unrestricted free agent deals. So Kevontae Turpin.
So we're going to have to tender him a 1 or a 2, right?
So if you do an original round tender, the current projections are that if you do an original round tender, which is basically just right of first refusal,
right?
That's all you get. You don't get draft pick compensation back. That's $3.1 million.
Right.
I think somebody would be willing to pay Kevontae Turpin more than $3 million a year. And they would sign that contract. And so that tender doesn't totally protect you. You're just going to have to match whatever somebody signs him to. The second round tender is $5.2 million, which gives you right of first refusal. And if he doesn't get signed anything, he can potentially play just 1 year, $5.2 million, totally guaranteed. The first round is $7.2 million. So Deontay Hardy, a couple years back, signed with the Bills for 2 years and about $4.7 million a year. And he had a very similar trajectory. Small guy, kick return specialist, made a Pro Bowl, started being used as a receiver more in his 3rd year. And they ended up signing him away from the Saints and getting the deal. Saints declined the option. But somebody came and paid him $4.7 million annually. So I would not be surprised if with cap inflation and everything else, somebody says, I'll pay Kevontae Turpin $6 million a year to come play for me.
For sure. Yeah,
So,
I've been looking at Turpin like, man, in different offenses with different offensive coordinators, they'd be getting a lot more out of him.
but would they be willing to pay $6 million for him and then also give up a second-round pick?
Absolutely not.
Probably not. So to me, I think the second-round tender is the one. So Kevontae Turpin, 1 year, $5.2 million, fully guaranteed. Are you in on that?
I'm totally in on that.
I'm seeing that his value to this team right now is roughly about $3 million.
So I think it depends on how, like, it's such a.
They don't use them. They don't use them appropriately. They've now started.
But
to
that's
do
what I'm
some
saying.
more,
I mean, if I'm just looking at over
Sure.
the cap,
No.
and
I got you. Yeah.
I'm trying to find the approximate value of the player.
Yeah.
And so, for example, they're saying that his approximate value is somewhere right around $2.6 million is what I'm saying. So if you're asking me to pay, you're asking me to pay $6-7 million, I think I'd have a little trouble with that.
Well, and this would be 5. You'd be paying 5 flat with another cap adjustment, cap going up a little bit more, and it would basically be you're locking yourself in for 1 year. It wouldn't be several. And I would imagine the idea would be if you're bringing him back at that value, you're going to have to use him in the passing
They're
game
saying
more.
that his approximate value is $2.6 million.
Yeah, which over the cap has generally, there's a lot of variance and adjustment the way they use that. There have been times in the past where I think Odell Beckham's last year, a couple years ago, was something like $6 million, and he ended up signing for 15.
Yeah.
And so I mean, it's a good working spot to start with. I think it's easier to just look and say who's similar to him. Deontay Hardy's similar, and had a similar trajectory, similar numbers, similar type of build, and all those sort of things. And he ended up signing for about 5, and that was a couple years ago. So I think 6.
Okay.
It wouldn't surprise me if somebody was willing to pay 6.
Okay, where are we? Okay, I got to ask a question here about this. I'm trying to think through this because of my special teams. Maybe Turpin, if you had somebody in here like Chief said that knew how to use him, would you rather give him a contract or extend Brandon Aubrey?
I think if we're talking about just committing a year, you can do both. I think. Now, if you're talking about locking him in for 3 years and you have to,
because you got Brandon Aubrey signed through 2025 for $1 million, basically.
Yeah, so you've got time to get an extension done with Aubrey and lower that first year cap hit number to where you don't have to stress that too much. So I think if you're just committing to 1 year for Turpin, it shouldn't drag you down too much. It should. Now the other question you have to ask is, I think it would be, I want him to be more involved in the passing game would be a stipulation for this, and then the other aspect would be if you say goodbye to him, who's returning kicks for you?
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah.
And so, what say ye? Are we saying $5.2 million? You're okay with offering him the second round tender, or Brian? Do you want to go with just the right of first refusal, $3 million?
I want to go with the right of first refusal.
Eric,
I think I'd be fine with the 5.2.
Okay.
Do you think you're going to lose in my way? Don't you?
I do. You can match it if you like, but I think then you're potentially entering yourself into a 3-year deal for $6 million a year.
I kind of feel like I'll take that chance if I can match.
Sure, and you could match it. It's just you don't get the same protection of the draft pick.
Do you think somebody will pay him 7 or 8?
I guess it just depends on how much they think that he can be. He's shown some things running the football and different things. It depends on how somebody goes, I can use that as a Jakeem Grant weapon or a Deontay Hardy weapon. And if they think they can do it, then yeah, I think somebody could. But I would think 6 is more likely.
I'm going with the match.
Okay. Very good. Let's go to the undrafted free agents or the unrestricted free agents. Rico Dowdle. If I told you his value, which if you look at different guys who have gotten contracts recently, he would fall similarly in line due to his age, his workload, his injury history, everything else, and the way the running back market has started climbing again. 3 years, $18 million. 14 of that's guaranteed. So you're talking about basically locking yourself in minimum 2 years for $6 a year.
I don't think I can go that far with it
because of the injury history.
Yeah, the injury history is something for sure. Like in this
especially
year,
the way he runs, he's so violent.
Yeah, he's a physical dude.
Yeah.
So for me, I think that I would be okay letting that go.
Brian, if I tell you you can get Dowdle at 3 for 18, $14 million guaranteed, or I'm telling you if you pass, you're not going to be able to get one. Like the value's not going to fall for you the right way till the 5th round. Are you comfortable with that in the draft? Or do you say, I'll just pay the money?
See, now you've made it hard for me because, maybe I don't get Genty in the first round, but Hampton or one of the others.
Yeah, which is why I say
I don't get a shot at a running back to the 5th round.
Not that you don't get a shot, just the value won't fall the right way. Similar to the last offseason, they didn't have the value fall for them the right way until you got into day 3, where they were like, okay, this doesn't match up for us exactly.
Yeah, but they're going to get in a situation where I'm sure they're going to say, well, when they get to a certain point, they're going to say, oh, this guy's not better than Dowdle. This guy's not better than Dowdle.
Sure.
So it's going to turn into the 5th.
Yes.
If no Dowdle's here, think that, but you've put the stipulation, I'm not going to get a guy the 5th. So
because they love to cover their bases. And I mean, you can just answer it regularly. I was just saying if that was a factor. If I told you couldn't get somebody.
Yeah, I was planning on grabbing a guy if I'm picking 14th or 15th and Genty's there, I'm taking him.
Yeah.
Regardless if
I agree,
if the guy's there or not.
Hear that, Eric? I agree.
Oh yeah, I know you guys agree.
Oh, I take Genty all day long.
You guys want to hustle backwards with your team.
All right, so
building.
then obviously that was just a stipulation, but in a vacuum, 3 for 18, you're out on Dowdle for that.
Yes.
Okay, and Eric, you're out as well.
Yes.
Oso Odigizua, 3 years, $33 million, $25 million guaranteed. It's $11 million a year, and that is similar to what Dorrance Armstrong just got in Washington as an edge rusher. And Osa as a younger defensive tackle, a lot of these 3 techniques that you've seen signed recently for similar values are 29, 30, 31. So 3 for 33 is probably not outrageous. The $25 million guaranteed might be workable, but you're probably looking at $11 million a year for Osa.
Okay, because I was thinking it was going to be even more than that. If you tell me it's $11 million a year, I'm in.
Okay.
I think he's worth that.
Brian?
I think you're getting a deal at $11 million, so I'm in.
All right, very good. Chauncey Golston, 2 years, $10 million, 7 of it guaranteed. Do you want to pay that, or do you just say, I'm going to roll with Nealand?
Yeah, I'm rolling with Nealand.
Nealand.
Okay, very good. Carl Lawson, who's been a 1-year contract kind of guy for a little bit. 1 year, $5 million, 3.5 is guaranteed. So you hedge a little bit. You're going to be able to cut him and save some of that if you run into a problem, or be able to deal him. But 1 year, $5 million for Carl Lawson.
In.
You in?
I'm definitely open to that. I would like to see what else is sort of there. What's the status of Sam Williams? But I'm down for a deal like that.
And last one here for you. You guys have only signed Carl Lawson and Osa at this point. Last one, Jordan Lewis, who, if you look at the market and the way that he's played, now he's smaller, he's got an injury history, but if I told you it was 3 years, $24 million, so it's $8 million a year and it's 15 guaranteed. So you're locking yourself in for 2 years to Jordan Lewis and his age 30 seasons, some of his health issues, not great top end speed, smaller guy, but a leader on defense and one of the smartest players you have.
And maybe off his best season?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah. So 3 for 24. You going $8 million?
I wish Kalen Carson showed me a little bit more to feel better about saying, okay, we can just let Lewis walk out of here and maybe get a little comp pick in return down the line, but that obviously didn't happen. So, yeah, I think you have to. And with the dig stuff, like, where are you at from a cornerback standpoint?
It's more, to me, it's more about Carson.
Yeah.
If Carson would have played better this year,
would have helped.
I would have let Jordan Lewis walk. That was my plan. But Carson hasn't played. My value of Jordan Lewis over the cap, Bobby, could be good, could be bad.
I wasn't critical.
No. I'm just telling you. Good. I was just saying, good. $5.7 million.
Yeah.
So
I think when you look at similar to like Gilmore,
I don't have anybody else to play nickel that I feel good about.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to pay him $8 million.
Are you in?
Yeah, I'm in.
All right. Okay. So you let Turpin, Dowdle, and Golston, or Turpin exposed potentially,
right?
And then re-signed Odigizua for $11 million a year, Carl Lawson 1 year for $5 million, and then Jordan Lewis 3 years at $8 million.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
I don't either. I think that pretty much eats up your budget, though.
Yeah.
In terms of, like, you're not really welcoming in
that's
outside.
who you're retaining, and you're probably not going and getting anybody on the free agent market.
Yeah, and once you have a better idea of what the other options are, you can bring more context to it. But as it stands right now, I'd be comfortable with this.
Yeah.
Because now year 2, assuming Zimmer's going to end up being back, and we can have that conversation. I wonder if Zimmer wants to be back. I don't know what the plan is, but it seems like all signs are pointing to McCarthy being back. So I think the Cowboys will want Zimmer back. You can have a little bit more in the way of continuity.
Jerry said they're tied together.
I don't know if Zimmer wants to come back.
Right, that's my thing. Is like, does he want to?
From their perspective, at least, tied together. But yeah, he very well could just say, no, thank you.
All right, I love it. There it is. A little Cowboys conversation with Bobby Belt in the mix here all hour long. We'll get you to Krusty's Corner on a Football Friday at 3:40. But let's do some sounds of the sports day next here in the nation.
It's Afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
The holidays are a time for reflection on what matters most and the relationships that make life meaningful. At Trajan Wealth, we're proud to be a trusted partner for many of you on your financial journey. Whether you're planning for tomorrow or looking to build a legacy, we believe in doing what's right every time. As a veteran-owned company, I know trust isn't...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Games last year, like I don't know if it's just we're at different points of the season. It has not been the intensity that I was expecting or that I was told. Like
they've gone
going
soft.
into the state. No, going into the state. We just it's a
You
harsher.
you never heard eggs hitting your bus?
No, it's a harsher welcome into the stadium. These last 2 years, the drive into the stadium has been harsher in New York than Philly.
Right, you know, it's funny because
They take a different route though now. I don't know if that's
well. You come down 95 and you hit that exit ramp and it kind of spins you around there.
So yeah, we like go down off this exit and then we U-turn, and then they like drop us in this back area that's all blocked off.
It's all blocked, but those people in the back lot and that off 95 that off the exit have got some seriously good arms because you'll be driving along and then all of a sudden you will hear this. And those are eggs hitting your bus. And these are people from the parking lot that are able to throw over the fence and get to your bus. I'll say this. When I lived there for that year, I never told anybody I was from Dallas.
No.
I was like, hey, Brian, where are you from in Texas? I would go, Waco, Austin, like El Paso.
I'd be going further. I'd be saying I'm from Laredo.
Oh, I never. I saw one time, this is funny. I was walking to a Flyers hockey game with Howard Eskin, and Eskin like.
Did you guys go to the concession stand together?
No, they come to him.
No. With the concession, didn't go to the concession. That's a wild story, though. But Eskin, like, he and I were walking, and I saw a guy with a New York Rangers. They were, the hockey with a sweater, New York Rangers sweater, and the guy got attacked. And they kind of broke it up. But I'm like, Howard, what? He goes, man, I'm just telling you, just don't wear the other team's gear at this place.
Yeah, you got to be smarter than that.
It ain't good.
Well, obviously, we had to follow up with Eric Hendricks because it was like, what do you mean people are getting peed on? You can't just casually drop that in there. So,
no, did he?
This is the follow-up. Could you give us a little bit more details on that peeing situation you referenced a second ago?
Yeah,
my imagination's running wild.
I just heard people going to the bathrooms with the wrong colors on. You know what I mean? And it's like you're at a urinal. You know what I mean? And your back is turned.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, Eagles fan peeing on Vikings fan, right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is crazy. Be careful, Bob.
I mean, look, luckily we're kind of in a secluded bathroom area with our access, so I don't have to use the common area.
It actually is a good press box to go up and down
Dude,
on.
it's a good press box.
Got good food.
I love the city. I really do. I love the city of Philadelphia, but it's a good press box. They always have like a good giveaway for the media that they place at literally everybody's spot in the press box except DallasCowboys.com. They won't leave a mug or whatever for DallasCowboys.com, but they'll put them at every other chair.
Wow, they get the shots fired there. Hopefully we return fire when Eagles.com dudes and ladies try to come into the AT&T press box.
I remember being on the sidelines one game there, and like this guy, the security guy and one of the windbreaker guys, yellow windbreaker guys, he goes, "Hey, Broadus," and I'm like, "All right, man, how do you know my name?" And he goes, "Hang on." And he unbuttoned his shirt on his jacket, and he had a Dallas Cowboys T-shirt on underneath.
Oh, wow.
He goes, "Don't tell anybody." But he was like he was on the sidelines. Eagles security had a Dallas Cowboys T-shirt on underneath his windbreaker.
Dude, I'll tell you what. That we have so many people from out of town that listen to this station on YouTube and everything. I will hear from fans if I'm walking through the stadium area. I'll hear from fans more in visiting cities almost than at AT&T, where somebody will be like, "Oh, Bobby," or "Oh, fan," or "Tolo," or whatever. You hear it.
Yeah.
That's their content. That's the way they get access to follow their team. They keep up with us through that.
And they know that walk. They know that Bobby Belt signature.
The Conor McGregor arm swing.
A lot of hips in there. A lot of hips, a lot of arms. I love it. All right, let's go ahead now, dude. This bowl season, I can't wait to give you the concession items for the Cheez-Its Bowl. And for the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
Bowl season. I thought you said bowl season.
No.
I thought this was about to get really weird.
No, we're going bowl season. Did you guys see the fake tush push that Rutgers pulled off at the goal line?
Yeah.
That was pretty impressive. And then we had this fake punt, Bowling Green, last night.
And so John Henderson comes on for the second time. Remember Jackson, what he did the last time he tried to return a punt. It's a fake. Pass wide open. Johnson, touchdown. Malcolm Johnson was wide open on the fake. 43 yards from the punter, John Henderson.
Okay, the funny part about that was they put their third string quarterback in at punter, and nobody knew, including the play-by-play guys, because it was a beautiful pass. It was like, wow,
Tom Tupa back there.
This punter's really got it going on right now. Bowl season, they pull out all the stops. Putting a third string quarterback at punter.
Yeah. It's got to scout that stuff up.
Exactly. Somebody needs to be pointing.
Where'd Tom Tupa go to college?
Oh, I don't remember.
Oh, yes.
I just remember. I remember Tom Tupa having to come in and play for Vinny Testaverde when he tore his Achilles.
Yeah.
And having to play for Bill Parcells.
Ohio State.
Is he the second greatest punter quarterback combo of the last 40 years behind Danny White?
Danny White.
Yeah.
Trying to think who else.
Did you know Danny White punted, Eric?
I did not know that.
Yeah, he was a punter on a Super Bowl team.
I'm sorry, I have to think about this for a second, but the best all-time punter quarterback, like in NFL history, I think it was Sammy Ball.
Oh yeah, so yeah, you had to. That's what more modern history. Yeah, because you'll get the Sammy Baws or the George Blanda kicker quarterback, or
the George Blanda can George Blanda can lead you on a game-winning drive. Pass it down the field, get a timeout, and kick the game-winning field goal.
And the whole time he had a heater hanging from his bottom lip.
Bobby Lane was that way.
Lynn Dawson. That's your Lynn Dawson.
Lynn Dawson. I do. That's iconic.
He's sitting there with a tab and a
power rank your Dawsons.
Oh, man. Maybe that's our top 10 list of the day. Let's go ahead and hear the rebuttal now. Nick Saban back on the McAfee show after comedian Shane Gillis questioned his integrity on game day over the weekend, calling him Alabama Jones and whatnot. Saban's still salty.
You know, he was trying to be funny, which I get it. And, you know, my daughter Kristen loves him, so that's kind of soothed the soul a little bit that somebody in our family likes the guy.
He before that went on a 90-second diatribe continuing to defend his integrity as the Alabama head coach.
Yeah,
I mean, he took that very seriously.
Yeah, no one ever got paid at Alabama. That's never happened. That legitimately never happened under Saban's watch.
No.
And then as soon as the playing field was leveled, it was like, this is too hard. I have to retire. I got to go into TV.
It's a really good Nick Saban right there.
Like dead on, right?
Yeah.
Like it's mainly the like the cadence that I have, like that's really down. Just I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, it's exactly him.
Yep.
All right, here's one of my favorite coaches at the podium, Jim Harbaugh, Chargers head coach. It's going to be frigid temperatures in Foxborough as they go to take on the Patriots this weekend, but he's not really worried about his guys.
Bottom line is, I mean, these guys are young, they're healthy, and their heart pumps warm blood, you know. Pumps it from the arteries to the veins to the tributaries to the capillaries, you know, throughout their whole body. You just play ball.
The NFL's so much better with Jim Harbaugh in it.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if did he nail that? Did he nail the blood flow cycle within a human being's body?
I mean,
it was a good sell job.
I have no idea. I'm in, though.
He sells it with such seriousness that you have to believe
I'm
it.
going to repeat that to people if they ask me in the future. Like, hey, how does it work? I'll be like, well, you know, and then I'll just quote Jim Harbaugh.
Well, he was talking about the blood in his players' veins, but here's Trey Wingo talking about the ice in the veins of Joe Burrow, a different level of DNA here. Take it away, Trey Wingo.
Joe Burrow is the product of exceptional DNA. I want to tell you a great story. We got this note about Joe Burrow. When he was 9 years old, he was playing on an AAU basketball team, and his team was down by 8 points with 30 seconds to go. The coach said we kind of thought it was over. Then Burrow scored 9 straight points, including 7 straight free throws to give the team the win. And his coach was also a sociology professor at Ohio University. And after the game, he went to Burrow's parents and said, I just want you to know that Joe has the kind of qualities you find in first responders, policemen, and serial offenders. In other words, his blood pressure doesn't change whether he's cutting the lawn or pulling people out of a building. I say this because I work with people and I do sociology on crime. Thank God he's not using his talents for bad, because he could be the next Dexter. He is a stone cold killer.
I love that dude.
I want you to replace Joe Burrow in that story.
Dude.
I want you to replace Joe Burrow in that story.
Don't you rain on this parade.
If somebody said this exact same thing and they said LeBron James, wouldn't you be like, here he goes again? Here he goes again. We're supposed to believe he has serial killer DNA. Okay, LeBron. All right. Yeah. All right. Go read the first page of a book again.
Yeah, I wouldn't buy it. I wouldn't buy it at all. 214 saying that Burrow's getting glazed on this one. This is that we're trying to build the mythology around him. I don't know. I think there is something serious to this.
He's a good enough quarterback. He's a good enough talent. We don't have to make up a story about him having serial killer blood pressure.
I mean, dude, when you to hit free throws like that consecutively, pressurized at 9 years old?
He's a regular Dwayne Wade.
That's a different kind of dude. And those are the type of combine testing that needs to go down. I don't know how much they invoke stuff like that.
People laughed at Serrianni when he tried to get players to do Papa Shot at the combine. Maybe he was onto something.
That's the ultimate test right there. But I mean, I do firmly
Draft
believe
a quarterback on Papa Shot.
Some guys are
it
built
might
for
help.
that, dude.
I shouldn't laugh. It might help. It's hard to evaluate these quarterbacks.
It is. But
really
knowing
hard.
that right there about your quarterback, obviously he has to have a million other qualities to be successful. But knowing that about your quarterback, where it's just he's cool, calm, collected, like these guys that are like that strike fear into you when they're the opposition and they got one possession to go score and win.
Yeah, like Aaron Hernandez.
Yeah. All right.
That was 2-4. Shout out to you, 2-4. I stole your line.
All right. Let's get you a little Football Friday edition of Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air. Krusty, where are we headed?
Yeah, let's take a look at this Philadelphia defense. There's some things we need to talk about with them. We'll do that next.
But I got to tell you, I love drinking beer made in Texas by Texans, and that's the opportunity that Martin House Brewing affords myself and all of us here in the Metroplex. Martin House Brewing Company in Fort Worth, best known for the best made pickle beer. They just released 2 new brews as well. The Mayday IPA, 6% West Coaster, That's my personal favorite, but the Dr. Bach's outstanding as well. Easy drinking Bach. Broadus was all over it. The Tolos were all over it, and we had our fan holiday party out there. When you go visit them, you're going to love the tap room. Absolutely gorgeous. And then it's the large backyard on the Trinity River. It's just east of downtown Fort Worth. Absolutely beautiful. Bring the family, bring the dogs. Always a party happening at the brewery. And you can find Martin House beers at your favorite grocery store near you as well. Check out the socials for more info, but it's Martin House Brewing Company, made in Texas by Texans.
Coming up Monday on Sean and RJ, it is the final shows of 2024.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? What did it mean?
Laser Baby.
That sounds what?
Not maybe? No.
Nothing.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it cell phone call?
W Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
All right, we got Bobby Belt live in studio here. It's the G-Bag Nation on a football Friday. Great to have you in, sending you into the weekend as quickly as possible. Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram, joins us here in just a few minutes. Talk a little Cowboys with our buddy. Don't forget, we have Expressway commercial-free 520. What you drinking? What you thinking on a Friday? And I think we have some fun in store with a fan after dark in the 6 o'clock hour tonight. Blake just gave me a ringy-ding-ding, and he's piecing some stuff together.
Those dudes, I mean, it just shows you what great teammates everybody has. And, well, at the station especially with guys filling in, and Bobby coming in. And, I mean, just everybody.
Will Chambers coming in a couple of times this week. Christmas Eve, Will came in here because he had takes, and we had to give him that platform.
Peyton not showing up at all on days after a night game.
Yeah, we
that doesn't fall in line with being a good
I would give Peyton credit for this. Like, there were times we'd walk out of here at midnight, and I'd walk back there and say, "Thanks for everything you're doing, man." And then he would go, "Oh, yeah." I go, "You staying?" He goes, "Yeah." And my man Chris Strong, I know a couple of times he's had to stay.
That's the thing. That's the dumbest part of this is that Chris is working as the number 2 when Peyton's like, "Bro, I cannot possibly be expected to cover in the morning." And then Chris is covering after working as the number 2 just as long.
Chris is in there pulling, and then next thing you know, he's sleeping on the couch.
That's an honor as a producer here, is to sleep on the couch in here and just like listen to Amy Lawrence overnight while snoozing on the couch over there. So hey, we kind of like it.
Well, Eric's taking over the couch in that conference room over there.
That's right.
Like, you go in there, it's like Eric's office.
It's my couch now.
Oh, Eric, hey, I just stopped by to say hello, and my man's over there sleeping on the couch.
Don't mind all the pee bottles I got sitting next to
world's greatest dad statues and stuff in there.
Yeah, I treat it like it's my office. When I see somebody else in there, I side eye. I'm like, "What are you doing?
Yeah.
You didn't ask me."
Let me ask you this: have you ever been like laying in there and like Purdy comes walking through or something like that?
No, but there has been like
you literally lay on the couch like you're at home.
That's right. Yeah. Most of the time I'm wearing my pants and my shirt, though.
Yeah.
So
most of the time.
Sometimes you don't have a shirt. You just have like an Italian jacket zipped up, with the collar popped
I showed a little
up.
skin yesterday,
Oh,
Bobby,
it's like
and
we got
Broadus was calling
chain,
me out for it.
tattoo, we got it all.
He does. He's got the colorful tattoo too. It's like it's the actual, what is it? It's the Italian flag. Is that what it is?
That's right.
I can't remember.
Yeah. And
but no,
I was proud of that yesterday.
Purdy, I mean, seriously, is Purdy ever?
Purdy's never has, but there has been clients where it's like,
and you're just laying on hey, this is we're one of the top sports stations in the country, and then Eric's over there like,
I look homeless just sitting on.
Are you kidding me? Eric's an Adonis. Like, Spittle's walking up to Eric, going like, "Hey, when we bring clients in, could you have your shirt off, maybe?" Or
I tell you though, Eric and
not
Zach,
after this Christmas season.
They know how to work a room, though. That Martin House thing, when we're all standing around, you guys can work a crowd.
We can rub some elbows.
If you ever have to run for like office, I'm absolutely going to get you involved.
My computer lab teacher in 8th grade always told me that I should be a politician based on the way that
your blood pressure didn't move.
That's right. A serial killer stuff.
I could walk around with you, and you would go, and I would go, "Hey, do you know the dudes?" No, not a clue. Not a clue.
Don't know who that
not
is,
a clue,
but
bro.
They're getting a dap up and a big hug.
They're getting a dap up and a big
hug.
hug.
And if they got a bald head, they're getting a kiss right there on that dome for good luck.
I can't have the Cowboys win one more game, by the way. If they get to 8 victories, I'm supposed to shave my head bald on the air.
Dude, see, I want that so bad, but you got to do like the cul-de-sac. You got to go full Broadus with it from a couple of years ago when he went like when he just leaned into the Ben Franklin stuff.
I'm worried what's going to happen. What happened to Broadus is going to happen to me. Where you said you shaved your head in college and it never came back.
I'm just telling you, don't do that. If you've got that, if you got a questionable,
I need them to win the next 2 weeks.
I know. If you got a question, hey, did you see someone on Twitter though? I guess it was Dave Portnoy tweeted out a picture of something like, "How old are these players?" It was like this dude, this player, and he had on looked like he had a hairline of a 40-year-old guy. With the bald on top and the hair in the back, kind of like my hairline.
Major bald spot. It was a bad angle for this poor kid. I say kid. He's probably 30 years old. He's like a ninth year senior.
And then the kid tweeted back at him like, "Geez, thanks."
That kid will probably be working for Barstool in the next couple of days.
Yeah.
But
playing quarterback for Georgia.
Be careful, Bobby.
in 2 years.
Seriously, because like in 1983, I shaved I had hair, and then next thing you know, when I did that, it never came back. Never came back.
I mean, it's already retreating so hard right now. So
is that why you always wear the ball cap?
Oh yeah. Whenever I don't wear it, people are always like, "Why does Bobby always wear a hat?" And then when I don't wear it, the fan text everywhere else is like, "Tell Bobby to put the hat back on."
Do people ask you more about your hoodies or your ball hat? Because you always wear some high school.
I get more hell for the hoodies than the hat.
Oh, by the way, I'm supposed to do a broadcast with you next year for Tarleton.
Are we
doing football?
Hell yeah, with Byron, Lord Byron.
Byron asked me at Martin House if I said, "Hey man, I'd love to do it." And he's like, "Oh sure, come on, yeah."
Dude,
so yeah,
fun.
We're doing a game next year.
Some awful play calling by Tarleton down the stretch of that game though. That was a problem. I was not a fan of the red zone.
Am I going to be on the field reporter?
No, you're in the booth. You're doing color.
Oh really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm excited about doing this though.
Oh, dude, it's fun and it's a great atmosphere, and there's so many people there in Stephenville who listen to us.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna make me get all nostalgic about like Whit and Boog. After I get
Whit and Boog and Tess.
Yeah, Whit, Boog, and Tess.
Was there ever a crew that wasn't any good? Is there a crew that's that bad?
That's the most synonymous one with booth broadcasting disasters.
God, poor Whit.
I've heard Doris Burke in a couple booths. So.
Oh come on, man! What are you doing, Doris Burke? Jeez, God.
Doris Burke is a legend, Bobby. That one's
Bobby is such a. I have no time for
that one's out of pocket.
Yeah, no time for you.
Doris would kick your ass, Bobby.
1,000%
on the Great American Bake Off.
There's our friend.
All right, are we gonna crust you this corner or what?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yeah, dude. It's brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air.
Oh, I got 4 minutes to talk to you about this team. Then,
yeah, you did a nice job.
Okay, well, I was going to tell you this though about this. Okay, when you think about the Philadelphia defense, this thing's really going to come down to a couple of. Can Dallas find a way to get some type of air yards in this game? Because last time when they played, it did not work out well. Cooper Rush throwing the ball short. Philadelphia does not give you successful plays. And but Cooper Rush has done a better job of throwing the ball down the field. The problem is, who is he going to throw the ball down the field to? Do you have anybody in mind that you would like to see him do? Because, like I say, the last several weeks, it has been better. You look at the number of passes he's completed, 10 yards and plus. It's gone up considerably since the beginning of the season. Touchdown 6 to no interceptions there.
I mean,
he's going to have to find. I don't know if you could just sit there and just think about running the football and that's going to be your best path to victory.
That's one of the things that's a challenge about Jalen Brooks, for instance, being questionable in this game. Is that Jalen Brooks is a guy that
how
Cooper
about
Rush
Tolbert and his finger?
Yeah, no, but Cooper Rush has shown like a willingness to I trust Jalen Brooks on a jump ball. And so, I mean, pushing the ball down the field, Brooks he's not a burner, but he's somebody that Cooper Rush seems to trust on contested catches.
I mean, can you run just Jonathan Mingo down the sidelines and throw him one?
I'm just saying, you've got to. I just don't think you could. I'd like to believe that Dallas, with Dowdle could have some success. They had some success running the ball the last time these two teams met. I mean, it was like I say, the game got out of hand, and then you weren't able. For half of the game, you were pretty damn good. But I'm just so worried about the fact that they have really nobody to throw this football to.
Yeah, I mean, that it's going to be a game where if you might, especially just with the weather and the wet balls and everything else, you might be looking at a game where it's just old-fashioned Otis Anderson, stick in the mud, run the ball 40 times for both teams. I mean, that may be what you're looking at. Or maybe they just say, we need to take advantage of Ferguson more, who has not had the type of breakout year that you wanted.
I think they could double Ferguson now. With no Lamb in the game, I think that they can absolutely – what's going to happen, Vic Fangio is going to get in a too-deep look. On third down, that's what he does. He's going to get too deep. He's going to get two safeties on the hash, and they try and keep everything in front of him. So, this with no Lamb – and they, the Eagles want to play. They want to play 11 personnel. I mean, they want to play with their nickel package is what they want to do.
They want as many DBs on the field as possible.
Yeah, but they've got three of the best in the league when it comes to if you look at how they're playing right now.
I mean, I would guess a lot of slant flat action with Ferguson and Cooks, something like that.
Got to be. You just can't keep throwing the ball underneath, though. But I could say the secondary, Mitchell, Slay, DeJean, these guys, they've only allowed like 60% completions this year.
They've been good.
They've been, and then like 23%, and I was just looking at metric stuff, 23% of the attempts against them are tight window throws. So Dallas going to win without Lamb and these guys? I mean, that's the big issue. The biggest issue here. Secondary, this quarterback group's only given up 4 touchdown passes this season. 4 of them.
I felt like they all 4 were versus the Commanders in the fourth quarter there the other day.
See, I mean, that's part of what you can look at there is just look at the fact that Washington had some success going tempo.
Yeah.
Like maybe you just decide to do some tempo work. And
maybe Cooper Rush could channel his inner Jaden Daniels, and scamper for 29 yards on 4th and 11.
Jaden Daniels wishes he was Cooper Rush.
But this is going to be a tough one for them. I mean, now
I'm looking at the interior of that defensive line, and I'm looking at that test for I want to see Beebe, I want to see Hoffman. Hoffman got smoked versus Vita Vea and company with the Bucs. Maybe he can have a little bounce back game. This is a tall order for the offensive line again, especially in the interior. I'm looking at Beebe, and I'm looking at Hoffman. Man, I'm trying to project out for next season.
Yeah, but what they'll do is they've got this guy Williams that they play at tackle. That is
Milton.
Yeah,
Milton and Carter.
Milton, but see, when you watch the games, you could see like Milton Williams gets a ton of pressures in these games. Like it's more than Carter gets.
Milton Williams, a Crowley alum.
Well, yeah, I tell you what though, he's going to line up. Majority of the times he lines up over Tyler Smith. So
a couple of Crowley guys, right? Is that
yeah? So Crowley and North Crowley. But both guys from Crowley.
Yeah, well.
But look, I'll tell you what, Milton Williams is going to be a great example. He will be one of the new default answers for, can you just take a guy with traits who hasn't put it together yet? Like what examples do we have of guys who, because Milton Williams was a traits guy only when he was coming out. And he's put it together, and he's become a good player.
Good player. And then Zach Bond, the linebacker's another one you're going to have to worry about in this football game.
Yeah, I don't think Nakobe Dean's going to be playing in this game.
Yeah.
So, but Bond's been a monster this year.
Bond was good against you the last time you played in this game. So, if they're going to try and run the ball, it's going to be, can you control the triangle inside? Because I think that's what Dallas is going to run the ball. Dallas doesn't run the ball on the outside. They run the ball on the outside with jet sweeps and Turpin and that.
No more CeeDee Lamb jet sweeps.
Yeah, no more of that. So, can Dallas find a way to run the ball? I think it's going to be tough for them to throw the ball.
Should they? How much more would you like to, both of you guys, how much more Turpin I formation stuff would you like to see? Because, I mean, it's been small sample, but it's worked nicely the last couple of weeks.
It's worked. I don't know how sustainable that is. He might get broken in there. Like some of the stuff they're trying to run inside. Like, I mean, it's not just they're running him between the tackles now. Like, they ran a couple different ones where he was running inside.
Yeah, versus the Bucs. It was a great chunk play that he got.
Yeah, 12
right.
yards,
like, you can't live with that too often.
Which, I mean, McCarthy has a history of that. He did it with Ty Montgomery. Yeah, he put a receiver back there to play running back.
And he never changed his number. It's like a number 80-something
88
running back.
Yeah. You could live with it. You could live with it if, in fact, and they're trying to maybe set things up to like, with Turpin, you think it's outside. But you're going to maybe break some tendencies. You run inside a couple of different times. That action play that they got Cooks open on, the second time they faked it to Turpin, it drew everybody up. So, yeah.
Because he's got juice, man. That's the one guy that could really make a huge play on you.
It's just going to be a tough game for Dallas to move the ball.
No question.
Yeah, it's gonna
no question. All right, there it is. Krusty's Corner on a Football Friday. Bobby Belt, the Power Hour has concluded. Thank you, man. We love you. And you're hopping on a bird to go to Filthy. Just Be careful out there.
I am tomorrow. So
Go to Morimoto's restaurant.
That doesn't sound like food.
He's going to stay in the hotel.
You're not going to like it.
I'm a chain guy.
It's like a 4-hour deal.
I'm a big like hotel snack like cubby guy.
Do we still have like the hospitality room at the hotel for the media and stuff?
It depends on the hotel that we're in. But yeah, occasionally.
Yeah.
Well, we love you, Bob. Have a safe trip.
I love you all.
There he goes, Bobby Bell, Cowboys Insider, all hour long. And now we welcome in Nick Harris of the Star-Telegram next year in the Nation.
This nation is growing, and it's thanks to you. Let your friends know that the hottest afternoon show in town is G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
I'm Jody Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute. In an Olympic year, many individuals had amazing years in the world of sports. Maybe no one more so than Scottie Scheffler. He won 8 times on the PGA Tour, including the Masters. Add to that a golf gold medal and being part of a President's winning cup team. He easily had the biggest money-earning year in the history of the game. Here's my question, though. What the heck do you do for a 2025 encore, Scotty? I'm Jody Mack.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym. Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get. Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me. I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real? Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean. And it's made a difference for you? Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves? Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text POWER to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
where our people make the difference.
You're turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan.
Hello, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's talk some Cowboys with our buddy Nick Harris of the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. We got the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day coming up in 20 minutes. Biggest L, biggest dub, a loaded hour here in the G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, Chris Strong producing the program, and now we head out to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in Nick Harris. Nick, happy Friday, my friend. How you doing? Merry Christmas.
Doing well, fellas. Did y'all just clear everybody out? How did y'all manage to run a 2-point show there? Pick and roll action going on between you and Brian?
Yeah. We procrastinated. Well, Broaddus is always going to work. You know what I mean? You know Broaddus well enough by now to know that it doesn't matter. Hell or high water, he will be in the saddle.
100%. 100%.
But yeah, we're here. We're having a good time, man. How was the holiday? Was it all dandy? I know the Cowboys got the day off, so you probably got to enjoy some of that.
Yeah, 100%. Good holiday. Can't complain. It's been kind of a chill week, even in the facility. They took that day off. They moved their Wednesday up to Tuesday and had a light practice on Tuesday, and then got back to it on Thursday with a full practice. But they don't have any padded practices left throughout the year, so it's kind of light conditioning from here on out.
Did we keep seeing reports of players gifting teammates all sorts of cool gifts? Do we know if Dak did anything for the offensive line? Did you see a bunch of motor scooters or something floating around there?
No, but I did see that Dak sent out some exclusive Jordans to all of the staff members of the team. So that includes video, equipment, strength and conditioning. All the staff members got some exclusive Jordans from Dak that showed up on their doorstep on Christmas morning.
And that means you left a year early, too. Is that what happened here?
Well, it was football staff, so it wasn't necessarily. Yeah,
.com? Did
I
.com?
wouldn't have been left out.
.com didn't get anything in, huh? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, they got to press Dak on that next time he comes around.
Jeez. I'll tell you what, man, there's some times with .com, you're on an island out there. Even though you're in that building, you kind of feel like you're on an island there, you know. So
that's 100% true.
Yeah, anyway. Okay, Nick, this thing is gotten a lot tougher. And, you know, the great effort, got a nice win against the Buccaneers. A little bit different challenge. You might have the best quarterback when it comes to rush and then Pickett, but how do you feel like that? Where's this game? Where could it hinge where the Cowboys could do some good things?
Yeah, I would be surprised if Saquon Barkley is not going into this game with a little added motivation for a multitude of reasons. A, being the fact that he's only averaged 58 yards per game in his career against the Cowboys. He's played 11 games against the Cowboys, and he's only rushed for 58 yards per game and only 3 touchdowns. You add that on top of the fact that he's only about 270 yards away from the rushing record. Eric Dickerson said earlier this week, hey, I'm not rooting for him. He's not going to get a pat on the shoulder from me. So he might have a little added motivation going into this week, especially with Jalen Hurts being out of the equation. They might lean on him a little bit more. So I think if the Cowboys can just limit Saquon Barkley, I think there's an opportunity to stick around in this ball game. I mean, we've seen Cooper Rush play at his best over the course of the last couple of weeks. It's really manifested in multiple weapons getting involved, and that's really important in a situation now where CeeDee Lamb is no longer in the equation. So does Jalen Tolbert step up? Brandon Cooks, Ryan Flanoy. He's definitely going to have to use multitude of weapons to get this offensive game going. But, man, when you look at this Philadelphia pass defense, they've done such a good job overhauling the secondary over the course of the last year, and it's the reason why they're the second best pass defense in the league right now. So if Cooper Rush can find some holes in that pass defense and be able to take advantage of some opportunities, then I think Dallas can stick around in this one.
Hey, Nick, Stephen Jones, I don't think is too keen on my idea about playing Cooper Beebe at right guard. I know you and I have talked about that on the break. So you kind of, you're going to go with the guys you got, though. What do you think about the offensive line overall? Is it going to keep you from what you've seen of you and I talking about offensive linemen on the draft show this year?
No, I think you certainly could take an offensive lineman as soon as the first round. I mean, you look at some issues that the offensive line has had this year. Is it Fortunately, it hasn't been as a result of availability most of the time. I mean, you can look at the Zach Martin situation, but Brock Hoffman has filled in pretty well. When you look at the major problems, it's been at left tackle at times. It's been with penalties at times, and that's been from guys that have consistently been in the mix. So if you can add competition in that room and make it that much better, then I'm all for it, even if that comes as soon as the first round and the pick makes sense to pull the trigger on a guy in the trenches. Why not do it? That being said, I think it would probably be smarter to take a guy on day 2, but you wouldn't hear a complaint from me if they took one on day 1.
Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star Telegram with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Are you just gearing up for a McCarthy return? I mean, the noise from the national media everywhere, it just seems like that is now sort of a guarantee, especially with Lamb no longer playing. It's like, hey, we the evaluation is done with McCarthy. And it seems like he's coming back.
Yeah, and Jerry Jones had a quote earlier this week on you guys' airwaves talking about McCarthy and, the job that he has appreciated from him in the last few weeks of the team fighting. And then later in that quote started looking towards the future. And I think if McCarthy and looking towards the future are within the same sentence, then I think that kind of paints the picture of what it's going to be here in the next few months in Dallas. What does that look like? Is that a 3-year extension? Is that an extension where he has to give up reins of play calling? What exactly would that look like? I think the specifics now are starting to be talked about a little bit more. I think I would probably put money on McCarthy returning, but as far as what that looks like, I think it could be a multitude of different equations, because you could have a young offensive play caller come in and combine his mind with McCarthy's and, be able to create an offense for Dak and these weapons that works. And not to say that this offense hasn't worked at times. It's just at other times it's felt stagnant. It's felt repeated and repetitive. I think they might just need a little bit of young blood to throw in there at times. But other than that, I think that could work if that is the reality that we see here in a few weeks.
Hey, Nick, okay, McCarthy coming back. How do you think – okay, I'm trying to think of a way to ask this question. McCarthy coming back but change offensive coordinators. Is that what the people who want McCarthy coming back, is that their angle, or would those people you think want McCarthy back but please change the coordinators?
I'm not 100% sure of that. I think when it comes to McCarthy being back, the rhetoric that I hear around that is that, hey, he's a great leader. The players play for him. He's a player's coach. He does so much for the players, not only during the week, but even during the offseason, that really helps their development and allows them to, take care of what they have to take care of. He's a player's coach at the end of the day, and that's typically what I hear when I hear support for McCarthy, especially, right after that 5-game losing streak. They were staring at the barrel of him being gone in the offseason for certain, but now it's starting to, flip its head. I think you would have to ask those people, okay, from a schematic standpoint on the field, what will that look like? And I think you would probably get a split down the middle. I think you would see some people say that McCarthy hasn't had the full array of weapons to his disposal throughout the season this year. He didn't get a running back in the offseason that could have helped them in the first few weeks, or a running game that could have helped them in the first few weeks. And then I think you would have the other 50% to say, hey, he's had 2 years to try and put this offense together, and we've seen what it looks like at the worst. And what it looks like at the worst is a 16-point home playoff loss to Green Bay that your offense couldn't get you back into. So I think there's equations to both sides. I think it's going to be an interesting debate at the table for the Joneses to figure out in early January.
And if McCarthy's going to come back, they're going to want Zimmer to come back. Do you have any idea of how he's thinking about things? Like, do you think Zimmer wants to keep coaching? Have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, that's going to be a decision for Mike Zimmer, I think, at the end of the day. We heard him earlier in the week get asked about, how has the return to coaching been? And he said it's been a challenge at times. He kind of giggled and is like, okay, has it been good enough to return another year? And he said, that's something I got to think about. And so, I think when this season is done, that decision is in the hands of Mike Zimmer. And, obviously this is his first year back in the NFL since being let go in Minnesota, and he had a lot going on in his personal life in the time being, and he had time at Jackson State, helping out with Dion, and then returned to NFL just kind of on a whim here in a 1-year deal with the Cowboys. And I think it's kind of up to Zimmer at that point, but from what I heard, he would be welcomed in.
Hey, Nick, I mean, okay, so my prediction like that Zimmer coming in would save Mike McCarthy's job. Am I going to be right about this?
You just might be. It wouldn't be the first time you'd be right about
No, I'm wrong a lot.
It'd probably be the second time.
I'm just kind of excited because I usually throw out like bold statements like that out there, and I was just kind of like, man, I think Zimmer's going to save this guy's job. And I was like, you know what? Yeah, Zimmer's going to save this guy's
It was a roundabout
job.
way to get there,
Yeah.
but it looks like we're here.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Just throwing noodles at the wall and that one stuck.
You know what? It sounded like something really cool to say at the time, and I just, you know what? I went with it, and I took some heat for it when Mike and them were giving up about 289 on the ground.
Yeah,
I took a lot of heat for that one, but it looks like he might actually save this guy's job.
Sure enough.
Who would be the in-house candidate? Let's say Zimmer wants to go ahead and call it quits. Would that be Al Harris's job, or perhaps they would look elsewhere?
I think they would do an extensive search there, especially if McCarthy is back in the equation. I mean, they've shown over the course of the past couple of coordinators with Dan Quinn and Mike Zimmer that they like former head coaches in that spot. I think Al Harris would certainly get an interview just as he did last time around. I think that would be the best in-house candidate. But as far as what that search could look like, I think they would put that far and wide.
I'm going to throw one at you. How about Paul Guenther?
Yeah, that would be interesting just because he's worked under Zimmer.
He's worked under Zimmer, but everybody's kind of familiar with what you're not completely changing your scheme, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think that would be a natural transition if they wanted to make that happen. My only question there is Gunther's play calling abilities a little bit stronger than what it was in those last days in Cincinnati?
Sure.
Yeah,
but that's certainly. I think that would certainly get an interview as well. I think Guenther would be deserving of one.
Well, I think the guy that would be on the top of everybody's list, maybe even as a head coach, but you mentioned having that previous head coach experience. I wonder if they'd be willing to foot the bill for like a Robert Saleh or something.
Man, that would be interesting. You would almost have to think, though, Saleh's deserving of a head coaching opportunity. It kind of felt like he was done wrong in New York. I mean, I could be on an island on that take, but I'd be surprised if he doesn't get a head coaching opportunity somewhere.
No, I think you're right. I think he will be a guy that's interviewing for head coaching jobs and very likely could get one of those. But if he ends up not getting it, man, he will be a super hot defensive coordinator commodity, and that would be pretty welcome. Do you feel like Zimmer's getting more out of Micah Parsons than Dan Quinn did?
I think so. And when you hear what Micah had to say yesterday in the locker room, I think you've started to see the impact not only on the field for Micah with Zimmer, but off the field specifically. You know, whenever they showed up to training camp in Oxnard, Mike Zimmer challenged Micah. He was like, look, you got to step up and be a leader on this team. And he challenged him again whenever DeMarcus Lawrence went down. Now, granted, Micah went down around that same time, but he was still around the building. And obviously he's played in a lot more games than DeMarcus Lawrence has. And Micah's answer to that call, you know, I have to give Micah Parsons credit because I think we all had rightful questions coming into the season about his approach and about his maturity. But I think he's answered most of those questions coming out of the year. He's really taken a step forward as a leader in 2024. And I think he would credit that to Mike Zimmer. And I would credit that as well.
What do you like to get into when you get out to Filthy? Do you go get a taste of the town?
Oh, well, my girlfriend's up in the area, so she lives about an hour 15 outside of Philadelphia, so I'm actually up here right now and weathering the storm of snow on the ground, so it's a little bit foreign to me at this point in the year. It's 70 degrees back home in Dallas, but that's what I get into.
Are the 76ers in town?
Honestly, I have no idea. That's a great question.
See, I figured
really bad this year, though. I don't know if I want to see Joel Embiid like fake roll.
No, man, you just love basketball, man.
Just a flopathon.
I do.
You do love basketball. Go,
Maxey.
Yeah, go get you some.
South Garland's own. Yeah. He's been great this year.
So Nick Harris is dating an Eagle? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, not the case. It's a Cowboy. It's a Cowboy.
All right. Very good. Well, we appreciate it, man. You're the best, and have a safe trip back home whenever you get back.
I appreciate it, fellas. Y'all have a great one.
There he goes, Nick Harris, Fort Worth Star-Telegram here in the G-Bag Nation on a Football Friday. We got Biggest L, Biggest Dub coming up in about 30 minutes, but let's hit that Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. I have the top 10 player merchandise sales in the NFL. Broadus is going to have to guess them. Let's see if he can go 10 for 10 on this one next year in the nation.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and quality sports conversations. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
And the Odyssey app, presented by Comerica.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Holidays are filled with joy and stress, right? This year, I am prioritizing my well-being with great home fitness equipment at Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Their exercise equipment is made for more than just a workout. It's for better sleep, mental breaks, personal victories, and you can get up to 50% off treadmills, ellipticals, bikes, and home gyms, and with the largest selection of massage chairs in the state. Wow, they're more than just for relaxation. They're made for recovery, for stress relief, for lowering your blood pressure, and they're all on sale now.
That's right, RJ. This is Craig Lewin with Johnson Fitness and Wellness, and right now, on top of our massive discounts, free delivery and installation. Plus, you'll receive a pair of free Bowflex adjustable dumbbells up to 52.5 pounds on any purchase over $24.99.
7 DFW locations. Get ready for your great in-home workout and make 2025 the new year, new you. Discover Johnson Fitness and Wellness today, the #1 specialty fitness retailer in the U.S. Find out what you're made for at johnsonfitness.com.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here. As a former professional athlete, I know what it takes to stay in the game. And trust me, Game Day Men's Health is truly different. At Game Day Men's Health, you're treated like an MVP. Whether you need testosterone therapy, weight loss, peptides, or help with ED. No long waits or generic treatments. Fast yet personalized care that gets you back in the game. Visit GameDayDallas.com for a free consultation. Trust me, you'll feel the difference. Start the new year feeling your best by booking today at GameDayDallas.com.
Make the most of your holidays with the Kroger app. You can enjoy over $600 in digital coupons every week. Get access to low prices and earn fuel points to save up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. The Kroger app makes it easy to save this holiday season. Kroger, fresh for everyone. Savings may vary by state. Fuel restrictions apply.
Save big on 2-liter bottles of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties are just $1.49 each with your card and digital coupon. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
This Fan Friday is brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing.
Hi, I'm Nick at Dowerth Restoration, and I have a question for you business owners out there. What would you do if your building suddenly flooded or caught on fire? Would you be able to deal with your insurance company and keep your business on track? If you're like most, you're too busy to even think about it. That's why you'll love this news. All you have to remember is DowerthRestoration.com. When disaster strikes, we'll be there just like you planned all along. It's good to have friends in the restoration business. DowerthRestoration.com.
It's the season of New Traditions year-end sales event at Moritz Kia. And now is the time to save on a new 2024 Kia EV9 from Moritz Kia, priced $10,000 off the MSRP. For example, the 2024 Kia EV9 stock number 023616 has an MSRP of $78,315, less $7,500 Kia customer cash from KMA and a Moritz discount of $2,500. Your sale price is just $68,315 plus TTNL. From the Kia Niro EV to the Kia Telluride, we've got them. Explore what's new from Moritz Kia. Stop by today and join us this holiday season in stocking the shelves of the LVT Food Pantry by donating non-perishable goods at one of our 3 convenient locations. Moritz Kia, the best name in the business, backed by the best warranty in the business. Moritz Kia in Fort Worth, Hurst, and Alliance, or visit MoritzKia.com. Offers end January 2nd, 2025.
Get informed if you're buying, selling, refinancing, or just want up-to-date information on the market on the Texas Lending Mortgage Show, Saturdays, 8 a.m. on 105.3 The Fan. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
I'm loving this vintage store. Right? And they accept Discover. I don't think so, Jennifer. Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Get with the times. Then where do we stand on parachute pants?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide, based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Real stories with Hellsberg.
I had the ring already. She had made it very clear what kind of ring she wanted.
Yep.
I pretended that I was going to kneel and picked up a pine cone instead of pulling out a ring.
What a jerk. But when I saw that ring, I was like, oh, he did good.
I really love Amy. I really, really genuinely love Amy.
I love you too.
At Hellsberg, find the engagement ring worthy of your story. Designed with the love, care, and craft it deserves. Visit a Hellsberg store or hellsberg.com.
I went to My Computer Career because I needed job security.
Because I wanted a career in cybersecurity.
I went to My Computer Career because IT jobs are everywhere.
My old job was going nowhere.
I went because I didn't want college loans for the rest of my life.
Because I wanted a career for the rest of my life.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. Classes available online or in person. Financial aid available for qualified students, including the GI Bill. 529 college savings plans accepted.
Not available in Washington State.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself And my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
What's up, sandwich heads? Today on Steve-O's Sandwich Reviews, we've got the tips and tricks to the best sandwich order. And it all starts with this little guy right here. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Partial to pastrami, craving a Cubano. Yeah, sounds delicious, but boom! Add the crisp, refreshing taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar and cue the fireworks. Lunch, dinner, or late night, it'll be a sandwich worth celebrating. Trust me, your boy's eaten a lot of sandwiches in his day, and the one thing I can say with absolute fact, every bite is better with Pepsi.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. Hurry, it's your last chance to donate for 2024. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by Miller Lite.
Cowboys football and Miller Lite. What a pairing. Brisket in the smoker, Miller Lite in the cooler. Sunday night overtimes, Monday morning swagger. Tastes like Miller time. Celebrate responsibly. 2023 Miller Brewing Company, Fort Worth, Texas.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost, and they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
The Sacramento Kings choked away a 14-point lead last night to the Detroit Pistons. And when that happens, firings can occur.
Oh, they got Mike Brown?
Mike Brown, your 2023 NBA Coach of the Year.
Jeez.
He had led Sacramento to its first playoff appearance since 2006. He has now been bleep canned. Yeah. And apparently it was just right before the team boarded the plane going to Los Angeles. He just ran a full practice, spent 15 minutes talking to the media, and then right before he gets on the airplane, they're like, "Hey, thanks, but no thanks. We'll go ahead and leave you here. Congratulations, Mike Brown. You get to collect millions of dollars, and you get to kick your feet up. In the meantime, being a fired coach is one of the best.
Mavs play their Monday night, yeah.
Yeah, I say big dub to to Mike Brown, man. I mean, they're in the midst of a 5-game losing streak right now. They've lost 12 of their last 17 games. They're probably going to end up losing De'Aaron Fox. Are they going to trade him, or is he just going to end up leaving in free agency? But that's a young stud who is now getting pushed down in Sacramento, and if he was on a really good team, I mean, when Sacramento was awesome a couple of years ago, we were lighting the beam all over the place. De'Aaron Fox was the talk of the town. Don't
you have a buddy that's a big light the beam guy?
Oh yeah, Raider Joe.
Raider Joe is a light the beam guy.
He's a Sacramento Kings guy. So he sent me some Sacramento Kings gear a couple of years ago whenever they were doing well, right. And I can't remember what bet we had, but I had to wear some Sacramento Kings gear on the show.
Not bad colors.
So, no, I like them.
Kind of like the Baltimore Ravens look.
Yeah, I like the purple. Yeah. I think the purple's pretty sharp. Yeah. All right, biggest L, biggest dub coming up in just a few minutes. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? But right now it's time for the Willy Bully Top 10 List of the Day. And I do wonder what Walchuk's up to right now. He sent me some cute videos of having his lovely baby girl on his shoulders, doing the dad thing. He's just living that dad life.
There you go.
Probably more exhausting than what we've been doing up here.
Yeah.
You know? I mean, anytime.
All we've been doing is broadcasting and eating.
We've just been eating and chopping it up, having a good time.
Yeah. But it's like a kind of a talk show. Because people kind of show up and for a little bit, then they leave. And then we have some people show up and like, hey, if you come at the right time, you can ask Stephen Jones a question. Yeah. You know, hey, you never know. Like Will Chambers, so he has to introduce himself to
Eric Hendricks.
Eric's is like probably going, who's this dude?
Just doing celebrity shots in here? Is that what we're doing?
What are we doing here?
Yeah, no, shout out to the teammates here in the building because it's been a lot of fun having a rotating cast of characters. Yeah. And Fan After Dark, Blake Elliott has put something together, and he has something in store for us tonight in the 6 o'clock hour.
The geography thing they did the other night.
Extra credit last night. I'm pretty sure.
Did he really miss Like the Gulf of Mexico.
See, I didn't get to hear it, so I would love to know some of the details on it, but I think he's looking to get some revenge. I think he wants it to be me and you and Fred having to answer these questions instead of it just being him and Khaki Kevin Walker.
Well, last time he said that Florida, this is the one you were talking about, Brian. He said that Florida was next to the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah.
So that was not a good start to the geography bee.
No, that is not a good way to come out of the gates, dude. I'm not confident either. I mean, my geography skills aren't necessarily fantastic. So I might get embarrassed here a little bit, but that's coming up in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm looking forward to it. Let's hit this top 10 list of the day, though. I have the top 10 players in sold NFL merchandise this year. So which player is selling the most and that fans want to get their hands on their gear. Wow, Broadus has put together his own list.
Well, I'm trying to try and guess.
You're trying to guess your list. So who do you have at number 10 then?
Bo Nix.
Bo Nix. You think Bo Nix is in the top 10? You think kids are putting Bo Nix items on their Christmas wish list?
Yeah, I think they are. That's why I put him at number 10.
I think you're out of your gourd. And so does the NFLPA. He is not in the top 10.
All right.
Now, I only have the top 10 here, so I don't know. Maybe he was outside looking in at number 11.
Denver wears a lot. Their fans wear a lot of gear. I was thinking maybe they were buying his gear up.
It's a great fan base, but they're smarter than that.
Stroud, number 9.
Stroud is on the list. You'll be surprised to find out, despite the fact that the Texans and C.J. Stroud have completely bottomed out.
Yeah.
He's number 2 on the list.
Number 2?
Yeah, I think he came into the offseason and the season.
Yeah.
He probably came in super hot. If you just evaluated the last maybe 2 months, maybe his numbers would be down. But by and large, for the year, he comes in at number 2. C.J. Stroud. Texans fans loving that C.J. Stroud.
I would think that Bronco fans would be more prevalent than Oiler fans.
They can see through what's going on in Denver right now. Sean Payton deserves some love. That defense deserves a ton of love. Maybe you go get that guy that keeps taking pick sixes to the house. One of their linebackers who's just crushing it this year. Maybe his merch is popping in the greater Denver area.
You might be right about Batonio. Is it Nick Batonio?
Batonio?
Yeah.
Are you seriously thinking Nick Batonio? Oh, you're talking about for the Broncos guy. Yeah. No, it's not Nick Batonio, but it's something like that.
I thought he was like he's having this incredible year, right? Nick Batonio?
He is. Yeah, okay. I don't know exactly.
Number 8 is Love.
Nick Benito. That's who it is.
I always mess his name up. Nick Benito. No. All right, Love, number 8.
Jordan Love, surprisingly, not in the top 10. What are the Packers fans doing right now, dude? They're not.
It's everybody wears a jersey up there. Trust me. 5 years of my life, I saw everybody with a jersey on. It's a national team.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I'm surprised he's not in the top 10. That's fair.
Hurts, number 7.
Jalen Hurts is number 3.
All right.
Philly fans getting it done.
How about Chase, number 6?
Jamar Chase, not in the top 10.
What are we doing in Cincinnati?
They're not sure he's going to stick around.
I'd buy a jersey still. He's an LSU guy.
When you look to buy a jersey, you want it to be staying power.
You don't care. You were wearing a Mike Napoli jersey at the baseball.
That's a legend. I mean that jersey.
Chase isn't a legend in Cincinnati.
The test of time.
Okay, go ahead and get T.J. Houshmandzadeh for that number 18. Go for it.
I mean, don't you though? I mean, I don't know when's the last time Brian Broadus bought a jersey, but. Chris, right? Like when you go to buy a jersey,
go to Chris.
You want to imagine that the guy you're buying the jersey for, you're going to be able to rep for like at least a half decade while he's still on your team.
In this sports climate,
you're talking to a guy, Chiafalo. I have a number 9 Cowboys jersey. That number 9 is Kevontae Turpin.
You're a sick man. You have a Turpin jersey?
I have a Turpin jersey, man.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. I mean, I just like my random jerseys.
Yes.
Okay. And then when he returns a kick, I'm like a legend in the bar. Everyone jumps around.
I think you need to get number 79 Matt Waletzko jersey myself.
What about when Turpin has just a wide alley for the touchdown, but he just runs into the defender? Do they still cheer you then?
Well, luckily from the front, it still looks like a Romo. Like if I were a sane guy.
Okay,
yeah. There you go.
All right.
How about
who's next?
Number 5, Jackson.
Lamar?
Yep.
Lamar Jackson, not in the top 10.
Okay. Is he on the list?
He's not in the top 10, and that's what I have in front of me here.
Jeez.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quarterbacks,
Okay.
and you've gotten Stroud and Hurts already.
Burrow's
in there. There you go. Back on the board. Brian Broaddus, he comes in at number 5. Joe Burrow has sold the 5th
All right,
most
I have
NFL
number 4
products
here.
this year.
How about Jefferson, wide receiver?
Justin Jefferson also not in the top 10.
This list is so jacked.
This is just a garbage list. It's anti-LSU Tiger.
Yeah, it's anti-LSU Tigers, who are all the best players in the league. Mahomes, number 2.
Mahomes is number 1, baby. Come on now.
All right, how about Jaden Daniels?
Jaden Daniels is also not in there. Now, I would think Jaden Daniels for next year would probably be popping.
You just need to not do this list anymore.
Hey, blame the NFLPA. Look at the Players Association. This is where I'm getting it from, right here from the source.
Okay, Otto Graham, number 5. George Blanda, Houston Oiler, number whatever.
There's another rookie
16.
quarterback. There is another rookie quarterback.
Not that guy at New England, right?
No, it's not Drake May, who is going to be your
it's our
arch
guy at
nemesis
Chicago
for the
Bears.
next few years.
Caleb Williams.
Yes. Now, let the record show that Broaddus had 2 rookie quarterback guesses, actually 3 rookie quarterback guesses before. He had Bo Nix on his list before Caleb Williams. Now, I'm sure. I would imagine Caleb Williams also leads the league in burned jerseys over the last maybe 6 weeks.
I'm just telling you, man, Denver Bronco fan, go to a game. They've all got jerseys on.
I'm sure they're still repping John
the
Elway.
guys, the kids.
Maybe Jake the Snake.
dog. Yeah. Jake the Snake. What was our guy that got? Who was our guy? Kind of a handsome guy. The quarterback that got traded. He was at Houston. Couldn't play a lick. Oh, why am I going brain dead?
Houston quarterback that got traded.
He's a broad.
Brock Osweiler.
Brock Osweiler.
I wonder what Osweiler's doing these days.
He's doing ESPN.
Man.
He's like
does he do some college football broadcasts?
Yeah, he's like bowl game guy when they're playing, like when UNLV's playing somebody, he's doing the game. Brock Osweiler.
I love it, dude.
Come on, man. Pay attention.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're guessing Bo Nix and you want me to pay attention. There's some other big names on here, man. There's some other big names.
You said no Jefferson?
No Jefferson.
No Chase?
All right, I'll start doing hints now.
Watt?
No, TJ Watt's not on
I'm
here.
not playing the game anymore.
Number 10.
Name the list.
Number
Go
10
ahead,
just set a franchise record for touchdown receptions for his team.
Yeah, I'm out. It's a bogus list.
Chris Strong, can you guess which NFL player just set a franchise record for most touchdowns receiving all time?
Man, I don't know. I know Broaddus knows right now too. He just doesn't want to answer.
I'm not playing.
Merry Christmas, Travis Kelce coming in strong at number 10 for most player items sold this year.
Oh, let's pick the Swiftie player.
Number 9, he's a Lion, but he wears the star. That's your hint.
He's a Lion, but he wears the star. Oh, is that our guy Stafford?
He's a Lion, but he wears the star.
Oh, Micah Parsons. I was thinking Dallas guy, quarterback.
Yeah, no, I like what you did.
Okay, yeah.
Let's see here. Number 8, this guy ruined the fantasy season for all who drafted him number 1 overall.
Christian McCaffrey.
Look at you getting a fantasy hint there.
Let me tell you this.
You're not a fantasy guy.
I don't give a damn about your list.
I know, this list is killing you right now.
It is. There's not like one good player on this list.
He wanted Bo Nix at 1. If Bo Nix were at 1, that would be a legendary list.
I tell you what, popularity, Denver Broncos, look it up, man. Orange Crush. What does Gruden call the Orange Crush? He's got a nickname for their defense that like their I'll think of it here in a second. But it's like the back in the day.
Yeah, it was the Orange Crush, which is a great name.
It was a great nickname.
You're trying to reinvent it now for him?
But he calls him something else. I'll think of it here in a second. Go ahead.
Okay, number 7 here is a wide receiver with a hyphenated first name, great biceps, and he's on maybe the best offense in the league.
Best offense in the league.
He's got a brother that plays.
St. Brown.
Amon-Ra St. Brown comes in at number 7. One of his Lions teammates comes in at number 6.
That would be Golf, or would it be one of the runners?
This is actually a defensive player.
Oh, this would be our edge guy.
Yeah, Aiden Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Who may be making a Super Bowl return.
Maybe.
If the Lions get there. Joe Burrow comes in at number 5.
I got that one right.
Caleb Williams was at 4.
Okay.
Jalen Hurts 3. CJ Stroud 2. And Pat Mahomes number 1 most NFL products sold this year, courtesy of the NFLPA. We're not getting ball sacked here as much as Broadus wants Bo Nix to be in the top 10. Just speaking it into existence here.
I'm just telling you one day that my man is going to be in that list.
All right, let's go ahead and get you some biggest hell, biggest stuff. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, Tolos, where have you gotten those personal victories? That's next year in the nation. I'll tell you what, if you need a personal victory right now, it's time to take control of that financial future. Trajan Wealth is here to help. We can look no further than Trajan Wealth, our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. And good news, they have offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington, Southlake, Fort Worth, and McKinney. Trajan Wealth is just around the corner, or click away. You can check them out at trajanwealth.com or give them a call right now at 469-579-3500. Schedule that free, no obligation consultation, because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they prioritize your financial well-being above all else. And when you succeed, they succeed, so they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape. We all know that can be absolutely daunting, but good news, Trajan Wealth is here to help. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
Coming up on the next K&C Masterpiece, we will talk all things Cowboys and Eagles, and we will do just that with Cowboys EVP Stephen Jones at noon. Join the fun 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on The Fan.
This weekend is for bowling. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with BetQL. With the playoff on pause until next week, there are a number of bowl games this weekend. Minnesota and Virginia Tech go head-to-head, with the Gophers laying more than a touchdown. That's too much respect for the BetQL model. BetQL has Va Tech +7 and the hook as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Ostrowski. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
Whether you're ordering wings for the game, whipping up a 7-layer dip, or ordering pizza, there's something about football that makes you want to eat. And this football season, Uber Eats has the best deals on game day food. No matter what you're craving, from 2-for-1 pizza to buy one, get one wings, Uber Eats will be dropping new deals each week, all season long. Uber Eats, official on-demand delivery partner of the NFL. Order now. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
When you're injured in an accident, you shouldn't have to face it alone. At Thomas J. Henry, your fight is our fight. You will have a dedicated legal team fighting for your best interest every step of the way. We've given over $1 billion to our clients in just the past 4 years and have earned more than 12,000 5-star reviews on Google. Trust the firm that fights for you. Trust Thomas J. Henry. San Antonio, Dallas, Texas.
We're here at Genesis of Plano, part of the Huffines Auto family, and all year we've been asking customers what the "it" means, and Huffines has it. And right now, it is the most attractive deals of the year. And at Genesis of Plano, we're talking low payments, no hidden fees, and the biggest incentives of the year on new G70 sedans, GV70s, and GV80 SUVs. Start at genesisofplano.com. And don't forget about our award-winning customer service.
What a moment for the second straight year. Jason Witten's Liberty Christian Warriors are TAPS Division I champs. Congrats from Whataburger and DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED in my 12 years of practice. But now you can get world-class care for ED 100% online by going to hims.com. So what are you waiting for?
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick. And it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks VapoStick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And when you need more comfort for yourself, try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors.
Use as directed. VapoStick for use ages 4 and up. Vapo Shower Max use for adults only.
The current federal government is actually going $1 trillion deeper in debt every 100 days. That's why thousands are turning to Goldco, a top-rated gold company, to diversify their savings with time-tested safe haven assets, physical gold and silver. Right now, not only is Goldco offering a free gold and silver kit, but on qualified purchases, they'll give you up to a 10% instant match in bonus silver. Call 855-838-GOLD. That's 855-838-GOLD. Performance may vary. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Get seafood savings at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off all caviar and raw, cooked, and breaded shrimp with Prime through January 1st. Plan a decadent New Year's dinner without the splurge. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joy Wilhort. Joy, how you doing?
I'm fantastic, Babe. These are the final days of us finishing the year as the #1 dealer in America again.
What's that mean for buyers?
It's your last chance to upgrade with our biggest year-end savings before it's too late.
Okay, you're inside the 2-minute warning. You have no timeouts. The clock is ticking. Sounds like it's a perfect time to upgrade before the end of the year.
It sure is. We've got too many Silverados. To help sell them, we're offering $14,000 off MSRP. That's a new Chevy Silverado 1500 for $14,000 off.
Time is running out. Hurry in for their biggest year-end savings before it's too late. This is Texas. This is Classic. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com now. Together, let's drive.
Relax, enjoy the difference.
Based on new Chevy registrations 2023, stock number SG144598. 13 grand classic discount, 1 grand GM bonus cash, plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee expires 1/2/25.
It's 105.3 The Fan, brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
Frustrated by the DIY cameras or smart gadgets you bought online? Just send them back. DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com. Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in Texas. 105.3 The Fan is proud to sponsor Texas Rangers Fan Fest, Saturday, January 18th at Globe Life Field. Meet your favorite current and former Texas Rangers with autograph sessions, Q&As, a baseball card show, run the bases, go deep in the wiffle ball home run derby, and so much more. Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
This segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Broadus is still reeling from that disaster class he just put on there in the NFL Top 10. My goodness gracious. That's an early L right here. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? But more importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Football's finest coming up in 15 minutes. Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
469 big dub for Daniel Inforni. He's now been at his current job for over 1 year. Happy 1-year anniversary to Daniel Inforni. He's also taking an L, though, because he has tickets to next week's Cowboys game, Week 18 versus the Commanders, and he's still having to wait until Tuesday to find out what the game time is going to be. Because week 18, they move stuff around and they try to figure out what matchups matter. So he's sitting there trying to figure out. He's trying to put game day plans together for next week, and the NFL won't allow for it.
Could they put that thing on Saturday?
They could, yeah. There's a chance that could happen.
Yeah. I would. Yeah. My gut feeling would be maybe they don't want it to interfere with the other games that are on Sunday. Try and take advantage of some situation, with the Cowboys with some ratings and things like that. So maybe they would move that thing to Saturday. My gut feeling it will be Sunday at noon. But I don't. Okay, this is where I have problems because you got to think about now the Commanders potentially getting in and being the 7th seed, and that would mean that likely would Philadelphia then potentially be the 2nd seed, Detroit, Philly, because Minnesota can't. Minnesota is not a division winner if Detroit wins, right? So Detroit would be 1, Philly 2, the team out west, whoever wins that would 3.
Yeah, probably the Rams,
and then
the Falcons,
and then the Falcons or Bucks,
or the Bucks,
4. So that means Vikings would be 5. Who do we got at 6? Green Bay.
Yeah, Green Bay
would be at 6.
Green Bay would be 6.
And then Commanders 7. Okay, now you got to think about when do you want to put Philly and the Commanders together, the 2-7 matchup. Would that be a Saturday game to start the playoffs, or would that be a Sunday game? If you think it could be a Saturday game, a Saturday matchup that you would want Philly and Commanders, then there's a possibility that they would play the Commanders and Cowboy game on a Saturday to give the Commanders a full week.
The full week, yeah. Yeah, we'll see.
I think I explained that right.
No, you did. It makes plenty of sense. No, you did.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't.
No, you did. You did. I get what you're saying.
Get a little sensitive here after the debacle of Jersey game.
Hey, man, you love Bo Nix. I know what to put on the broadest Christmas list for next year. I'm gonna get you a Bo Nix orange, bright orange crush jersey.
Yeah.
405 big dub for John in Amarillo. Got his. I don't even know what he said here. I'm sorry. He got a jersey, some type of jersey. So good for him. 469 is a realtor and just signed a $15 million listing in Dallas. Wow, fatty boomball. That's how you close down the year. 469. Nice work. 903. Our buddy
Sotheby's. Who are we working for? If we're doing that, can you just text back in and see who we're. I'm curious who you're working for.
Yeah, big money realtor.
Is that Sotheby's? Is that an Ebby Holiday? Is that a? I'm just curious.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Let us know. We have our buddy Tim in Carthage, 903. He gets a big dub because his Carthage Bulldogs just won the Bulldogs just won the championship.
What's going on over there?
At least I didn't go Bulldogs with it like ESPN did to Fresno State the other day.
Bulldogs.
But he does know Big L. He's missing his wife Belinda this time of year.
Yeah. Sorry.
She was a total smoke show and just a wonderful woman. Having a great Christmas with the grandkids, though, says Tim in Carthage.
Good for him.
Okay, let's see here. We also have, how about the L to all the individuals that maybe bought some sports merchandise items from Fanatics this Christmas? People all around the world are taking photographs of the items that they received.
Oh no, not what they faked you out.
This is so bad. They
fake you out with a picture and then they send something else.
No, it's just they have misprints all over the place. Like somebody got some Caleb Williams Bears socks and he's number 18, but the socks say number 17, and Williams doesn't have an S on it. It's crap like that. Somebody got a Detroit Lions jersey and on the front of it doesn't say Lions, it says Eagles. Somebody also has a New York Knicks Karl Anthony Towns jersey with the number reading number 23 on the front, even though he's number 32.
32.
They got the 32 correct on the back of the jersey, but on the front it reads number 23.
Would you keep the jersey just as a kind of a gag?
Yes, like you have to send me a new one, the correct one. But I'm also going to keep this because it's just, like you said, it's just it's a Detroit Lions jersey that has the Eagles on it. Like, what are we doing here? Yeah. Just all sorts of misprints and disasters there from Fanatics, and they've been made fun of plenty in the past. The MLB uniforms.
See through.
Yeah, exactly. Sweating right through it, and they just look They look so much more watered down from like just a fabric standpoint. They don't look legit at all. Somebody got a Josh Hines Allen jersey, the pass rusher for the Jaguars. He's number 41, but the jersey reads number 14. You know, it's stuff like that. So anyone who got a Fanatics Christmas item might be taking a huge L right now.
I get, it's funny, like, the content, it always pops up. Fanatics, because I order stuff for Bennett, for University of Texas, and
do you go through Fanatics for it?
I've started going through the bookstores and stuff like that,
like on campus kind of deal. That's where you get the official good gear.
That's where I've kind of leaned to now.
Okay, let's see here. 254, no dub this week, just a big L because I'm a Bears fan.
You have a good pick.
It's not going to matter. You just had a good pick.
You maybe get a good coach.
But you probably won't. They'll find a way to screw that up, won't they?
You're a Bears fan.
Go get Pete Carroll.
I tell you, Chicago's a nice city. Walking around, kind of fun.
This is a 254
Gibson's
Waco Bears fan. Like he doesn't even get to appreciate the city. He doesn't get to go to the Bean. I mean, it's a 254 area code. He's a Bears fan and he's hating life. I get it.
Okay,
sucks, dude.
360. So he's a Baylor Bears fan?
No, I think, he might be, but he's also a Chicago Bears fan because that's why he's talking about having that L. I think that it's
play
it's
LSU
the Chicago
coming
Bears.
up here,
360 Big Dub. Wife got me a PS5 for Christmas.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a pretty awesome wife because she knows the amount of time that's going to be dedicated to that PS5.
Do you think that she's thinking like that he'll use it but then get tired of it and not want to do it anymore?
No, I think it's more like she's okay with having some time apart, and she knows this will put him upstairs in his cave.
She wants to be by herself.
It's a win-win for everybody. Let's see here. We have 817, new biggest L, biggest dub here from Tova. She has a ticket to the Duke at SMU game on Saturday, but it's now possible that I'll have to work the Cowboys game on Saturday. So we might have just broken some news to Tovash there. He might be having to clock in on Saturday when he's supposed to be soaking in some Duke SMU action.
I would keep in mind that the NFL might want to, like I say, with the Commanders being the 7th seed, that they might want to get Philadelphia on the docket early, and so that's Saturday. So you want to give them that, give them a little potential.
Yeah, you don't want them to be on a short week in the playoffs, but we've seen that before.
We have. Because
they do the Monday night game. You win the Monday night game in the first round of the wild card, and then all of a sudden you're playing on Sunday.
Yeah.
And you're playing up against a team that may have been on a bye or something.
No, you're right.
It is pretty unfortunate the way they do it, but the dollars, the TV, all that stuff, that matters more.
Dallas played Green Bay on a Sunday afternoon, didn't they?
Yes.
Okay.
But remember when they played, when they beat Tampa Bay and Tom Brady, that was a Monday night game, and then they had to turn around and play, I believe, San Francisco the next week.
They did.
On a short week.
They did.
Probably wouldn't have mattered because the Cowboys won't beat San Francisco. It doesn't matter how many days they get to prepare, but still the NFL not doing some teams any favors. Just got this is definitely unfortunate news. Big L. We have just lost legendary broadcaster Greg Gumbel.
What?
78 years old in the last 30 minutes. He the reports have indicated that he has passed away.
Get out of here.
I'm sorry about that.
I thought he was doing a game the other day.
He might have been.
He usually works with Trent Green, I thought. Is that right? Is it?
He does NFL games with Trent Green. Yeah, Trent Green does games. Right. I wasn't sure what Gumbel had been up to these days, but he's obviously
Bryant Gumbel.
Bryant Gumbel. Yeah, the brother.
Yeah.
But Greg has unfortunately passed away.
We're not getting ball sacked on this.
No, we're not getting. No, this is all over the place. This is real. This is real. So that's definitely a bummer. Big dub to the NFL and Beyonce for that halftime show. It was pretty amazing. It felt like a Super Bowl halftime show. Everybody sort of got that vibe, and the viewing numbers maxed out during the halftime show when she was performing because all the sports fans are already watching, and then you got the Beyonce fans that had their alarms set to go ahead and check in once she took stage. So that was a big dub. And how much do you think she got paid for that? If you had to guess.
Did she not have to pay?
No, she got paid for this. This is not like the Super Bowl halftime where they don't pay the artists because they just pay them in basically marketing because
$18 million.
Okay, that's a really good guess. I would have guessed maybe like $10 million. It was $20 million.
Yeah.
She got paid $20 million for that. And I'll tell you, it looked like a $20 million kind of show. That thing was huge. She was doing stuff all over the field, and she had, I wonder how many people were involved. She had so many different dancers, and instrumentalists and whatnot. It was a great show, and she crushed it. Post Malone made an appearance. I don't know if you saw that, but yeah, she got $20 million for that, dude. Big dub to Beyonce. All right, there it is. Biggest L, biggest dub here on a Football Friday. Football's finest is next year in the nation.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free expressway. Afternoons at 5:20 on 105.3 The Fan and on our Odyssey app. Presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Chicago Bears lost their 10th game in a row last night, falling to the Seahawks by a putrid...
That you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maple.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, we're having fun on a Football Friday here. Let's get you some football's finest here in the G-Bag Nation. We got the Super Bowl winning scout Bryant Broaddus, myself, Eric Chiafalo, and Chris Strong in for Lucius Alexander, getting you to the weekend as quickly as possible. And we got What You Drinking, What You Thinking coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll go commercial free to the top of the hour, and we can invoke some more ABA.
Yeah,
a little Ask Broaddus anything.
If you want to get back into that, I do appreciate you kind of keeping it, between the lines.
I thought we did a nice job.
I thought you did. I was really worried that you were going to the Tolos were going to just kind of.
There were some ridiculous questions that I passed over.
Yeah.
You'll be happy to know.
Yeah,
okay?
no, that's hey, I was thinking.
People were wanting you to power rank the female anatomy from your favorite to least favorite. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So maybe we'll get that question answered.
Maybe you'll get that. Yeah, it's just encouraged. But see, you encourage people to ask.
Some off-the-wall questions. We're trying to get to know you. I don't care about your favorite color. Maybe I care about your second favorite color.
Purple.
What's your second favorite color?
Silver.
All right, see, there you go. That's more of a fun fact right there.
Yeah, there you go.
But, we learned quite a bit about Brian Broaddus last night, and the Tolos have been asking for more today. So what you drinking, what you thinking, you can let us know that. You can tee up a question for Broaddus, text it in, call in, 877-881-1053. Fan After Dark will join the program in the 6 o'clock hour. We'll kick around some fun with them. But let's go ahead and dive into a little football's finest here. And, we're starting to come to grips with the idea that Mike McCarthy is going to be back. And now, what does it exactly look like? Is he still calling the plays? Is it still his offense? Can they get him to agree to come back, just be the head coach, but stay the hell away from our offense? Let some new cutting-edge, forward-thinking offensive mind come in here and revamp this thing. But we're starting to see and hear the likelihood, and I think the CeeDee Lamb stuff is just another indication. CeeDee Lamb not playing, I think the evaluation of Mike McCarthy is now over. And whatever happens in these next two games, two tough opponents, of course, Eagles. Now, without Jalen Hurts, it won't be as tough. Kenny Pickett's going to be getting the start there. But Eagles, Commanders, two quality teams. I think now the evaluation of Mike McCarthy is done. Hey, CeeDee Lamb's sitting down. Who knows on game day what type of, Eric Kendricks isn't going to play or whatever stuff. Mm-hmm. And they're just trying to get to the finish line, and they're evaluating some of the young guys. So seems like McCarthy's going to be back. And here's a couple of reasons why. Let's start with Diana Rossini, NFL insider for The Athletic, and her Scoop City podcast. Listen to this little clip she had with Chase Daniel.
Except for Mike McCarthy, because I thought he was fired 6 weeks ago.
I mean, Chase,
Right.
I want to pull the podcast where we were so disrespectful to Mike in a way of just anyway, when McCarthy gets fired, blah, 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 whatever we were saying. And now
I definitely was, for sure.
I have spoken to people around the league who believe that Mike McCarthy will be safe.
Okay, so there's a national indication there that McCarthy will be returning. And then Chase Daniel took that and went to his television show on Fox and laid this scenario out. Because remember, it's not like McCarthy's still under contract and the Cowboys can just say, we want you back, and he's staying. He is sort of like an unrestricted free agent. If he wants to do something else, he can.
Sure.
He doesn't have to stay here. And Chase Daniel's painting a Chicago Bears picture.
I think a fascinating choice, though, for Mike, and hopefully he's looking into this, would be the Chicago Bears. Because that division, you have a rookie quarterback who you would say at the time when he's coming out is more developed than Dak Prescott, a fourth-round pick, was, right? You have an old-school mentality, which the Chicago Bears need, and you don't have to deal with a crazy owner. Now, I don't think it's going to happen, but there's other teams out there that I can make a case for Mike going to. I could imagine Mike McCarthy and Caleb Williams together. It makes sense. So it's just crazy how it swung. The pendulum swung, sort of the power is back in Mike's hands.
I think he's insane. I love me some Chase Daniel. I remember seeing him play in state title games when he was at Southlake. Hall of Fame bag getter and finesser, passing the ball like under 100 times in his career and making tons of money. Good for him. I enjoy his analysis. But him propping up McCarthy like this, if you're a Bears fan, oh my gosh, cover your ears. If McCarthy left the Cowboys at the altar to go to Chicago, I mean, hey, good for him. That'd be a win in a lot of Cowboys fans' mind. Like, okay, we don't even have to worry about this
There's
anymore.
a lot of people that want Mike McCarthy back.
Yeah.
There's a lot of fans. A lot of fans. I don't call it a mistake, but I interact with a lot of fans that want to have discussions with me about Mike McCarthy and, hey, who are you going to sign or who are you going to go get? You know, there's a lot of people that are very supportive of Mike McCarthy out there. And I think Mike does a really good job of getting the team health-wise to a point. I just don't think he's a difference maker. That's the biggest problem I have with Mike McCarthy. And to me, I could understand the things that I think that would keep Mike McCarthy here or want him to stay here. I do believe he's really worried about his assistants. I think he's worried about the guys that, that he's brought over. I know Bobby Belt and I were having this discussion on Love of the Star. And after Eric and Chris and I show today, go listen to Love of the Star and listen to Bobby and I talk about, Bobby brought up Scott Tolzien, quarterback coach, and Bobby believes that Mike wants to keep coaching and wants to be able to help Scott Tolzien get a job. And he does
because if McCarthy says, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, Jerry, then the whole staff is basically cleared out for the next guy.
I mean, you're in a situation where if guys are under contracts, you could hold them. There's certain guys you can release. You could say, okay, well, just
we're not going to keep Schottenheimer around.
We're not going to keep. Yeah, Schottenheimer, you can go interview. Mike Solari, you can go interview. Jeff Zogini, you could go interview. I mean, you could. There might be certain coaches that Jerry and Steven and Will determine that they're going to hold them here. Like they might want Al Harris to stick around, and so there's like certain guys that they will say, listen, you're not going to, we're not letting you go right now. And I think that's where Mike is really concerned about his staff and their well-being. And he's like the total opposite of what I ever believed a guy like Bill Parcells or somebody that's always this yay for me guy. Bill Parcells came here. He had money. He lost money in a divorce. He lost his home, lost a lot of things. And, he came here to try and recoup a lot of that. And he did. He absolutely did. But I think Mike McCarthy really cares about his coaches to the point where that he would be willing to do what he had to do to keep this job just so his assistants could continue to have jobs.
Well, it looks like that's where things are headed. And then you see the article from Bill Barnwell of ESPN, and he's obviously super plugged in. He's got Schefter that he can just call up when he's putting some lists together. He listed the top 9 potential coaching vacancies, and
this one's number 9.
The Cowboys aren't even on the list.
Oh, really?
He doesn't even have the Cowboys on the list of the head coach vacancies or potential ones. We know some of them. Some coaches have been fired, all that stuff. We know some guys are going to be let go, but he doesn't even have the Cowboys on his list. I'm sure that was a list that was put together with Schefter's help to some extent. Like, hey, Adam, tell me the teams that you think are really going to be changing their head coach. And then Bill went in and power ranked which one he thought was the best job. And I'm scrolling down, and at no point do the Cowboys pop up. That's another indication that at least within league circles, nationally and now locally, like it feels like McCarthy is going to be coming back. So we just have to come to grips with that. He did have, Bill Barnwell had, this was a surprise to me, he had the Jaguars as the number 1 vacancy. If you're a coach and you're looking to get in the best position, he had the Jags number 1, assuming they let go of Doug Peterson.
Yeah.
And I guess that means
they could also let go of the general manager, too.
Yeah, Trent Baalke.
Yeah.
Yeah, and part of it is just because I guess he still believes in Trevor Lawrence, which I don't know how many people really do at this point. He's been
probably
paid.
Believes in the roster a little bit, too.
And then they're in the weak division. of being in the AFC South. You're seeing what the Texans are doing right now, just not playing good football, but they're still going to be in the playoffs because they're in such a bad division. So Bill Barnwell has the Jags as the best potential head coaching vacancy. Then he has the Dolphins. Funny enough, so he thinks the Dolphins are more likely to get rid of Mike McDaniel, who just got an extension before the season, than the Cowboys to be done with McCarthy. That's kind of crazy. And then he has the Bears at 3, and he has the Patriots at 4. Those are his top 4 potential head coaching vacancies right there. But he did 9 of them, and the Cowboys weren't on the list. So McCarthy's coming back, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it feels. Now, I have this. This happens every year as you get closer to the end of the season, and I'm sure we'll get more of these updates going into next week's games. But you have guys with financial incentives on the line here. And we've seen some stuff in years past where they make it very intentional. I remember Tom Brady making sure that Gronk got one more catch in a game so that he could get $1 million bonus.
Well, how about Drew Lock? Remember with the Giants and the playtime stuff and all that?
Oh, yeah. This season they wanted to go with Tommy DeVito because Drew Lock could get more and more money if he won.
$250,000 for every time he played a little bit more. Yeah.
Well, you have with Tampa, you have Mayfield with a few $500,000 incentives ahead of him based on finishing inside the top 5 or 10 in the league in passer rating, completion percentage, yards per attempt, passing touchdowns, and yardage. So he could, if he hits all those, he could get an extra $2.5 million. Then you have Mike Evans needing to average 91 receiving yards over his final 2 games to keep his streak of 1,000-yard seasons alive. And J.K. Dobbins, who is going to be playing for the Chargers versus the Patriots this weekend, and he's had all sorts of injury issues throughout his career, so he had a super incentive-laden deal with the Chargers. He's cleared a couple of them, but he gets another $150K if he hits 900 yards, which would mean he would need to get 134 yards rushing over the next 2 games. So that's within striking distance right there. Our guy Tony Pollard with the Titans, he can collect $250K if he rushes for 1,100 yards on the season, plus another $250K if he delivers 7 rushing touchdowns. So he's approaching that right there. 83 yards and 2 touchdowns would get it done for him, an extra $500,000. So that would be good. Zach Ertz, tight end for the Commanders, 5 receptions, 62 yards, and 2 touchdowns away from earning 3 separate $250,000 bonuses. So he's looking to play for something right now. And again, I do think next week there will be more of those going into the last week of the season. See who maybe there's some guys on the Cowboys that have some bonus opportunities here. Just saw Jared Goff spent over $1,000 gifting his offensive lineman a Yeti package with a ton of Wagyu steaks and beef for Christmas.
There you go.
It's like, hey, here's a big Yeti cooler for you, and inside of it you got a bunch of Wagyu beef. That's a good gift.
That's a nice gift. Very useful, very thoughtful. Very practical.
Yeah, I would get the most out of that.
Yeah.
And speaking of food, so you have the Pop-Tarts Bowl coming up this weekend.
Yes.
And I think that's Miami and Iowa State. And then you have the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. And they're doing combined sessions because they play in the same. It's stadium. Like the world, the Camping World Stadium or whatever in Orlando.
Yeah.
So you're going to have the Pop-Tarts Bowl, and then it'll be followed up with the Cheez-It Bowl. And a couple of their items, they look pretty amazing, dude. How about this? A peanut butter and jelly Bavarian pretzel.
Oh, wow.
So it's a giant, soft, hot pretzel, and there's strawberry jelly sauce, peanut butter sauce, strawberry frosted Pop-Tart pieces just sprinkled all over it. So you're going to get the heavy Pop-Tart stuff and obviously the Cheez-It stuff as well. Now you'll get a Boston cream Pop-Tart trifle or truffle. It looks like an I is there.
Truffle. Is it? They might have changed it. Usually truffle.
Fudge brownie, crunchy poppers. You have some kind of.
The try might be 3. It might. Is there 3 items together?
Yeah, fudge brownie poppers.
Yeah.
Chantilly cream, and vanilla pudding.
Okay, 3 items together. That's your try.
Looks pretty good.
Yeah.
And then again, they have like crunched up Pop-Tarts on top of it. So. That looks pretty awesome.
I've never thought about Pop-Tarts as like a topping. Like a topping.
Like crushing it and sprinkling it
but I
over
could
something.
see if it has the frosting on it and all. I could see using Pop-Tarts for like a crust.
Yes.
In something.
Like a pie, like an ice cream pie with Pop-Tart crust.
Yes. Yeah.
Did you guys see for the Pop-Tarts Bowl, the sidelines, they're going to put sprinkles on it. So it's going to be like frosting throughout the entire field surrounding the game. They're also having multiple flavors this year for the Pop-Tarts Bowl. So
yeah, like the MVP of the game gets to choose which flavor Pop-Tart he wants to eat.
And they're going to get a whole cake again this year. So it's looking like a good deal if you're playing in that game.
See, how about that so like the players are going to be standing on sprinkles on the sideline?
They're putting fake sprinkles. So white sideline looks like a Pop-Tart a little bit. So they're putting the sprinkles on the sideline.
I love it,
It's
dude.
beautiful.
I love it.
These people there, they got some good imagination with that Pop-Tart group.
Okay, well, look, how about these Cheez-It folks?
Okay.
Cheez-It Tender Dogs. This is a chicken tender, large in size.
There you go. You're making the crust out of Cheez-Its, which is a brilliant play.
There's beer cheese sauce, Cheez-It crunched foot-long roll. So it's like Cheez-Its that are sort of baked into the bun. And instead of a hot dog in there, it's a giant chicken tender.
Yeah.
And then it's also served on top of a bed of fries. Looks like you can get some jalapenos on there.
Yeah.
That thing looks outstanding. And then there's a pimento Cheez-It barrel of sorts, and it is local cured meats. It's a board. It's like a charcuterie board.
Yeah.
With Cheez-It crackers and all sorts of other stuff if you want to get all super classy with it. So how about that for some concession items, bowl game stuff, really getting it done. All right, let's go into the expressway here. Commercial free to the top of the hour. What you drinking, what you thinking, ask Brought Us Anything. 877-881-1053 calls and texts next year in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey.
Sharif of Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
One time in the week where you are actually encouraged to call in while intoxicated or in the process of catching a buzz. It's what you drinking, what you thinking, with a little Ask Broadus Anything twist to it as well. 877-881-1053. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. And Broadus, I will kick off the proceedings. I am, of course, drinking out of my Whataburger Yeti, which is one of the favorite gifts that I've received over the course of 2024. Getting a lot of run out of this thing.
The folks at Whataburger were outstanding to us the whole year.
10 out of 10. Whataburger continues to outdo themselves.
Folks. Travis Hill, that crew, they're wonderful folk.
Yeah, it's always a great experience. So I'm drinking out of my Whataburger Yeti right now. Just some delicious on the rocks nitro cold brew.
Oh, imagine that.
Got to get that caffeine, man.
Yeah.
5 hours of chopping it up. Got to make sure that I'm well hydrated with the caffeine.
You got to make sure you carry the show. You ever done a 5-hour show by yourself?
You've done some heavy lifting, man.
I don't
really
know about
have.
that, man. I don't know about that.
That Bo Nix stuff was legendary. I mean, you've been on fire.
Listen, I overthink everything. I'm thinking Denver Bronco crowd.
What you drinking? What you overthinking with Brian Broadus?
That's me, but not drinking anything myself. What are you thinking there?
I'm actually thinking about a giant competitive matchup this weekend. We can talk about all the big games, and there's a ton of them, but none are bigger than the 105.3 The Fan Fantasy Championship. It's Super Bowl time, and it's myself versus Sean Sharif.
Is Sean like
all the marbles?
Is Sean like a multiple champion of this thing?
I think he's won before. I've never won it. I've been in the league for probably 5 years.
But you lost CeeDee Lamb in this matchup, right?
Yes, I had. Now, I had Lamar Jackson the other night, so he put up a nice number for me.
There you go.
But, yeah, this is going to be a neck and neck. It's the I Watch Mores versus the Grand Pianists, and we'll see who will hold up that fantasy Lombardi. This is a big one. Bragging rights.
Do we actually have a trophy for this?
We don't actually have. I don't think we have a trophy. Again, I've never been the champion, so I wouldn't know.
Who's the commissioner?
Carter.
Do you get paid?
Fidel Goodell. Yeah, you get paid.
Is he good about getting paid?
He's serious about it because, last year I was the one who didn't pay until the end, and so he was hounding me for it. You know how he gets. He's ornery.
So is he like a decent commissioner? Does he allow like questionable trades?
That's probably going too far with it to say he's a decent commissioner, but he makes sure that he collects. He's a good collector at the end. So whoever wins, you're going to get your money.
Yeah, who always wants Carter hanging around you, like looking at you like what do you want?
Where's my money?
Yeah. You're like, all right, I'll give it to you tomorrow.
Now I'm going to be Team Carter when he starts making his rounds, making sure he gets the collection if I'm the champion. So looking forward to that,
Is there any people that wouldn't pay? Who do you think in the fantasy football group, who would you think wouldn't pay? Who would be the last to pay besides you?
I was going to say, I generally hold that.
By the way, who's in last place?
I could see Peyton. I could see Peyton being somebody that's like, hey, got to wait for that next check.
Yeah.
Got to wait for that next check.
Got to make sure
just
Bobby.
bought an engagement ring.
Yeah,
I'm sure he's down bad right now.
Make sure Bobby does a couple Love of the Star programs so I get paid on that. You know?
Yeah, that's right.
Bobby doesn't want to do Love of the Star. I can't get paid. What?
Who's last in the league? That's a great question.
This is going to be so much fun. We need to go after whoever this is.
That's a great question. Let's see here.
Do we have a punishment for that, vote?
The worst record in the league actually goes to the Fighting RJ Choppies.
Choppy last place?
4-10. He had the worst regular season record. So
he laid a dump this season, eh?
Mr. Irrelevant, RJ Choppy. Now we'll see.
What's his payoff? He's got to do something. We got to make him do something.
You're right, dude. I think I actually would be in favor of that. Now, Jared Sandler had the best regular season record, but they didn't come to play in the postseason. So,
oh wow.
For whatever that's worth. But yeah, it's me versus Sean, and I'm looking forward to it in a big way as I drink my coffee.
Don't care about the football.
No, he cares.
I watch football. I don't care. Your fantasy game. The hell with you.
He was tweeting at me during Lamar Jackson 48-yard touchdown run.
Does anybody tweet more random stuff during a broadcast than Sean?
No, he's on.
And
dude.
he'll retweet himself.
Yeah, he takes pride in it.
Yeah, he takes pride. He'll say something. Oh, that didn't age well.
Yeah.
Said something shouldn't have said. Kind of an idiot.
Yeah.
Kind of like Broadus, kind of an idiot.
He keeps all of his followers they're always going to get content.
He does. He will live tweet during games.
Wow. How about the 214? We had someone go 0-14 in our family fantasy league. That's embarrassing. That's tough to do. That really is tough to pull off. Will Chambers just texted me saying, wait, we do. I believe he's referencing
we have a payoff?
The loser. We may have settled on one, and I just didn't remember it. So we'll have to get the details on that. Broadus, what are you drinking? What are you thinking?
I am currently not drinking a thing, which is problematic.
That's par for the course, man.
I know, but I got to the point where
your doctor told you to drink more water.
I know, sure did. And I've been drinking a lot of this tea, hibiscus tea and stuff like that.
It looks like fermented goat urine, if you ask me.
I'm just trying to be a little bit healthier, bro. I mean, people are going by the wayside my age. So I'm just trying to be a little bit healthier.
I got you.
But, I didn't bring any with me. And that kind of pisses me off that I didn't bring it. Because I'm dying of thirst right now, to be honest with you.
I got some leftover water in my my jar.
I think about that that's that moonshine look.
Yeah. Well, Rodeo Ron is he's tailgating on the phone line right now. He just gave us some delicious moonshine.
Absolutely. And what I'm thinking is I've got two tickets to the national semifinal in the Cotton Bowl with whoever gets there. And I'm hoping
it's the Longhorns.
I'm hoping it's the Longhorn. Okay, the question is, I got the tickets thinking my son probably wasn't going to get tickets,
Yeah.
But Bennett's told me he has tickets. So I have two tickets.
You looking to flip them? You looking to flip them?
No. I guarantee you my son doesn't have tickets.
Oh, okay.
Should I,
He's
as a dad, should I be more supportive that oh, great. Well, I'll just go to the game, I'll go to the game and we'll have,
You think he's ball sacking you?
I think that, how kids are? They will tell you that it's buttoned up and it's not buttoned up. He's my kid. I think it's probably not buttoned up.
The nut doesn't fall far from the tree.
No.
Well, good luck on that mission. Will you go to the game if he
in fact has a ticket? Sure, I'll show up.
Heck yeah.
I mean, yeah.
With your game face on.
I will have
He'll probably be swimming in vodka that day.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
Do a little surprise Arizona.
There's a couple of people in my world that I actually drink a lot with, and you're one of them.
It's an honor, man. It really is. All right, Chris Strong, in for Lucius. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Man, I'm drinking. I just finished a 32-ounce Whataburger
from
before the show. Yeah. So shout out Whataburger. We love them here. And I'm thinking about this quick turnaround after the show. I'm actually going to a Stars game tonight at the AAC.
Oh, there you go. Just down the street.
Just down the street. Puck drop is at 7. So.
Oh, do you need to leave early?
I'm going to get there second period. I've never done that before, but second period with the family. They're waiting for me there, so it's fine.
Hey, you're a good teammate for that. I'd be pulling in whoever is producing Fan After Dark.
Who's got the After Dark tonight,
in the cup, dude?
Nah, we got Trevor, but I'm chill. I got to get the podcast up, too, so I'm chilling back here.
You're a beast. All right, to the phone lines we go, 877-881-1053. We start with a legend, Rodeo Ron. Ron, what you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
We're drinking a little bit of Jim Beam with that splash of Dr. Pepper. And what I'm thinking is 2025 is just days away. You know, COVID happened 5 years ago. People born in the 90s will be 35 next year. The 80s kids remember when 2000 felt futuristic. Now, that was 20 years ago. Y2K was a quarter of a century ago. But we're closer to 2050 than we were to 1995 when the last time the Cowboys won the Super Bowl. And I just want to say Happy New Year's to all the Tolos. And remember one thing, if you're not rolling home, listen to that G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, drinking Jim Beam with Rodeo Ron. Where the F you at, baby?
Yes, sir. Ron, way to kick off the proceedings,
Ron,
my man.
Good job. Hey, Ron, thank you for the gifts, too, the other day. The moonshine.
That moonshine, dude. I think I might be cracking that one open tomorrow.
Lucius was talking about drinking it when he got home.
He polished that thing off in one night.
He was sipping.
He was like, you got to slow sip that thing. He finished the jar.
He did finish the jar.
That's what legends do. All right, speaking of legends, let's go out to Red Oak. Black and Gold B is on the line. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Yo, what's going on, fellas? I just got home, so I just cracked open a cold Yingling Light, about to spark a fat bowl. And I'm thinking that it's time for me to get into basketball and hockey season because football season is over for me, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And it's sad I got to go back to the beginning of the season to have any, like week 1 or week 2 to have any good games. But, oh, well, hopefully they'll be next year.
You'll always have those 2 games.
Yeah. Always beat the Cowboys. Good
week
for you.
Week 1 and week 2, man.
Yeah.
Hey, man, but that's it. I guess the song I'm going to recommend to Tolos this weekend is From the Beginning. That's by Emerson Lake and Palmer. Y'all have a great weekend, fellas. Good looking fantasy, Eric.
Hey, thank you. Thank you, Black and Gold B. Always getting it done. Wow, he just referenced a song that was released in 1972.
Yeah, Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Yeah.
There might have been things I missed, but don't be unkind.
Yeah.
It don't mean I'm blind. Perhaps there's a thing or two. I think of lying in bed I shouldn't have said, but there it is. You see, it's all clear. You were meant to be here from the beginning.
There you go.
Wow. What a great song.
They used to write songs like that had like
real meaning to it.
Real meaning to them. Real, like,
now we're just having WAP lead the league.
Yeah, we're mailing it in.
All right, let's go to Garland, our buddy Polo. What you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
What's going on, fellas? Hey, happy last Friday of 2024. Let's go ahead and get to 25. Hey, peep this. R.I.P. to my homeboy Kenny. R.I.P. to my dog Raven. I lost my dog Monday night. My dog got ran over on the freeway 2 days before Christmas. It messed my girl up, y'all. Y'all know how my girl is sensitive. Now, what I want to talk about, the Cowboys, I was just in Academy Sports over by town, East Mile of Mesquite, over in Gainesville, on the east side of town. It's about 50 people in line in front of me, and all the Cowboys got all their gear on sale. Didn't nobody have none of their Christmas, none of their Cowboy gear on. So yeah, that let you know the Cowboys sorry. I got my homeboy T. Price in the call with me today, and I'm letting him speak about the Cowboys too. I'm gonna holler at y'all. Bye. Love y'all.
All right, love you more, Polo. Thank you so very much. I appreciate that. Always good to clown on the Cowboys any chance he gets.
Kind of nice. I avoided any kind of conflict with him.
Yeah,
it's usually very rare that I was going to come back with like, what the hell, man? You're selling that SMU thing to me. I was on that SMU train with him. I'm not getting off that SMU train. That SMU team will be all right.
They'll be all right. Yeah,
they'll be all right.
682 drinking a Ghost Warheads watermelon and thinking that Mike Tomlin needs to be on the job hunt.
Ooh, terrible talent.
That's an interesting.
They lost 2 games in 5 days, didn't they?
Yeah, they were frauds the entire way in terms of being a true contender. They're not, and they haven't won a playoff game in quite some time. Standards are high in Pittsburgh. Tomlin is an awesome coach. I do wonder if it's kind of the Andy Reid syndrome at this point in Philadelphia.
Like Philly, that's a very good analogy.
It's maybe just his voice is kind of worn thin in there.
Maybe
they need a new voice, but he could go somewhere else and really light a fire. Oh my gosh, that would be an upgrade.
Yeah.
That'd be an upgrade. And also, what's going to happen with Russell Wilson? Schefter's like, dude, they don't have any other options. They're going to have to. I don't know what he's going to command financially. They got him on the super cheap this year because he's still getting paid from the Broncos contract, but now he's probably going to want something a little bit more
substantial.
Yeah, at least a little bit. On par with. I don't know.
Let me tell you what, they gave him a chance. He needs to be a little loyal to them if he can.
Maybe you say so.
Well, I'm just saying, man.
No, I agree with you.
I mean, he made a lot of money in Denver. He got a bonus and all that stuff. But I'm just saying that Pittsburgh took a chance on him, and they gave him an opportunity. So is he a $50 million a year quarterback?
Absolutely not.
There you go. Is he a $30 million a year quarterback?
Maybe.
He's more of a $20 million a year quarterback.
Yeah, I'm with you in terms of what I would be.
But he's going to ask for 40, and Pittsburgh's probably going to say, not today.
Black and Gold B just texted and say, tell Tomlin to come on to New Orleans, then we'll take him. A lot of teams would take him, but I know Steelers fans, they are getting frustrated right now. Understandably so. Yep. All right, Ethan in Burleson, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking, what you thinking?
How's it going, man? I'm drinking some good old banana whiskey Howler-Heck from Dana White.
Oh.
And I'll be quick, but I got a quick question before I get into what I'm thinking. When are I going to let that fart out from underneath that blanket back on the mound?
That's a tough decision, man. It is a tough call.
Golly. And then I'll say Travis Hunter will go top 3. Shedeur Sanders will fall to the second round, and Ashton Jeanty will go to Dallas, possibly with Dion.
Oh,
what do y'all think about that?
I
think Sanders the second round? Is that what you just said?
I think you put a dent in that banana booze you're drinking right now.
Yeah, banana whiskey.
Banana whiskey.
It's Dana White. Dana White's favorite drink.
Yeah. What was
you never heard of it?
Never.
Had it before?
I have not had that before, but it sounds like it's getting the job done.
Yeah, it's getting the job done.
It's doing a hell of a job, brother. I just walked through the door, so I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
Hey, cheers to you, Ethan. Thank you, man. Thanks for the call.
What did he ask about initially?
Something about when to. Did you hear that, Chris? When to release the fart
under the blanket?
Under the blanket, like when to release. It didn't make any sense to me either.
Like, is he thinking about going a full Dutch oven on his wife or something?
Yeah, I think he thinks we're all farting here at the station. He's concerned.
I mean, I'll let him fly around the wife or whatever, but I've never done the disrespectful Dutch oven.
That's a disrespectful thing to do. Yeah.
All right, let's see here. We have Aaron in Dallas. Aaron, welcome to the program. What you drinking? What you thinking?
How you guys doing?
Excellent, Aaron.
Great, man.
That's good to hear. It's good to hear. God bless all of y'all. Been listening now for about over 5 years, and I'm a huge fan. Solo baby for life.
Heck yeah.
Heck yeah. All right. So what's on my mind right now?
What are you drinking?
About the Cowboys. Oh, sorry. What I'm drinking? Red Powerade.
Oh, there you go.
And healthy.
There you go. Go ahead.
Well, I'm kind of kidding. I have a party tonight. We're going to be drinking lots of tequila. So for now, Red Powerade.
There you go.
Nice.
Yes, sir. All right. So what's on my mind? The Cowboys, obviously.
Imagine throwing that up.
Naturally, few things out here with the Dallas Cowboys. So I am wanting to talk to all the people that really think that the Cowboys are sorry. I guess you don't watch too much football, and that's fine. This is clearly a coaching issue, a personnel issue, in which we cannot get the team basically to bring up what it takes in order to win the big games. Now, this year is a little bit of an anomaly, right? We've been laden with injuries, and that's fine. But next year, if we keep McCarthy, if we don't keep McCarthy, I don't know what would really change, because the players themselves, while they have all the talent in the world, when it comes to making it at the right time, making the play, they just don't seem to measure up and get it done. So whatever can fix that will be what fixes the Cowboys, and the year they fix that will be the year they win the Super Bowl. Go Cowboys. Love you guys.
Love you more, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, good call. I understand the frustration.
Yeah.
I understand the frustration. And I don't imagine the problems that he just mentioned will be getting fixed.
No.
So you just have to own it. That's where we're at right now. It's a bit of a bummer. 682 finished the Ghost and on to a White Monster Energy now. So
what's the Ghost?
I think that was the watermelon or the Warhead deal.
Oh, the Warhead
drink.
Oh, the Warhead drink.
That's crazy, bro.
That sounds like a rough combo.
Yeah.
Those two together.
Yeah, the guts are going to be.
I can say my
unhappy.
dude was drinking Red Powerade and following it up with the tequila. If you're throwing up, that's going to be some violence going on there.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I did that with Blue Gatorade in elementary school. I went home sick. I had lunch, and at lunch I had a blue Gatorade, and I had the Flintstones push-up orange popsicle deal.
Hit you the wrong way.
And it was a bad deal, and it went all over the living room floor.
I'll never forget. I was at there used to be these restaurants back in the day called Kip's Big Boy, and it was down on Forest Lane and Marsh. And so I'd had fluoride treatment on my teeth. Have you ever had the fluoride treatment at the dental office? They put cotton and then they put this gump all over your teeth and stuff like that?
Maybe when I was younger I may have.
So I had the fluoride treatment, and it was a packed restaurant. And I got up from the table, and I couldn't make it to the men's room. And like all in the waiting room, like it was like everybody sitting down waiting to eat. Waiting to get a table and just let it fly.
Oh, no,
right
dude.
Those people were like, and the Kips people were like super nice, like, oh, don't worry, it's okay, and all. People were getting up and leaving.
Oh yeah, that's how you lose your appetite right there.
They just saw me violently getting sick in the waiting area of a Kips.
Yeah, people think this guy who's drinking the Ghost energy drink and then following it up with a Monster energy drink is going to be dealing with a Mike Tyson level ulcer. In his guts.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a combination, man.
That is a hell of a
Godspeed to you.
combination, yeah.
All right, we go to Dallas. We have Chris in Dallas. Chris, welcome to the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Hey, boys. Happy holidays. I'm drinking water, trying to get that fat in the blood down, doctor's orders. But I want to bring up the Cowboys. And we're on McCarthy this year. When are we going to blame some Dak? I mean,
blame him.
Are we going to break down? Was it the offensive line, Brian? Was it? I mean, at this point, we get rid of McCarthy. Dak's a coach killer.
What's your hate? What's your hate for the quarterback? Let's hear it.
I mean, this year when the defense was obviously the problem at the beginning of the year, which that was going to fix itself.
Right.
Just started playing bad. Is it because of the offensive line? Is it because of Dak?
Well, what? No, you don't. No, you don't like the quarterback. Tell me why you don't like him.
Uh-oh.
I don't like him just because, again, how many more coordinators we can go through? Another coach, what's going to change?
Yeah.
It's personnel. To me, it's Jerry Jones. If you just only draft, again, can we win with Dak? Yes.
Wait a minute. You just want to get rid? Wait. You just want to blame him, and now you say we can win with him.
Be careful, Chris.
Hey,
I'm just curious, man. Folks,
I just don't want to blame McCarthy. That's what it is.
Okay,
If we get rid of McCarthy, what coach better than him is going to come in here and Jerry Jones is going to allow him to do his job? Look what Sean Payton did with the Broncos. They said, I don't care what you gave Russell Wilson. He's gone.
Yeah.
So what coach is Jerry Jones going to respect enough in order to bring it here to get Dak right? It just ain't happening. So that's my thing. It's not so issue with Dak. It's more everybody trying to blame the coach.
Okay.
And at some point, hey, it's the Joneses.
Okay,
all we do is draft.
Boy, we're riding the roller coaster here. We started with Dak. No, we started with Dak. And then we rode the roller coaster around the corner, and then we got involved with the Joneses.
Give me a Dramamine, please.
Well, when you blame Dak, you gotta have a solution. You just
you're the one. No, you're coming on air, and I just was curious. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I wanted to know what your problem was with Dak. That's what you led with.
And my problem with Dak is it will be another year of we're going to make excuses for him, and we'll change a coordinator. If we change a coach, it's just more the same on that end. And, again, it's the Joneses.
Okay.
Because we gave Dak the contract.
Okay.
We only draft. We don't make any other moves.
Okay.
You just can't fill all the holes fast enough through the draft.
Okay.
So we got to get creative some way. We got to rent a player next year. We got to maybe push some money down the road, rent some players, trade them year after that, come in 26 with hopefully more draft picks, because that's all we really do.
Thank you, man.
There you go, Chris. Thank you for the call. It was well said. It was concise, and he stayed on topic.
I thought so.
There's you got to give points for that, right?
It was a master class in how to defend the quarterback.
That felt like Cowboys post game for a while there.
You know what? I appreciate the call. I really do. If someone's going to call and tell me, though, that the quarterback's the problem, please give me a reason why. Or if you say the Joneses are a problem, please give me a reason why. By just me challenging him, did you see him go all over the place?
Yeah, he took us for a ride there.
And that's what I'm saying. I wanted to see how committed he was to his thought.
Got a little motion sickness on that one.
He got a little motion sick. You and I were definitely popping the Dramamine on the way that ride.
That was impressive stuff there. Thank you for the call. Yeah. We go to Richardson. Ryan in Richardson. What you drinking? What you thinking, sir?
Hey, guys. How y'all doing tonight?
Excellent.
Hey, we're great, dude. What you drinking?
Well, I'll be drinking some Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew when I get home.
Nice.
I have the girls in the car on the way home. I just want... What? Yes, I know. Mommy's coming. Okay. Anyways, what I was going to say was, what I'm thinking is, if I remember correctly, the first time I came on air was Jeff Kavanaugh's last day, and I did what you're thinking, and then I mentioned that I like Jack Daniels and Mountain Dew, and Brian, you said you never tried it before and you wanted to try it.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried it?
No, have not. I'm terrified of Mountain Dew, because everybody I know in the racing industry drinks it, and that's how we stay up for 24 hours when we do these races. So,
you swim in Mountain Dew?
You swim in Mountain Dew, and you literally stay up for 24 hours. When those guys in the pit crew in the Rolex 24 drink Mountain Dew like it's water, and those guys never sleep during the whole race.
Are you planning on pulling an all-nighter tonight, dude? Is that what your deal is, Ryan? You got to get fueled up, or this is just an everyday deal?
No, this is an everyday deal. So I've got ADD, so actually it's like the opposite effect. It doesn't keep me up. It just like calms my brain.
Okay.
So yeah, so it doesn't really keep me up, but it's a great mixer with whiskey.
Yeah, and it's healthy and everything too.
We
Ryan.
might have to
You're
try
hitting all the right notes. Nice work, Ryan. Try parenting, giving sports takes, drinking Mountain Dew.
Mommy's on her way.
Not going to be up all night.
Yeah, a lot of things. Maybe we need to try, like, one day we'll try the whiskey and Mountain Dew at the... Maybe
in surprise?
At surprise. How about whiskey and... No, not whiskey. Let's go vodka and Mountain Dew.
You love that vodka. Is that your one seed for liquor? Like when it's like broad, it's time to booze. Let's go Mardi Gras style.
Yeah.
Mardi Gras broad. You want that vodka?
I love scotch, but I can't get you to drink scotch with me.
Have I said that? Or you just got that read?
I got that vibe.
I don't know if I'm...
Because every time I've ever been with you, when we were at Ranger Baseball during the playoffs and World Series, you were always drinking vodka drinks.
Yeah, the scotch feels like a sipper, classic night. We're having we're fellowship and cigars. We're chilling. Okay, really? Okay. Well, I'd be down. Yeah. I'd be down to scotch it up with you.
You can hammer that. But yeah, it'd be easier to get scotch and waters at the ballpark than it would be finding the Sprite and all that stuff that we did last time.
940 says whiskey and milk. That's buck wild.
It's like a punch.
That sounds crazy, dude.
Yeah. Goombay punch.
Yeah. Hopefully Ryan's heart doesn't explode tonight, but it seems like he's just he's built different. Yeah. Shout out to Ryan. All right, we go to Dallas. We got Cole in Dallas. Cole, welcome to the G-Bag Nation. What you drinking? What you thinking?
Drinking some water right now. Going to be drinking some transfusions tonight, though.
There you go.
Oh, yeah, that's a staple.
That's a staple. Make sure you have plenty of ginger ale.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Man, I think we can fix this with keeping Mike.
Okay.
I tell you, we got to get ourselves a good offensive coordinator in here. But you draft Genty and Scatabo in the fourth, because I think he's got a fourth-round grade. Go young at the running back for the next 4 years with studs. Sign yourself a nice offensive lineman in the offseason, which we know that won't happen because it's going to cost money.
Wait a minute, you're solving problems there. Now we're not being able to sign guys. What are we doing?
Hey, I'm just saying, if they sign an offensive lineman that can come in and bring some leadership in here with them, it'll be solid. And you put those two in the backfield for the next 4 years, we're going to be cooking like 2016 Dak cooking, because that's what you got to do. Look what they're doing out in L.A. with Herbert, taking the ball out of his hands, and look at them falling out.
So, all right, Cole. He's team building over here. And he's building the Chargers, which is going to be a nice story of one and done in the postseason.
He gave me
2016 Dak, so he's cooking, and then the fryer stops working right when January rolls around. But man, September to December is going to be special.
That was one of the worst days I'll ever remember with that game against Green Bay. Dallas is a 2-seed.
Heartbreaking.
And Rodgers just, God.
Yeah, he went for the kill. He really did.
He went for the kill.
He's the boogeyman. He's still, Walchuk, every couple of months, will text me in the middle of the night in a cold sweat. and it's because Aaron Rodgers entered one of his nightmares.
I believe it.
All right, Luke in Plano. Luke, welcome to the program. What you drinking? What you thinking, Luke?
Hi guys. I'm drinking Dallas Blonde right now.
Okay.
And I've got a lot to say, so I hope y'all are ready. Brian, first of all, huge fan. Thank you for having me.